Chapter 1. The Working Class, Ride-Hailing Driver. The sun rises, and I climb the hill. Upon reaching the summit, I think of my sister. The melody drifts to my sister. Oh, alas, my dear sister, hear me. On the asphalt road. At this moment, a domestically made wooling vehicle is cruising along the edge of the road. Suddenly, a hand dangles outside the window, savoring the rhythm of the wind. What nonsense! How can one feel the curves at a speed of 30? Absurd. Lin Yi sits in the driver's seat, humming a tuneless song while speaking that a mobile phone rests beside the car's center console, displaying the status of incoming orders. Glancing at the empty records, Lin Yi cannot help but feel a sense of helplessness. Who dares to claim that driving for a ride-hailing service is an easy job? Step forward. Alas, I lament, destiny bored. Lin Yi resumes humming a simple tune. Wow, this streamer has some talent, but just a bit of talent. Were these lyrics? Thinking of his sister. Clearly, this streamer is destined to be single forever. Come on, man. All right, just stop singing, okay? We're all brothers. Sigh. The lyrics are quite novel, but the singing is a bit harsh, singing about sisters. Whoa. All of us are single dogs. Please don't sing sob sob. Hey, this guy should be out on the streets busking. Too bad he chose to be a driver. What a waste of that voice. If he opened his mouth, he'd definitely turn heads. Haha, driver, be good. Let's not sing anymore, or the brothers in the live stream might just run away. The Working Class, Lin Yi's exclusive live stream room. The few fans present are teasing Lin Yi about his divine vocal abilities. Gripping the steering wheel, Lin Yi glances at his phone and shakes his head in resignation. Who said ride-hailing drivers earn easy money? Who claimed that triathletes make a fortune? Do I know if it's profitable? Regardless, a triathlete is definitely a triathlete. I've been out and about since dawn, and yet I haven't received a single order, alas. With a helpless sigh, he grips the steering wheel, cruising at 30 miles per hour, swaying gently through the city streets. The Working Class. This parallel world's most popular variety show, without exception. Whenever the show airs, it's a nationwide event, all for the enticing prize money. A staggering 990 million cash reward. Of course, participation in the show requires auditions, and ultimately only 100 contestants can compete, dispersed across various professions. As for which profession, it all depends on luck, a lottery. Unfortunately, Lin Yi drew the profession of a ride-hailing driver, a position slightly lower on the food chain compared to the glamorous fields of singers and actors. However, fortunately, this profession allows for the possibility of engaging in side jobs. Otherwise, there would be no point in even competing. The Working Class spans 1 year, during which viewers can support their favorite contestants, accumulating popularity, with the entire show broadcasted live. Naturally, to prevent cheating or the manipulation of votes, the production team reserves the right to determine the validity of any unusual popularity or funds. As the show begins, the production team has already provided each contestant with special mobile phones and cameras. Consider the contestants as if they had cameras mounted on their heads. The competition has concluded, with the victor emerging as the one who amassed the greatest popularity and funds. The champion claims it all. Today marks the inaugural day of the contest. System, it is time for you to make your appearance. Could it be that a traveler truly lacks a system? Lin Yi murmured to himself as he drove, feeling a pang of disappointment after calling out for so long without any response. However, he soon heard a familiar chime, ding. A virtual screen suddenly materialized before him, and Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with joy the next second. He instinctively glanced at the live stream, but there was no discernible reaction. It seemed that this virtual screen was visible solely to him. The system has finally arrived. Indeed, every traveler possesses a system. How delightful. Lin Yi thought to himself. System, don't dawdle, let's get on with it. Detecting that the host meets the system requirements, binding all profession system. Ding, binding successful. A mechanical voice resonated once more, and in an instant a virtual light screen appeared before Lin Yi. Name. Lin Yi skills. None, but that was not the end. The mechanical voice rang out again. Newbie gift pack has been distributed. Mastering profession in progress. Ah, this is truly incredible. Mastering a profession. How perfect it would be to receive the mastery of a singer. Then the grand prize of 999 million would be effortlessly within my grasp. Activate. Lin excitedly tapped on the profession card. Congratulations, host has acquired mastery in boxing, profession, boxer. As the system's voice concluded, Lin Yi felt an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through his body. As if he had been possessed by the spirit of Bruce Lee, I could take on 10. Shaking his right hand, Lin Yi sensed an unexpected strength within him. A boxer? What nonsense is this? Why not grant me the mastery of a singer? Damn, where in the country can one find so many boxing venues? Yet that warm current felt quite pleasant. If boxing it is, then so be it. I wonder what else this grand gift pack contains. With that thought, Lin Yi once again accessed the system space. To his dismay, he found it utterly empty. What a joke. Is this truly what one calls a grand gift pack? At this moment, Lin Yi felt an urge to deliver a couple of punches to the system, wanting to show it what being a boxer truly meant. Upon examining the system's description, a smirk quickly spread across his face. This all-profession system allows one to accumulate popularity through live streaming. With sufficient popularity, opportunities for lotteries can be obtained. It's not merely a one-time deal. One day, he would surely win the mastery of a singer. Nevertheless, being a boxer is no small matter. At the very least, it affords me some self-defense. He has seen quite a few videos of ride-hailing drivers getting robbed. Who dares to rob me? He'll throw a right uppercut followed by a left hook. Lin Yi, a natural daydreamer, found himself smiling once more at these thoughts. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was left speechless. This driver is far too cheerful, laughing despite not having received a single order. Just as Lin Yi was lost in his aspirations for the future, the next moment his phone chimed. A notification appeared on the screen, prompting a new order window. Departure time. Depart immediately to 8S. I received the notification. Distance, 1.68 kilometers. Estimated earnings, 20. Starting point, Tianhai Daxia Unit 1. Destination, Erxiankyo. Do you accept the order? Lin Yi paused momentarily, pulling himself back to reality and shaking his head in resignation. Boxers may be fierce, but the necessity of earning a living looms large, especially since participating in this program requires self-sufficiency for meals. Furthermore, expenditures must come from the earnings of the day. Any violations could lead to disqualification from the competition. After a brief deliberation, Lin Yi clicked to accept the order. Ding! Order accepted successfully. Please proceed promptly, chimed the notification. Brothers, we have an order. Hold tight and steady. We're off, he announced. Lin Yi secured the live streaming equipment and, after launching the navigation app on another phone, steered the vehicle towards the customer. The host has finally stopped grinning like a fool and is starting to work. It was worth the wait, one viewer commented. Alas, this host seems to be lagging behind. Other streamers have already raked in 2,000 or 3,000, and he's just getting started. What a disparity. Chapter 2. This is my home surveillance. Not a short video. Barely 2.5 minutes into the ride, before reaching the destination, Lin Yi's phone suddenly rang. Hello, is this the ride-hailing driver? A voice inquired, urgent and somewhat frantic. Yes, it is. How may I assist you? Lin Yi responded, somewhat taken aback by the urgency of the call. Please take your time, there's no need to rush. Lin Yi noted the man's evident anxiety despite his words. It sounded as if he was on the verge of bursting with impatience. Driver, could you please hurry? I'm not in a rush, but could you please speed up? I'm right at the entrance of the building, the man continued, his voice filled with urgency. I'm wearing a blue shirt, black pants, and carrying a briefcase very easy to identify. By the way, driver, I made an error with the address. Could you please change it? Listening to the man's frantic voice, Lin Yi felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Oh, where to? He replied softly. To Erxiankyo, the Xingfu community, just a kilometer ahead. The man said, his voice still hurried. After hanging up, Lin Yi wasted no time and pressed the accelerator. In the live streaming room, perhaps buoyed by finally receiving an order, viewers began to trickle in, bringing the count to around 100.3 minutes later. The man entered the vehicle, visibly anxious, even before Lin Yi had a chance to greet him. Driver, to Xingfu community, he exclaimed, his eyes fixated on his phone screen, his expression tense, as if on the verge of an emotional eruption. That is your phone ending with 2344? Lin Yi inquired. Yes, driver. Please hurry, I have an urgent matter. Thank you. The man replied without looking up. What's the rush, my friend? Did you forget to turn off the gas at home? Or is there a fire? Lin Yi teased as he started the car. Not a fire, but the faucet is spraying water. The man's mood shifted immediately to the faucet wasn't tightened? All right, I'll drive faster. Lin Yi responded, pressing down on the accelerator. The man remained silent thereafter, and the car fell into a quiet calm for the next few minutes. Oh. A familiar yet embarrassing sound echoed from the back seat. In an instant, Lin Yi felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Was he really witnessing this? Not only was he in a rideshare, but the audacity of playing it aloud was beyond comprehension. Could it be that urgency was the catalyst for this unexpected release? Through the rearview mirror, Lin Yi caught a glimpse of the distressed man, his hair cropped short, dressed in a modest manner, yet his face was flushed, clearly overwhelmed by the situation. My good sir, you might want to tighten that faucet a bit. We wouldn't want any unintended releases, Lin Yi said with a hint of exasperation, raising his voice. If it's too much, there's a hotel nearby where you can address your issue. Upon hearing this, the man in the back seemed momentarily lost, puzzled by Lin Yi's implications. Yet the unusual sounds and Lin Yi's words instantly sent the live stream audience into fits of laughter, transforming them into a legion of keyboard warriors. What the heck? That sound seems so familiar, but the host is incredibly unlucky to encounter this on the very first ride. I've heard many prefer to indulge in such activities in the back seat. Alas, our host is off to a rocky start. Not a penny earned yet. And if he doesn't caution the host, he might have to pay for a car wash. Such misfortune. But honestly, how could the man not hold it in any longer? That fellow looks to be in his 40s at that age. Still so vigorous, how admirable, yet how shameful. Contrasting the lively banter in the live chat, the atmosphere inside the vehicle felt palpably awkward. Noticing the back seat passenger remaining unresponsive, Lin Yi cleared his throat and said, Ahem. Sir, this vehicle is a respectable space, and I am currently broadcasting live. Please refrain from watching that video. There's a hotel right next door. You can step out and resolve your issue. The platform records everything. It would be unfortunate if, well, with that, Lin Yi cast another glance at the man in the back. However, his eyes were wild, flushed with anger, fists clenched as if provoked by the video, his rage palpable. Really? Is that video so captivating that you're on the verge of combustion? Lin Yi called out repeatedly. Yet, the man remained unchanged, seething with fury, his gaze intense enough to rend the air. Sir! Lin Yi raised his voice slightly, infusing it with urgency. Suddenly, the man broke down in tears. Oh, driver, this isn't just any video. It's not from a website. It's my home surveillance. Instinctively, Lin Yi felt a twinge of annoyance, exclaiming, even if it's surveillance, you shouldn't blast the sound. It took so many calls for you to react. Wait, surveillance? His home surveillance? Lin Yi's mind reeled, followed by a wave of astonishment. There was definitely a story here. The revelation from the man sparked a surge of excitement in the live chat, leaving viewers wide-eyed with disbelief. A story indeed. This was undeniably intriguing. What? So the faucet was a euphemism for that? I thought the man was going to unleash something. Turns out it's all about his wife. Unexpectedly, this is truly astonishing. I had presumed this anecdote was merely a fabrication circulating online. I never anticipated it would materialize in reality. The host continued to inquire if I wished to see what transpired next. As the elder brother's words echoed, the popularity of the live stream surged instantaneously. Initially, Lin Yi felt a twinge of displeasure, but at that moment, he comprehended the situation, even feeling a semblance of sympathy and compassion. The surveillance. The faucet at home was gushing water. Were it not for such circumstances, a man of considerable stature would not be reduced to tears. The peculiar sound from the back had ceased, and Lin Yi accelerated his pace. The vehicle fell into a brief silence once more, and after a while, he spoke. Could there be some misunderstanding here? Perhaps my sister-in-law has not been unfaithful. Seeing is believing. Sometimes video evidence may not be entirely truthful. Misalignment, miscommunication. You understand, right? It's quite normal for surveillance systems to malfunction occasionally. As he uttered these words, Lin Yi struggled to continue. This was utterly absurd. Malfunctions in surveillance systems? Only a fool would believe that. Upon hearing this, the live stream audience became even more animated. The host's attempts at consolation are truly amusing. The host is quite articulate. When the evidence is so clear, how could there be any doubt? If you can speak, do elaborate. What the host offers is not comfort. It's more akin to rubbing salt in the wound. Nonetheless, I do wish to hear more. It's rather entertaining. The last time my husband discovered videos of my past on a lesser-known site, I convinced him they were fabricated. He believed me. However, the surveillance. I genuinely do not know how to spin this. Indeed, my wife has claimed similar, insisting that her actions were innocent, merely scratching an itch. Is there truly no other interpretation? To the gentleman above, does your sister-in-law have lice? My skills in dealing with such nuisances are exceptional. I assure you. Indeed, you are impressive. I applaud you. Inside the car, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the elder brother's face darkened, shifting from red to black. His fists clenched tightly, yearning to vent his frustrations, glancing around, and sighed heavily. Brother, I understand your intention to console me. However, this surveillance system was just installed yesterday. How could it exhibit the issues you mentioned? I recognize your goodwill. Yet, the reality cannot be fabricated. That man was atop my wife. Woe is me. Your attempts at comfort are too forceful. Allow me to weep for a moment. While driving, Lin Yi paused momentarily. Is that so? It shouldn't be that severe. We live in an age of technology. After all, there are myriad possibilities. With such advanced technology, you should take it lightly. Perhaps this is merely a misunderstanding. After these words, the elder brother fell silent, merely sobbing while fixated on the phone screen, his eyes reddening. 15 minutes later, Lin Yi parked steadily in the happy community, building 8. With a swift sound. Before Lin Yi could utter a word, the elder brother dashed forward in a frenzy, fearing he might miss a single moment. Chapter 3. The neighbor, Old Wang, and the resonant melody. Hee. Why hasn't the host followed suit? My friends, I too wish to join, but alas, I am merely a rideshare driver. Filming without consent is unlawful. Lin Yi chuckled helplessly. The chatroom was flooded with similar comments. Host, I will offer you 100 if you discreetly approach. Hee, let us keep it subtle. I don't want any trouble. I support the previous comment. I'll add another 100 for that. 111, what are you saying? The host is a serious driver. 100 is insufficient, at least 300. Lin Yi jested with the audience. After this brief interlude, the number of viewers in the live stream surprisingly exceeded 300, which pleased Lin Yi. Though the older gentleman appeared sorrowful and had a story to tell, just as Lin Yi was engaging with his online friends. A series of urgent knocks sounded against the glass window. He glanced over, momentarily taken aback. What could be the matter? Did he forget his keys? I certainly cannot pick locks. Who needs keys? I'd just kick the door down. Exactly, let that fellow wilt on the spot. Excuse me, sir. The person atop my wife is rather robust and somewhat familiar. It appears to be old Wang from next door. Moreover, he is, sir, would you accompany me upstairs? The once frantic voice of the gentleman now trembled with hesitation. At this revelation, both Lin Yi and the viewers were left in stunned silence. Old Wang from next door? An old saying rings true. Beware of fire, thieves, and old Wang. Fear not. You are justified. It's perfectly fine. Be bold and approach. Lin Yi encouraged the man. No, that is not what I meant. I can't possibly contend with old Wang. I fear he might knock me out with a single punch. He is a professional boxer. A boxer. The chat room erupted once more. This poor fellow is truly unfortunate. Not only has he been robbed by old Wang, but the man is also a boxer. Oh my goodness, a professional boxer. It seems our friend has lost his senses. He remains aware. Cough. Host, I suggest you flee quickly. A boxer, your small frame may not withstand it. Indeed, host. Hurry and escape. I'll send you 100 if you do. Dear friend, I must reiterate, I am currently live streaming. Moreover, I am a participant in the professional worker program. This is all being broadcasted live, so please consider wisely, Lin Yi stated. Lin Yi was not overly concerned about old Wang being a professional boxer. Instead, he aimed to clarify the situation regarding the live stream, as he had some knowledge of boxing and was intrigued to test the waters with a professional. Live streaming? A worker? Not afraid? This could be interesting. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the man immediately grasped the crux of the matter, and with a grand gesture, declared, Brother, come with me, and I shall give you 300 yuan. Live streaming, indeed, what a splendid idea to expose this pair of scoundrels. The elder brother, becoming increasingly animated as he spoke, could hardly contain his excitement. Before Lin Yi could respond, 3 crisp red bills appeared in his hand. Brother. That's not what I meant. It's not about the money. Lin Yi feigned difficulty, his face a mask of hesitation. With a swift motion, another 3 bills materialized in his grasp. Hmm? Lin Yi chuckled awkwardly, placing his hands on the elder brother's shoulders. Let us go. I cannot abide such misdeeds. Everyone knows that Lin Yi values loyalty above all. He inquired with a cheerful smile. What shall I call you, my friend? Initially, he intended merely to be modest and create a bit of awkwardness, but he had not anticipated the elder brother's lavishness. Who then increased the offer to 600 yuan. That would be enough for a massage session, perhaps the 388 package. I hear the technician on the 12th floor is rather skilled. Accepting the 6 bills with delight, Lin Yi could not help but indulge in daydreams. Lu Xiaoqiang. Enough talk. Quickly secure the vehicle. We must ascend at once. You shall handle the photography. I intend to ruin her reputation. The middle-aged brother, Lu Xiaoqiang, declared fiercely, his eyes glistening with anger. After shutting the car door, Lin Yi paid no heed to the tumultuous barrage in the live stream and promptly followed Lu Xiaoqiang's lead. Observing Lin Yi and the fervent elder brother, the live stream audience was in a frenzy, with numbers surging. Many newcomers to the stream decided to stay. For it is human nature to revel in gossip, particularly when it involves the notorious Old Wong next door. In less than 2.5 minutes, they arrived at the 8th floor via the elevator. Room 801. Even from 10 meters away, one could hear the tantalizing sounds emanating from within. A high-pitched melody that seemed to oscillate between singing and renovation, a curious blend of activity. Lu Xiaoqiang, already seething with rage, nearly kicked the door down. Calm down, brother. Let us open the door quickly, Lin Yi urged. Yet, the man's fury seemed only to intensify as he extracted his keys and inserted them into the lock. With a swift motion, the door swung open with a decisive click. However, in the next moment, the anticipated scene that the live stream viewers had eagerly awaited did not materialize. Instead, a mosaic obscured the view, leaving only that familiar song audible. Ah, the wretched censor. I can never forgive you. Censor, brother, just one glance, please. How can this be? Damn it, if you have the guts, remove the mosaic. The live stream erupted in lamentations. Meanwhile, as Lin Yi opened the door, the resounding voices continued unabated, even amplifying. The man dashed inside, with Lin Yi closely behind. In the living room, scattered garments told a story of their own. Following the sound, they ventured into the bedroom. What a sight awaited them! At this moment, 2 figures were entwined tightly together, resembling something alive, writhing. However, this scene was unbeknownst to the viewers of the live stream. Oh, how dare that wretched person betray me? Lao Wang, you all deserve to perish. This sudden, thunderous shout startled the 2 entwined individuals, causing them to lose their senses in an instant. In a heartbeat, they separated with a loud clap. Cockroach. No, it was not a cockroach. It was Xiaoqiang. How did you return so unexpectedly? We were just playing a game, catching lice. The woman's voice trembled with panic. At this moment, Xiaoqiang, consumed by fury, had eyes only for Lao Wang, and without hesitation, he delivered a fierce kick. The fact that Lao Wang was a professional boxer was of no concern to him. Taken by surprise, Lao Wang was sent tumbling off the bed, appearing quite disheveled. Your grandfather. With a furious shout, Lu Xiaoqiang immediately engaged Lao Wang in a fierce brawl, each punch landing with force. Lin Yi, standing aside, was at a loss to discern who the true boxer was. Stop fighting, stop it. The woman cried out in a frenzy, yet she did not step forward to intervene. Boom. Moments later, Lao Wang seemed to remember he was indeed a boxer, firmly grasping Lu Xiaoqiang's approaching right foot. With a surge of strength, Lao Wang caused Lu Xiaoqiang to stagger backward. Thud. Lu Xiaoqiang stumbled until he collided with the wall. Seizing the opportunity, Lao Wang swiftly donned his clothes, though they still did little to conceal his disarray. In the next instant, the live stream resumed, albeit with some unfortunate pixelation. Wow, that is so white. What just happened? It sounds like a fight broke out. It's not just a sound, they're clearly fighting. Did you not see that momentum? Damn. Is Lao Wang really that fierce? No wonder he is a professional boxer. Do you think the host will get hurt later? It seems Lao Wang has the upper hand. The boxer doesn't stand a chance, and is being beaten for infidelity. With their clothes finally on, the atmosphere was tense as Lu Xiaoqiang and Lao Wang glared fiercely at one another, like fire and water. The woman, sensing the escalating conflict, rushed forward to position herself between them. Chapter 4. What are you saying? Recording? Xiao Gang, calm down for a moment. Let me converse with Xiaoqiang. It's all a misunderstanding. The woman earnestly attempted to soothe the agitated Lao Wang next door, her gaze filled with pity and trepidation. Lu Xiaoqiang felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Damn. And you, Xiao Gang, you are truly despicable. A misunderstanding? What nonsense. You were sprawled on his back. Wang Daniu, let me hear your excuses. Xiao Chang glared fiercely, his voice nearly a roar. Wang Dania gulped nervously, her eyes darting about. It's like this. Xiao Chan. Our faucet was leaking, so I asked Xiao Gang to come and fix it. His clothes got wet. And I was just helping him wipe off the sweat and water. Bang. Wipe sweat? Wipe water? Lu Xiaochang's eyes turned crimson with rage. Wang Daniu, do you take me for a fool? Wiping sweat? That would lead to your screams. And that camera on the wall, is it merely for show? I installed it just yesterday. Wipe sweat? I'll wipe you out. In his fury, Xiao Chang swung his hand forcefully. Slap. The crisp sound echoed in the room. Wang Daniu was knocked to the ground. Damn it, how dare you hit my girl? In the next moment, Wang Xiaogang immediately aimed a punch at Lu Xiaochang, a vicious hook aimed squarely at his chin. Bang. The anticipated scene of bloodshed did not unfold. Observing the scene before him, Wang Xiaogang was taken aback. A young man in his 20s effortlessly blocked the punch, even causing Wang Xiaogang's fist to sink slightly upon impact. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. Quick reflexes. I must say. Lao Wang, you hit hard? Are you trying to send Chang Gu to the hospital? Lin Yi casually wiped his nose, smiling lightly. Brother, you. Lu Xiaochang looked at Lin Yi in shock. He had expected dire consequences. He knew all too well how forceful Wang Xiaogang's punch had been, creating a sound as it sliced through the air. One punch like that could leave someone crippled. Rest assured, Lu Good. I'll take care of your 6 tickets for the grand gathering. I guarantee that this Lao Wang and Xiao Gang won't lay a finger on you. Our quality service is assured, Lin Yi said, draping an arm around Lu Xiaochang's shoulder with a grin. Then, Lin Yi turned his attention to Lao Wang. This man is truly ruthless. Caught in the act, yet he still strikes so fiercely. If Lin Yi hadn't been there, Lu Xiaochang would have likely been beaten to death. Who are you to meddle in my affairs? Before he could finish, Wang Xiaogang unleashed a flurry of professional boxing punches at Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi was no novice. He was well versed in boxing techniques. He effortlessly blocked Wang Xiaogang's attacks, pushing him back relentlessly. Wang Xiaogang's face was soon bloodied from Lin Yi's strikes, his defense in disarray. Wow. Witnessing this scene, the audience in the live stream was utterly thrilled. Wow. Isn't the host supposed to be this formidable? It appears that old Wang is a professional boxer, yet he is being thoroughly overwhelmed by the streamer. Is he truly just a rideshare driver? He undoubtedly resembles a human Tyrannosaurus Rex. The streamer is impressively formidable. In mere moments, Lin Yi has rendered Wang Xiaogang incapable of throwing a punch, leaving him sprawled on the couch, gasping for breath. Observing this scene, Lin Yi gazes in disbelief at his own fists. How astonishing. His punches feel devoid of pain. The boxing proficiency granted by the system is remarkably potent. Experiencing such power for the first time, Lin Yi is profoundly astonished. Brother, you are extraordinarily powerful. Wang Xiaogang is a professional boxer at the municipal level, and this is incredible. Lu Xiaoqiang, witnessing Wang Xiaogang collapse beside the couch, is equally astounded. His hands instinctively rest on Lin Yi's shoulders. The 600 yuan spent is truly worth it. Brother, are you genuinely just a rideshare driver? Have you truly never practiced boxing? Lu Xiaoqiang approaches and delivers a few solid punches to Wang Xiaogang, then looks at Lin Yi in disbelief. Wang Xiaojiang's eyes widen in fury. Noticing this, Lin Yi shrugs and chuckles softly. I've practiced a bit over the years. Boxing is merely my side endeavor. Being a rideshare driver is my primary occupation. While Lin Yi and Lu Xiaoqiang engage in casual conversation, Wang Daniu has already made a phone call. With a swift motion, she appears before the two. Stop. I have already called the police. Lu Xiaoqiang, if you dare to approach, you will be committing a crime. Wang Daniu shouts at them. Upon seeing this, Lu Xiaoqiang is instantly filled with rage. He hasn't even sought trouble yet, and this woman is flipping the script on him. Rolling up his sleeves, he steps forward, ready to confront this unfaithful woman. In the next moment, woo-woo. Lu Xiaoqiang, you no longer love me. You once promised not to hit me and to treat me well for life. Woo-woo. Now you want to strike me. Wang Dania covers her face and begins to softly sob, utterly shameless. You. Lu Xiaoqiang is about to retort. Xiaoqiang, you once said you trusted me. What does setting up a camera imply? Do you not believe me? I was merely wiping sweat off Xiaojiang and checking for lice. Don't you know my character? Wang Dania feigns a pitiful appearance, softly weeping. Those unaware might mistakenly think Lu Xiaoqiang is abusing her. Truly a modern-day fairy, she begins her act flawlessly. You. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqiang is infuriated, his hands wavering uncertainly. Slap. 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 Well, sister-in-law, or rather, Wang Daniu, don't you find this excuse rather flimsy? Checking for lice? Wiping sweat? You must be joking. You would be better off claiming the camera was misaligned or malfunctioning. That excuse is far superior to the one about wiping sweat. Lin Yi shrugs and chuckles softly. Who are you to meddle in our family matters? Slap. Slap. In the next moment, Lu Xiaoqiang hesitated before delivering a fierce slap across Wang Daniu's face. Lu Xiaoqiang, you hit me. How could you do this? I can't go on living. Wang Daniu sobbed, collapsing to the ground. You once promised me that you would protect me for life and never lay a hand on me. How could you forget that? Her tears flowed freely, and Lu Xiaoqiang's expression transformed into one of anger laced with a bitter smile. Shouldn't I have struck you? Look at the chaos you've caused, he bellowed. But I don't care. When you married me 2 years ago, you swore eternal love and care. Have you forgotten those vows? It has only been 2 years, and you are already resorting to domestic violence. Women make mistakes too, Xiaojiang didn't mind. So why should you? The weight of her words shifted the dynamics of the confrontation. This is outrageous. Even Boss Chow would not be this brazen. You've turned from the defensive to the offensive. Indeed, Wang Daniu, you are quite formidable, initiating with such resolve. How extraordinary this woman is. With just one slap, she claims domestic violence. And infidelity? Is that merely a small mistake? Truly impressive. The prowess of women in combat is undeniable. I doubt anyone, even the best boxer, could rival her. I have never encountered anyone so shameless. In the live stream, viewers erupted with fervent comments, astonished by the unfolding scene. For a moment, Wang Daniu's words left Lu Xiaoqiang speechless, reflecting on the nature of the person he had chosen to marry. How utterly shameless, he exclaimed. Let me tell you, not only has the camera on the wall captured this, but my friend is also recording. You trivialize your infidelity as just a small mistake? Wang Daniu, prepare for a clean break. You are talking nonsense. I was merely wiping sweat with Xiaojiang. As a man, can't you be a bit more magnanimous? How could you accuse me of infidelity when all we were doing was wiping sweat and scratching an itch? What did you say? It's being recorded? Chapter 5 Outside. A line had formed, and General Yuan was in good spirits. As the conversation progressed, Wang Daniu suddenly turned her head, her gaze fixed on Lin Yi, who was chuckling and enjoying the spectacle. Wang Xiaojiang, previously collapsed on the ground, suddenly sprang to his feet as if invigorated by some unseen force, lunging towards Lin Yi in an attempt to seize the camera. Yet, Lin Yi was not so easily outmaneuvered, deftly sidestepping the oncoming charge. With a thud, Wang Xiaojiang stumbled, nearly falling in a most undignified manner. This unexpected turn of events startled the audience in the live stream. The action had unfolded with such rapidity that it left them momentarily speechless. Wow, what just happened? The host dodged so quickly I could barely see it. I must admit, Wang Xiaojiang's speed is indeed that of a professional boxer, but it seems the host is even swifter. It's clear that the ride-hailing industry has its hidden talents. Impressive. Having failed in his initial attempt, Wang Xiaojiang steadied himself beside Wang Daniu, his eyes darting as if deep in thought. In that moment, Wang Daniu cast a wary glance at Lin Yi, fully aware of Xiaojiang's ferocity. She had not anticipated that he would be so easily evaded. Yet, it was merely a fleeting glance, for in the next instant, she transformed into a fighter, hurling accusations at Lu Xiaoqiang. Lu Xiaoqiang, I was merely helping to wipe the sweat, and why should I leave empty-handed? I have a stake in this house too. It's just a surveillance camera. Who knows if it's even real? Get out. She spat, crossing her arms defiantly as she shot a cold glance at Lin Yi and his companion. You tell me to leave, yet you're the one who is deeply entangled in this mess. You think you're so clever, trying to divide the assets despite your infidelity. Now, I demand you vacate my residence. In response to Lu Xiaoqiang's near roar, Wang Daniu leisurely picked up the scattered clothing from the floor and draped it over herself. The moment she was fully dressed, her demeanor transformed, exuding the aura of a victorious warrior. You say leave? You accuse me of infidelity? With the video you're recording and that camera on the wall? Dream on. I could easily counter your slander, with AI face-swapping technology being so advanced. Will a judge believe you? Moreover, let me make this clear. Xiaojiang is superior to you, and whether you accept it or not, you will wear this label. Don't be resentful. With her arms crossed, Wang Daniu projected an air of invincibility, her confidence soaring now that she was dressed. Next door, old Wang leaned against the wall, wiping the still fresh blood from his face, casting a knowing glance at Lu Xiaoqiang. Hey, Changge, it's true that I'm stronger than you. Isn't it just a matter of being cuckolded? What's the big deal? Aren't you supposed to love Wang Danyu for a lifetime? As long as she is happy, her heart is yours, but her body is mine. How does that sound? With a grin that revealed a set of pearly white teeth, Xiao Zhang encouraged his friend. Come on, let's all lighten up. What's yours is mine, and what's mine remains mine. Upon uttering those words, Lu Xiaoqiang found himself at a loss for words, his head bowed in silence. Lin Yi and the audience in the live stream were equally astonished, marveling at the display of skill. Just as Lin Yi remained in a state of disbelief, Wang Xiaojing offered a sheepish smile and continued, my friend. Your boxing technique is quite impressive. I cannot compete with you. You are exceptionally strong. However, I am curious about your prowess in other areas. How about this? Let us set aside our hostilities and embrace camaraderie. Let us form a joyful quartet, encircle one another, and explore new horizons. What say you, Changgood? And this esteemed friend? With a subtle smile, Wang Xiaojing suggested that since he could not defeat Lu Xiaoqiang, he might as well invite him to join. Someone as meek as Lu Xiaoqiang should not be allowed to win over the lovely lady. Before Lin Yi could respond, the eager Wang Danyu shot him a conspiratorial glance. Without waiting for her to speak, Lin Yi decisively interjected, old Wang, if that is your stance, a quartet is simply insufficient. We need at least 100 to gather, perhaps. Let me see. It should be 532. He glanced at the live stream and added, after all, we have 528 viewers. What? Live stream? What do you mean? Aren't you recording a video? Wang Danyu inquired, puzzled. No, I forgot to mention. I am indeed live streaming, with over 500 viewers, Lin Yi replied, his tone lighthearted. According to your rationale, everyone present should have a share. What do you think? Dear sister-in-law, shouldn't you invite everyone? He smiled knowingly at the two of them. The host is a good person. Everyone present should partake. Send the address. I'll be there shortly. Such a lovable host. I never expected to stumble upon such fortune merely by watching a live stream. Let us queue up. 4 500 for 500. Brother upstairs, your use of the word su'a is simply exquisite. Allow me to clarify. We are no longer at 500. We are nearing 1,000. I wonder if she can handle it? Brother, remove the question mark. Sister-in-law is quite formidable. A minor issue indeed. Everyone, please queue outside. Come one by one. All right, General Yuan. Popularity won at that moment. Lin Yi's modest live stream began to surge in popularity. The previous exchange had proven to be quite explosive. The two individuals on screen, Old Wang and Wang Danyu, were momentarily stunned. What? Are you saying it's live? Like, in real time? Xiao Zhang stammered. Correct, my friend, but alas, there is no reward for that answer. Now, allow me to introduce myself. I am a professional worker, and I am here to support Changgu. I did not anticipate such warm hospitality from you. Let us express our gratitude to Old Wang for the audience. Lin Yi remarked, glancing at his phone and chuckling, oh, it seems we are no longer at 523 viewers. We have now surpassed 1028. Over 1,000 people. You should have mentioned you were live streaming earlier. Wang Danyu exclaimed, her face pale with shock. Lin Yi, with a friendly demeanor, shrugged his shoulders and exclaimed, well, you didn't ask, did you? In the next moment, the two individuals hastily raised the discarded tissues from the floor to conceal their faces, anxious about being recognized. Observing this scene, Lin Yi promptly cautioned, hey, it seems those tissues have already been used by you. Wang Xiaolong, feeling a surge of anger, suddenly felt nauseated, as if the leftovers from the previous night were about to resurface. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Xiaoqiang felt a sense of vindication, while the live audience enthusiastically applauded. Since Lin Yi and Lu Xiaoqiang had effectively barricaded the door earlier, the two individuals found themselves unable to flee. With no chance of overpowering their assailants, they resorted to hiding their faces with their garments. Knock, knock, knock. Shortly thereafter, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Hello, is anyone there? We received a report. Upon hearing this voice, Wang Danyu appeared to be liberated, shouting loudly, police. I want to report domestic violence. Domestic violence. She rushed toward the door, twisting the lock in a frenzy. When the door swung open, several police officers, here to handle the situation, were taken aback by the sight before them. The floor was strewn with tissues, and remnants of clothing were barely visible, prompting the officers to exchange bewildered glances among the four individuals present. Officer, there's domestic violence. He.S. abusing me. Wang Danyu shouted as she charged forward. Chapter 6. Benevolence. It seems that the tissue they used has already been utilized. The leading police officer did not place undue trust in Wang Danyu. After merely glancing at the scene, He quietly stated, "Everyone, return to the station. We shall clarify matters there." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi stepped forward and addressed the officer. "Good day, officer. I am a contestant from the working class, and I possess a complete video of the incident. Officer, I also have the entire surveillance footage." 30 minutes later, after a round of admonitions directed at Wang Daniel, the police allowed the two to depart. After all, this was a matter of infidelity. It was a situation of mutual consent, inherently ambiguous. "All right, young man. No need to escort them." With the matter resolved, Officer Liu beckoned to a few colleagues and departed. Simultaneously, Lin Yi reopened his live stream. Earlier, due to its civil nature, the stream had been prematurely closed. As soon as it was back online, a considerable number of viewers awaited, over 1,700 in total, eagerly inquiring before Lin Yi had even uttered a word. Lin Yi recounted the events truthfully. Just as he was engaged in conversation, a sudden thud resonated. Lu Xiaoqiang, lost in thought while gazing at the distant sky, sat down abruptly on the ground and burst into tears. Why? Why must this be? I have loved her so deeply for years of college romance. 2.5 years of marriage. What have I done wrong? How can he be better than me? Oh, we promised eternal love. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi lost his desire to continue conversing with the audience and crouched down to offer solace. "Brother, take it easy. Out with the old, in with the new. You'll grow accustomed to it. Just because he once declared his love does not mean he cannot love another today, nor does it imply he loves only you. Moreover, from what we've observed, perhaps your sister-in-law's affections are a bit more expansive. Oh, I shouldn't call her that. That woman." Laughter erupts. The host's consolation remains as unyielding as ever. No doubt about it. Just now, that woman mentioned a quartet. I could tell she is a person of broad affections. Cue up. Next time you encounter true love, be sure to clarify. Do they love only you? Or are they benevolent? Haha. Listening to Lin Yi's words, Lu Xiaoqiang's tears subsided somewhat as he looked up at Lin Yi. For a moment, he was at a loss for words to counter, only to find himself crying harder. The anger he had felt earlier was now replaced by profound sorrow. Alas, brother, don't cry just yet. Perhaps it's for the best. After all, you have no children together. You can always find another. Wearing a green hat is not difficult. The challenge lies in placing it on another's head. Ahem, my apologies, brother. I'm not very skilled at comforting others. Why are you crying even more fiercely? Despite Lin Yi's attempts at consolation, Lu Xiaoqiang only wept more uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, the host is indeed capable of offering comfort. This is not comfort. It's like rubbing salt in a wound. But I like it. The host's consoling skills remain as formidable as ever. Reverse comfort is even more lethal. At this moment, Lu Xiaoqiang looked at Lin Yi with a sense of helplessness. Wiping away his tears as he said, "Master, I understand that you wish to console me, and your intentions are kind, but could you please refrain from speaking? I promise I won't cry anymore. That's the spirit. One must look forward. Having been betrayed today, does that mean tomorrow will be different? The sooner you learn, the better." Wow. Lu Xiaoqiang, who initially intended not to cry, couldn't help but exclaim once more upon hearing this. Observing his reaction, Lin Yi handed him a tissue from the table. Taking the tissue, Lu Xiaoqiang wiped his face but soon resumed weeping. One tissue was insufficient. He picked up several more from the ground. Whether out of convenience or some other reason remained unclear. Wow, this guy is quite the crybaby, always shedding tears. The host's remark is quite astute. As the saying goes, if life deceives you today, will it not deceive you tomorrow? You'll get used to it. Haha. What a profound statement. Though such occurrences are likely infrequent. Haha. Today has truly been a treasure. Witnessing this spectacle is priceless. Everyone, give the host a few points of support. Cough cough. I'm in attention votes. Having witnessed such an entertaining display, the popularity of Lin Yi's live stream soared. From the modest beginning of a few dozen viewers, it had now skyrocketed to over 2,000, propelling him to the 82nd rank on the platform professional workers. However, these accolades were of little concern to Lin Yi at that moment. He opened the system panel. Popularity 111. Watching the steadily rising popularity, a subtle smile graced Lin Yi's lips, filled with satisfaction. The chance to draw for skills was just within reach, requiring only a slight push. After reveling in his joy, he glanced at the still sobbing Lu Xiaoqiang and felt exasperated. Come on, you're still crying? I'll take my leave now. Just then, he noticed the tissue had an unpleasant odor. Lu Xiaoqiang picked up another discarded tissue from the floor to wipe his nose. However, he thought little of it, and, before Lin Yi departed, handed him 3 more tissues. Feeling the warmth of the tissues, Lin Yi hesitated but knew he had to give a warning. Brother, that tissue you just used seems to be unclean. It wasn't the one I handed you from the table. It appears to have been used by someone else. Please refrain from using such things next time. It's unhygienic. With that, Lin Yi's words struck Lu Xiaoqiang like a bolt from the blue, leaving him frozen in place, feeling nauseated. In the next moment, he dashed towards the bathroom. Oh no. Ha ha, such a mouth. The host is truly crafty. He handed the brother a clean one, and then he picked up the used one from the ground. Ha ha, that's clever. I'm dying of laughter. This brother is hilarious. How could there be an unpleasant odor? Now he knows. It would be strange if there wasn't an unpleasant smell. This brother should have stopped crying now, ha ha. After leaving room 801, Lin Yi felt utterly refreshed, humming a little tune. This endeavor had not been in vain. He earned 900 yuan, with 24 yuan spent on transport, allowing him a moment to unwind. Returning to the car, Lin Yi disregarded the frenetic barrage of comments in the live stream as he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel to leave the area. After driving for a considerable distance, he finally pulled over to the roadside. Seizing a moment, he glanced at the live stream and was astonished to see that many viewers had conducted a quick search on Wang Xiaolong due to the earlier incident where Lin Yi had decisively defeated him. To his surprise, Wang was indeed a professional boxer, and the stream soon filled with images of people addressing Lin Yi as master. The repeated calls of master made Lin Yi's scalp tingle. Some netizens even requested Lin Yi to explain why a driver would engage in boxing and mixed martial arts. Haha. What do you all want to know? It's quite reasonable for a driver to possess some self-defense skills. I merely have a natural strength, having been involved in fights during my youth. Those calling him master could ease up. Indeed, I'm a master, albeit of the ride-hailing variety. Taking advantage of the lull in requests, Lin Yi chatted casually with the viewers in the live stream. Han Lama, what kind of tape do you all want? The host really knows how to speak. Haha, the host is truly witty. This move has left those wanting to be his disciples speechless. There is nothing wrong with calling him master, haha. Nevertheless, I must say, the host is the most formidable person I have ever encountered, although he lacks muscle. His fighting prowess is indeed remarkable. Cough, cough, cough. I see the host ranking has risen 2 spots. Keep it up. Observing the lively comments in the stream, Lin Yi smiled faintly and remarked, for now, let us continue to wait for a ride request. No sooner had he spoken than a notification shined on his phone, and a ride request window popped up. Departure time, immediate, distance, 268 kilometers, estimated earnings, 32, pickup location, 168, Xining East Road, destination, Jiangwo Building, accept ride? Accept ride. Chapter 7, where to? Am I not able to drive the car right up to your knees? Lin Yi chuckled at the viewers in the live stream, saying, we're about to hit the road, so hold on tight. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the accelerator and deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, executing a beautiful turn that took him out of the parking spot. This left the viewers in the live stream utterly astonished by his exceptional driving skills. 3 minutes later, a strange call came through. Who is this? Hello, is this the ride-hailing driver? My order ends with 2478. A gentle voice of a young woman resonated on the line. Lin Yi paused for a moment, surprised that passengers now preferred calling in advance. Nevertheless, upon realizing it was a girl, he responded softly, yes, that's me. I'm sorry, but my friend dropped me off at 178 Xining Road, and I've changed my destination last minute. So both addresses are wrong. I'm right under the utility pole at 178, wearing a blue vest on top and a short skirt with black stockings. As Lin Yi drove, he recalibrated the navigation and inquired, where to? Upon hearing this, the girl evidently hesitated, her tone becoming slightly awkward as she replied in a soft voice. The black stockings come just a bit above the knees. What? Lin Yi was taken aback, even questioning if he had misheard. Where to? The girl took a deep breath, her voice slightly more assertive. Really? Just a little bit above the knees, with patterns. Could you please specify where exactly? The girl, nearing despair, raised her voice slightly, almost on the verge of tears. The black stockings really do come just a little above the knees. At this point, Lin Yi felt utterly bemused. What on earth was happening? He was asking about the destination, and she kept talking about her stockings. Did she fear he might not be aware of her attire? Their conversation seemed to be on entirely different wavelengths. Was he meant to drive his car directly to her knees? Miss, is your hearing a tad off? I asked you where to, and you keep mentioning black stockings and knees. Isn't your address incorrect? So where exactly do you want to go? Upon hearing Lin Yi's exasperated remarks, the viewers in the live stream erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha, this is too hilarious. I have a friend who asked me to inquire if we're near the stone crevice. The person above seems a bit off. I must say, Chinese culture is profound. One might think this girl is in the business of selling something, given her constant mention of black stockings. Ha ha ha. Why do you stand out so much while surfing the internet in the same country? Is it a herniated disc? Ha ha ha. The hostess' response was quite witty. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. I still prefer the girl's black stockings. Where we're going doesn't really matter. Heh. Host. I advise you not to meddle. I just want to see the black stockings. On the other end of the line, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the young lady's delicate face flushed, and she finally turned the conversation around. I truly apologize, master. I was too anxious, she replied, slightly embarrassed. Anxious? I can't exactly drive the car onto your stockings, can I? Where to? Lin Yi responded, somewhat exasperated. Master, I'm sorry. Please take me to the nearest commercial bank first. And then to Xining Hospital, if you would, she requested. All right, we shall arrive shortly. With that, Lin Yi ceased further conversation. A few minutes later, he finally caught sight of the young lady adorned in black stockings. She promptly entered the vehicle. One could not deny her innocent beauty. She was indeed striking at first glance. However, a hint of weariness lingered on her face. Yet, the allure of the black stockings accentuated her pure and enticing demeanor, perfectly captivating those around her. Master, please hurry to the nearby commercial bank, she said after placing her snakeskin bag and a long, slender object onto the seat. Not wishing to dawdle, Lin Yi pressed the accelerator, and the car swiftly reached a speed of 60. Throughout the journey, the two remained silent, much to the dismay of the viewers in the live stream. Such a beautiful girl, yet she chose not to engage in conversation. After a while, the young lady took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Mom. Don't worry. I'm on my way to the bank. I will withdraw the money. And you must take good care of the villagers, especially Grandma. Don't put too much pressure on her. I have plenty of money here. Yes, don't worry. The snakeskin bag is ready. Mom, trust me, the bank will have enough funds. You need not fret. I will definitely bring the money to you. All right. Take care of your health. After hanging up, she let out a soft sigh, her expression tinged with melancholy. Ultimately, I have arrived at this juncture. As she touched the long object in her possession, her gaze grew resolute. Master, how much longer until we reach the bank? In the live stream, wait, a snakeskin bag? And that long object? Could it possibly be a gun? Is she planning to rob the bank? Be careful, streamer. Watch out for being taken as a hostage. Are you joking? With the streamer's skills, he could never be a hostage. Everyone, heed my warning. A gun is both swift and precise within 7 paces. Even the most skilled can fear it. Streamer, be cautious. If necessary, I can help you call the police. Occasionally glancing at the reminders in the live chat, Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly. The snakeskin bag, the forlorn look in her eyes, and the long object beside her, combined with her peculiar remarks about reaching this point, sounded suspiciously akin to a bank robbery. Most importantly, Lin Yi recalled that she also intended to go to the hospital. Could it be that a family member was hospitalized, unable to afford the medical fees, thus leading her down this path of desperation? Moreover, why did she grip that long object so tightly? With his penchant for imagination, Lin Yi found himself entertaining many thoughts at that moment. If it were indeed a gun, within 7 paces, it would be both precise and swift. No boxer could possibly contend. Contemplating this, in a bid to avert a tragedy, Lin Yi deliberately slowed his vehicle, engaging the young lady in conversation. Pardon my curiosity. May I inquire what your family used to do? He asked. Do you still need to carry a burlap sack to withdraw money from the bank? The young woman replied. Well, my father was a hunter, and I am a designer. What of it, master? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, she paused momentarily, but soon responded softly. A hunter? Goodness. That long object wouldn't happen to be a hunting rifle, would it? Just as Lin Yi and the audience in the live stream pondered this, a blackhead fell from the young lady's pocket as she was organizing her belongings in the back seat. A sharp intake of breath followed. The blackhead bore 3 holes. Was this not the very mask of a notorious bandit? Chapter 8. Misunderstanding the hooded model of a bandit. What an unusual design. Goodness. Could this girl truly be planning a heist? It seems quite possible. Who would have imagined that this seemingly harmless girl is actually a robber? Streamer. You should hasten to leave the vehicle, otherwise, you may not have another chance. Quickly lock the doors and leave the female bandit trapped inside. It would be an effortless triumph. Glancing at the barrage of comments in the live stream, Lin Yi felt a slight tremor in his heart and furrowed his brow. Miss, what is the purpose of that hood you're wearing? I implore you, Do not tread this path of no return. Robbing a bank carries severe penalties. Reflect on your choices. You still have a bright future ahead, and there is no need to embark on such a course. As he spoke, Lin Yi gradually reduced the speed of the car. Should any unforeseen event arise, he would leap from the vehicle. Huh, what are you saying, driver? Robbing a bank? When did I ever express such an intention? The girl was perplexed by Lin Yi's words. Wait, why is the speed decreasing? Lin Yi was taken aback. You are not planning to rob a bank. Then how do you explain that bandit hood? Oh, that. I mentioned I am a designer. Currently working on a character that includes this bandit hood as part of the design. In my haste, I inadvertently brought it along. Besides, as a designer, it seems quite reasonable to carry a bandit hood, does it not? She explained softly. Reasonable? Perhaps. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Yi noticed a long object beside her and inquired, by the way, is that long object next to you a shotgun? What? A shotgun? Where do you see a shotgun? The girl was startled by Lin Yi's comment. In the next moment, she touched the elongated item and burst into laughter. Are you referring to this? It's actually a model sword. Its length is somewhat similar to a gun, and I merely wrapped it up. By the way, the model sword and the bandit hood are part of the same project that I designed. I took a long leave of absence, but I couldn't afford any delays in the progress of these two items, so I brought them along. As she spoke, the girl unveiled the wrapped object, revealing it to indeed be a model sword. Lin Yi exhaled in relief, followed by a somewhat exasperated smile. It was all due to his overactive imagination and the influence of the viewers in the livestream. He resolved to avoid watching the chat while driving. It only served to frighten him further. With that thought, Lin Yi pressed down on the accelerator, increasing speed. Wow, who claimed that was a gun? Step forward. You startled me. You lot really should refrain from spreading rumors. It's perfectly reasonable for a designer to carry a bandit hood. Ha ha ha, what a false alarm. Everyone, disperse. The streamer is quite entertaining. They actually believed it. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. What era are we in? You all truly enjoy teasing the streamer. I must say, the streamer's acting is top-notch. It turns out it is like this. My apologies, dear lady, it is merely a professional habit. After all, a gun is both swift and precise within 7 steps. I am truly sorry. May I inquire why you mentioned that one must eventually take such a step? I had thought you were contemplating a rather drastic course of action, perhaps robbing a bank? Lin Yi chuckled lightly. The young lady, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, did not respond immediately, but instead fell into a long silence. A few minutes later, she softly asked, Master, does it seem that money is increasingly difficult to spend these days? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. The once lively live stream abruptly halted, as the young lady's unexpectedly profound remark rendered many viewers silent. Money is indeed quite challenging to spend, my dear. 10 years ago, I ventured out with a mere 200 yuan for work. Now, I still have 185, 36 yuan saved up. After a moment's reflection, Lin Yi smiled slightly. As his words settled, a young woman in the back burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Haha, the hostess' words are quite impressive. At first, I didn't quite grasp it, but now I understand 200 yuan from 10 years ago is at least equivalent to 500 now. At first hearing, it seems trivial. Upon closer inspection, the host truly is remarkable. Oh no, host, at least you still have 185. 36 yuan. I am currently in debt to the bank for 1 million. To the brother above, I suspect you are subtly insinuating something about me. Haha, master, thank you. I feel much better now. Money is meant to be spent. A fool ought not to hoard it. The young lady seemed to recall something joyful and laughed. Observing this, Lin Yi smiled and continued, So, dear lady, have you indeed taken that step? She replied, I have embarked on the journey of spending all my savings accumulated over the past decade. Is there something wrong with that? Master? This statement ignited an uproar in the live stream. The popularity surged dramatically, increasing from just over 1,000 viewers to around 3,000 in an instant. Wow! Lin Yi exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. He had initially feared she was in a dark place. Along the way, Lin Yi and the young lady engaged in cheerful conversation. Before long, they arrived at the commercial bank. Master, please wait for me here for a few minutes. I shall return swiftly. With that, the young lady grasped her bag and walked towards the bank. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi opened the system panel. Popularity, 111. Only 100 points remained to trigger the next lottery opportunity. Noticing this, Lin Yi began to interact with the viewers in the live stream. Dear audience, please show your support by following and casting your votes. Thank you. He offered a slight smile while clasping his fists towards the camera. Soon, The chat in the live stream began to respond. Hee, host, I've reported my support. No need for thanks. Wow, everyone, I have finally waited long enough. From the start of the live stream, the host has finally asked me to follow. I have sent my support votes. Ah, dear host, I am indeed a devoted fan of yours. Since your broadcast commenced, I have not ventured into the realms of other competitors. My allegiance lies solely with you. I just glanced at the rankings, and I see that your position has ascended by 2 spots, now standing at 78th. Keep up the diligent work. Observing these comments, Lin Yi offered a gentle smile. He continued to engage in casual conversation while monitoring the system's fluctuations. His popularity rating was steadily climbing, drawing near to the next opportunity for a prize draw. If this momentum persists, he would soon be able to participate in the lottery within half an hour. Host, how about this? There happens to be a mask and a model sword in the back row, and right in front is a bank. I could contribute 300 to you if you would consider staging a heist. A 50-50 split sounds fair. What do you think? Wearing a bandit mask and wielding a model sword? What an intriguing ensemble. Ha ha ha, the person above truly possesses a unique talent. What a splendid idea. I shall add another 300 to your cause, but you must express your gratitude to me. Ha ha ha, saying thank you is indeed delightful. 111. Chapter 9. Tiers of iron bars and sewing machines. I can distinguish between them at that moment. A flurry of comments surged up. Lin Yi, wearing a bemused expression, addressed his audience. Dear family members, I can certainly differentiate between a meal and prison food. So, to the brother who just suggested I partake in a robbery, I would gladly offer you 30,000 to join me instead. What do you say? Lin Yi flashed a subtle smile at the live stream. Instantly, the number of those clamoring diminished significantly. The host truly knows how to engage the crowd, offering 30,000. Impressive. Tiers of iron bars and sewing machines. I can distinguish between them. Haha, this is hilarious. Hey, mister. Why the sudden silence? Do you not enjoy laughter? The host is inviting you to join in a robbery. Come on, let us see a smile. Hee. With Lin Yi's playful banter, the atmosphere in the live stream became increasingly vibrant. The popularity rating soared, leaving only 30 points until the next lottery draw. Just as Lin Yi was reveling in the interaction with his audience, his phone rang. The melody echoed, and he instinctively answered, Hello, who is this? It's me. The young lady who just got out of the car. Are you free? If so, could you bring the car to the bank entrance? The money is rather heavy. The gentle and soothing voice of the girl resonated clearly through the speaker. In an instant, the live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, how heavy could the money be? Turns out the lady who just got out is quite affluent. Oh my, rich ladies are fascinating. Having lived half my life with assets in the millions, seeking romance, yet lacking companionship, this is precisely the life partner I am searching for. Host, you must acquire the rich lady's contact for me. Who doesn't adore a wealthy woman in black stockings? Host, add me to the list. If you get her number, I'll offer you 300. 111. Observing the comments flooding in, Lin Yi chuckled softly. You all certainly have lofty aspirations. He then pressed the accelerator, executing a graceful drift, and soon arrived at the bank's entrance. Upon arrival, he noticed a girl clad in a blue crop top and a short skirt, adorned with patterned black stockings, struggling with a heavy snakeskin bag. In a swift motion, she hopped into the car. Drive quickly to Shining Hospital. I'm in a hurry, she said, her head peeking out from behind the hefty bag. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile, choosing to remain silent as he accelerated to 60 miles per hour. Haha, this girl is truly adorable. I'm quite fond of this type. Hee, I see you have a preference for wealthy women, my friend. Haha. Seeing through it but not saying it outright. I estimate that bag contains at least 2 million. Are you some kind of expert? How did you deduce that? I would have thought you were cheating. Let us put it this way. A brand new 100 yuan bill weighs approximately 15 grams, and the snakeskin bag claims to hold 50 kilograms. Judging by the bag, there is about half a bag of bills, so that is roughly 25 kilograms, which amounts to no less than 2 million. The atmosphere in the vehicle contrasted sharply with the lively discussions in the live stream. It was notably quiet. The young woman remained silent, her gaze alert as she scanned her surroundings. Lin Yi refrained from engaging in conversation, understanding that during such a delicate moment, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary chatter to prevent arousing suspicion. He had no intention of inquiring about how she planned to utilize the funds. It was not difficult to deduce that the 2 million was likely intended for hospital expenses. However, one aspect puzzled him. The hospital could easily process a bank transfer, making the need for such a substantial amount of cash seem unnecessary. Was she attempting to portray herself as affluent? She did not strike Lin Yi as the type to do so. This half-bag of money likely represented the fruits of her labor over the past decade. Reflecting on this, Lin Yi felt a twinge of melancholy. While others earned 2 million in 10 years, he had only accumulated a mere 185. 36. Alas, after a lifetime of hard work, much of his earnings would ultimately be returned to the hospital, as if he were working for them. Life could indeed be quite cruel. The journey proceeded swiftly, and within 10 minutes, the vehicle arrived at the hospital entrance. "We've arrived at the hospital," exclaimed the young woman. "Oh, that's fine, driver. I can wait in the car for a moment while I call my mother," she said, glancing cautiously around. "No problem at all," the driver replied. "Thank you, sir." Handsome. Her eyes glistened with gratitude as she flashed Lin Yi a smile before dialing her phone. "Hello, Mom. I've arrived at the hospital. Is it convenient for you to come out and meet me?" she asked. "What? You and Dad are still in bed?" No, there's no need to call Grandma. I can manage on my own." "All right, Mom, that's it." She ended the call. "Driver, could you please help me with the money?" she requested. "Of course. It's a small matter," Lin Yi replied with a smile, readily agreeing. "Wait, streamer, why that smile on your lips? Why look so cheerful?" Someone commented in the live stream. "Wow, streamer, you didn't treat the guy with the green hat like this." Another chimed in. "Haha, streamer. Your demeanor suggests that men must pay extra, while women are fine. If it were me, I wouldn't mind either. That girl in black stockings is stunning." Unaware of the banter in the live stream, Lin Yi had already parked the car and opened the door. "Thank you, driver. Rest assured, I will give you a bonus later, 300, she said, her face lighting up with a smile. Money is secondary. What matters is the joy of helping others. Men empower themselves, women assist. She laughed. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, following her as they walked slowly toward the hospital. As they stepped inside, Lin Yi was taken aback by the scene before him. "What on earth is happening? Why is Shining Hospital so crowded today?" he exclaimed. Just as he uttered this, he noticed the patients on stretchers staring intently at him, causing a momentary sense of unease. Though the remark seemed rather provocative, Lin Yi quickly dismissed the feeling, as the gaze of the long corridor seemed to be fixated not on Lin Yi, but rather on the young lady beside him. Lin Yi found himself utterly bewildered, a sentiment echoed by the viewers in the live stream. In the next moment, the young woman bent down heavily, her voice trembling with emotion as she proclaimed, "Dear villagers, Asian stands here representing Grandma to express our sincerest apologies. Rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation." As her words echoed, a row of dozens ahead remained coldly indifferent, offering no response. Observing this, a sense of emptiness washed over the young lady. Yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts and turned to Lin Yi, saying, "Master, let us proceed inside." Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi was left in a state of confusion. Yet with the young lady's insistence, he felt compelled to follow her lead. "Wang Defa? Is there anyone in front of the screen who can enlighten me about what exactly transpired?" Chapter 10, The Grim Old Lady, the Underworld Champion isn't it strange? Does the girl have a vendetta against the entire hospital? How fierce. What did she just say? Is her name Asian? They are all her fellow villagers. What does that mean? The audience in the live stream appeared utterly bewildered. "Master, let us proceed directly to the gastroenterology department." "It's fine. The villagers won't resort to violence," Asian softly reassured Lin Yi. At that moment, it was challenging for Lin Yi to remain unaffected. What does it mean that they won T-strike? Although he was oblivious to the context, Lin Yi chose to follow her, for a promise must be honored. The corridor leading from the hospital entrance to the gastroenterology department was quite lengthy, with at least 200 individuals gathered. Each one bore a look of utter exhaustion. Despite their condition, their gazes toward Asian were filled with resentment and fury. The corridor, though not exceedingly long, soon reached its end. Asian pushed open the innermost door, accepted the snakeskin bag handed to her by Lin Yi, and bowed slightly, smiling. "Thank you, master. This is 300 yuan. No need for that." "Consider it an act of kindness," Lin Yi replied, waving his hand and declining the 3 crisp bills she offered. Seeing this, Asian nodded with a smile and then ventured into the room. As Lin Yi retraced his steps down the corridor, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The atmosphere was stifling, making it difficult to suppress a shiver. Could it be that this girl had committed some unspeakable act to garner such disdainful looks from her fellow villagers? They all seemed utterly drained. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, what does it matter? I'm merely a ride-hailing driver. Shaking his head, he hastened to exit the corridor. In the meantime, interaction in the live stream continued to be necessary. Dear viewers, Let us proceed with the orders. I'll give you 300 yuan. Can you enlighten me about the whole story? I'll also offer you 300. I beg you. Lin Yi remained silent in response to the barrage of comments. As he walked, a sudden, melodious voice rang out. Hello, handsome. You must be a relative of Wang Guifan, right? I have some paperwork for you to fill out. Nurse, I'm sorry, but I don't know this person, Lin Yi replied, pinching his nose in astonishment. Oh, I see. I mistakenly thought the girl beside you was your partner. My apologies, the nurse said with a look of regret. Alas, what a tragic family. As Lin Yi contemplated leaving, another nurse at the station sighed. Hearing this, Lin Yi's curiosity was piqued. Excuse me, nurse, why the sigh? Is there some secret here? The slightly overweight nurse shrugged her shoulders and said, Well, it's not really a secret. Did you notice the elderly lady in the patient room you just entered? Lin Yi nodded, sighing. The elderly woman was the root cause of it all. Otherwise, the gastroenterology department wouldn't be overwhelmed with patients. Today, the plump nurse recounted the entire incident to Lin Yi. It turned out that the old lady hailed from a nearby village and had been reluctant to discard rice that had been contaminated with rat poison. After rummaging through the rice several times, she served it at the dining table. The entire family consumed the poisoned rice, and despite washing it thoroughly, they all ended up in the hospital. Tragically, the old lady's husband, having eaten more, had passed away. The old lady, having consumed less, was discharged early. But upon seeing the remaining rice in the jar, she felt a pang of regret. Her frugal nature resurfaced, prompting her to feed the remaining rice to the chickens, which, unexpectedly, all perished. She felt it was a waste to discard them and decided to host a feast for the entire village, celebrating her late husband. Villagers feasted on the chicken, and ultimately, what a calamity! Nearly the entire village was summoned to the hospital. Alas, what a misfortune! The plump nurse shook her head helplessly after recounting the tale. Listening to the story, Lin Yi could only shake his head in disbelief. The older generation, accustomed to frugality, was unaware that rat poison is nearly impossible to wash away. Much like paraquat, even a minuscule ingestion necessitates a hospital visit for gastric lavage, often with dire consequences. Lin Yi surmised that the girl must have brought money not only for her medical expenses, but also as compensation for her fellow villagers. After absorbing this information, Lin Yi chose not to linger and made his way outside the hospital. Simultaneously, the audience in the live stream gasped in shock. Goodness, I regarded the old lady as family. While she exploited me for her own gain, how much did the Grim Reaper pay her? I offer double, just spare my life. The fatal old lady. No wonder the villagers regarded Ajahn with suspicion, thinking they were all troublemakers. Indeed, now that I reflect, the villagers' plight is truly unspeakable. Even the king of hell would greet the old lady with a smile. She is indeed the champion of the underworld. Alas, it's hard to evaluate. Having grasped the situation, Lin Yi found himself at a loss for words on the way. He sighed and glanced at the live stream, where the comments about the champion of the underworld and how even the king of hell would offer her cigarettes were abundant. Lin Yi felt a sense of admiration and gave a thumbs up to the audience. Returning to the matter at hand, he was not one to dwell on sentimentality. Life must go on. Dear viewers, this situation is indeed difficult to judge, so let us refrain from inciting further drama. Let us continue accepting orders. Just as he finished speaking, a notification chimed. The platform had dispatched a new order. Departure time, depart immediately, distance, 0, 1 kilometer, departure location, Xining Hospital destination, Happiness Community. Happiness Community? ISNT that the neighborhood of Green Hat Guy. Oh, I mean Little Chong? What a coincidence. Surprised by the address, Lin Yi stepped out of the hospital, and just as he got into the car, he intended to call the client when, knock, 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 the car window was rapped. Is this a ride-hailing service? My license plate ends in 5438. Huh? That voice sounds so familiar. Lin Yi looked up and was taken aback. Goodness. The two individuals outside were equally astonished. What on earth? Isn't that Wang Daniu and that fellow Lao Wang? Upon closer inspection, it appeared that something was amiss. It seemed that Lao Wang next door had undergone a transformation. Leaning on a cane and wrapped in bandages, perhaps it was a result of the aftermath. For Lin Yi was truly formidable. It's you, exclaimed Wang Xiaojing, that pretty boy beside Lu Xiaoqiang. Hello there, brother Wang. How come you've changed your attire in just an hour? Is this a cosplay? This look is quite peculiar, Lin Yi remarked with a broad smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Chapter 11. The fated encounter. As the two familiar faces met once again, the atmosphere in the live stream surged with excitement. Haha. The host is truly asking for it. Isn't he? I quite like the nickname Old Wong, someone commented. Hee, those words from the host are indeed provocative. Old Wong. I suggest you give Lin Yi a good thrashing. Ha ha ha, the live chat is filled with delightful personalities. Shouldn't you reconsider your words? Old Wong's current appearance is rather telling, wouldn't you agree? Look, Old Wong is on the verge of grinding his teeth to dust. The live stream was a veritable playground, brimming with talent. Wang Xiaojiang, seething with anger, gripped his cane tightly, just as he was about to hurl it into the car. Lin Yi cast him a death glare, causing beads of sweat to trickle down Wang's forehead, his grip on the cane faltering momentarily. Open the door. This car is ours. In stark contrast to the submissive Old Wang, Wang Daniu stood defiantly, hands on her hips, exuding an air of arrogance that fully showcased her fairy-like demeanor. Her command to open the door might have led one to believe that Lin Yi was her personal chauffeur. Apologies, but I'm declining this fare. Besides, dear sister, you'll be entertaining guests soon. My thousands of brothers in the live stream are eagerly awaiting your arrival, Lin Yi retorted with disdain, adding, the hospital is quite convenient. After all, pretty boy, open the door, or I'll kick it in. Wang Daniu was visibly enraged by Lin Yi's remark, disregarding any semblance of restraint. Just then, Wang Xiaojiang, leaning on his cane, felt a pang of apprehension. This woman was truly fierce. The creeping fear of being dominated by Lin Yi intensified within him. Open the door? Doors aren't just opened at whim. I'm not like you, Wang Daniu. Your door is always wide open for everyone. Lin Yi chuckled at her audacity, then grinned. Indeed, sister, you are a person of great love, capable of accommodating many. My live stream has over 2,000 people waiting in line. At this, the live chat erupted in a frenzy. Ha ha ha, the door of friendship swings wide. Wang Daniu's grand stage welcomes all. The host hasn't forgotten us and is striving for our benefits. General Yuan, remember to queue. Everyone, queue up, queue up. Well said, host. It's necessary to confront such individuals. What a person of great love. Should we form a group to test that door? Brothers upstairs. This delightful opportunity is yours. Witnessing her words fail to sway him, Wang Daniu resorted to a new tactic, venting her frustration with a torrent of curses. Resolutely, she threw herself in front of the car, lying down dramatically. Xiaojiang, get behind the car. I'll block the way. No one is leaving today, Wang Daniu shouted. Beside him, Wang Xiaojiang couldn't help but chuckle. Leaning on his cane, he staggered towards the back of the car and collapsed onto the ground. The two of them had clearly decided to confront Lin Yi head-on. How unfortunate. Lin Yi could hardly fathom the audacity of these two. They truly had no shame. Utterly devoid of dignity. Meanwhile, this spectacle attracted a considerable crowd at the hospital. Ah, a fight. A fight, exclaimed onlookers. The rideshare driver refused to let the passengers in and threatened to run someone over. You dare drive, pretty boy? That would be 3 lives lost, cried Wang Daniu. Lying in front of the car, oblivious to the chaos, Lin Yi felt a wave of nausea at this. Just as he was about to retort, he hesitated. Wait a minute, Wang Daniu, could you at least be a bit more professional in your extortion? If I were to drive into someone, it would only be you two scoundrels. Where did this third life come from? Goodness, how shameless. This woman's tactics for extorting are downright despicable. Damn it. Xiaojiang is truly worthless, a boxer, yet I think you should be renamed to Little Worm. Something feels off. There is a significant discrepancy here. Why 3 lives? There must be some hidden agenda. Could it be that Wang Daniu and Old Wang came to the hospital for more than just bandaging wounds? Oh my, brothers. Could it be? Popularity, 111. Meanwhile, in the happy community, Lu Chang had just managed to stabilize his emotions, grappling with feelings of betrayal. Initially, he merely intended to check out Lin Yi's live stream, but upon entering, he was confronted with the sight of the shameless Wang Daniu and her explosive claims. Humph, why isn't at 3 people? Isn't the baby in my belly a person? Pretty boy, if you dare drive, prepare to pay up and face prison time. Lying in front of the car, Wang Daniu wore an air of arrogance. Truly, she had lost all sense of shame. Lin Yi was utterly shocked. He hadn't anticipated that the situation would escalate to this point. She was pregnant, and the baby likely wasn't Lu Chang's. Given the current circumstances, Wang Daniu's unwavering confidence and her occasional glances towards Old Wang, it was 99% certain that the child was Lu Chang's. As for the remaining one, well, let us just chalk it up to a fleeting connection with Lu Chang. What a revelation. My friends are astounded. This scandal is monumental. I feel for the guy who caught them in the act. The level of betrayal is still rising. I hope Lu Chang isn't watching the live stream. How could he possibly endure such explosive news? Damn it, I can't stand this pair of scoundrels. Streamer, give me 1,000. And I'll make sure to beat them mercilessly. I'll cover the medical bills. At this moment, Lu Chang's feelings of betrayal intensified, and the number of viewers in the livestream surged, surpassing 3,000. In his room in the happy community, Lu Chang stared at his phone screen, his face growing even greener. His already troubled family was now in utter disarray. Wow, that wretched woman, he exclaimed, unable to hold back. Tears of profound sorrow streaming down his face. He grabbed a tissue from the table, glancing at it. His right hand trembled uncontrollably. Setting aside the little crybaby for the moment, Lin Yi was still confronting that shameless woman, Wang Daniu. Observing the growing crowd of onlookers, Lin Yi decided to cancel the order. He released the handbrake. Excellent. After all, I have no lingering attachments to this world. Might as well take you all along. Even if I don't manage to run you two over, I can certainly afford the medical expenses. When dealing with such an unrepentant shrew, one must be even more ruthless than she. Without hesitation, bang, 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 the engine roared to life, and he pressed the accelerator. In the next moment, Wang Daniu's eyes widened in shock, a fierce survival instinct igniting within her. The car hadn't even moved before she bolted to the side. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaojiang, lying behind the car, heard the engine's roar, discarded his cane, and sprang up to run. The bystanders exclaimed in disbelief at this miraculous recovery. Ha! Lin Yi let out a cold laugh as he drove away from the hospital. A few minutes later, at a roadside parking spot. Dear viewers in the livestream, remember, there are two ways to deal with such shameless individuals. One is to be ruthless, just as I demonstrated. They value their lives even more than I do. At this moment, Lin Yi smiled at the livestream, seemingly devoid of the fierce demeanor from earlier. In the livestream, the host truly is an experienced hand at dealing with such people. Commendable. Damn it. I hope I never encounter that old hack. Or I'll definitely give her a couple of punches. Ahem, buddy, did you forget to queue up? Haha, bro, you're really hungry, aren't you? Not picky at all. Haha, I was watching closely. Old Wang's skills were impressive. He even ditched his cane. A medical miracle, truly a professional boxer. Let us not dwell on that. Host, you mentioned there are two methods. What is the second one? After this incident, the audience in the live stream was immensely lively. Lin Yi caught sight of that comment and chuckled inwardly. He grinned and said, the second method is quite simple as well. Wiping his nose, Lin Yi continued, that is to be even more shameless than they are, to get out of the car and roll around with them. Seeing who can be more disgraceful. Ahem, though everyone knows me, I'm someone who values my reputation. I could never stoop to such behavior, Lin Yi said, his expression unfazed. Chapter 12, The Divine Driver. Alas, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the live chat erupted with derisive jeers, branding him shameless. Ding dong. At that moment, a text message arrived on his phone, a negative review from the platform, courtesy of the irate Wang Daniu, who lambasted Lin Yi as a fool. Lin Yi merely glanced at it, dismissing it with indifference as he continued to navigate the streets. Simultaneously, footage of Lin Yi's live-streamed confrontation with an unfaithful partner was being edited and disseminated widely across the internet, generating considerable buzz. Platforms like a station, Douyin, and Slowhand featured the video titled The Legendary Scene of Catching a Cheating Ride-Hailing Driver. The clip was brief, simply narrating the entire saga of the confrontation at home, along with Lin Yi's astonishing quotes. The segment where he overcame Lao Wang garnered significant attention. Phrases like a joyful journey with hundreds of families in line surged in likes and views. The barrage of comments flooded in like a tidal wave. Wow, unbelievable. Are ride-hailing drivers really this adept at crafting memes? Joyful quartet, cutting in line. Morning, high energy ahead. Nuclear power ahead. Looning ahead. What an eye-opener. A ride-hailing driver effortlessly defeats a professional boxer. Impressive. Subduing a boxer in mere seconds was extraordinary. Surely he must be a champion. I suspect Lin Yi might be a boxing champion, currently moonlighting as a ride-hailing driver. No need for speculation. Lin Yi is contestant number 77 from Professional Workers. I was just listening to him sing this morning, and now he is trending. Edited videos went viral, introducing many to Lin Yi, the contestant. Consequently, the live stream witnessed a sudden influx of viewers, skyrocketing from over 3,000 to 5,000, then 7,000. And finally reaching 30,000. The rapid surge propelled Lin Yi's popularity internationally. Wow, are so many people watching my stream? Is this still in the country? Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment. In the next moment, comments flooded in, Here from a station, checking out the master. Isn't Lin Yi just too handsome? I thought the video was edited. What is going on? Just moments ago, there were only 3,000 viewers, and now it's 30,000. Where have I been taken? A dark horse, indeed. The dark horse of the professional working class. Indeed, Lin Yi is truly a dark horse. Who would have imagined that such an inconspicuous ride-hailing driver would attract this many viewers simultaneously? Driving down the road, a system panel materialized in his mind. Name, Lin Yi. Profession, boxer. Popularity, 11540. Eligible for 1 draw. Note, the popularity in the live stream is determined by the system, not by the number of online viewers. For every 10,000 popularity points consumed, 1 draw can be made. Ignoring the lively atmosphere of the live stream, Lin Yi silently recited in his heart, System. Commence the draw. Ding. Preparing rewards. Preparation complete. Shall we begin the draw? Begin. Without hesitation, Lin Yi gazed at the pool of professional skills. The divine singer was particularly enticing to him. Following this, amidst the swirling light, thud. A glowing orb descended from the wheel. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the professional skill, Divine Driver. In the next moment, the orb surged into Lin Yi's mind. Divine Driver? That sounds like a skill for racing and driving fast, but as a ride-hailing driver, it seems rather unnecessary. Why not the Divine Singer? Sigh. Lin Yi sighed deeply. It didn't matter. He thought to himself, let us take it slow. Observing the vehicles flowing on the road, the Divine Driver skill was indeed impressive. The instant the orb was absorbed, it granted him a more profound understanding of his wooling vehicle, enhancing his driving prowess. However, one cannot recklessly race on the streets. Speeding on the road could lead to point deductions, and the earnings of over 1,000 yuan from today might not even cover the fines. He could risk losing his driving license. Just as Lin Yi was lost in thought, beep. A notification sounded from his phone. The app displayed an order window. Departure time. Depart immediately. Distance. 168 kilometers. Estimated income. 23. Departure location. Shunning Community Destination. East Railway Station. Do you accept the order? Perhaps due to Wang Danyu's report, Lin Yi had waited nearly an hour for an order. Most of the viewers who had flooded into the live stream had left after realizing there were no orders. Only about 10,000 viewers remained. Without hesitation, Lin Yi clicked to accept the order. Ding, order accepted. Ready to go, Lin Yi informed the audience in the live stream and set off. 5 minutes later, the car arrived at the north gate of Shunning Community, but Lin Yi looked around and saw no one waiting or signaling. It seemed the passenger had not yet come down. Such situations were quite common. Unperturbed, he decided to make a phone call. Lin Yi smiled, not forgetting to greet the viewers in the live stream. Beep, 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 hello? Who is this? A slightly irritable voice came from the phone. Hello? Is this the ride-hailing service you requested? I have arrived at the north gate. Oh, it's the driver. Please come in. I'm in Building 8, Unit 3. Just putting on my makeup. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a bit speechless. What kind of person is this? Adopting the philosophy of avoiding unnecessary trouble. He decided to wait a moment. Can the community be accessed? The conversation unfolded with a woman's voice, sharp and unyielding, as she insisted on her demands. The viewers in the live stream expressed their discontent, refusing to tolerate her attitude. What a dreadful demeanor! One exclaimed. This individual is quite audacious. Does everyone else gain entry? Another remarked. I suspect you might be the one driving. A third chimed in. What a lack of decorum. I would simply refuse to enter that community. However, should others come in, that would be a different matter. A sigh escaped as another viewer recounted their own experience as a ride-hailing driver, remarking on the woman's abrasive demeanor, which incited a desire to retaliate. Nevertheless, Lin Yi, wishing to avoid a negative review, pressed on the accelerator, and the amiable security guard quickly guided him to the base of Building 8, Unit 3. Ah, the host is still kind-hearted. Had it been me, I would have simply walked away, one viewer noted. Clearly, the host is a novice driver, yet to endure the trials of society, another observed. May good deeds be rewarded. A hopeful voice added. As Lin Yi perused the barrage of comments, he chose silence, patiently waiting. 5 minutes elapsed without a sign of the passenger. Hello. I am the ride-hailing driver. I have arrived. May I inquire if you are coming down? He called once more. What are you rushing for? I am beginning to gather my belongings now, the woman replied before abruptly hanging up. This time, Lin Yi's frustration reached its peak. How dare you? He thought. Resolute in his decision, without a moment's hesitation, he canceled the ride. Let whoever wants to take this matter into their own hands do so, he declared, turning the car around and exiting the community. Laughable. This is quite a relief. It was about time. One viewer cheered. I must say, in the realm of ride-hailing, 77 is still a novice. For orders like this, I would not even bother looking. I would simply turn around, another asserted. As a seasoned driver, I have faced similar insults and endless waits, only to receive a poor review. It's truly infuriating, a fellow driver lamented. If it were me, I would have exhaled exhaust fumes directly at her upon her descent. Observing the comments, Lin Yi mused, one must simply accept their misfortune when encountering such individuals. He proceeded to cancel the order, and this time, there were no repercussions, as it seemed the wait had exceeded 10 minutes. Mere moments after canceling, a phone call came through. Chapter 13. Master, do you know what love is? Hey, ride-hailing driver, I have arrived. Where are you? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Yi was utterly speechless. Hadn't this order been cancelled? Why the call? I'm sorry, the waiting time has elapsed, and the car has departed. You may request another ride, Lin Yi responded with an icy demeanor. What? It left? My train will arrive in 20 minutes. I command you to return immediately. You, a mere ride-hailing driver, dare to leave without my consent? Come back right now. If you don't, I will give you a low rating and lodge a complaint. The woman's voice, now amplified by the speakerphone, was infuriatingly shrill. In that moment, the audience in the live broadcast became enraged. What kind of quality is this? Has quality been fed to the dogs? Does she really think the host is her private driver? Seriously, does having a loud voice make one impressive? Shouldn't she practice her lioness roar instead? Return? What nonsense! Goodness, what a piece of work. I've been in ride-hailing for years, and this is the first time encountering such a brazen woman. Ha ha, what does it matter if her train has left? People like her deserve it. At that moment, many viewers were incensed, regardless of their experience with ride-hailing services. Instantly, Lin Yi unblocked his emotions and unleashed a torrent of words. What is the matter? You want me to go back and pick you up? Are you so important that you can't walk? You think you can just summon me at will? Am I some sort of patron? You run a business, and I'm just a passerby, so keep your distance. Well, the host is spot on. Indeed, confronting people is clearly the host's forte. I thought the host had backed down, but it seems he was just biding his time. I love this. Exactly. Doesn't she realize who she is dealing with? We are not just anyone. Whoa. The speed of the car seems a bit much. It feels like the ignition has even started, yet the sensation is overwhelming. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the woman was momentarily stunned. What did you say? Are you insulting me? You're the one who should be ashamed, and your whole family too. What did I insult you with? Didn't you say you dislike moving? When did I ever mention anything about shame? Are you out of your mind? Lin Yi retorted without reservation. You, just wait. Let us see if you can catch me. Sorry, but I don't fancy automatic people. You can wait for someone else. Perhaps someone will come along shortly, Lin Yi said before hanging up the phone. Ha ha, what a perfect way to describe an automatic person. The speed of the car is indeed startling. Host, where are you located? I've been single for over 30 years and I don't mind. Half automatic is fine too. Are you upstairs truly that hungry? Wait your turn. Ahem, everyone, my car is quite spacious. Shall I go first? Hey. No cutting in line. Let us wait our turn. The host is truly kind, having queued twice this morning. What a good citizen. Why does the person upstairs sound so full of themselves? As Lin Yi observed the barrage of comments, he smiled slightly and remarked, Indeed. The talent in this live stream is remarkable. Their eloquence and willingness to assist are commendable. As for the Xingning community, no need for thanks. I am quick to act. However, I advise against excessive haste, as it may not be beneficial for the engine. Wow, Xingning community, I'm on my way nearby. The host is indeed cultured. When it comes to engines, those in the know understand. By the way, my nickname is Electric Little Flyer. Haha. Enough talk. I'm going to queue now. Listening to this exchange, the audience was filled with exhilaration, particularly those in the vicinity, transforming into enthusiastic supporters, their excitement palpable. As Lin Yi engaged in lively conversation while driving, another call came in. Hello, is this the ride-hailing driver? I made a mistake. Please come pick me up quickly. The train is about to depart. Instinctively answering the call, he recognized the voice of the intrusive woman, though this time she sounded less frantic and more urgent. You should look for someone else. I'm not just anyone. Oh, it's best to find an automatic one for convenience. Goodbye. Oh, by the way, don't call again. I've already arrived at the East Station. After hanging up, Lin Yi thoughtfully sent a photo of the East Station before promptly blocking her number. in the 20 minutes spent waiting and idly chatting. He had long since arrived at the East Station. As for his reason for coming here, it was simple. The bustling crowd would make it easier to receive ride requests. Haha, well done. This is exactly how it should be. She wasn't wrong. She was just afraid of missing the train. The host really knows how to irritate. That woman is still waiting at the community while the host has already arrived at the station. Even if I had an empty car, I would still come to the East Station. It's all just a game to annoy you. This strategy is brilliant. It cuts to the chase. If she hadn't made the host wait, he would have arrived much earlier. Indeed, the comments section is filled with clever minds, unlike me, who can only shout 666. As Lin Yi read the comments, he nodded slightly and announced, "Esteemed scholars, we have arrived at the East Station, where the crowd should be plentiful. Let us begin accepting ride requests." Barely had he finished speaking when a notification chimed from the app. Departure time, immediate distance, 0. For kilometers estimated earnings, 16 departure location, East train station destination, Malin Shopping Mall. Would you like to accept this request? He accepted the ride request. It was indeed the train station. A request arrived in a mere second. Lin Yi chuckled as he turned the steering wheel. A minute later, a young man with a somewhat foolish demeanor, sorrow etched across his face and donning a pair of black glasses, entered the vehicle. He carried a black plastic bag filled with white tissues. As soon as the door closed, the young man began to sob, wiping his tears as he disposed of the used tissues into the plastic bag. Surprisingly, he exhibited a sense of civility. "Hello. Are you the passenger with the tail number 3487? Lin Yi inquired, adhering to his customary greeting. "Alas, master, please drive on," the young man behind the glasses said. Wiping away his tears, Lin Yi, observing the scene unfold, chose to remain silent and continued to drive. Just a few minutes into the journey, the livestream chat unexpectedly erupted with excitement. Doesn't that passenger in the back look somewhat familiar? I feel as though I've seen him somewhere before. Cough, cough. Could this chap possibly be your distant uncle? Ridiculous. Have you ever encountered a younger version of your uncle? Move aside. I believe I've seen this individual before. Perhaps at a concert. Hey, now that you mention it, I do have a vague recollection. Goodness, I recall him too. Could he possibly be a celebrity? A considerable number of viewers in the live stream seemed to recognize the young man with glasses who had just entered the vehicle, while one person recognizing him might be coincidental. The consensus of many was rather peculiar. As Lin Yi drove, he occasionally glanced at the chat, utterly perplexed. Could it be that this individual was indeed a prominent star? A quick look in the rearview mirror revealed the tearful glasses wearer, who bore little resemblance to a celebrity. He reminded Lin Yi more of Lu Xiaoqiang, the little crybaby. Was it a trend among stars to be weepy? Never mind, if he chose to remain silent, then all would be well. Meanwhile, the viewers continued to reminisce and chatter incessantly, with some even suggesting that the glasses wearer in the back was Wang Bobo, a well-known singer and actor from an alternate universe. The atmosphere inside the car grew somewhat somber, with only the sound of the vehicle's movement and the occasional soft sobs of the glasses wearer filling the air. Perhaps due to the eerily quiet ambience, the young man could not help but whisper, "Master, do you know what love is?" Cough. Chapter 14. Have you not heard my story? A sudden utterance, a phrase so peculiar. Lin Yi could not help but cough heavily, pondering the question, what is love? The absurdity of love being questioned by a male passenger struck him as decidedly strange. Sweat broke out on his forehead, a sensation no man would willingly endure. The bespectacled man had boarded the vehicle in tears, and now, out of the blue, posed such a question. Lin Yi began to suspect that this fellow might have just experienced a breakup. He feared that the bespectacled man, in a fit of impulsiveness, might seek companionship right then and there. "Excuse me, my friend, I seem to have misheard your inquiry," Lin Yi delicately declined after a moment's contemplation. Driver, what I meant to ask was, do you understand what love is?" Came the voice from the back seat once more. Another fit of heavy coughing ensued, leaving Lin Yi feeling profoundly uncomfortable. However, the tone of the bespectacled man had softened somewhat, indicating he was genuinely seeking an answer rather than attempting to engage in flirtation. Perhaps he was overthinking the situation. Witnessing this exchange, the audience in the live stream was utterly captivated. Oh my goodness. Two grown men are discussing the essence of love in real time. How extraordinary. Forget love. Let us discuss passion directly and let it radiate. Haha. I can clearly see the sweat on the hostess' forehead. It's evident he is genuinely frightened. Hey, I'd be scared too. Out of nowhere. A question about love from a big man, and he is crying. How can it not sound romantic? Host. I'll give you $300 for a live discussion on a grand and passionate love affair. Haha. I'm not sure about the grand affair, but I certainly see the passion. Glancing at the barrage of comments in the live stream, Lin Yi felt a wave of resignation wash over him. Indeed, netizens relish such unconventional scenarios. The viewer count had surged dramatically, ignoring the online comments. He seized the moment while waiting at a red light and gestured towards the bespectacled man. As for love, I cannot say. If you vomit in my car, it'll cost 500. However, given that you're holding a plastic bag, if you manage to keep it together, I'll charge you only 200. With a smile, Lin Yi aimed to lighten the charged atmosphere within the vehicle. 500 for vomiting in the car? Driver, you must have misunderstood. I haven't been drinking. I merely experienced a heartbreak and sought someone to converse with. I assure you, I want to vomit in your vehicle, the bespectacled man replied. Momentarily stunned, then quickly clarified. Phew. Upon hearing this response, a wave of disappointment washed over the live stream audience. Damn, what a letdown. After all that anticipation. It's simply a heartbreak? Host, I suggest you take him to the bridge. It would be more convenient. Wait. Isn't it usually 200 for vomiting in the car? Host, you're inflating prices. Bravo to the guy above. Your focus is truly unique. Indeed. This man spoke a truth, rejecting price inflation. As the green light illuminated, the Wuling Qingguang's roared to life, and Lin Yi's anxious emotions dissipated entirely. It was merely a heartbreak. He had initially thought it to be something more significant. A heartbreak is manageable, Lin Yi mused. As a rideshare driver, in pursuit of providing passengers with a better experience, he decided to continue the conversation, offering comfort and guidance. Ahem, my bespectacled friend. Oh, dear brother, as the saying goes. There are flowers everywhere beneath the sky, whether old or young, it matters not, take it lightly. A heartbreak is but a trifling matter. Lin Yi waved his hand and spoke. But master, I cannot forget her, he lamented. I cannot erase the pain she inflicted upon me. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the bespectacled man inexplicably felt a wave of sadness wash over him, tears streaming down his face once more. Goodness, such a weeper, where did this little crybaby come from? His earlier words were hardly profound comfort. They were rather ordinary. Why did he weep? Through the rearview mirror, Lin Yi found it perplexing. Yet, adhering to the principle of offering guidance, he continued, there is no obstacle in life that cannot be overcome, unless it involves infidelity. My dear brother, tell me, what harm has she inflicted upon you? Speak of it. I shall help you find solace. With this declaration, the viewers in the live stream room erupted with amusement, envisioning Lin Yi guiding Lu Xiaoqiang. The thought was too delightful to fathom. They wondered how many cuts Lin Yi would inflict upon this bespectacled young man. Guidance? I see it as a surgical strike. I eagerly anticipate the host's robust consolation. Reverse comfort is most lethal. The bespectacled guy in the back seems oddly familiar. A closer shot would suffice. At that moment, many viewers in the live stream eagerly awaited Lin Yi's hard-hitting guidance. However, what transpired next diverged from their expectations. The bespectacled man did not share his story. Instead, he posed a rather peculiar question. Master, do you know who I am? What on earth? How could I possibly know who you are? There are billions of people in this country. Must I recognize them all? Lin Yi inwardly grumbled. Apologies, my friend. But I truly do not know you, he replied with a bemused smile. Master, take a closer look. Let me lean in. As he spoke, the bespectacled man edged closer, removing his hat, his features coming into clearer view. Yet, Lin Yi shook his head once more. I'm sorry, I genuinely do not recognize you. Upon realizing Lin Yi's sincerity, the bespectacled man paused momentarily, then grew anxious, exclaiming loudly, Old Shui. The concert. He raised a finger. Master, you must have heard my story by now. What nonsense. Lin Yi was aware of Old Shui's concert, a famous singer in a parallel world. However, he had no clue what those words meant when strung together. Nor had he heard the bespectacled man's story. Ridiculous. While driving, Lin Yi shook his head. Huh? You mean you haven't heard? The bespectacled man looked at Lin Yi in disbelief, his heart racing. You haven't heard my story? Impossible. Master, do you not scroll through Douyin? My story went viral on the internet last night. Huh? How impressive. My apologies, my friend, but I do not engage with Douyin. Lin Yi expressed with a hint of astonishment. Is this truly the case? Is the internet filled with tales of him? If you wouldn't mind, could you share your story with me? A slight smile adorned Lin Yi's face, and curiosity began to peak within him. With a deep sigh, the bespectacled man recounted his tale. Just last night at the concert, I attended with my girlfriend to see the renowned singer, Lao Shui. We were fortunate enough to be selected by him, and he inquired if my girlfriend had come alone. When she raised a single finger, my heart sank, and disbelief washed over me, as if my entire world had crumbled. Not only was I in shock, but the audience, as well as netizens, were left astounded. Ultimately, I faced heartbreak, and my relationship ended, leaving me feeling like a fool. I've been in tears since last night. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Such gossip was indeed a rarity in these times. Clearing his throat, he struggled to contain his amusement, finding it difficult to suppress his laughter. As the bespectacled man finished his narrative, the online audience began to connect the dots, awakening to the realization. Wow, so it's him. No wonder he seemed so familiar upon first glance. It's the green hat guy. I couldn't recognize him with those glasses and hat, but now that I see it, it's indeed him. I just encountered his Douyin video, the clown guy. The green hat guy from Lao Shui's concert. It's no surprise he was in tears. How could he not be? Ha ha ha, the bespectacled man is truly a good soul, illuminating the path for many of his fellow men, selflessly sacrificing for others. Yet, I can't help but laugh a little. Hee hee, I'm somewhat eager to hear the host's comforting words next. The attention of the online audience shifted towards Lin Yi. Master? Are you listening to me? Could you refrain from laughing? Upon concluding his tale, the bespectacled man noticed Lin Yi's barely contained smile, which bore a hint of lament. Clearing his throat, Lin Yi replied, I apologize, I am now aware of your story. I have undergone rigorous training and am adept at maintaining composure, regardless of how humorous a situation may be, unless I simply cannot resist. With a playful grin, Lin Yi attempted to suppress his rising smile, feigning seriousness. The bespectacled man, overwhelmed, burst into tears once more. Uffed. Ha ha. As expected of a host, your unwaveringly hardcore comfort remains unchanged. I find the host's words quite reasonable, unless one cannot help it. It truly is amusing. There is no fault in that sentiment. One really cannot help it. Do you not possess a shred of sympathy? What if this were to happen to you? No, I must allow myself to laugh. Ha ha ha. Chapter 15. Work hard, my brother. And I shall strive to find you a sister-in-law. The bespectacled man tilted his head, reclining in the back seat, utterly disenchanted with life. Convinced that the world was conspiring against him. Let it all be destroyed. He muttered, is this how humans converse? Unless one can no longer endure it. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Yi caught a glimpse of his demeanor. Although genuinely amused, he felt the need to offer some guidance. My apologies, my friend. Please continue. Do not be disheartened. The essence of life lies in the pursuit of one's goals. Do you understand? Lift your spirits, rise like a phoenix. Lin Yi urged. Ah, master. Please do not concern yourself with me any further, nor offer me solace. For 7 long years, I devoted myself to her, and all she desired was a celebrity. Our journey together has come to an end. We graduated together, struggled in this city through countless storms for 7 years. Only for her to end it all in such a public manner. Is it destined that a devoted man like me must remain loveless? Master, is there a fault in being devoted to love? With his head tilted, the bespectacled man cast a pained gaze out the window. Ahem, there is no fault in devotion. I too am a loyal soul. My steadfastness in love is simply an eternal fondness for youth. Lin Yi's words brought the bespectacled man to a standstill. His heart swirling with confusion. Isn't that so? Am I not discussing love? You. Then, a realization dawned upon him. Perhaps Lin Yi's words held truth. Though somewhat swayed, the viewers in the live stream remained unconvinced. I disagree. I am far more devoted to mature beauties in their 30s. Preferably divorced. Nonsense. You do not understand. Youth and maturity are irrelevant to devotion. I adore the elderly, over 80, and just yesterday, one bought me a supercar. Is that devotion? You are merely lusting after their bodies. Young man, you cannot handle an 80-year-old. Allow me to take that on. Andy, I no longer wish to strive. The viewers furiously typed, some even sharing tales of how the elderly fell in love with them. The discourse had completely derailed. The live stream's audience favored the elderly over the young. In the car, after a moment of contemplation, the bespectacled man nodded earnestly. Master, you make a valid point. Observing the shift in his demeanor, Lin Yi seized the opportunity to elaborate. My friend, if you reflect closely, what is paramount for a man? It is the ability to earn. Wealth brings stability. Without it, one is but a mere shadow. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man nodded vigorously, listening intently. Consider this from another angle. You are now a sought-after individual, recognized by many online. In other words, you are the chosen one. Imagine starting a live stream, donning a green hat effect, smiling softly at the camera, and gifts pouring in. Then swiftly transitioning to live commerce. That would be the epitome of success. So why should you still be concerned about a heartbreak? Lin Yi exuberantly recounted the trajectory of a social media influencer's rise to fame, leaving the bespectacled man somewhat entranced. Nodding in agreement, even the viewers in the live stream found Lin Yi's words to be quite reasonable. Heartbroken? Master, after hearing your words, I have gained enlightenment and let go. With hope gleaming in his eyes, Brother Glasses was visibly excited. Ahem, please don't call me master. Just refer to me as Big Brother. You're making me sound like a monk. Lin Yi waved his hand and spoke softly. The viewers in the live stream commented, Isn't the host incredible? Just a few words, and he has enlightened everyone? He truly possesses the skill. The green hat effect, live streaming for sales, this is the path many internet celebrities are currently treading. Master, lend me a hand. Let us see if I can make a name for myself as an internet influencer. Master, my disciple, our relationship can only be forged through fate, precisely 18,000 connections. I have gained enlightenment. Tomorrow I will live stream eating a shoe. I guarantee it will be an overwhelming success. To the guy above. Don't get carried away. I suspect you'll be banned from the live stream in just 3 seconds, with no results left but the shoe. Popularity 1-1. At this moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream was racing by, with the number of viewers surpassing 80,000. Whether it was due to big data discovering Brother Glass's presence, the viewer count was rapidly increasing. Yet, Lin Yi remained oblivious to all of this. He was still advising Brother Glasses on how to enhance his live streaming, completely unaware that the program's effect had reached its zenith. Thank you. Thank you, Big Brother. Here is 500 yuan. You must accept it, or it would be as if you looked down on me. After getting out of the car, Brother Glasses earnestly expressed his gratitude to Lin Yi. This ride had helped him find his life's goal, and he shouldn't be feeling sorrow. A minor heartbreak pales in comparison to the importance of making money. Dedication is key. Ahem, it's not that I am fond of money. I merely admire your attitude and hold you in high regard. Young man, I have high hopes for you. You will undoubtedly become a star in the live streaming realm. Work hard, and next year I'll strive to help you find a wife. Lin Yi patted his shoulder and cheerfully accepted the 500 yuan. His appreciation was genuine. There were no ulterior motives. Help me find a wife? That feels a bit strange, but nonetheless, thank you, Big Brother. Ruffling his hair. Brother Glasses felt a peculiar sensation he couldn't quite articulate. Yet, he still nodded with a smile at Lin Yi. The viewers in the live stream couldn't hold back their laughter. Haha, helping you find a wife, what a line. Impressive. The host remains the host. This is quite a clever statement. Isn't it? Haha. At first, it sounds delightful, but upon reflection, it's truly amusing. Something feels off. There is an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Wow, the live stream has surpassed 100,000 viewers. Brother Glasses is truly remarkable. After bidding farewell to Brother Glasses and pocketing the 500 yuan, Lin Yi felt a sense of relief. It turns out, one can earn money just by speaking casually. Isn't this more profitable than driving for a ride-hailing service? Back in the car, Lin Yi gazed at the astonishing viewer count exceeding 100,000, momentarily taken aback. Then, with a mysterious smile, he addressed the viewers. Dear family in the live stream, please send some gifts and cast your votes for the host. The host promised to find a sister-in-law for you all next year. As soon as these words were spoken, the chat room was filled with greetings from the stars. It was indescribable. Oh, come on, don't say that. We're all family here. Just a little attention, please. What attention? I'd rather see some reports. What are you saying, host? At first, I thought you were looking out for me, but then I heard, I have to get up at 8. Please, host. Be a decent person. Wow, host, your ranking is skyrocketing. The people here speak so beautifully. I absolutely adore this place. Subsequently, Lin Yi remained stationary, engaging with the chat room, waiting for a ride request. After all, mealtime was approaching. After chatting for a while, Lin Yi informed the audience about what he intended to eat, preparing to transform the live stream into a food broadcast. Just then, the familiar notification sound chimed. Departure time. Depart immediately. Distance to you. 0.77 kilometers. Estimated earnings. 15. Departure location. Maolin Shopping Mall destination. Yongla District. Jianshang Gold Store. Typing Gold Store branch. Do you accept the order? Gazing at his phone screen, Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to accept the order. Time to earn some money. He ceased his casual chat with the viewers, pressed the accelerator, and followed the navigation to the passenger's location. 2.5 minutes later, the car halted at the intersection. A tall, gaunt middle-aged man, dragging a half-filled, tattered bag. Opened the car door and clambered in, grumbling, "Damn it, why did it take so long? I'm in a hurry." Lin Yi frowned, internally reassuring himself that in this world, there were many troublesome people. He needed to earn money first. He chose to pretend he hadn't heard and continued, "Hello. Are you the passenger with the last four digits 3578? The tall man looked displeased. "Damn it, that's me." "All right, please fasten your seatbelt. For the safety of our passengers, this vehicle records audio throughout the journey." As a rideshare driver, Lin Yi routinely recited these lines to his passengers. However, for some unknown reason, the gaunt man in the back suddenly erupted in anger. "Damn it, do you have a problem? Do I need to wear a seatbelt in the back? Just drive, will you? Stop dawdling. Are you even a man?" Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi pushed the gear into drive and pressed the accelerator. Yet, as soon as he started moving, a red car suddenly appeared in front of him. And despite Lin Yi's skilled driving, he had no choice but to slam on the brakes. The car skidded to a stop. Bang. Chapter 16. Tell my mother I am not a coward due to inertia. The tall, slender man lurched forward and made contact with the car roof. "Ouch, damn it. Are you out of your mind? Can you even drive?" he shouted, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Apologies," Lin Yi replied, mustering the courage to respond. Having said that, he chose to ignore the man and pressed on, preferring silence over further confrontation. Yet, the tall man continued his tirade, cursing incessantly. "Can you even drive? Slamming to a halt like that. I suspect you bought your driver's license. Encountering a ride-hailing driver like you is the worst luck. If I weren't in a hurry, I would have dealt with you already." Listening to the relentless barrage of insults, Lin Yi endeavored to calm himself. Indeed, he acknowledged that abruptly stopping was his fault. "Don't let it get to you," he muttered under his breath, unconsciously accelerating to over 50 miles per hour. What started as a leisurely 20 had now escalated to nearly 60, as he sought to complete the fare swiftly. Especially since the man behind him was in a rush as well. However, the tall man was not pleased. His mouth kept spewing insults. "Why are you driving so fast? Are you racing to the afterlife? Or did your wife run off with someone else?" The incessant taunts were too much for Lin Yi to bear. The viewers in the professional worker livestream could hardly contain their outrage. Although the audience had dwindled to over 20,000 since the departure of the bespectacled man, their tempers were far from subdued. "I can't stand it. That guy keeps cursing like a lunatic. Does he think he is better than us?" The host didn't provoke him. Sure, there was a slight misstep at the start, but this guy jumped in cursing. Where's this guy's sense of decency? Did a dog eat it? Sigh, this is the daily struggle of ride-hailing drivers. As a fellow veteran, I've never encountered someone so foul-mouthed before. It's bad luck. Looks like he could be an abusive type. People like him thrive on silence. The more you endure, the more they take advantage. Just give him a taste of his own medicine. The host could definitely handle him. Sure, he could take him on, but then what? Such matters are tricky. If you retaliate, you risk bad reviews and potential dismissal. It's a tough balance. Why has the host's temper improved? If it were me, I would have kicked him out by now and not indulged his foul behavior. The viewers were indignant, rallying in support of Lin Yi. According to their sentiments, given his strength, he should have tossed the tall man out of the car and taught him a lesson. However, Lin Yi remained unaware of these comments. All he wanted was to reach the destination swiftly. It was as if he was ignoring the barking dog behind him. Even as the tall man grew increasingly arrogant and sarcastic, the old man's words echoed with a certain bitterness. How could a ride-hailing driver like you ever hope to find a wife? Some individuals are destined to go through life without ever tasting the pleasures of a proper meal. The tall, thin man seemed to have discovered an outlet for his frustration, exuding an air of triumph as if he were a victorious general returning from battle. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi smiled joyfully. He had no intention of engaging further, yet at that moment, a playful chuckle escaped his lips. In the next instant, Lin Yi pressed down on the accelerator, the vehicle's speed rapidly escalating. "What on earth are you doing? Why drive so fast? Slow down." The tall man instantly fell into a state of panic. "You're right. I will never enjoy a proper meal in this lifetime, and living holds little meaning." Lin Yi sighed, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "The Shining Bridge is just ahead. If you have anything to confess, do so quickly." Huh? The tall man was momentarily stunned, quickly succumbing to a wave of anxiety. "Young man, you have a bright future ahead. Please let me out of the car. I don't want to ride anymore." Time was of the essence, and Lin Yi sighed once more, pressing the accelerator firmly. At that moment, the car's speed surged from over 60 to beyond 80 miles per hour, not on a highway, but on a bustling, elevated road, surrounded by a torrent of vehicles. 80 miles per hour felt akin to racing towards the gates of the underworld. In an instant, the tall man became utterly frantic. "Youngster, you're still so young. Don't despair. I was wrong to say those things to you. I was mistaken." With a resounding slap, he struck his own face. It was not a moment of realization, but rather one of fear. Earlier, he had attempted to stand and assert control over Lin Yi. But the car's speed had thrown him off balance, rendering him utterly powerless. One misstep could lead to his demise. Hearing this, Lin Yi chuckled coldly, maintaining his leisurely pace. "With all this time, you might as well prepare for your final arrangements." With a sudden jolt, Lin Yi accelerated once more, the speed climbing rapidly. In the tall man's terrified gaze, the car weaved between the vehicles, nearly colliding several times. It was clear that this driver had no intention of taking it easy. "Brother, you are my elder. I am truly sorry," the tall man cried out with a voice filled with desperation. Yet, Lin Yi showed no mercy, the speed continuing to rise. Individuals like him, without a memorable experience to reflect upon, would surely become a burden. With confidence stemming from his newfound driving prowess, Lin Yi maneuvered the wooling sunshine with remarkable agility. The compact vehicle darted through traffic, weaving effortlessly, leaving not only the tall man in the car but also the surrounding drivers in a state of alarm, eager to avoid any potential entanglement. To the onlookers, such reckless driving seemed to border on madness, and no one dared to intervene or shout in protest. After all, a driver like this could only be deemed either insane or a daredevil. Alas, day after day, toiling away at this mundane task while enduring your incessant vexations makes life seem utterly devoid of meaning. Yet, my dear companion, with you by my side, this existence feels worthwhile. Lin Yi adopted a demeanor that suggested he had reached the end of his patience, softly sighing as if ready to sacrifice himself. This startled the lanky man in the back seat, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow, his face paling in fear. The tightly secured snakeskin bag had been breached, scattering a few vibrant 100 yuan notes across the floor. However, Lin Yi remained oblivious to this development. In the live streaming room, viewers were taken aback by this unexpected scene. Some were horrified, while others lauded Lin Yi's audacity. "Wow, I initially thought the host would endure in silence. But it appears he remains as defiant as ever, truly a hero. Lin Yi, tell my mother I am no coward." Chapter 17. The emergence of the autumn mountain racing god, is it not? I merely stepped away for a sip of water, and this man has already burst into tears? How delightful, truly delightful. Let us see how you cope with this. I initially thought the streamer had lost their nerve, but it seems they were concealing a grand strategy. Alas, what a pity. What a pity indeed, as if you failed to notice the ease and contentment upon the streamer's face. This does not resemble a death march. Could there be more to follow? Look at the money. There are numerous 100 yuan bills in the back row. With the reminder from the netizens above, everyone shifted their gaze to the rear. Bills were fluttering about, creating a vivid crimson spectacle. It was no wonder that the tall, lean man appeared so frightened. He was evidently quite affluent. As they sped along, Lin Yi took a moment to glance at the barrage of comments in the live stream. What is going on? Why is the chat flooded with images of banknotes? This isn't even an option among the gifts. Just as Lin Yi was pondering this perplexity, suddenly, the phone for orders placed on the dashboard began ringing, a number he did not recognize, and it was from Xining City. How strange, exceedingly strange. Who could possibly be calling him at this hour? To his recollection, he had very few friends in reality, most of whom were not particularly communicative. Whenever they did engage, it was invariably about borrowing money. Friends, in short, were a rare commodity in Xining City. Upon hearing the ringtone, the tall, lean man seemed to cling to the sound as if it were a lifeline. He urgently called out to Lin Yi, "Brother, could you perhaps take that call? How about we jump into the river afterward?" Slow down, slow down. The tall man had barely begun to rise when, bang, Lin Yi slammed on the brakes, sending him crashing back into his seat. Whoosh. Almost immediately, Lin Yi accelerated again, forcing him to struggle to maintain his balance. Lin Yi coldly regarded him. "Rest assured, brother, it will not delay our shared demise. Just put it on speakerphone." Consequently, amidst a series of accelerations and abrupt stops, Lin Yi answered the call and activated the speaker. Before long, the call connected, revealing a robust male voice on the other end. "Hello, this is the Public Security Bureau of Huashan District in Xining City. We are calling to inform you that there is a tall, slender man in your vehicle. His name is Li Yi, and he is suspected of purchasing and selling counterfeit currency. By the way, he should still be in the car, so please ensure he does not overhear." This? Brother, I'm on speakerphone." At these words, silence fell on the other end of the line. In that case, please try to bring him to me." The Huashan District Public Security Bureau is not far. A few moments later, the officer's voice sounded heavy on the line. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi paused briefly. Well then, I shall do my utmost. Ha ha ha, what an unexpected twist. Incredible! A grand scene of social demise. Consider the strength of speakerphone. The tall man was utterly caught off guard, bewildered. How could sitting in a car lead to such exposure? Ha ha, forgive me a moment of mirth. One phone call led to a triad of silence, demonstrating that silence indeed wields the greatest power. In this moment, I wish to voice on behalf of the gentleman in the back. Please, show some respect for my profession. Do not treat me as if I were invisible. Let us maintain a level of professionalism, shall we? Li Dehai remarked, feel free to report me to the authorities, but must you confront me in person? Even if you do, why the audacity to use speakerphone? This is sheer madness. You claim you wish to escape. Yet fate has a way of ensuring you land right where you are meant to be. The host seized the opportunity to apprehend the suspect. A moment of triumph had arrived. At that instant, viewers in the live stream were utterly delighted. They had not anticipated such a dramatic scene unfolding within a ride-hailing vehicle. Yet inside the compact Wuling, an overwhelming silence engulfed the space. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yi glanced back, only to find the tall, slender man in a state of utter confusion. Concurrently, Lin Yi noticed scattered bills on the seat, though uncertain of their authenticity. Who among the good citizens would carry such a substantial sum in a burlap sack, coupled with the panic etched across the man's face? As he desperately attempted to open the car door, Lin Yi deduced that he was most likely involved in the circulation of counterfeit currency. Let me out of here. Damn it, shouted Li Dehai from behind, seizing the opportunity as the car slowed. He was acutely aware of the distinction between tears of desperation and the reality of prison fare, seeking to ambush Lin Yi. But Lin Yi was not one to grant him that chance. With a resounding boom, he pressed the accelerator, propelling the speed beyond 100 miles per hour. A forceful push against his back ensued, causing the slender man, Li Dehai, to lose his balance, unrestrained by a seatbelt, and once again he toppled backward. To prevent Li Dehai from escaping or launching an attack, Lin Yi continually alternated between braking and accelerating, rendering Li Dehai increasingly disoriented. As they approached the Xining Bridge, where the speed limit was set at 65 miles per hour, a sea of vehicles crawled forward. Suddenly, a pale blue Wuling morning darted through the traffic at breakneck speed. Each maneuver executed with precision. The cacophony of honking horns erupted around them, with irate drivers leaning out their windows to shout curses. Yet, despite their indignation, none dared to pursue, for Lin Yi's velocity was nothing short of astonishing, now exceeding 120 miles per hour, fluctuating between braking and acceleration. What sorcery is this? It is crucial to note that at speeds above 120 miles per hour, a minimum safe distance of 30 meters is required. However, amidst the congested traffic of the Xining Bridge, even a gap of 7 or 8 meters felt perilously close. Navigating in such a manner, Lin Yi astounded many seasoned drivers, leading them to speculate whether he was a reckless race car driver, defying death on the Xining Bridge. Inside the vehicle, Lin Yi gripped the steering wheel with determination. His gaze fixed ahead, the accelerator pressed firmly down, occasionally applying the brakes. After overtaking a dozen cars, he swiftly veered left, changing lanes with remarkable speed as they descended from the Xining Bridge. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an elongated fuel truck appeared at the intersection, blaring its horn aggressively at Lin Yi. At this proximity, the fuel truck had no room to maneuver. The sound of the blaring horn echoed ominously, sending a jolt of fear through Li Dehai, his heart racing to his throat. Let me out. I need to get out. In the face of this predicament, Lin Yi remained remarkably composed, his foot firmly pressing the accelerator. With less than 5 meters separating him from the fuel tanker, he slammed on the brakes. The vehicle jolted violently, the tires screeching against the asphalt, emitting a sound akin to the anguished cries of a beast on the brink of death. The smooth surface of the tarmac bore deep tire marks, a testament to the abrupt halt. Many viewers in the live stream held their breath in trepidation for Lin Yi. Yet, in the following moment, the anticipated catastrophe, a catastrophic explosion, did not materialize. Instead, the Wuling Qingguang executed an astonishing maneuver, gracefully veering away from the tanker. Goodness! Incredible! Many surrounding drivers were left in awe at the spectacle, questioning if such a feat was even humanly possible. Some rubbed their eyes in disbelief. The maneuver was remarkably smooth, a sight they had never witnessed in their lifetimes, something that might only be seen in the cinematic creations of distant lands. Even professional race car drivers would hesitate to navigate the streets in such a manner, given the myriad uncertainties that lurk on the road. A single miscalculation could lead to disaster. Numerous drivers halted, fervently snapping pictures of the Wuling Qingguang, sharing them on social media with captions like, "The god of autumn mountain appears on Xining Bridge. The road twists and turns endlessly." In the back seat, without a seatbelt, Li Dehai found himself in close quarters with the roof, sofa, and door handle, left dazed and disoriented from the recent sharp turns and excessive speed. In the live stream, viewers stared at their screens in disbelief. The previously lighthearted comments had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming silence, the prevailing atmosphere of the stream. Even the usual expressions of amazement were absent. What on earth just happened? Are you telling me this is a rideshare driver? Chapter 18. Drifting? A simple matter. Nearly mastery of the hands. What did I witness? Drifting, a flawless drift. Even a seasoned racer could not achieve such smoothness, especially in the face of life and death. Isn't it? I recall the streamer was a boxer, and now he has become a racer? Does he have so many side gigs? I suspect that ride-hailing is merely his side job, while everything else is his true calling. Am I losing my mind? ISNT, this is supposed to be a comedic streaming room? Why are we engaging in real racing? TSK, the streamer's actions appear perilous at first glance. Yet they are far from unsafe. Haha. As expected of my favorite contestant, number 77, the performance is fierce. I simply wish to voice on behalf of the streamer. Drifting? A trivial matter, it is nothing but the mastery of the hands. The barrage of astonished comments flooded the live stream. Yet at that moment, Lin Yi paid no heed, speeding towards the Public Security Bureau. At the same time, in Xining City, the Traffic Police Brigade, Monitoring Center. A young traffic officer stared intently at the surveillance screen, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Captain, what is it, Xiao Chen? Is there a major incident occurring? Upon hearing the anxious voice, the traffic police captain hurried over. It's not. Sigh, Captain. You should just take a look at the monitor. Xiao Chen struggled to articulate his thoughts, hastily gesturing towards the screen. With a hint of confusion, the captain turned his gaze towards the surveillance footage. Before him, a pale blue Wuling Sunshine was racing at a speed of 130 km/h. Overtaking vehicles on the Xining Bridge with remarkable agility, surpassing a dozen cars in rapid succession. Ultimately, it executed a stunning drift to evade an oil tanker. While others might perceive this as a display of driving prowess, to the captain, it felt akin to taunting death itself. Especially with that last oil tanker, even the captain, seasoned in high-stakes situations, felt his heart race. Each overtaking maneuver by the pale blue Wuling Sunshine could have led to catastrophic collisions with a minor miscalculation. Nevertheless, the captain could not help but admire the driver's audacity and skill. Such mastery could only be honed over a century of driving experience. Admiration aside, he slapped the table firmly. This lawlessness, does he even acknowledge traffic regulations? Xiao Chen quickly traced the whereabouts of that vehicle. Look up the license plate and owner information. We must impose strict penalties on such behavior and revoke his driving license. The captain slammed his hand on the table, his anger palpable. Understood. Before long, Lin Yi's information was thoroughly uncovered. The captain discovered that the owner was Lin Yi, a ride-hailing driver. However, there were no surveillance cameras beyond the Xining Bridge. Fortunately, there were colleagues from the Public Security Bureau nearby, along with Xiao Lu in that area. Captain, should we instruct them to take action and assist in intercepting? Xiao Chen inquired. After a moment of contemplation, the captain struck the table forcefully once more. Xiao Chen, contact Xiao Lu to pursue that Wuling. I have an old classmate in the Public Security Bureau of Huashan District. I will communicate with him. Such blatant disregard for traffic laws cannot go unpunished. If he evades consequence, I shall not bear the surname Zhang. After finishing his words, Captain Zhang forcefully slammed the table. Ultimately, the table bore the brunt of everything. Meanwhile, 2.5 minutes later, Lin Yi raced forward and finally spotted an exceedingly conspicuous sign, Public Security Bureau. This must be the place. As he spoke to himself, the vehicle reached the intersection, and Lin Yi turned sharply to the right while simultaneously applying the brakes. With a swift motion, the car executed a perfect drift, coming to a steady halt in front of the Public Security Bureau. The stylish stop instantly captured the attention of the police officers who were preparing to depart. They halted in their tracks as they noticed the light blue Wuling vehicle and its license plate. The leading young officer was momentarily taken aback. Hey, Xiao Lu, is this the vehicle you just called about? The Wuling morning, has it arrived so quickly? Did the person escape? One of the officers inquired. I don't know. Let's go ask, Xiao Lu replied, bewildered. No sooner had they taken a few steps than the door of the Wuling morning swung open. A young man, appearing both handsome and cheerful, stepped out, scratching his head and surveying them with a hint of uncertainty. "Excuse me. Did one of your officers just call me about a passenger in my car who is a counterfeiter? Is that one of you?" Upon hearing this, Xiaolu immediately approached, saying, "Yes, that was me. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Where is the person? Did you bring them with you?" As he glanced around, disappointment flickered across Xiaolu's face. How should I put this?" Lin Yi scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. I brought him. He's currently asleep?" After a brief pause, Lin Yi awkwardly confessed, "Asleep? Did you drug him?" One officer exclaimed in astonishment. At this remark, Lin Yi fell silent, while those in the live stream burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, this officer is quite the character. Drugging, what an unusual term. Clearly, this officer is an expert in this area. One can easily guess, ha ha ha. Defamation, pure defamation. Everyone, stop laughing. This is the police station. If we're not careful, we could all end up in deep trouble alongside Wu." Li Luoxiao interjected, "Are you joking? We're in the middle of an investigation." Xiaolu shot a glare at the nearby officer. Then, noticing Lin Yi's apparent discomfort, Xiaolu gently smiled and said, "Comrade, please open the car door so we can confirm." Lin Yi rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he opened the door. "Well, you can take a look." The officers exchanged puzzled glances at Lin Yi's demeanor. 30 seconds later, several officers emerged, exchanging glances, their expressions somewhat grim. "Comrade, did you hit him? You were rather heavy-handed." "What? Officer, I didn't. This is a misunderstanding," Lin Yi hurriedly replied. Xiaolu coughed softly. "Even if you are assisting in the investigation, you cannot resort to violence. Look at the state he's in. In a civilized society, physical altercations are ultimately unacceptable. However, considering the urgency of the situation at the time, let's not make this a precedent." "What?" At this moment, Lin Yi was utterly bewildered. This is not how it is. It concerns his reputation. Although Officer Liu exhibits some bias, he must at least attempt to defend himself, or rather, offer an explanation. Is this not an unjust tarnishing of one's innocence? Is it not? "Officer, allow me to elucidate. I did not strike him. He was struck by a vehicle." "Struck by a vehicle?" Young Liu cast a dubious glance at him. Can such an injury truly be inflicted by a collision? Meanwhile, several officers finally carried Li Dahai out. Good heavens! Witnessing this scene, the audience in the live stream collectively gasped. Li Dahai was covered in bruises, particularly 2 prominent lumps on his forehead, resembling small dragons. The swelling was grotesque. What the hell? Impressive. Wow, where did this anomaly come from? TSK, this is the consequence of not wearing a seatbelt, dear viewers. Remember to buckle up. There are countless roads, but safety is paramount. Driving without caution brings tears to loved ones. Just as young Liu intended to inquire further, a ringtone echoed nearby. It was the phone of Captain Chen, who was currently scrutinizing Lin Yi. He answered the call, switching to speaker mode. "Who is this?" "Captain Chen, it's Officer Zhang from the traffic division." A voice resonated from the other end. "Officer Zhang, what is the matter?" Captain Chen was puzzled by the timing of the call. "It's this. I need your assistance with a matter. Recently, a light blue Wuling with the license plate AE was caught racing on the Xining Bridge. The speed exceeded 130, truly alarming. Given your station's proximity, I must ask you to intercept it. We must impose severe penalties." Cough, cough. Captain Chen was taken aback, staring at the precise license plate number. Then glancing at the color, bewildered. He looked back at Lin Yi, who was awkwardly scratching his head. And he finally understood why the suspect's injuries appeared to be inflicted by a collision. Cough, cough, cough. Captain Chen kept coughing to mask his surprise. "Captain Chen, are you there? Why do you keep coughing?" A voice inquired from the phone. "Ah, Officer Zhang. I'm here. Feeling the curious gazes of those around him, Captain Chen switched off the speaker and moved to another area to address the mess left by Lin Yi. The remaining officers regarded Lin Yi with an exceptionally peculiar gaze. Even the one who had been picking up the scattered money stared intently at him. Chapter 19. Reward. "I haven't boarded yet." Lin Yi felt quite awkward and scratched his head. "Well, officers, please continue with your work. Why are you all looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" The officers exchanged helpless smiles. Xiaolu stepped forward and patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, reassuring him not to worry. He also suggested that Lin Yi turn off the live stream since they were handling a case. Traffic Police Headquarters. Captain Zhang initially intended to slam his hand down on the table but refrained. "What? Old Chen? Are you joking? Assisting in the investigation? Could it possibly be a relative of yours?" He warned, "Let me tell you, if you dare to use connections, I will show no mercy. With a loud clap, Yang's palm struck the table. Old Shin wore a look of despair and retorted, "What relative? Do you think I'm the kind of person? He is right in front of me. I will explain the situation in detail." After a flurry of explanations, Captain Zhang was left bewildered. What kind of absurd scenario was this, where an officer spoke of apprehending a suspect in their presence? Moreover, Old Shin had also put the call on speakerphone. For a moment, Captain Zhang was at a loss for words, remaining silent for an extended period. All right, the traffic police will not pursue this matter further. However, Old Shin, you need to educate him. If it doesn't work, I'll handle it with a video education. And even during investigations, speeding is unacceptable. This is a final warning. Old Shun breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Captain Zhang, promising to treat him to dinner that evening. Oh, and Old Shun, next time, for heaven's sake. Don't use speakerphone, Captain Zhang grumbled before ending the call. At that moment, Old Shin wore an expression of helplessness. What a situation, sigh. Meanwhile, on the road outside the Huashan District Public Security Bureau, a female traffic officer in a light green uniform removed her sunglasses and exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Captain Zhang isn't apprehending him? On what grounds? He's not even your relative. Even if he were, it wouldn't matter." Clenching her fists, Lu Ruyan's face was filled with anger. The one thing she despised above all else in life was street racing. Her disdain ran deep. Xiao Lu. He is assisting in the investigation. We cannot discourage those who act for justice. Well, that's just how it is. It's just about time to clock out. She was told. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Lu Ruyan was about to say something, the call disconnected. She glared at the light blue car parked at the bureau, said nothing, and left. She had faith in her captain. After all, in her memories, Captain Zhang was known for his fierce disdain for evil and strictness in such matters. He would not let it go unless there were special circumstances. However, Lu Ruyan thought to herself that it was indeed true. The driver had essentially acted out of a sense of justice and deserved some leniency. In these times, individuals willing to assist in investigations were few and far between. In the lobby of the Public Security Bureau, several individuals were walking leisurely. Just then, the previously slumbering Li Dahai suddenly woke up and shouted at the nearby officer, "Call the police. I want to report a crime. I confess, I am guilty. I have used counterfeit money. Please, do not let me ride in his car." "The devil, he is a demon risen from hell," Li Dahai shouted hoarsely. Suddenly, Lin Yi, feeling awkward, scratched his head and shrugged his shoulders, offering an innocent smile. The police officers present cast a glance at Lin Yi. That smile sent a chill down their spines. "All right, hurry and take this suspect inside. We wouldn't want anyone to misunderstand, thinking our police department resorts to extrajudicial measures. Little Lu, you all need to expedite the investigation," the police captain, Old Shin, said as he approached slowly. "Understood." Looking at Li Dahai being led away, Lin Yi murmured to himself, "One reaps what one sows. Breaking the law must come with consequences." Just as he was about to return to his car, he unexpectedly bumped into the smiling Old Shin. "Shaolin, come with me for a moment." Half an hour later, Lin Yi walked out of the police station's lobby with a sense of relief, clutching 15 bright red bills of great unity, a reward for his assistance in the case. Hard-earned, indeed. Half an hour, a full 30 minutes. The first 10 minutes were spent in reprimand from Captain Chun, followed by 20 minutes of online admonishment from the traffic police captain. Just thinking about it made Lin Yi shudder involuntarily. It was just noon. Time to enjoy a lunch break. The live broadcast began. Lin Yi stretched lazily, took out the live streaming equipment from the production team, and initiated the stream. As soon as the broadcast commenced, a plethora of viewers flooded in. "Host, Sob, finally see you. I thought you were caught and forced to operate a sewing machine. What a pity, truly a pity. Tisk, why aren't you broadcasting from prison? Disappointing. Half an hour. Do you know how I endured it? The pork knuckle rice is quite good. How does prison food taste, host?" Seeing the playful comments on the screen, Lin Yi chuckled. "Sorry, I didn't get to taste prison food, so I must disappoint you. Now, let us continue the stream. This is a reward for my bravery. Everyone, go enjoy your meals. It's on me," he said, waving the bills with a smile as he walked towards his car. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Lin Yi, wait a moment. Here is the certificate I specially worked overtime to create for you." Turning around, he saw Officer Lu jogging towards him, holding a red booklet. A good person? What does it mean to be a good person? This is what true goodness looks like. Originally, Lin Yi planned to come back tomorrow to collect it. But everything was going so smoothly. "Thank you so much, Officer Lu," Lin Yi said as he accepted the red booklet and opened it. Bravery Award. This was his first medal, and Lin Yi felt a wave of excitement. having struggled academically since childhood and never receiving a single award. He trembled slightly as he held the red booklet. Observing his reaction, Officer Liu couldn't help but smile warmly and said softly, "It's no trouble at all. Just a simple task. You need not come to the station tomorrow. There is no need to thank me excessively." With that, Officer Liu patted him on the shoulder. With a sense of calm, Lin Yi collected his thoughts and glanced at the time. It was past noon, the hour for a meal. "Thank you, Officer Liu. By the way, have you had lunch yet?" As he spoke, Lin Yi returned to the car and started the engine. Hearing this, Officer Liu's expression brightened. The young man displayed commendable gratitude. After all, Lin Yi had just earned 1,500. With that thought, a smile gradually spread across Officer Liu's face. "Ah, Lin Yi, I know a delightful restaurant nearby. Wang's Country Cuisine. We could try it out, especially since I haven't." Just as Officer Liu was about to grasp the door handle, his words trailed off. Cough. Cough. "Officer Liu, thank you, but I must prioritize lunch for my health." Wang's Country Cuisine, is it? I shall dine first, farewell." With that, Lin Yi secured his seatbelt, released the handbrake, gently pressed the accelerator, and made a swift turn out of the police station. What? At that moment, Officer Liu was left bewildered, his hand still poised over the door handle, unable to comprehend the situation. Goodness gracious. I haven't even gotten in the car. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter, their engagement soaring. Haha, let me laugh for a moment. The host is too crafty. I thought the host was treating us to a meal. Turns out he is just treating us to exhaust fumes. Learn my lesson. The host is quite cunning, not even inviting Officer Liu, who was ready to get in. Nevertheless, I enjoy watching this. Officer Liu, I haven't even gotten in yet. Officer Liu, Lin Yi, you may not be a dog, but you are certainly crafty. Upon leaving the police station, Lin Yi felt an unparalleled sense of ease and joy. He had earned a significant sum that morning, particularly relishing the recent windfall of 1,500. Chapter 20. This is too much. You've stripped the bamboo shoots bare. At 12:30, the vehicle soon came to a halt in front of a quaint little eatery. The bustling interior was filled with patrons and the lively sounds of haggling, indicating a thriving business. After parking, Lin Yi habitually flicked the car keys. This must be Wang's Country Cuisine, he thought, glancing at the recruitment notice before striding inside. Upon entering, Lin Yi quickly noticed several individuals clad in police uniforms. It seemed that Wang's Country Kitchen was indeed quite popular. "Welcome, esteemed guest. What can I get for you?" A kindly older gentleman approached, extending the menu towards Lin Yi. Leaning back in his chair, he stretched his arms, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. Today had been exhausting. He certainly deserved to treat himself. He picked up the menu and glanced through it briefly. Cabbage, tofu, and melon skin. No, those were too modest. I'll have this, the oil-braised prawns, seasonal lamb leg, braised carp, and finally, a chicken stew with mushrooms. That will do, my good sir. What? Young man, are you ordering all this for yourself? Can you finish it? The old gentleman was momentarily taken aback. Rest assured, my friend, I shall pay without fail. Lin Yi smiled gently, placing a wad of red banknotes on the table. Onlookers nearby scoffed at the display, whispering among themselves. Another one trying to show off. The old gentleman, seeing the commotion, said nothing and hurried off to the kitchen. Meanwhile, the live stream audience erupted in lively chatter. Is this how you spend money? Hard-earned cash squandered so carelessly. What a waste. With 7 or 8 dishes, this must cost at least 400 or 500. What a wasted morning. Come on, you guys are just being petty. The streamer probably earned over 2,000 this morning. What's wrong with treating himself? He needs to replenish his strength. Exactly. Why not indulge a little? Some folks love to suffer, but not me. I prefer a feast. How lucky for contestant 77, who just came from another stream while others are still slaving away without a meal. Hey, do you see that server? Isn't he a contestant from Professional Workers? As the audience buzzed with excitement, Lin Yi remained unfazed. After a morning of driving, he was indeed feeling a bit weary. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, 2 chefs were busily at work. A young man swiftly delivered dishes to the respective tables. Handle those plates carefully, and perhaps you'll earn yourself a sumptuous staff meal. The chef joked. The young man chuckled. Thank you. I'll go serve the dishes now. Watching the young man dash off, the chef called out, Old Wang. This contestant is quite dedicated. I'll prepare an extra bone broth for him. The chef, affectionately known as Old Wang, upon hearing these words, brandished his large iron ladle and chuckled. I must say, Old Liu, what kind of program is this? They've been here all morning, conversing with you. The young contestant, Wang Shan, representing professional workers, was number 67. He carried dish after dish out, while Lin Yi began to serve his own offerings, oil-braised prawns and kung pao chicken. Here are your 2 dishes, sir. The rest are still in preparation. Wang Shan placed the 2 dishes down, and his gaze fell upon the number on Lin Yi's attire, 77. Instantly, he was taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face as he stood frozen for several seconds. Just as he was about to inquire, he was called back to the kitchen to continue serving. At that moment, the live stream erupted with excitement. Goodness! Was that just another contestant? Number 67. I saw the number on his outfit. It's exclusive to the production team. There's no mistaking it. No way. What a coincidence. And the treatment of the 2 is vastly different. I'm dying. How unfortunate for number 67. Watching the other contestants feast is more painful than death. Despite the barrage of comments flooding the live chat, Lin Yi was too preoccupied to pay attention. After a long wait, the dishes arrived, and he eagerly began devouring them. Are we really doing a food commentary? How do you eat? What a joke. Just eat. He continued to enjoy dish after dish until the final dish, chicken stew with mushrooms, was presented. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Wang Shan asked, "Hey, are you a contestant from Professional Workers?" Hearing this, Lin Yi looked up, glancing at the number on Wang Shan's chest, surprised to encounter another contestant here. "Yes, I'm a contestant from Professional Workers, number 77, Lin Yi replied softly. "Wow, are you serious? It's only the first day, and you've made this much? What is your profession? Over 501 morning? You can't possibly be a singer." Wang Shan was astounded. He had just seen Lin Yi's menu, which totaled 500. How many dishes would he have to wash or serve to earn that much? A cough escaped him as he felt a wave of discomfort. Comparing oneself to others was infuriating. Staring at the food on the table, Wang Shan couldn't help but swallow hard. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi shrugged. "You're overthinking it, my friend. I'm merely a ride-hailing driver. By the way, have you eaten? A ride-hailing driver? 500 for a meal? What kind of ride-hailing driver is that impressive?" Wang Shan mused, glancing at the delectable dishes before him, swallowing again involuntarily, just as he feigned reluctance and embarrassment. He heard a statement that would astonish him for a century. "My friend, not eating is not an option. It's bad for your health. You should go eat." What? Wang Defa? Initially, Wang Shan thought Lin Yi would warmly invite him to share a meal, but the abruptness of Lin Yi's words left him bewildered. Not eating is bad for your health? What utter nonsense is this? Can such words truly be uttered by a human? Beast, an absolute beast. Wang Shan's heart screamed in turmoil, yet vanity compelled him to muster a feeble grin. "Lin Yi, you are correct. I am indeed preparing to dine now. The specifications are quite similar to yours." No sooner had Wang Shan uttered these words than a resonant voice from the kitchen echoed, "Hey, is that you? Contestant number 67. Is it? Your cabbage, tofu, and bone soup are ready. Come and eat." A piercing voice shattered the dramatic silence. Wang Shan thought, "I am exhausted. Let this world come to an end." But before the inevitable demise, he decided to indulge in a bit of cabbage and tofu, reluctantly acknowledging that, at this moment, all he desired was a meal, his stomach grumbling incessantly. With an awkward chuckle and a hand scratching his head, Wang Shan departed with a dejected demeanor. Lin Yi, taken aback by the scene, couldn't help but smile slightly as he resumed his meal. "Ah, let me relish this moment of laughter. The host is quite merciless. He must have stripped the bamboo shoots bare. How infuriating. Isn't this DJVU? First Officer Liu, now contestant 67. Their spirits are shattered, yet Lin Yi remains unperturbed. Indeed, neglecting one's meals does impact health. This is an indisputable fact. The host is delightfully cunning. I admire that. And contestant 67 still wishes to play it cool. What a novice. Cabbage and tofu, is that all? Enough chatter. I need to step outside and laugh for a while. The lock at my home is rusting. Let it rust some more." Chapter 21. The Rankings. Did Show steal a car? Having feasted and indulged, Lin Yi languished in his chair, feeling overly sated. After a brief respite, he settled the bill of 500 yuan, leaving him with approximately 2,400 yuan, a rather satisfactory sum. Just as he contemplated rising to depart, a notification chimed on his phone. Habitually, he grasped the device and glanced at the screen. It was 1:30 in the afternoon, and the production team of the Professional Worker Program had released the latest rankings. First place, Kai Kunken, profession, singer-dancer, popularity, 1. 322 million, earnings, 57,000. Second place, Waluwali, profession, singer, popularity, 982, 100, earnings, 43,000. 65th place, Jiasan Xiao, profession, web author, popularity, 62,000, earnings, 3,000, 66th place. Lin Yi, profession, ride-hailing driver, popularity, 60,000, earnings, 2,425. As soon as the rankings were unveiled, netizens eagerly rallied to support their favored contestants, inundating the comments section. Ah, Kunkin, I adore you, my one and only male fan. Wally, my beloved, sending you hugs. Sen Xiao, may your talents shine. You are the best. Lin Yi surveyed the leaderboard, clicking on his own page, only to find the comments section starkly empty, leaving him in silence. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to leave a note. Lin Yi, you are the most handsome. The championship belongs to you. He clicked to publish his comment. What a scandal. Is this even allowed? How audacious. Cheating. I'm reporting him for cheating. How shameless. Praising oneself. Don't be disheartened, streamer. Just wipe your own tears. Hee hee. Dear streamer, I am your most loyal fan. I'm off to leave a comment right now. To the one above, you might as well step down. You're always absent from the videos, and I never click follow on you. Same here. Reading through the barrage of comments, Lin Yi smiled faintly. Not particularly concerned about the remarks. Sometimes, self-encouragement can be beneficial. To speak frankly, he was indeed quite handsome, a truth not to be dismissed. Rank 66th. And it was only the first day. He felt no anxiety. After all, Lin Yi had a system at his disposal. Once he drew the card for a god-tier singer, securing the top position would be straightforward. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Lin Yi addressed the viewers in the live stream. Next up, let us set off and continue waiting for orders. Keep it up, Lin Yi, you are the greatest. With that, he exited the restaurant. However, upon stepping outside, Lin Yi was met with an unusual sight. A middle-aged man squatted beside his Wuling Qingguang S, cautiously glancing around, evidently preoccupied with some covert activity. Witnessing this, Lin Yi's expression darkened. This was Xining. He knew all too well what could transpire here. This scene did not escape the watchful eyes of his viewers. Look behind the streamer. Is there someone lurking, casting furtive glances? What are they up to? Hiki, what else could it be? Clearly attempting to steal a battery. This is Xining, after all, an inherited skill that won't go to waste. Ah, I recall that a certain individual from Xining, Zhou, was recently released. I wonder if he has refrained from reverting to his former ways. It seems plausible, haha. Yet this time he has shifted from stealing electric bike batteries to pilfering those of Wuling vehicles. Zhou remarked, it's impossible for me to take up a regular job. Nor do I possess the acumen for business. Everyone here is exceptionally talented and articulate. I genuinely enjoy this place. The host's face turned pale, haha, what a coincidence. Observing this scene, the viewers in the live stream were thoroughly amused and openly expressed their desire to assist Lin Yi in apprehending Zhou. At that moment, Lin Yi was too preoccupied to heed the comments from the stream, stealthily making his way towards his vehicle to deliver a decisive blow to the thief. While he could endure the theft of his vehicle, his uncle could not overlook such an affront. After a few moments, Lin Yi had stealthily approached the thief. However, a peculiar observation struck him. The thief appeared to lack any tools of the trade, such as wrenches. There was no sign of him attempting to pry open a car door. Could this be a novel method of car theft? Perhaps merely crouching low and cautiously peeking ahead could suffice to unlock a vehicle? Just as Lin Yi contemplated tapping the thief on the shoulder, the individual swiftly turned around, reaching out to subdue Lin Yi. Yet, how could Lin Yi allow himself to be easily restrained? With a deft motion, he countered the attack effortlessly. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, a flicker of surprise crossed the thief's face, and he cast a cautious glance ahead, visibly relieved. Before Lin Yi could inquire further, the man produced a black booklet and opened it. Criminal Police in Action. Remain silent. I am Zhou Qifeng, captain of the Criminal Police Brigade of Huashan District Public Security Bureau, engaged in a significant operation. Please refrain from making any noise and cooperate. Zhou Qifeng spoke in a hushed tone. A captain of the criminal police? Observing the credentials and considering the man's alertness and agility, Lin Yi was certain this was no fabrication. Before he could ponder further, Zhou Qifeng gently pressed him down and gestured for silence, his gaze fixated ahead. Following suit, Lin Yi directed his gaze forward. There, two spirited young men, clad only in their bare torsos, adorned with dragon and tiger tattoos, leaned against a motorcycle, exhaling plumes of smoke. Little dragon, I am at a loss for words to greet you. Have you exercised any judgment in choosing this location for a transaction? The young man with the white tiger tattoo softly reprimanded. In response, the young man called Little Dragon, rather than becoming indignant, chuckled amiably, "Brother Tiger, times have changed. Warfare is no longer merely about charging in with blades drawn. The reason for selecting this site for our transaction is simple. Darkness conceals many things." A phrase you must have heard before. With a light chuckle, Little Dragon resumed his indulgence in smoke. Upon hearing his words, Brother Tiger's expression soured visibly, and he swiftly interjected, "Enough of your idle chatter. Do not presume that reading a few more books has made you a strategist. Where's the merchandise? Present it for my inspection." Upon finishing, Brother Tiger deliberately scanned the surroundings, prompting Lin Yi and Shou Qi Feng to quickly withdraw their attention. Damn. Has Brother Tiger ever set foot in a place of learning? What am I, Sima Yi? What a ridiculous notion. I would rather be the esteemed Chancellor Zhuge Liang. Xiaolong exclaimed passionately. However, in the next moment, he was firmly silenced by Hu Guo, whose vigilant gaze swept across the surroundings. For heaven's sake. Are you trying to court disaster by speaking so loudly? Do you have any idea how Qinglong has been trained? If you ever deliver goods to me again, I swear I'll be utterly clueless about my demise. Hu Guo impatiently gestured, his eyes darting cautiously around. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. It was evident that these two spirited individuals were embroiled in something dubious, though the nature of their dealings remained uncertain. A glance at Zhou Qingfeng, whose fists were clenched and ready for action, provided Lin Yi with a clearer understanding of the unfolding scenario. The live stream was abuzz with excitement, resembling a thrilling espionage film. Oh wow, this is my first time eavesdropping, and it feels exhilarating. Like a scene from a spy thriller. Huh, what a joke, this so-called Xiaolong, claiming to be Zhuge Liang. He is more akin to a mere Sima Yi. Shoo. Everyone be quiet. If they discover us, we're finished. Upstairs, 6. As moments ticked by, Xiaolong finally produced the goods. Chapter 22. Unexpected Circumstances. The master of betrayal Little Dragon retrieved a wrench from the motorcycle and twisted it against the side of the machine. In the next moment, a package of white powder astonishingly appeared before everyone's eyes. Brother Tiger, filled with excitement, rushed forward to seize it, to open the packaging, and expertly dipped a finger inside to take a sniff. The ecstasy on his face was unmistakable. Indeed, 99% purity. Little Dragon. The goods you provided this time are exceptional, truly exceptional. Witnessing this scene, even the most oblivious among them could discern the illicit activities of the two. With evidence in hand, Zhou Qingfeng could no longer contain himself and charged forward in an instant. The sudden rush caught Lin Yi off guard, and both Little Dragon and Brother Tiger were momentarily stunned. However, Brother Tiger quickly regained his composure, delivering a swift kick that sent Little Dragon stumbling toward him. In the blink of an eye, Brother Tiger mounted the motorcycle, the roar of the engine erupting like a thunderclap. At this moment, Little Dragon was still dazed. In the next heartbeat, he collided with Officer Zhou, resulting in an unceremonious embrace. "Police, do not move," Officer Zhou commanded, swiftly restraining Little Dragon. Lin Yi hurried to assist, pinning Little Dragon down. Just as Officer Zhou intended to pursue, the motorcycle roared to life, shooting away with a swift whoosh, executing a dazzling drift as Brother Tiger flashed a mocking smile and raised his middle finger in ultimate derision. The motorcycle then began to roll away leisurely, almost as if taunting the officers. "Damn it," Officer Zhou shouted, promptly contacting his superiors. Brother Tiger had reacted too quickly, betraying his accomplice in an instant. Even Brother Yang would have been compelled to acknowledge him as a big brother. Lin Yi, upon witnessing Brother Tiger's insolent gesture, felt a surge of anger rise within him. This was akin to dancing before a tiger. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi dove into the car. In a matter of seconds, he ignited the engine and engaged the gear with seamless precision. "Officer Zhou, get in." Suddenly hearing this call, Zhou Qifeng felt as if a divine melody had graced his ears. After securing Little Dragon to a nearby fire hydrant, he jumped into the vehicle without a second thought. "Officer Zhou, seatbelt." In his haste, Zhou Qifeng momentarily paused at this reminder, but nonetheless fastened his seatbelt. With preparations complete, Lin Yi no longer hesitated. His expression darkened as he slammed down on the accelerator. Almost immediately, the tires screeched against the pavement, producing a thunderous roar akin to a fierce beast breaking free from its cage, leaving onlookers in awe. The friction with the ground generated plumes of white smoke. Following a graceful turn, Lin Yi maneuvered the vehicle out of the parking space and set off in pursuit of the motorcycle ahead. Simultaneously, the viewership in the live stream skyrocketed, with viewers erupting in excitement. Popularity 1-1. What the hell? What the hell? In broad daylight, a drug deal is taking place. This is truly outrageous. They deserve to be executed. This is astonishing. Is Lin Yi really planning to chase down drug dealers? A Wuling pursuing a motorcycle? Surely this is a joke. Are you a clown sent by monkeys, streamer? Alas, the automobile chasing after the motorcycle is a futile endeavor. The motorcycle is simply too agile, easily evading with a mere fork in the road. Amusing? Huh. The legendary driver of Mount Akina is back. Lin Yi charges forth. The roar of the Emperor engine echoes once more. Damn it, Lin Yi will take him down. Newcomers in the audience remain skeptical, while the seasoned spectators are already on edge with anticipation. Since witnessing Lin Yi's driving prowess, their thirst for excitement has grown insatiable. Young lad, pursue boldly, but ensure your life is safeguarded. Drive as fast as you can. Upon witnessing Lin Yi flawlessly exit the parking spot, a glimmer of hope flickers in Zhou Qingfeng's eyes. Drive as fast as you can. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi signaled an okay gesture, then disregarded everything else, his eyes fiercely fixed ahead, tinged with determination. The reasons for Lin Yi's singular focus are twofold. First, the target is a drug dealer. Second, he had the audacity to give Lin Yi the finger. Do you comprehend the gravity of such an insult to a young man? Oh dear, fingers may just be broken. At that moment, the skill of a master driver was reignited. Without a hint of hesitation, he floored the accelerator, and the Wuling surged forward at breakneck speed. Zhou Qingfeng, who had just lifted his phone, was jolted back by the sudden acceleration, nearly sending his phone flying. He exhaled a long breath, patting his chest, and glanced at the rapidly retreating trees, marveling at their speed. Fortunately, it was lunchtime, and the streets were relatively clear of vehicles and pedestrians. Though not entirely devoid of traffic, it was manageable. Regaining his focus, Zhou Qingfeng hastily resumed his report. Director, please have the technicians lock onto my phone's location. I am in pursuit of the drug dealer. Immediate backup is essential. Xiao, didn't you mention another drug dealer had fled? What is the situation? Officer Zhou glanced at Lin Yi, who was intently focused on driving, and then replied earnestly, Director, there has been a slight complication. Please dispatch a couple of colleagues to Wang's farmhouse. The police department immediately mobilized for support. On the other end, the director, upon hearing this, ceased his inquiries and swiftly organized a response. I will coordinate the efforts. Team Chen, you will follow Zhou's phone signal. Team Liu, take another unit to block the Xining Bridge. Do not let the dealer escape. I will remain at the command center. Everyone, depart at once. Understood. As orders were issued, 7 or 8 police cars roared into action. Meanwhile, on the road, Brother who leisurely rode his motorcycle, glancing at the securely bandaged white package before him. A subtle smile gracing his lips. Although this transaction encountered an unexpected twist, it was of little consequence. The goods were in hand, and he had betrayed his allies countless times without remorse. Colleagues in the trade affectionately dubbed him the backstabber. For him, whenever trouble arose, the choice was clear: betray the teammate. In his words, if both the goods and the person are apprehended, both would be incarcerated. If the teammate is imprisoned without evidence, they might only face a few years. However, for the two of them, it would mean a death sentence. At times, Brother who felt that those he had betrayed ought to bow before him in gratitude. Just as he indulged in such pleasant thoughts and envisioned the future, he suddenly caught sight of a light blue Wuling vehicle hurtling towards him in the rearview mirror. Holy moly! A mere glance sent a chill down Brother who has spine, causing him to slam the accelerator to the floor. In an instant, the motorcycle surged forward with astonishing speed, akin to a cannonball, roaring through the streets. The sound resonated around him, reminiscent of a spirited youth revving his engine. Ignoring even the red lights, he barreled through, disregarding his own safety. Pedestrians hurriedly moved away from the motorcycle. Meanwhile, Lin Yi observed the scene, his brow furrowed in concern. Little brother, go for it. Just ensure your safety. Forget the red lights. Once this is over, I will personally explain to the traffic management team. Zhou Qingfeng chimed in without waiting for Lin Yi to ponder further. Hearing this, Lin Yi clenched his teeth. No longer paying heed to the traffic signals, he pressed the accelerator hard and sped after him. The thunderous roars of the two vehicles created an electrifying atmosphere, drawing gasps from the surrounding crowd, many of whom hastily captured the moment on their phones. To dare to engage in street racing in broad daylight, how extraordinary! Thus, a fierce urban cat-and-mouse chase commenced. Minutes later, Brother who stared in terror at the rearview mirror, his eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 23, have you heard? Blade overtaking, no matter how fiercely he accelerated. He could not shake off the light blue Wuling morning that followed closely behind. The Wuling was akin to a phantom vehicle, appearing in the most astonishing positions just when he thought he had successfully maneuvered away. As a seasoned veteran, Hu Ji's motorcycle skills were undoubtedly exceptional. While he may not have reached the level of a professional racer, he was certainly not far off. Otherwise, how could he consistently evade peril? It was precisely this driving prowess that kept him alive. Observing the desolate road, Hu Gu was acutely aware that if this continued, he would surely be caught. Gritting his teeth, he made a sharp turn, directing the motorcycle towards a densely populated area, heedless of the consequences. He swiftly veered into a narrow alley. Screech. Lin Yi lightly tapped the brakes, and with a deft motion, shifted into reverse, executing a flawless emergency stop as the motorcycle slid in. The bike was quite nimble, and with numerous pedestrians bustling about, Lin Yi dared not accelerate too quickly, gradually widening the gap between himself and the pursuer. The sudden turn of events incited fury among the viewers in the live stream. Damn it, this wretched drug dealer actually chose a crowded and confined space. The streamer might not catch up now. That drug dealer truly disregards the lives of others, recklessly charging ahead. If that double gun away gets hold of him, he'll pay dearly. This is bad. Will that drug dealer escape? The viewers expressed their concerns, each voice adding to the collective anxiety surrounding the incident. This cursed drug dealer had driven into a throng of people. Could the young man keep pace? Gripping the handlebars, Zhou Qifeng watched the motorcycle gradually fade from sight. Worry etched across his face. In response, Lin Yi remained silent, his left hand fully steering as he shifted between second and third gears. In the narrow alley, panicked pedestrians occasionally emerged, demanding Lin Yi's utmost focus. The alley was quite long, extending over 300 meters, but thankfully, no cars were approaching from the opposite direction. While others might consider this fortunate, Lin Yi's brow furrowed in apprehension. Years of driving experience told him that trouble awaited at the exit. Run. There's a madman on a motorcycle ahead. Madness. How could a vehicle be heading this way? Backtrack. Backtrack. Everyone, take heed. Quickly move indoors. Do not linger by the roadside. As he listened to the sounds of fleeing pedestrians and Officer Zhou's shouts from the vehicle, Lin Yi maintained his speed without hesitation. Suddenly, a large right turn loomed ahead, the surroundings dimly lit, with only 5 meters of reaction time. Most drivers would have no chance to respond. Yet, Lin Yi merely frowned for a fleeting moment, then fully cranked the throttle and accelerated. The sharp turn, accompanied by the screeching of tires against the pavement, unleashed a thunderous roar that could induce tinnitus. Zhou Qifeng hastily covered his ears, his gaze fixed on Lin Yi. Lin Yi remained composed, exuding an air of tranquility that was far from that of an ordinary rideshare driver. Rather, he resembled a seasoned competitor immersed in the thrill of the race, an exceptionally experienced one, with a wealth of knowledge and a heart of steel. Empathy is essential. If he were the one driving, this vehicle would likely be incapacitated by now. After navigating the turn, a sudden brightness emerged. Yet, where was the motorcycle ahead? Observing the scene before him, Zhou Qifeng let his hands fall, his face laden with despondency. It was over. He had lost the trail. Indeed, the motorcycle was agile. Young brother, do not pursue any longer. Your mission has concluded. Come to a halt. Just as he was about to report to headquarters, Lin Yi's speed did not diminish. Rather, it accelerated further, the roar of the engine echoing vibrantly. Young brother? Young brother? Are you all right? Zhou Qifeng called out repeatedly, fearing Lin Yi was becoming disoriented. In that moment, Lin Yi smiled faintly, reassuring, Officer Zhou, I am perfectly fine. Do not worry. Everything is splendid. The motorcycle has not escaped. It lies just ahead. His calm voice filled Zhou Qifeng with reassurance. Indeed, in the very next instant, at the end of the narrow alley, a motorcycle stood resolutely in the middle of the road. The infamous drug dealer, Brother Hu, smirked wickedly, his lips curling into a sinister grin. The surrounding crowd was engulfed in panic, scattering in all directions, for the authorities had alerted them to disperse swiftly due to the criminal's reckless driving. As Lin Yi's vehicle drew near, the motorcycle suddenly roared to life. Before it sped away, Brother Hu defiantly raised a middle finger towards Lin Yi. Contempt was unmistakable. As the motorcycle gradually faded from view, a narrow yet towering passage, akin to a tunnel, came into sight. Its constricted width permitted only 2 motorcycles to pass. A car could not possibly navigate through. At this juncture, Lin Yi had already halted his vehicle, murmuring to himself, no wonder, there has been no oncoming traffic. So, that is the reason. Listening to Lin Yi's almost trance-like murmurs, Zhou Qifeng sighed heavily. Young brother, let us end this here. Even the heavens seem to be aiding this drug dealer. How infuriating. He struck the sofa with frustration, his face etched with dissatisfaction. The viewers in the live stream expressed their collective regret. However, just when everyone assumed Lin Yi would concede, a calm yet commanding voice resonated. What does the heavens' assistance have to do with me? My purpose is to send him to meet the heavens and face judgment. He dares to disrespect me with that gesture. He shall be the first. Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings, his mind already made up. Although the tunnel was narrow, its height presented an opportunity. In the next heartbeat, Lin Yi pressed the accelerator, shifting into reverse, the Wuling retreating at an astonishing speed until it was 50 meters away. He then shifted into fifth gear. The engine's roar exploding through the alleyway. The sudden spectacle ignited a flurry of discussions among the onlookers, who began to pull out their phones. What is this Wuling about to do? No way. Is he really going to charge through? What a joke. The tunnel is far too small for a Wuling to enter. This is madness. Everyone, run. If the vehicle explodes, it will be too late. This was sheer folly, an act of self-destruction. Many timid pedestrians hurriedly retreated. What are you planning to do, young man? Rush forward. Rush forward? How can we? The tunnel is too narrow for a vehicle to pass through. Officer Zhou exclaimed in panic. Steady yourself, Officer Zhou. Bang, bang, bang. The engine was still gathering power, its roar resonating. The viewers in the live stream were exhilarated. Despite understanding the recklessness, they could not resist Lin Yi's audacious ideas. Some timid viewers dared not look at their phones, casting them aside and closing their eyes. 30 seconds later, the Wuling was fully charged. Lin Yi's expression grew serious as he floored the accelerator. His gaze fixated on a raised area not far from the tunnel's entrance. Then, he lifted the foot brake. Officer Zhou, have you ever heard of the maneuver, blade overtaking? Lin Yi declared. Bang! The Wuling morning burst forth like an arrow released from its bow. Incredible, he really did it. Lin Yi's audacious act instantly elicited gasps from those around him. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Chapter 24. The Wuling Marvel, taking you to jail. Bang. Contrary to the anticipated catastrophic collision, the tremendous noise was merely the resonating hum of the vehicle as it accelerated sharply. Upturned? Indeed, you read that correctly. Before the tunnel, the Wuling executed an extraordinary maneuver, appearing to tilt dangerously on its side while maintaining high velocity. The blade overtaking. This is the legendary blade overtaking. Goodness gracious. This must be a professional racer. Simply remarkable. Quick, capture this moment. Hurry. Not merely a skilled driver. This is a deity. Do you know what vehicle he operates? A Wuling. A Wuling. Among the crowd, a man could hardly contain his excitement. Quickly, record this, it's news. Monumental news. From ancient times, Wuling has produced miraculous vehicles. It truly does not deceive me. It does not deceive me. Whether in the live stream or at the scene, astonishment enveloped everyone present. Speed and passion. Is there anything more captivating? Inside the Wuling, Zhou Qifeng sat in an exceedingly peculiar manner. It was as though he was suspended rather than seated. It resembled his entire being was inverted, a truly bizarre sight. At that moment, Zhou Qifeng gazed at the silhouette ahead, rendered speechless by shock. Indescribable. In a blade-like fashion, Lin Yi occasionally pressed the brakes, ensuring the vehicle maintained its precarious stance. Despite being tilted, the speed remained unyielding. At this moment, within the tunnel, Brother Hu drove with an air of immense pride, reveling in the experience, even shaking his body occasionally, as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. Just as he basked in his triumph, a series of ominous scraping sounds erupted from behind. Brother Hu turned, puzzled. Where did that noise originate? When he glanced over his shoulder, he was utterly astonished. His mouth agape in disbelief. He vowed it was the most terrifying sight he had ever witnessed in his life. A light blue Wuling Qingguang, executing a blade-like maneuver, approached him at breakneck speed. In that instant, he nearly lost control of his bladder from sheer fright. What on earth is this? Am I still in my homeland? No longer could he afford to feel triumphant. He instantly pressed the accelerator, terrified of being overtaken. Whoosh, the tunnel was not lengthy, merely over a minute. And the motorcycle emerged first. The tunnel's exit opened onto a scarcely traveled road, devoid of vehicles, suggesting it was a newly constructed route. Nevertheless, the road was quite expansive. Simultaneously, mere seconds after the motorcycle's exit, the light blue Wuling Qingguang emerged, executing its eerie upright maneuver. Bang! It landed back on solid ground. And Lin Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile. Little lamb, should I catch you, you will surely face dire consequences. Just as stability returned, Zhou Qifeng felt a wave of nausea, nearly retching. Hey, hey, Officer Zhou, don't lose your lunch in the car. Lin Yi gently reminded him. Young brother, drive carefully and let us apprehend those drug traffickers without delay. Officer Zhou was burdened with an unspeakable weight. As if he had swallowed something unpalatable, he felt an overwhelming urge to confront Lin Yi, bewildered by his audacity to mockingly claim a $500 reward for a car chase. The audience in the live stream reveled in the absurdity. I concede that Lin Yi's driving skills are indeed impressive, yet his repulsive antics are equally remarkable. Lin Yi is truly dashing. Even while pursuing drug traffickers, he remembers to collect fees, a paragon for our generation. As a rideshare driver, I can only express my admiration for such prowess. After a brief adjustment of his bearings, Zhou Qingfeng swiftly recognized the nearby terrain. Realizing it was not far from the Xining Bridge, he promptly reported that an increasing number of police vehicles were converging on the area. Thus, on the desolate highway, a fierce race unfolded between motorcycles and Wuling vehicles. Meanwhile, at the Traffic Police Command Center, the captain received urgent news. Captain, we have a situation. 2 vehicles are racing through the city, and they have been at it for over 3 minutes, reaching speeds exceeding 130 kilometers per hour. What? Captain Zhang was taken aback by the report. This is lawlessness. Arrest them. Who is the nearest traffic officer? Get him here immediately. No. Notify all traffic officers within a 10-kilometer radius to apprehend them at any cost. Revoke their licenses. Captain Zhang bellowed, slamming his hand on the table in a fit of rage. Damn it. If they want to court death, I won't stop them. But racing at 130 in the city endangers others. We must handle this with the utmost severity. Upon hearing the captain's voice, the monitoring personnel held their breath. As the surveillance footage was reviewed, the identities of the vehicles became clear. One motorcycle bore the license plate, registered to Wang Tianlong. The other was a Wuling Qingguang S, with the license plate AE86, owned by Lin Yi. What? Who? Lin Yi? Captain Zhang paused upon hearing the details, his expression darkening as if he had struck a nerve. All right, I understand. I will handle this personally. With a grim countenance, Captain Zhang donned his cap. The accompanying officers, sensing his anger, dared not ask questions and followed closely behind. On the road, the Wuling and the motorcycle remained locked in a relentless pursuit, neither able to break free. Brother, who was sweating profusely. Damn it, have I disturbed your ancestors or something? Is it necessary for you to tell me so closely? He cursed through the rearview mirror. If it weren't for the motorcycle's superior performance and the straight path with minimal turns, he would have been caught long ago, given the Wuling driver's skill. Could Lin Yi force the drug dealer to stop by making a turn ahead? Zhou Qingfeng felt a pang of frustration as he observed the drug trafficker within arm's reach. Lin Yi shook his head, remaining silent. The speed was insufficient, and with few turns available, if it were otherwise, he would have already closed the gap. Just as Zhou Qingfeng was about to voice his thoughts, a cacophony of sirens echoed as 4 or 5 police cars approached rapidly from the front. Amidst laughter, one could sense that hope was not entirely extinguished. The Xining Grand Bridge had arrived, and the headquarters had already laid an intricate web in anticipation. The drug dealer was now unwittingly ensnared. Just follow closely, little brother, and do not let him escape, Zhou Qingfeng instructed, his heart swelling with joy at the unfolding scene. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi also exhaled a sigh of relief, though he was confident in apprehending the dealer after a few more turns. The arrival of the police vehicles undoubtedly served as a calming balm. The sooner this concluded, the sooner they could return home. However, as the sounds of sirens echoed all around, brother who felt a jolt of dread, it was over. The encroaching police cars loomed ominously near the riverbank. With gritted teeth, brother who pressed the accelerator to its limit, yet the ground was strewn with spikes that were not to be underestimated. A deafening pop pierced the air as a tire exploded, sending the vehicle into a chaotic spin. In an instant, both man and machine crashed heavily onto the ground, leaving Hu grievously injured, blood spilling from his mouth as he coughed violently. Simultaneously, several police cars, along with a particularly conspicuous light blue Wuling Hongguang, surrounded the scene. Lin Yi calmly exited his vehicle and strolled toward brother who without uttering a word. In silence, he raised a middle finger in defiance. Here, rest your finger back. My friend, I'm sending you off to enjoy a stay in prison, Lin Yi remarked nonchalantly. Witnessing this exchange, the nearby officers were taken aback, and Zhou Qingfeng was momentarily stunned before he shook his head with a smile. Truly, he was a man of principle, returning mockery with disdain. The viewers in the live stream were left speechless as they witnessed the scene unfold. I can't believe it, The host is truly fierce, even remembering to flip the bird at such a moment. Chapter 25. As he was being sent off, I implore you to be precise. After all, we are comrades. Haha. Lin Yi truly avenged himself on the spot. The biker gave him the middle finger, and now he has returned the gesture. The host's character is far too impulsive in settling scores. Is this what drug dealers are like? Just look at our host's blade-like speed. Absolutely astonishing. Hey, wait a minute. Why has the live stream gone dark? Oh no, could it be that the time is up and we need to recharge? Without granting the viewers a moment to speak, the live stream abruptly cut off. The reason was simple. The subsequent imagery pertained to the case at hand. With the stream terminated, sirens blared as the majority of the pursuing officers arrived at the scene. At this moment, Zhou Qifeng was rummaging through the drug dealer's belongings. Shortly thereafter, a packet of white powder came into view. Haha, Xiaochun, take this to the forensic team for analysis. This should be the narcotics, Zhou Qifeng declared loudly. Following this, a petite officer cautiously stepped forward to take the package. Beside him, Lin Yi chuckled as he patted Zhou Qifeng on the shoulder and inquired softly, Officer Zhou, if it is confirmed to be drugs, what kind of punishment will this fellow, Hugo, face? If confirmed as narcotics, the death penalty, execution by firing squad, Zhou Qifeng explained. Momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the severely injured Hugo regained consciousness, but his body trembled uncontrollably. Execution? Officer Zhou, may I entrust you with a small favor? Lin Yi said earnestly, resting his chin on his hand. Zhou Qifeng paused, casting a puzzled glance. Please don't look at me like that. My request is quite simple. Regardless of his actions, Hugo was, in name, my competitor and can be considered half a friend. When it comes time for the execution, could you please ensure that it is done accurately? After all, we are comrades. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Accurately? Lin Yi's voice was not loud. Yet the surrounding officers heard him distinctly. Is this something a mere half-friend would request? Comrades are supposed to act with precision? Truly remarkable. What a good comrade. Snap. At the sound of Lin Yi's words, Hugo, who had been holding up well until that moment, fainted again, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain. He had thought Lin Yi was a good person for speaking to him, but upon hearing those words, his world collapsed. Cough, 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 little brother. I agree to your request. Well, I must get back to work now, Zhou Qifeng said, his expression awkward. Cough, cough, cough. As Zhou Qifeng attempted to depart, Lin Yi softly cleared his throat, blinking at Zhou Qifeng. Have you perhaps forgotten something? Cough, 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 Officer Zhou, about the red lights and speeding along the way. If this were to be pursued. Hearing this, Zhou Qifeng realized Lin Yi's underlying intentions. Lao Lu. Just in time for you to help this young man resolve his issue, Zhou Qifeng called out to Captain Lao Lu, who had just disembarked from his vehicle a short distance away. You little madman. I have just arrived, and you, young man, are already issuing orders to me. Displaying a complete lack of respect for age, Captain Lu, at the forefront, uttered a reprimand. What a little madman. I am, after all, a legitimate captain of the criminal police, on equal footing with you. Well then, Lu, no, Uncle Lu, I leave this young brother in your capable hands. I must attend to other matters, Zhou Qifeng conceded, pushing Lin Yi forward. Wait, Lin Yi? What brings you here? Have you been racing again? Speeding? Captain Lu exclaimed upon spotting Lin Yi, unable to contain his incredulity. Just as he had departed, another scene involving the apprehension of drug dealers had emerged. Even the tires of that wooling vehicle appeared worn to the point of nearly bursting. It was hard for Captain Lu not to draw connections. The officers beside him stared at Lin Yi as if he were a ghost. Hi, Captain Lu. Long time no see. Lin Yi smiled sheepishly, scratching his head. Hi. My foot. Huh. Uncle Lu, you know him? How do you know he was speeding? And again, what does that mean? Is there a story behind this? Is Lin Yi a relative of yours? But wait, you're Lu, and he's Lin. That doesn't quite add up. Could it be some distant relation? Zhou Qifeng scrutinized the two, his eyes darting back and forth. Enough of your nonsense. Get to work. Captain Lu kicked him lightly, unimpressed. I truly wonder how you became a captain of the criminal police. As Zhou Qifeng sulked away to his duties, Captain Lu's gaze shifted to Lin Yi. Faced with the captain's scrutiny, Lin Yi managed a sheepish smile, genuinely fearful that the captain might unexpectedly kick him. Captain Lu, let us be clear, a gentleman uses words, not fists, Lin Yi remarked with a grin. You better explain yourself thoroughly, or I might just become the bane of many women, Captain Lu quipped softly, rubbing his head. Lin Yi was reluctant to be lectured by Captain Lu, He vividly recalled the captain's eloquence. No, it was still fresh in his ears, as it had only been a little over an hour since. Lin Yi then began narrating the events, not merely explaining but recounting the tale. After listening intently to Lin Yi's account, Captain Lu studied him deeply, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Little Lin, I don't know whether to commend you or, well, never mind. I'll go and explain things to Captain Zhang later. Lu shook his head, displaying a pained expression. He had just ensured that Lin Yi would no longer engage in reckless driving, and yet, within an hour, he had managed to falter yet again. This situation was becoming quite troublesome for him. Thank you, Captain Lu. I'll treat you to a meal sometime, Lin Yi beamed. I hope you genuinely mean to treat me, rather than merely inquiring if I've eaten. This is something little Qin can certainly relate to. Captain Lu shot him a skeptical glance. All right, let us not linger any longer. Come with me to the police station to file a report. The matter is drawing to a close, and the drug dealer has been apprehended, just as the crowd was about to board their vehicles and depart from the scene. A piercing wail of police sirens abruptly filled the air. A convoy of police motorcycles encircled the gathering, led by none other than Captain Zhang Tian, flanked by Lu Ruoyan and a contingent of officers hastily approaching. Zhou Qifeng, who had already nestled into a police car, poked his head out and expressed his gratitude, stating that the drug dealer had been apprehended. The case has been closed. Everyone may disperse. Huh, a drug dealer? Zhang Tian momentarily paused, but quickly surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on Lin Yi. You appropriate your drug dealer, and I will pursue my street racers. Our paths do not cross. He gestured towards Lin Yi, instructing, a few of you apprehend that somewhat handsome young man. In an instant, two officers seized Lin Yi with remarkable speed. No, you must be mistaken. I am the somewhat handsome one. Arrest me, exclaimed the officer standing next to Lin Yi. The two officers exchanged knowing glances, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What did that imply? Was he not handsome? Enough of your nonsense, Lu Tianchu. You are indeed not as handsome as Lin Yi. Captain Zhang, please release that young man. Allow me to clarify the situation, said Captain Lu, shaking his head as he stepped forward. As Lu approached, Zhang Tian furrowed his brow. Lu Qin, this young man cannot possibly be your relative, can he? Even if he were, today, even the King of Heaven himself could not prevent me from revoking his driver's license. His resolute declaration silenced the crowd instantly, all eyes fixated on Lu Qin and Lin Yi. You know, upon reflection, there is indeed a resemblance. Chapter 26. The revelation feeling the weight of everyone's gaze. Team leader Lu was momentarily taken aback. What was this? A relative? Coughing lightly, he admitted, I confess. I have revealed my hand. My DNA indeed shares a 99 similarity with team leader Lu's. Lin Yi smirked softly. In an instant, a loud sound echoed as Lu shot Lin Yi a glare, unable to voice his irritation. Still playful at this moment, he sensed the knowing looks from the crowd and hastily barked. Why are you all wearing such expressions? A DNA match of 99 can occur even with a dog. Enough. Zhang, hear us how it is. Wishing to avoid further trouble, Lu Qing promptly recounted the entire incident. Team leader Zhang, I can testify that I was in Lin Yi's vehicle the entire time. Running a red light was merely a moment of panic. It was all for the case. If we fail to apprehend this Li Hu, the consequences could be dire, said Zhou Qifeng as he stepped forward. The other officers nodded in agreement. Alas, this shall be your last warning. However, a lesson must still be imparted. Come back with me to the traffic police station, sighed team leader Zhang, his gaze lingering on Lin Yi. Hey, team leader, there's a cue. Little Lin must first go with us to file a report. Zhou Qifeng interjected hastily. Yes. Team leader Zhang, if there's anything, please return to the Huashan District Public Security Bureau first and complete the report, added team leader Lu in support. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback by this. Why did it feel like he had suddenly become the center of attention? Observing this, Lu Tian said nothing and directed the other traffic officers to their respective posts before joining the larger group. During the journey, noticing the police vehicle was somewhat cramped, Lin Yi politely inquired if anyone wanted to ride with him. Surprisingly, not a single person volunteered, which left him feeling rather disheartened. As an experienced driver, his skills were undoubtedly top-notch. 2 hours later, at the entrance of the traffic police station. All right, Lin Yi, I've said all I needed to say. Remember, if you find yourself in a unique situation requiring a speedy getaway, give me a call in advance. No farewells, said team leader Zhang, turning to leave without a hint of reluctance. Nodding, Lin Yi refrained from further comment. After 2 hours of lecturing, his spirit was somewhat burdened. Yet, One must give to receive. After all, he had just secured a bonus of 1,500 yuan. Feeling the weight of the money in his pocket, Lin Yi smiled slightly, his worries dissipating. Once again, he was a free man. With a long, triumphant shout, Lin Yi opened his live stream room. Important matters must still be addressed. As the live stream commenced, within mere seconds, the viewer count surged past 100,000. Dear family in the live stream, today's session is drawing to a close. The host is still here, so rest assured, I will continue streaming tomorrow, but in a different format. Stay tuned, Lin Yi announced to the screen. Lin Yi was taken aback when the host unexpectedly appeared, thinking they would be absent for a week or so. A week or so? What nonsense are you spouting? Someone retorted. The host is merely assisting in an investigation. If they were detained for that long, one might mistakenly believe they were apprehended for solicitation. Sighing, Lin Yi noted that something seemed amiss with the live stream. Why was he appearing at the traffic police station instead of the Public Security Bureau? What is so surprising about that? If you reach the speed of the host, the traffic police would invite you over too. What speed? The kind that is fully automatic. With an electric motor, like an unstoppable whirlwind. Lin Yi, observing the barrage of comments flying across the live stream, chose to remain silent. After a few brief remarks, he ended the stream. The purpose of this broadcast was simple, to dispel any notions that he had been detained. As for the new format for tomorrow's live stream, Lin Yi already had a plan brewing in his mind. He had garnered quite a bit of popularity and should be able to enter a few draws. Moreover, gazing at the earnings accumulated through the ride-hailing app, he fell into contemplation. Over 70 yuan? How could one compete with that? It was imperative to pursue a side hustle. The variety show professional worker offered relative freedom as long as he completed an hour of his main job in the live stream. He had the rest of the time to himself. However, the process of making money required engaging content for the live stream. Otherwise, how could one explain an inexplicable influx of funds at the end? With this in mind, Lin Yi squatted down and opened the local classifieds. If he was going to start a side hustle, he needed to cast a wide net. Every little bit counted. Thus, he posted several service ads, boxing instructor available for hire. Capable of taking on 10 at once. A 20-year veteran of the ride-hailing industry, driving a Wuling Sunshine, professional racer for hire. After sending out 3 service messages, Lin Yi rose and returned to his vehicle. Glancing at the fuel gauge made him wince with regret. The thrill of speed was fleeting. But the cost of fuel was a harsh reality. With 1,000 yuan spent on gas, it turned out to be only 500 after all. After filling up, Lin Yi decided against hitting the road again. He turned off his phone, tossed aside his watch, and headed home to rest. In the afternoon, around 3 o'clock, a video of a street race, captured by an unknown drone, was uploaded online, perfectly complemented by the first-person perspective from the live stream. Lin Yi's exhilarating driving was instantly featured on various platforms. The title read, A Real-Life Fast and Furious, an in-depth experience from first and third perspectives. The title alone was captivating. Upon clicking, viewers were greeted by the scene of a light yellow motorcycle speeding ahead, closely followed by a pale blue Wuling Sunshine. The Wuling, commonly perceived as a mere utility vehicle, was hard to believe in its racing context. Yet, the evidence was irrefutable, and the realism of the first and third-person perspectives offered an immersive experience. The footage continued to play. In the eyes of the public, sedans are far less agile than motorcycles, especially when the latter exudes an aura of prowess. As one continues to observe, the astonishment only grows. At a speed exceeding 100 miles per hour, amidst an unceasing flow of traffic, the Wuling deftly weaves through, exhibiting an uncanny grace. Time and again, it overtakes with an absurd ease. The anticipation builds, particularly as the vehicle approaches a sweeping 5-meter turn. The crowd gasps, especially under dual perspectives. Such maneuvers are nothing short of extraordinary. Oh my goodness! A master indeed. The Wuling is truly a divine entity. Wuling Qingguang, the pride of domestic manufacturing. Oh, gifted one. You must take me as your disciple. I am counting on you for the next Akina Mountain Car God competition. Ahead lies high energy. Ahead stands Lu Ning. Following closely is a narrow tunnel, where the motorcycle rider provocatively gestures. Ultimately, with a daring blade overtake. The extreme entry into the tunnel leaves everyone in awe. The vividness of the scene and the intensity of the moment astonish all who witness it. Goodness, the true nature of a master shines through. Grievances are settled on the spot, and insults are returned with equal fervor. Ha ha. The final gesture from the master could not be contained. Ha ha ha. A true master indeed. Remarkable. The tires are smoking, revealing that the cinematic portrayals are grounded in reality. It feels as though the car is but a mere toy in his hands, akin to maneuvering a go-kart, so effortlessly smooth. Oh dear, that drift was simply magnificent. In the closing scenes, the streamer gestures defiantly at the motorcycle, surrounded by a multitude of police officers. Aerial shots capture the moment. Yet the streamer's perspective ends here, leaving the subsequent events shrouded in mystery. Although the video was released merely an hour ago, it has already garnered an astounding 2 million likes and shares. The thrill of racing from both perspectives is not merely a saying, it elevates the adrenaline, stirring the hearts of those who yearn for speed. Enthusiasts understand that sometimes a lack of skill may not solely rest with the driver. However, possessing the same model as the master remains crucial, the Wuling Qingguang S. Thus, Chapter 27, the final showdown at Akinuma Mountain, Brother Ji and Liang Jia with the Wuling, the light of domestic brands. In an instant, netizens turned their attention to the Wuling Morning Glory S. With its remarkable performance, ability to drift, and rapid overtaking capabilities. Coupled with its affordability and status as a vehicle favored by experts, this car has captured the admiration of countless individuals. Although the expert has logged off from the live stream, it does not hinder my intention to await his return for technical inquiries. I shall take my leave now to purchase a Wuling. Wow, you are swift in your actions. I shall follow suit. The domestic vehicles are on the rise. As evidenced by this Wuling, which boasts exceptional quality, I shall make my way to the Wuling dealership without delay. Come on, my friend. It's not just about driving. It's about supporting Wuling, and for just over 70,000, it's within reach. To all in the comments, shout out my name, Zhao San. And let us each get one. At this moment, Wuling dealerships across the nation were bustling with activity. The customer service and sales departments were inundated with calls. Customers were either making appointments or outright purchasing vehicles without even a test drive. Simply absurd. In the Wuling dealership in Xining, within the manager's office, Wang Yuanhua listened to the reports from his staff, utterly bewildered. What? Due to a single video, the sales of the Wuling Morning Glory have surged by 2,000? This must be a joke. Mr. Wang was not joking, and moreover, the driver featured in the video was located right here in Xining. Mr. Wang, our stock of Wuling Morning Glory S is running low, with only about 20 vehicles remaining. Can we transfer some from other branches? I have 7 or 8 clients ready to place orders. Yes, Mr. Wang, I have a similar situation here. Listening to the myriad voices around him, Wang Yuanhua felt a mix of amusement and despair. He truly could not manage the vehicle transfers. As for the request to transfer cars from other branches, they too were seeking vehicles from him. Xiaolu, please follow up on this video and get in touch with the streamer named Lin Yi. I wish to personally express my gratitude to him. Everyone, disperse. Our priority now is to sell cars and retain our customers. Charge forth. Let nothing stand in our way. Let's work hard. This time, everyone has done splendidly, and the bonuses will be doubled. In his final remarks, Wang Yuanhua delivered a few motivational words, invigorating the team. As evening approached, at a Akinuma community, a young man resembling a popular figure became utterly captivated by Lin Yi's extraordinary driving skills. He stared at the screen, his breathing quickening. After watching the video, he found himself unable to sleep, collapsing onto the sofa, overwhelmed with excitement. Ha ha ha, Lin Yi, I have found my rival. Enlightenment has struck. So this is the art of rapid overtaking. It truly exists. Lin Yi, streamer, ride-hailing driver, and a diligent worker, I must find you. Chun Liangjie fixed his gaze on the light blue Wuling and the license plate behind it. AE86. After some searching, Chun Liangjie discovered that Lin Yi was not currently live streaming, which posed a dilemma for him. He was eager to compete, not wishing to wait a moment longer. Upon reflection, Chun Liangjie gritted his teeth and dialed a number. The line connected swiftly, and a rather arrogant voice, reminiscent of Brother Shanji, resonated. Hello, Liangjie. What do you want? You're not backing out, are you? The showdown at Akina tonight. Let us put that aside for now, Jingyi. Have you seen the video? Chun Liangjie cut to the chase without indulging in idle chatter. What video? Chun Jingyi was momentarily taken aback. Ding dong. In the next instant, Chun Jingyi received a message. A few minutes later, his voice was noticeably charged with excitement. Can Liangjie find this person? I want to challenge him tonight. Jingyi. That is precisely why I reached out to you. Your connections are vast. Please help me locate Lin Yi's phone number. Also, the license plate number AE86 is crucial. Chen Liangjie paused before revealing his intent. There was a prolonged silence on the other end. All right, I'll get back to you before 8 p.m. After hanging up, Chen Jingyi began making calls, leveraging his networks. Following a series of operations, the two reconvened at 7 o'clock. You have dialed a number that is currently unavailable. The owner is asleep. Sorry. Qinjingyi's irritation mounted as he listened to the repetitive message. Damn it, I've been trying for over an hour. This number can't possibly be fake. He had sourced this number from 57 Tongqing, and the certainty stemmed from Lin Yi's uploaded image of a Wuling vehicle, sharing the same license plate number. Coupled with the information acquired from the vehicle management office, everything aligned. Jingyi, your impatience is palpable. One cannot drive fast with such haste. It's a cardinal sin in racing. If you aren't racing, you'll have to return to inherit the family business and become Brother Shanji. Is that truly your aspiration? Chen Liangjie spoke gravely. Patience is key. The race is still 3 hours away. We will wait until 10 o'clock for him. At his words, Qinjingyi had no choice but to instruct his subordinates to persist in calling, leaving no moment wasted. Becoming Brother Shanji? Whereas the thrill in that, devoid of racing. As night approached, nearing 9 o'clock. Oh, what a refreshing sleep. In the dimly lit apartment, Lin Yi stretched his back, unsure of how long he had been lying there. He had collapsed into slumber upon returning, oblivious to the passage of time. Checking his phone revealed over 500 missed calls. What on earth? Did my phone run out of credit? How could I receive so many calls? Unfamiliar, potentially dangerous numbers? Could it be a telecom scam? Lin Yi was bewildered, his head feeling heavy, as if it were expanding. Just then, the phone rang once more, and Lin Yi answered. Isn't this ridiculous? Are you all conducting telecom fraud against just one person? Have you lost your senses? Making this many calls? Do you have enough credit? He vented, his words sharp. I don't have a card. I don't pay for annual fees. I don't even get foot massages, of course. This is all for free. Never mind. Looking at you, I doubt you could even manage that. Hey, why aren't you speaking? Lin Yi continued his verbal onslaught, undeterred. Big brother. I'm merely the one making the calls. Please wait, esteemed one. I want to call my elder brother, Shanji Go. Shanji Go, the call connected. Damn it. How many times have I said, don't call me Shanji Go, for heaven's sake. Listening to the intermittent sounds on the other end of the line, Lin Yi was taken aback. Shanji? Is there really someone whose title is Shanji? Quite intriguing. Hello, Jigo, how much does it cost for a free ride? Lin Yi smirked as he spoke. Huh? The recently contacted Shanji Go, or rather, Qinjingyi, was momentarily stunned. Free ride? How can one demand payment for a free ride? Is this person truly a master of driving? Why does he seem so different from what I imagined? And what did he just call me? Jigo? You are Lin Yi? After a brief pause, Qinjingyi spoke. Oh Jigo, you actually know me? Am I really that famous? I am Lin Yi, so? Are you inviting me for a free ride? Lin Yi chuckled. Don't call me Jigo. My name is Qinjingyi. Whatever you say, Jigo, what do you want when you called me? Just so you know, my appearance fee is quite high. So don't even think about a free ride. Listening to that infuriating voice, Qinjingyi's temples bulged. I told you not to call me Jigo. My name is Qinjingyi. All right, Jigo, Qinjingyi. Meanwhile, Liangjie, who had just arrived, was taken aback by the surreal conversation. Glancing at the enraged Qinjingyi, he swiftly took the phone and gestured for him to let him speak. Hello, Mr. Lin Yi. I have a competition that I would like to invite you to. Would you be interested? My name is Qin. Liangjie hadn't finished his sentence. I know you. You're called Yagu, right? Qin Liangjie. He cast a glance at Qinjingyi, his expression frozen, while Jingyi helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Lin Yi, I think you are mistaken. My name is Qin Liangjie. All right, Qin Liangjie. I got it. As for the competition, I'm not interested. Lin Yi replied softly. Huh, is that so? Qinjingyi was taken aback, having only introduced himself once. That kid had called him Jigo countless times. It was infuriating. Listening to Liangjie and Lin Yi chat animatedly, urging Lin Yi to join, praising his skills. It was all a futile endeavor. A minute later, Qinjingyi couldn't contain himself any longer and snatched the phone back. The Akina Mountain Car God Race. If you win first place, the prize is 20,000. Each of us, Liangjie and I, will give you 20,000. Qinjingyi shouted. Jingyi, that's so glitch. How can car racing be mixed with money? I believe Lin Yi is not that kind of person. You, superficial, Liangjie exclaimed, filled with indignation. Okay, you should have said that earlier. I accept the race. Tonight at 10, Akina Mountain. Let us not miss each other. With that, Qinjingyi hung up the phone, leaving Liangjie looking utterly bewildered. Chapter 28. Unlocking new skills. 1 second lock opening ending the call. A slight smile grazed Lin Yi's lips. 40,000 yuan. Goodness, who would have thought that a single competition could yield such a sum? How many rides would he need to drive to earn that? Indeed, Developing a side hustle is of paramount importance. Oh, Brother G, how I adore you. With a vigorous leap, Lin Yi sprang from his bed, brimming with energy, his hands trembling in excitement. A side hustle must be expanded significantly. Once the exhilaration subsided, Lin Yi accessed the system panel. Name: Lin Yi. Skills: Boxer. Master Driver. Popularity: 58, 220, can draw 5 times. Items: none. Observing the items section, he pondered when that had appeared. Could it be that a mere slumber was sufficient? No, it must be attributed to the increase in popularity. Over 50,000, a full 5 draws indeed. Without hesitation, Lin Yi silently resolved to commence with 2 draws. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the professional skill, Locksmith. 1 second lock opening. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item Locksmith card, a rare D-grade item that opens any lock. As the system's voice faded, Lin Yi felt a warm surge enveloping his body, followed by a thin metallic card landing in his palm. The card was modest in size, akin to a bank card but slightly smaller, exuding a solid metallic aura. Lin Yi attempted to bend it, but it showed no signs of yielding. Firm, indeed. What on earth is this? A D-grade item, and yet it's deemed rare? I'm still at 99 proficiency. Never mind, I'll save the remaining points for future draws. Casting a glance at the system panel, Lin Yi sighed. Skills: Boxer, Master Driver, 1 second lock opening. Popularity: 38. 220, can draw 5 times. Items: Locksmith card, D-grade. Grabbing his car keys, Lin Yi indulged in a bowl of snail noodles at a nearby shop before entering order-taking mode. The live stream commenced. As soon as the stream went live, thousands of viewers flooded in. Dog thief, you finally decided to go live. I thought you were gone for good. The host is so diligent, working at 9 in the evening. Must be quite bored, engaging in idle chatter. Ahem. Can't say that. Upstairs, if the host doesn't go live, what will you watch? This is called serving the people, not idle chatter. Hee hee. I wonder what the host plans to do next. I'm quite intrigued. This afternoon, the host hinted at a surprise for tomorrow. Could it be that the host has had a change of heart, bringing a surprise tonight? Gazing at the torrent of comments in the live stream, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. A flicker of accomplishment warmed his heart. With over 10,000 fans rushing in at lightning speed, this was the foundation he had built in a day. Quite impressive indeed. To the brothers in the live stream, a reminder for tonight: the host will be engaging in car racing. Hiki, you all understand. Show some support. Let us gather those gifts for a delightful experience. Lin Yi articulated with familiarity. Host, you've called us brothers. Why send gifts? This time is on the house. Next time, definitely. In the realm of racing, it is evident that the host possesses extraordinary skills, far beyond the ordinary. It is suggested that the rideshare driving may merely be a side endeavor. The host's remarkable ability to execute a blade cut overtaking maneuver sparks curiosity among viewers, who eagerly seek to learn the secrets behind such prowess. At this moment, Lin Yi opened the app to accept a ride request. Before heading to Akina Mountain, he decided to complete a few orders, as time was on his side. This demonstrates his adeptness at time management. While seated in his vehicle, Lin Yi contemplated reaching out to Captain Zhang Tian. Racing, after all, often involves the thrill of speed. It was not that Lin Yi was timid. Rather, he wished to avoid enduring Zhang Tian's incessant lectures, which could be quite overwhelming for anyone. The call connected swiftly, and Zhang Tian's astonished voice resonated through the line. Lin Yi, calling me at this late hour. What's the matter? You're not planning to race again, are you? Is there a special mission? Given the nature of Lin Yi's day, it was no surprise that Zhang Tian was taken aback. Indeed, Captain Zhang, your intuition is impeccable. Even the seasoned vendors at the city gates cannot rival your insight, Lin Yi responded sheepishly. All right then, what case are you involved in this time? Actually, I am preparing to participate in a racing competition at Akina Mountain. Racing is not illegal, is it? Akina Mountain? Racing? That location is indeed a playground for affluent young men. Situated on the outskirts, it has the qualifications for racing. You can indulge in speed as you wish. Zhang Tian remarked, pausing before continuing. It seems the afternoon's lesson bore fruit for you. Enjoy yourself, and remember to report back next time. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Yi refrained from further conversation. The viewers in the live stream, upon hearing this exchange, expressed their disbelief, noting that he had changed, no longer fervent, but rather cautious. Lin Yi chose not to respond. Anyone who had experienced the confines of a prison, or even merely circled its periphery, would understand such sentiments would fade. He had no desire to encounter the sorrow of iron bars or the looming shadow of despair. Moments later, a ride request pinged on his app. Departure time. Immediate. Distance. 1. 28 kilometers. Estimated earnings. 56. Pickup location. Red Rose Bar. Destination. Happiness Community. Accept order. Lin Yi paused, recognizing the familiar name of Happiness Community. It was well known, not for its delight but for its reputation. The distance was considerable, yet the fare was enticingly reasonable. Without hesitation, he accepted the order. A few minutes later, the vehicle came to a gentle stop in front of the Red Rose Bar. A tipsy woman clad in a striking red gown approached, exuding an aura of sophistication. The reason she was identified as a mature lady? One could only speculate. She tapped on the window and said, "Excuse me, driver, my tail number is 7758. Could you give me a kiss?" Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, responding softly, I'm not one to be so frivolous." "Oh, young man, you certainly know how to charm. Just make me happy, and I assure you, I am not lacking in funds." The woman in the red dress replied with a subtle smile, with a tipsy visage and a subtle dimple. The live streaming room was abuzz with the excitement of a group of lecherous older gentlemen, their spirits invigorated. They longed to take the wheel of this vehicle themselves. "Well, host, I envy you. I wish to drive for a ride-hailing service too. It would surely lead to romantic encounters. Let go of that married woman. Allow me to take over." "Ha ha ha. Host, you've been mistaken for a courtesan, yet with such beauty, I would gladly accept." "Host, I have a friend. Could you assist me in obtaining the lovely lady's phone number? Today is Crazy Thursday, and I'll offer you 50. Observing the barrage of comments from this group of old lechers, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. He glanced at the alluring married woman and immediately discerned that she was undoubtedly involved in something dubious. Yet he would never fall for her charms or succumb to her allure. "Excuse me, madam, I didn't quite catch that. Please fasten your seatbelt." With a soft giggle, the woman in the red dress replied, "Oh, you're quite adorable." She then fastened her seatbelt as the car began to move slowly. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Yi could see her flushed cheeks, the signs of her slight intoxication indicating she had indulged in quite a bit at the bar. For the first few minutes, she remained silent, gazing thoughtfully out the window, lost in contemplation. Typically, such introspective individuals harbor intriguing tales, and sure enough, it wasn't long before she spoke softly. "Dear boy, do you believe in love?" Chapter 29. The Inverse Heavenly Principle, Rational Sharing. Alas. Upon hearing those words, Lin Yi found himself momentarily speechless. Is it common for passengers to pose such inquiries nowadays? Love, to hell with love. Sigh. There was no alternative. Lin Yi could only adhere to the formula and replied softly, "Miss, I am merely a ride-hailing driver. Matters of the heart elude my understanding. 500 for the ride." "Is that all? The last time I was sick in a ride-hailing car, it cost me 2,000. You, young man, are quite the straightforward person. I find myself slightly fond of you." The woman in the red dress smiled gently, resting her chin on her hand, quietly admiring Lin Yi's profile. "Well, I thought she would be taken aback. Previously, it was just 200, and now the price has surged to 2,000. Who would have thought? An unexpected high roller. Goodness, I assume Lin Yi's rates were exorbitant, but it seems there are even greater contenders. Oh dear, a wealthy lady, without a doubt. Wealthy lady, love me." Lin Yi cursed inwardly, astonished that someone could be even more audacious than himself. "This won't do. Next time, I must increase the fare." In the back seat, the woman in the red dress had been observing Lin Yi for quite some time before retracting her gaze and offering a slight smile. "Young man, I find you rather handsome. How about tonight? Are you free?" Miss, I have plans this evening." "Oh, I didn't realize you were in such demand. Who is the lucky lady? Do you have a photo to share with me?" she inquired nonchalantly. "A lady? No, it's a fellow who invited me to a race. My driving skills are quite excellent," Lin Yi replied softly. The woman in the red dress was momentarily taken aback, and the comments in the live stream surged. "The host is oblivious. It's clear that a wealthy woman has taken a liking to you. You chose driving skills over romantic prowess. I truly. Such a shame." The woman was stunned for a while, not expecting such a turn of events. With her looks, men typically found it impossible to resist her charms. To think she would be overshadowed by a mere car today. After regaining her composure, she shifted the conversation. "Young man, you are quite intriguing. You prefer cars over beautiful women. They say love has become more expensive these days. You ought to seize the opportunity. May I be so bold as to ask, are you married?" Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, "No." The woman in red pressed further, "Is it because you cannot find a girlfriend?" "No. It's because I can't afford the betrothal gifts. And how much is that? 30,000. That is not too much, is it? Just make a few more trips. And you could have it. The woman was momentarily taken aback. Lin Yi calmly drove on, nodding in agreement. Indeed, I suggested she make a few more rides. But she refused. Otherwise, the 30,000 would have been earned long ago. To think, I used to require 100,000 in betrothal gifts. The audience in the live stream erupted. Host, please don't speak carelessly. My love has never inflated in price. It has always been 298. I have always been generous, especially towards those poor souls clad in black stockings during the late hours. In the wake of the conversation, the woman in the red dress found herself pondering deeply upon the words of Lin Yi. Traditionally, it is deemed entirely normal and expected for women to request a bride price from men. Yet, upon hearing Lin Yi's perspective, she found herself in a state of contemplation, reflecting on her own life choices over the years. Had she erred in not marrying? Should she, perhaps, be the one to offer a bride price to her boyfriend? Such thoughts swirled chaotically in her mind. After a considerable pause, she glanced at Lin Yi and inquired, "Young man, is the bride price truly so significant?" In essence, it serves merely to ensure the quality of life for both partners. If the quality of life is assured, then the bride price loses its importance. She turned her gaze towards Lin Yi, anticipating his response or perhaps a counterargument. She had already formulated her next line of questioning. To her surprise, Lin Yi nodded in agreement, affirming her stance. "You are correct, sister. The bride price is indeed of little consequence. Take me for example. I lead a rather simple lifestyle and do not frequent establishments that demand exorbitant sums. I prefer the modest roadside stalls, which are affordable and offer decent service, charging merely 298 for a meal. This not only brings joy to others but also to myself. Moreover, it allows for an occasional change of taste." Upon hearing this, the woman in the red dress was momentarily taken aback. "So, you simply enjoy fast food, do you? You prefer to pay in full rather than engage in anything more complex," she mused. "How utterly fascinating." With a slight smile, she continued, "Young man, why is it that I struggle to find a suitable partner? Why do those older single men, who are of a similar age, seem disinterested in marriage?" Lin Yi paused briefly before responding. "It's quite straightforward. The rationale remains the same. Firstly, the maintenance costs of a vehicle are prohibitively expensive for them, with bride prices often reaching hundreds of thousands. Secondly, there are relatively affordable alternatives for vehicle maintenance available in the market. Most importantly, frequent maintenance leads to a higher likelihood of engine failure. One must learn to share responsibilities rationally." The woman remained silent, contemplating his words, while the online audience reacted with intrigue. Incredible. The host certainly has a knack for steering the conversation in a peculiar direction, but are we truly discussing vehicles? The host made a valid point. For 200 yuan, one could assist a lonely girl, which I find quite worthwhile. It seems this alluring woman is overly selective, hence her inability to find a husband. The woman in the red dress bit her lip, refusing to give up. She would not believe she could not captivate this young man. However, after conversing with Lin Yi, her admiration for him deepened, finding him intriguing, perhaps even developing a fondness for him. The woman in the red dress said, "Young man, with my annual income of 500,000 yuan, seeking someone with a salary of 400,000 yuan is not excessive, right?" "Indeed, not excessive. I have a car and a house. Looking for someone with similar assets is only reasonable, correct? Absolutely justifiable. My parents are civil servants. Desiring a partner whose parents are also civil servants is not too much to ask, is it? Sister, no fault there. I am 38 this year. Wanting to find someone around 40 is not excessive, is it?" Lin Yi replied, "Not at all. In fact, that's quite commendable. Then, young man, if you earn 500,000 yuan, possess a car and a house, with parents who are civil servants, what kind of wife would you wish to seek?" Lin Yi smiled faintly, promptly responding without a moment's hesitation, "I would desire an 18-year-old. The woman in the red dress was taken aback, exclaiming, "Even if I had a fortune, I would still want an 18-year-old. I cannot help it. I am a devoted boy." The woman was left dumbfounded, bewildered. She had assumed that Lin Yi was aligned with her thinking and had accepted her perspective. To her astonishment, he turned the conversation towards a desire for youth without a shred of hesitation. This was absurd, utterly absurd. Did all men behave this way? She was confident in her figure and appearance, having participated in countless blind dates over the years, enlisting numerous matchmaking services and intermediaries, determined to find someone of comparable caliber. After posing so many questions to Lin Yi and laying the groundwork for recognition, She was left in disarray. She sat quietly in the back seat, lost in thought. After a while, she could not resist softly asking, "Young man, why do you all prefer 18-year-olds? Do you not see that I possess considerable allure even now?" Lin Yi paused momentarily before responding loudly, "Do I not like 18-year-olds? Am I to marry someone in their 30s to become a mother figure? What a joke. I am indeed a devoted boy." Upon hearing this, the woman's expression darkened further as she turned her gaze to the window, remaining silent. Chapter 30. Distinguishing between a joyride and continuous driving. At this moment, the live streaming room erupted with excitement. "Ha ha ha. That response from the host was simply splendid. Men tend to be quite devoted. Huffed. Do you still think you're a flower at over 30? I see you more as my mother. You're going to make me die of laughter. Ha ha ha." The older sister has gone silent, clearly taken aback by the host. Support the host. Why do some female celebrities in their 40s and 50s seek out 18-year-old male models as boyfriends? Why must the lady in the red dress insist on pursuing a man in his 40s? Expand your horizons. As someone who has been there, let me share a little secret. When I was 18, I sought out a wealthy woman in her 40s to gain experience. Now that I'm in my 40s, I prefer to look for 18-year-olds. Wow, the guy upstairs is asking for contact details. I too wish to find a wealthy woman. The chat buzzed with lively opinions. While inside the car, there was an air of silence. Lin Yi pinched his nose and continued driving. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the apartment complex of the woman in the red dress. At this point, she had come to many realizations, and the tipsy haze had dissipated. Gazing at Lin Yi's broad shoulders and handsome face, she found herself momentarily entranced. She leaned closer to him and, with a breathy voice, asked, "Can you take me home? Little brother, shall we share a drink?" Lin Yi was taken aback by her directness. This was rather explicit. He initially thought she was simply teasing him. However, it was evident that her intentions were entirely flirtatious. Nevertheless, Lin Yi felt no attraction towards this woman nearing 40. While she possessed a certain charm, he worried that the engine might have been overexerted. Who knew what kinds of pathogens could be lurking? He thought to himself, if anything were to go awry, I wouldn't even know where to turn to for help. Thus, Lin Yi turned his head, a look of indecision on his face, and replied, "I'm sorry, ma'am, but I'm merely a rideshare driver, not a courier service. Moreover, I have plans to go racing later. Don't you know the saying? No drinking and driving. And no driving while drinking. What are your intentions here? If I were to get stopped by the police, I'd face the consequences." Upon hearing this, the woman in the red dress was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. She had hoped to win Lin Yi over with her allure, perhaps persuading him to embrace her philosophy. To her astonishment, Lin Yi turned out to be the very opposite of what she expected. How absurd. He refused a free ride and insisted on driving himself. In a huff, she grabbed her bag and stormed off. The viewers in the live stream lamented the situation, expressing frustration at the missed opportunity. What a waste. The host is truly wasting this chance. Isn't the host just a bit too concerned about his car? It's evident he truly desires to go racing. Why, can the host let me in? I too wish to share a drink. No matter what kind of car it is, at least take it for a spin. The host should get in and drive, especially since she made her intentions so clear. As I observed the cacophony erupting from the live stream room, I discerned the distinction between a fleeting drive and a continuous journey. The racing competition boasted a prize of 40,000 yuan. Was this lady truly worth that sum? Lin Yi, unfazed, mused that if he were to accept a drink, he might find it difficult to extricate himself from the situation. Where was he, after all? The happiness community, who could tell if old Wang was lurking above? Moreover, this woman had hailed a cab from a bar, and at over 30 years of age with an annual salary of 400,000. Lin Yi dared not consider the implications. If she were to disrobe tonight, the next moment could very well see her surrounded by a throng or spending the night in a police station. The thought sent shivers down his spine. What a close call. In the elevator of the happiness community, a woman in a red dress gazed at her reflection, admiring her exquisite features. Recalling Lin Yi's reaction, she felt slighted. She had set aside her pride to invite him up, and he had the audacity to refuse. How outrageous. Typically, when men beheld her, they were all too eager to please. Reflecting on her situation only amplified her sense of loss. With determination, the woman retrieved her phone and swiftly took action. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, en route to Mount Akiyama, was unexpectedly jolted by a notification on his phone. Ding. A passenger had lodged a complaint against him, claiming he was mentally impaired. It was brief yet biting. Upon reading the message, Lin Yi's expression darkened, and in exasperation, he vented, "What the hell is this? Is it such a crime not to drop you off at home? I'm not a courier. There is no script for that. if I really did take you home, how would I continue racing? Amidst this brief tirade, he shut down the ride-hailing app, pressed the accelerator, and sped towards Mount Akiyama. The viewers in the live stream, amused by Lin Yi's complaints, burst into laughter. Haha, no fault there. That lady's complaint was quite justified. If I were a beauty, I would give you a bad review too. I hope you're not a beauty. Otherwise, the men of the world would be in for a rough time. Damn. I've been anticipating this storyline for ages, and you, my friend, refuse to continue the performance? Infuriating. Host, I challenge you to a duel. My concern isn't that. I'm from Xining. Where is the 298 cultural consideration you mentioned? Host, recommend something. On the other side, at Mount Akiyama, a group of spirited young men leaned against two white racing cars, growing increasingly impatient. Damn, it's already 10, and that host Lin Yi hasn't shown up yet. Is he going to stand us up? I heard Lin Yi is quite clever and sly. Cough, cough. I just watched his live stream. It was entertaining. And his driving skills were impressive. Quit your incessant chatter. Lin Yi is approaching. Haven't you been watching the stream? For heaven's sake. A group of racing enthusiasts chattered animatedly. Meanwhile, Yi furrowed his brow, glancing at his watch with evident agitation. At that moment, a girl resembling Natsuki linked her arm with Yi's and softly whispered, Yi, don't be so restless. If it becomes unbearable, shall we take a trip to the grove? I promise you'll be satisfied. Get lost, Huang Yulian. You are truly insufferable. Yi snapped, shaking off her hand, his face a portrait of disdain. Brother Shanji was not Takumi. He had no patience for such materialistic women. He owned luxurious cars, both Mercedes and BMWs. But he found no appeal in someone like Huang Yulian, who threw herself at him. It was repugnant. Lianjia merely cast a fleeting glance at the scene, saying nothing, as he closed his eyes to savor the gentle caress of the evening breeze. Just then, the loudspeaker erupted with an exhilarating announcement. The 86. The 86 is climbing the hill. Upon hearing the announcer's excited voice, everyone leapt to their feet, their eyes fixed intently on the distant screen. They beheld a light blue Wuling gliding gracefully, deftly maneuvering through several bends with effortless flair. What a sight to behold. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were electrified. The true spirit of racing had finally arrived, rendering any talk of tempting beauties irrelevant. Wow. Lin Yi's drifting move is absolutely stunning. With a composed demeanor exuding regal authority, you live up to your title, host. I admire you. Wow. It's my first time feeling excited about a car race. Are there any car models or racing beauties? Hey, are you seriously into racing? Pathetic. Is that excitement? You're merely lusting after her physique. Chapter 31. Is the car door locked? Unlocking in a second while the viewers in the live stream engaged in fervent discussions. A pale blue Wuling AE86 ascended the hill, arriving behind two white racing cars. Inside the vehicle, Lin Yi skillfully steered the wheel with one hand, while resting his chin on the other, his expression calm and composed, his handsome profile suggesting that he had everything under control. The striking blue 86 burst into the side of the crowd, followed by a deft drift that sent a plume of white smoke swirling into the air. In the next moment, the AE86 was parallel to the two white racing cars. As the smoke dissipated, the car door swung open, revealing an exceptionally handsome young man. A profound silence enveloped the scene as everyone gazed at the legendary driver of Xining, Lin Yi. Hello there, you must be Chicken Brother. Lin Yi approached a youth adorned with a white scarf. Don't call me Chicken Brother. My name is Yi. Lin Yi was about to greet him, but unexpectedly, Yi charged at him, evidently displeased with the nickname. Chicken Brother, your whole family is a bunch of chickens. Yi shouted angrily, throwing a heavy punch aimed at Lin Yi's eye. In the next instant, Lin Yi smiled faintly, displaying a warm expression. With his right hand, he firmly grasped Yi's fist, rendering him immobile, regardless of his attempts to escape. Let go. Thud. Lin Yi swiftly kicked him in the groin, causing Yi to collapse to the ground in a disheveled heap. Mountain Chicken Brother. Big shot. Boss. In the blink of an eye, a throng of admirers encircled Lin Yi, creating a barrier around him. Viewers in the live stream were puzzled. Wait, aren't you here to compete? Why are you fighting? 1, 2, 3, 11. There are 11 of them. This is bad. Lin Yi can only take on 10. Wow, you upstairs are truly a genius. Look at you all, worrying for Lin Yi. You have no idea how fierce that guy is. After a tussle with him, my hands still ache. Comment from old Wong next door. At this moment, Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings with an air of nonchalance, even managing a faint smile. As the situation escalated, Chen Lianjia could no longer remain seated and bellowed at the crowd. Enough. Everyone, Return to your respective places. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingyi's entourage reluctantly dispersed, their gazes still fixed intently on Lin Yi. Jingyi, are you all right? I have some ointment here. Come. Let me take you to the grove to apply it. Huang Yulian trotted over, grasping Chen Jingyi's hand with a look of concern, making it appear as though they were romantically involved. Get lost. Chen Jingyi, in a fit of anger, shoved Huang Yulian away and stood up, glaring fiercely at Lin Yi, though he refrained from making another move. All right, everyone, let us all calm down. It's just a name. Shan Liangjie interjected softly, positioning himself between the two. By the way, I prefer genuine substance. Where is the promised 40,000? Lin Yi grinned, cradling the back of his head. You are being unreasonable, Lin Yi. The competition has yet to begin. We do not know who will win or lose. How can you speak so brazenly? Liangjie furrowed his brows. Huh, Liangjie. Is it? I admit I am rather mundane, easily swayed by wealth. It is the promise of money that fuels my ambition. Surely. You wouldn't want me to feign interest in this match, would you? Noticing Liangjie's hesitance, Lin Yi sensed an opportunity. Regardless of the outcome, securing the money first would bring peace of mind. The two exchanged glances, finding merit in his reasoning. What if you lose and abscond with the money? Chen Jingyi glared at Lin Yi, suspicion lacing his words. Come now, Brother Ji, how could you view me so? What kind of relationship do we have? Lin Yi approached, patting his shoulder in a familiar, exasperated manner. As Chen Jingyi attempted to push Lin Yi's hand away, he found it surprisingly heavy. Besides, I have no intention of losing. You are aware that I am a contender in professional workers, with the goal of seizing the final prize of 900 million. Do you truly believe I would covet your paltry 40,000? Lin Yi scoffed. The crowd seemed to find his words compelling, nodding in agreement. After a moment of shared looks, Chen Jingyi and Liangjie gritted their teeth and began to produce the money. Seeing their actions, a subtle smile crept onto Lin Yi's lips. His plan was succeeding. The viewers in the live chat were delighted by the spectacle. Are you serious? Do you really trust Lin Yi? He barely has 3,000 to his name. The streamer's ability to manipulate is becoming increasingly impressive. Why are you all nodding along? This group has clearly been brainwashed by the streamer. It's been said in negotiation studies that stating an objective first and then presenting a larger goal makes the initial goal easier to accept. When comparing 10 billion to 40,000, the latter seems trivial. This is a masterful ploy. Wow, these two actually handed over the money. In a matter of moments, Chen Jingyi and Liangjie presented the neatly stacked 40,000 to Lin Yi, showing no fear of him fleeing with their cash. Accepting the bundles of red notes, Lin Yi tossed them into the passenger seat, as if the outcome of the race was already predetermined. All right, you've given me the money. Let us commence the competition. Chen Jingyi said, not lifting his gaze as he walked toward his car. As Lin Yi prepared to enter his vehicle, Liangjie handed him a headset. Take this. It will facilitate communication in case of any unforeseen incidents. Lin Yi accepted it without hesitation, recognizing the inherent dangers of racing. The presence of numerous individuals was not merely for ambience. The safety of the competitors required careful oversight. With all preparations complete, the engines roared to life, releasing plumes of black smoke as the crowd erupted in cheers. Strapping in and focusing ahead, Lin Yi awaited the signal to commence. However, a minute passed with no sign of movement. Through the car window, he exchanged a glance with Liangjie, who was chewing gum, when suddenly, a knock sounded on the window. Both emerged from their vehicles. Chen Jingyi was furiously addressing his group of subordinates, expressing his frustration. What on earth happened? That genius threw the car keys inside, and as if that wasn't enough, who the hell closed the door? He vented his anger. Damn it. Answer me. At this moment, the subordinates were rendered speechless, with the one in charge, a white-haired fellow, fiddling with the car door. After a while, he helplessly remarked, Brother Jingyi, the door is completely locked. We might need a locksmith. Damn it. Where can we find a locksmith at this hour? The competition is about to start. I must break the window. Chen Jingyi declared resolutely, unwilling to let that kid underestimate him. With that, he swiftly found a large stone nearby, ready to smash the window. Just as he was about to strike, a voice floated over, Brother Ji, don't be so angry. It's just a locked door. I have a solution. Lin Yi approached, cradling the back of his head and swaying slightly. Instantly, all eyes turned to him, and at that moment, he seemed to shine like a beacon in the eyes of his companions. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of his subordinates, Lin Yi pulled out a silver card from his pocket, glanced at the car door a few times, and with a crisp click, the door swung open effortlessly. Wow. It unlocked in an instant. How on earth did you do that? The white-haired subordinate stared at Lin Yi in disbelief, his mouth agape. To be continued in the next chapter. The car god of Akinuma Mountain? Have you lost your mind? Chapter 32. The Turn of the Drainage Ditch. The outcome is certain for a moment. Lin Yi remained silent, engrossed in fiddling with his phone. Hey, Lin Yi, I'm talking to you. Chun Jingyi despised Lin Yi's arrogance the most. Not only did he act pretentious, but he also fell silent afterward, which was utterly perplexing. Just a moment. I'm posting my unlocking services on 57 City. The crowd was left speechless. Having pocketed 40,000 yuan, did he really care about a trifling amount? After sending the message, Lin Yi softly addressed the audience in the live stream. To all my friends in Xining, if you need unlocking services, look no further. I can unlock a door in a second for a mere 100 yuan. With that, Lin Yi gestured towards Chun Jingyi. Chun Jingyi, taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief. What? Are you really that desperate for 100 yuan? He cursed under his breath. Fine. Here you go. He pulled out 100 yuan and flung it at Lin Yi before diving into the driver's seat, completely uninterested in conversing with Lin Yi any further. He found him insufferably annoying. It was futile to argue or fight back. Take care, boss. Lin Yi smiled faintly. In his eyes, the boss was akin to a deity. But only at the moment of payment. Hey, buddy, how do you unlock that door? Teach me, will you? I also want to earn some money with unlocking skills. As the crowd dispersed, a white-haired man swiftly attached himself to Lin Yi, his right hand resting on Lin Yi's shoulder. Lin Yi, unfazed, rubbed his right hand. The white-haired man instantly understood and handed over 200 yuan bills. Ahem, it's quite simple, really. To unlock a BMW door, all you need is a card. Just slide it down swiftly and cleanly along the seam of the door. The door will open, Lin Yi explained. The white-haired man was astonished. Is it really that easy? Indeed, it is. But remember, you must be quick and precise. If you mess it up, don't touch me, you can't afford the consequences. With that, Lin Yi turned away and walked towards the Wuling. 200 yuan for just a few simple words. This is the essence of knowledge being monetized. Unlocking is a skill not everyone possesses. In the live stream, viewers were astonished at the unfolding scene. Seriously? The streamer can unlock doors? And in a second, no less? This is absurd. Boxing, racing, unlocking, what other hidden talents does he possess? Advertising unlocking services at night, the streamer doesn't seem like a good person. Streamer. I have a heart lock. Can you help me open it? You've locked my heart. That is outrageous. I thought it was a beautiful woman. I clicked in and found a burly man weighing over 200 pounds. Ugh haha. Did you really click in? Streamer. There is a stone lock on the back mountain of my hometown. Could you come help open it? Back mountain. Are you sure you're not grave robbing? Upon returning to the car, Lin Yi smiled slightly while reading the viewers' comments. Heart locks and grave robbing inquiries were best left unaddressed. Those would require a different price. Now, we are about to compete. With that, Lin Yi appeared to shift into an entirely different state, as the exhilarating music of racing filled the air. 3 cars and their drivers prepared for the impending competition. There was Lin Yi's Wuling, the AE86, Liangjie's Benchi, KFC, and Shanji Gu, also known as Jingyi. With his Don't Touch Me E3, the thunderous roar of the engines resonated through the venue, captivating everyone present. Even those watching the live stream could palpably feel the electrifying atmosphere of the race. The viewership surged to a staggering 100,000. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. With the flag waved down by the lovely flag girl, the engines erupted into a symphony of power. The countdown concluded. All 3 cars surged forward simultaneously, with the seasoned drivers accelerating to a remarkable speed of 100 miles per hour right from the start. On the straightaway, Shanji Gu's Don't Touch Me quickly gained the upper hand, soaring into second place. Close behind was Liangjie's KFC, with Lin Yi's Wuling, the AE86, lagging behind. The viewers in the live stream felt a pang of concern at this sight. However, it was to be expected. The price of the Wuling was a telling factor, resulting in a slight disadvantage in straight-line acceleration. Yet, the racing track on Akinuma Mountain was far from just straight paths. It was predominantly composed of curves. Overtaking in the bends was where the true essence of racing lay. If it were all straight roads, what fun would racing be? Upgrading configurations would suffice. Soon, the first curve approached. The 3 cars maintained their speed, exceeding 100 miles per hour, each drifting through the bend with remarkable finesse. The roar of the engines and the sound of tires scraping against the asphalt filled the air, accompanied by clouds of white smoke. After navigating the first curve, Shanji Gu remained firmly in the lead. A smirk played on his lips as he thought, is this the so-called racing god of Xining? Just this? Meanwhile, Lin Yi's loyal fans silently cheered him on. In the footage, Lin Yi was seen adeptly maneuvering, his gaze calm and focused ahead, devoid of any hint of panic. As they swiftly passed the second and third curves, Lin Yi still held the third position. Yet, he remained unperturbed, biding his time, awaiting the right curve to make his move. Soon enough, the next curve appeared. Here it was, the drainage ditch. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he shifted gears, pressed the accelerator, braked, and deftly turned the steering wheel a third of the way. In the aerial view, the AE-86 skillfully navigated the bend using the drainage ditch, executing two seamless and impressive drifts through sharp turns. In an instant, the 86 surged into the lead. Shanji-gu was taken aback at the sight of the light blue car ahead of him. How could Lin Yi have made that turn using the drainage ditch? That was hardly any distance. No, I must go faster. I must accelerate. Ignoring all caution, Shanji-gu pressed down on the gas pedal with no signs of letting up. Once Lin Yi surpassed them, the outcome seemed all but predetermined. In succession, Lin Yi navigated several bends using the drainage ditch, pushing the limits as he brushed against the railings, maintaining his speed throughout. This left the audience in awe, both on-site and in the livestream. Navigating the bend using the drainage ditch. Is Lin Yi even human? What is this? He can navigate a bend using the drainage ditch? What a joke. Indeed. The revered driver of Shining, deftly maneuvering through the drainage ditch with such finesse, is truly remarkable. Regrettably, the anticipated blade overtaking remains unseen. The host shall acquire yet another moniker, the deity of Mount Akin. As the race approached its climax, Lin Yi consistently navigated the drainage ditch, maintaining a lead of a car's length. Brother Mountain Chicken and Liang Jie attempted to overtake on multiple occasions, yet to no avail. With each flawless drift around the corners, Lin Yi believed victory was assured. Suddenly, a chilling voice crackled through his earpiece. A vehicle has appeared ahead. Reduce speed. Exercise caution. Upon hearing this, Liang Jie furrowed his brow in disbelief. What? Why is there a car? Was the area cleared? Damn it. Up front, Lin Yi caught sight of distant headlights. The car was approaching rapidly, particularly as they approached the next turn, prompting him to frown. Nevertheless, he maintained his current speed. Brother Mountain Chicken, in second place, heard the warning but felt exhilarated rather than anxious. This presented a singular opportunity to surpass Lin Yi. Without hesitation, he floored the accelerator and gently tapped the brakes. In that moment, a heart-stopping scene unfolded as the AE-86 found itself ensnared between the two vehicles in a precarious position. Soon, the next bend arrived, ready for a drift. At that precise moment, Brother Mountain Chicken disregarded the oncoming car and abruptly yanked the steering wheel. The next instant, bang! Jing Yi's Don T Touch Me was grazed by the car, causing an immediate loss of control. Subsequently, E3 collided with the guardrail, flickering weakly. Rescue, hurry. In an instant, all support personnel rushed forward. Meanwhile, the AE-86, caught between the car and Jing Yi's E3, stood upright in a blade-like fashion, skillfully evading the impending disaster. Bang! Escaping danger, Lin Yi turned sharply to the left, regaining balance and surging toward the finish line. Only 1 kilometer remained. The outcome was becoming increasingly evident. Although Liang Jie South KFC remained close behind, it was futile. Jing Yi was unharmed. The support personnel's voices echoed through the earpiece, assuring everyone, with no ornate descriptions, merely the awkward drainage ditch. What sort of intellect is required to read such a novel? I am Dave. Chapter 33. As the blue-hued vehicle surged across the finish line, the crowd erupted into exuberant cheers. 86 had triumphed. At that moment, as Lin Yi crossed the finish line, the spectators gathered there were filled with jubilation, their excitement palpable. Even the announcer's voice trembled with emotion. Unbelievably, the first place belonged to Wuling. This moment of victory was rightfully Lin Yi's and belonged to the AE-86. At this juncture, the online viewers in the live broadcast were in a frenzy. No way, did we really win? The host is incredible. I never expected the host, who was trailing behind for most of the race, to pull ahead at the last moment thanks to the drainage ditch. Truly impressive. By the way, what happened to that brother G? So thrilling, I can hardly contain my excitement. The host just pocketed 40,000 yuan. Tomorrow's ranking should see a significant rise. Earning 40,000 in half an hour is astonishing. Since the host won 40,000 yuan, shouldn't he treat his friends to a meal? Inside the car, Lin Yi observed the comments from the live chat and murmured softly, although the host has won, I still need to deliver the necessary advertisements. Is there anyone in need of locksmith services tonight? Appointments can be made within 2 hours. Upon hearing this, The live chat fell silent. Are you serious, host? Who needs a locksmith at this hour? What kind of joke is that? You're acting strangely, host. Are you planning to go to someone else's house to unlock their door at night? Aren't you concerned about a couple hundred yuan after winning 40,000? I'm just left speechless by the hostess comment. After earning 40,000 in one night, I must visit a foot massage place. I wish I could stay there all night. Are you really that short on cash, host? Come to my place. I pay hourly and doubt you can handle even 1 hour. Amused by the barrage of comments, Lin Yi chuckled and stepped out of the car. As he emerged, Lin Yi approached him with a smile, extending his hand. Lin Yi, your driving skills are truly remarkable. The title of the King of Aquina Mountain belongs to you tonight. By the way, would you be interested in joining my racing team? Jing Yi and I are planning to establish a professional racing team. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi released Liang Jie's hand, pausing momentarily to lean against the car, gazing into the darkened horizon. After a while, he asked in a low voice, what about Brother Ji? Is he all right? Jing Yi is fine, just some superficial injuries. He has already been taken to the hospital. As Liang Jie leaned closer, mimicking Lin Yi's posture against the car, he inquired, have you thought about it? A professional racing team. Together we can conquer Bayanbuluk. I will be your navigator. Bayanbuluk, the dream destination for countless racers. Looking up at the sky, Lin Yi smiled faintly. If you are to be my navigator, what will happen to Brother Ji? We can't just leave him out of the picture. Jing Yi's temperament is not suited for the role of navigator. He is far too impulsive. However, he had many younger brothers, which made him quite suitable for logistical support. Lin Yi, what do you think? Liang Jie asked earnestly once more. Indeed, given Brother Ji's volatile temperament, he would easily explode at the slightest provocation. Joining the team posed no issue. But my time is limited, and I want to have much opportunity to train with you all. I will attend when I can. If you can accept this, I am willing to join, Lin Yi replied casually. Upon hearing this, Liang Jie felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated Lin Yi would agree so readily. As for the time commitment, that was not a concern. Standing on the Bayanbuluk racetrack was no simple feat. The elimination rounds and competitive races required a series of contests to accumulate points, which would take considerable time. Lin Yi then stated, this is settled. Here is my number. And I will contact you if necessary. Oh, by the way, here is 10,000 yuan. As he spoke, Liang Jie walked to his car and retrieved a stack of red bills. Lin Yi was taken aback, feeling the warmth of the money in his hand. Wait, 10,000 yuan, just like that? No need for a competition? Liang Jie, shall we have a match instead? Lin Yi tentatively inquired. Upon hearing this, Liang Jie shook his head and chuckled. Lin Yi, just take it. This 10,000 yuan is your salary for this month. Joining the team will definitely come with a paycheck. All right, I must be on my way. Jing Yi is still in the hospital, and I need to visit him. Giving Lin Yi a pat on the shoulder, Liang Jie drove off, followed by a procession of various vehicles. In the vast expanse of Aquina Mountain, only a Wuling Qingguang remained. Indeed, those who indulge in cars are often the scions of wealthy families. Acquiring 10,000 yuan so effortlessly felt somewhat surreal, almost dreamlike. Lin Yi murmured softly. Regardless, what mattered was that the money was in hand. Returning to his vehicle, the live stream resumed. Brothers, without further ado, let us continue to take orders. By the way, if anyone needs locksmith services, feel free to message me. The Wuling roared back to life. And the live stream became lively once more. Isn't the host's obsession with unlocking rather profound? I mean, is it absolutely necessary to unlock that lock? Host, I've got a plan. Since the bank is closed, why not break into the vault and make a fortune? You could secure the prize money for the working class hero. Hey now, are you sending the host to prison? That's quite the gamble. Aquina Mountain is situated in the suburbs, and throughout the journey, Lin Yi did not receive any orders. Out at night, those who come to Aquina Mountain are rarely up to good. Either they are racing or indulging in illegal activities, leaving no demand for ride-hailing services. 20 minutes later, Lin Yi arrived in the city, parked, and awaited an order. Driving out at night without earning anything felt uncomfortable. Although he had previously made 50,000, who would complain about having too much money? After waiting several minutes, Lin Yi contemplated heading home when an unfamiliar call came in. The number displaying sheening. Hello, who is this? Lin Yi pressed the speakerphone. Hello, is this Master Lin, the locksmith? I saw your locksmith services on 57 Tongqing. Are you available to come now? A voice from across the way belonged to a middle-aged woman, tinged with a hint of impatience. Is that you? Do you need help with the lock? Please provide the address, and I shall be there shortly. Upon hearing the prospect of a transaction, Lin Yi felt a weight lift from his shoulders. I am at the West Building, Unit 203 in the garden community. Please hurry. My child is being mischievous and is shouting incessantly, driving me to the brink of exasperation. The woman exclaimed. Please hold on. I will arrive shortly. After ending the call, Lin Yi followed the navigation to his destination. As he arrived, the audience in the live stream instantly sprang to life. Goodness. We've been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted. The plot is finally unfolding. From the sound of her voice, she seems to be a single woman. Heavens. The host might have an unexpected romantic encounter. Isn't she upstairs? How can you tell she is single? Perhaps she is divorced? What gives you that certainty? Isn't it obvious? It's instinctual. People refer to me as Chaomingda. One must understand the innate qualities of a Chaomingda. 66 Chapter 34, The Lockpicker. I am going to pry open your toilet lid. Although I cannot comprehend what you are saying, Chaomingda, the legacy of Wei Wu, a married woman. Merely thinking about it excites me. Ahem, I say, are you all this excited? Truly a bunch of lecherous old men. The garden community is not far from here, just a few minutes away. Jidong and Lin Yi headed straight for the second floor. Upon reaching the stairway, Lin Yi spotted a middle-aged woman quite alluring in appearance. She was anxiously waiting, and upon seeing Lin Yi, her eyes immediately sparkled. One might wonder if there were some intriguing tale within these walls. Hello? Is this Master Lin? The woman inquired urgently. It is I. Where are you? I am here to unlock the door, Lin Yi replied softly. The woman scrutinized him, her gaze falling on his empty hands, rendering her momentarily speechless. Master, where are your tools? She asked. Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment, as it was common for locksmiths to carry a small bag of tools. Those who did not typically lacked essentials. In his haste to leave, he had forgotten his tools. Do not worry, I am a professional. Lin Yi concocted a casual excuse. Upon hearing this, the woman ceased her inquiries and led Lin Yi towards room 203. The room was modest, comprising 2 bedrooms and a living area. Upon entering, they were greeted by a tightly locked wooden door and the incessant sound of banging. Bang, bang, bang. I will not write. I refuse to do my homework. Mom, promise me, do not make me write homework, or I will bang on this door all night long. Through the door, Lin Yi could hear the child's voice. Oh, he initially thought it was a grave matter. It turned out the child simply did not wish to do his homework. Gaining some understanding, Lin Yi glanced at the woman. Noticing his look, the woman explained, Master Lin, school is about to start. I just asked him to complete his summer homework. He exploded in anger and locked himself in the room. He has been banging on the door for nearly 2 hours now, making it impossible for me to sleep. I had no choice. I usually indulge this child, especially since his father left. As she spoke, a hint of sorrow flickered in the corners of her eyes. In the live stream, see, I told you I am the living Chaomingda. One can tell by the voice that she is a young mother, and a single one at that. Bro upstairs. Your trick is impressive. Can you teach me? It's innate. You cannot learn it. Wow. This child does not want to do his summer homework and is itching for a lesson. Host, hurry and unlock the door so he can truly experience motherly love. Haha. Finally some amusement. Eagerly anticipating the moment the host opens the door, watching the child scream in distress. In that case, may I kindly request to see your property deed to confirm your ownership of the residence? Lin Yi asked gently. Oh, okay, the woman replied. Handing over the property deed, Lin Yi inspected it and found everything in order, preparing to commence his work. Little one? Lin Yi knocked on the wooden door. But there was no response. It appeared the child was resolute in his refusal to open the door. Meanwhile, the woman issued a final ultimatum to the child. Lu Xiqing, if you don't open the door, I will hit you. Hurry up. The child's older brother retorted, Go ahead, I want to open it. What can you do? Upon hearing this exchange, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. They were all seasoned individuals who had experienced the rebellious phase of childhood. They knew all too well what was about to unfold. Ha ha ha, that stubborn child. Once upon a time, I was just like you, and then I got a well-deserved spanking. Child, I advise you to open the door. I've been through it all. Who would have thought that so late at night? This would still be playing out? How nostalgic it is to reminisce about being chased and spanked by parents. Alas, but now my parents are no longer here. Hey, don't say that, or I might just hit you. I'm enjoying myself here, and you're getting all sentimental? Hee hee. I love hearing the child's older brother cry. It's the best kind of therapy. Child's older brother, don't think you can trick me into opening the door. Even if I do, I'll still get hit. So I want to open it. Ha ha ha, streamer. Hurry and open the door. You must give him a complete childhood experience. Lin Yi twisted the doorknob, but it was unresponsive and met with great resistance. It seemed the child's older brother was quite resolute. This infuriates me, that stubborn child, with such rebellious spirit. Master, you must open the door now. I insist on giving him a complete childhood experience, the woman said, exasperated. Okay. Lin Yi smiled slightly, showing his agreement. Just as he took out the unlocking MasterCard to open the door in one swift motion, the next moment, the child's older brother's resentful voice, tinged with a hint of tears, echoed, "Don't open it. Don't open it. You smelly locksmith, do you believe that if I learn how to unlock doors, I'll come and pry open your toilet seat?" Oh. At the sound of the child's brother's near-death plea, Lin Yi paused momentarily. All right, good lad. Today I, Lin Yi, will definitely unlock this door. Not even Jesus could stop me. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Ha ha. This child's older brother is just too adorable. The lock must be opened. Child, you've just driven away the only person who could protect you. Kick the door down. One swift kick and you won't need locks anymore. This lock must be opened, or else the streamer's toilet seat is in jeopardy. Lin Yi, the more you shout, the more excited I become. Soon, Lin Yi placed the unlocking card in the gap of the door, and in the next second, there was a click. Just as Lin Yi intended to push the door open, he encountered a significant resistance. Child, don't push against it. With a strong shove, the wooden door swung open. Little friend, the door is open. At Uncle's house, there's no toilet seat, Lin Yi said with a mischievous smile. Gazing at the chubby little face, the child's older brother looked on in terror. Suddenly, the child's mother stormed in, wielding a clothes hanger. Mom, don't hit me anymore. I was wrong. Locksmith, don't leave. Don't go. In the terrified eyes of the child's older brother, Lin Yi smiled gently and closed the door behind them. In the room, echoes of lamentation filled the air, marking the completion of childhood. What a soothing sound. It brings immense comfort. Child, spicy and tangy. Hunting hour. Lin Yi, I merely smile in silence. The coat rack has already spoken for me. The host is quite considerate, even taking care to close the door. I can hardly contain my laughter. Initially, the parties involved were unaware that years later, the words of that young boy would indeed come to fruition, prompting the host to swiftly safeguard our toilet lid. Host, you are rather kind, even shutting the door. I have a clever idea, host. You should remove the doorknob and hand it over. Am I not amusingly foolish? At this moment, nothing brings greater joy than the child's weeping and Lin Yi's impeccable door closing. The theatricality is simply splendid. Chapter 35. A complete childhood. Listening to the sounds emanating from the room, it seemed that the festivities would continue for quite some time. After a minute, Lin Yi smiled and stepped out of room 203, making sure to close the door behind him. 2.5 minutes later, in his car, he mused that the young lad was still quite inexperienced. He likely had never encountered the formidable prowess of the Seven Wolves. The comments from the live stream filled the air. The host is too naive. Seven Wolves, what a nostalgic flavor. What is Seven Wolves compared to a spiked mace? I endured a full hour without uttering a word. Upstairs, did you fall asleep? Are you comatose? 6,666. The talent in this live stream is astonishing. I absolutely adore this place. By the way, has T the host been paid yet? Upon reading these remarks, a smirk crept onto Lin Yi's face. What need was there for payment? Allowing the young lad to experience a complete childhood was the greatest reward of all. Brothers, let us continue taking orders. Just then, a notification chimed. A message from 57 City appeared, indicating a payment of 100 yuan. Ding. A new real-time order had been received. The pickup location was merely a kilometer away. 3 minutes later, he spotted a woman of refined elegance approaching, wielding a black umbrella, donning sunglasses, and dressed in a sleek black dress. As a seasoned driver, Lin Yi recognized her instantly as his client. With a soft click, the back door swung open, and the woman gracefully took her seat, casually tossing her camera onto the seat beside her. Hello, may I confirm that the last 4 digits are 4,521? The elegant woman removed her sunglasses and nodded, saying, Driver, your vehicle appears quite impressive. Has it been modified? You have an eye for cars? Lin Yi replied while driving. Just a bit, she acknowledged. However, a Wuling sedan like yours hardly holds prestige. Domestic cars can be rather embarrassing. Lin Yi chuckled softly. I thought you were being modest. It turns out you truly have some knowledge. This one is not modified. A hint of embarrassment crossed her face, and she chose not to pursue the topic further. Instead, adjusting her makeup in the car, seemingly preparing for something significant ahead. The viewers in the live stream were unfazed by this exchange. After all, the array of characters encountered in ride-sharing was exceedingly diverse. The two remained silent throughout the journey, and after several minutes, they arrived at the Red Rose Bar. A sultry beauty clad in a black lace bodysuit emerged from the pale blue wooling. She appeared to be over 7 meters tall. Her long legs and fair complexion captivating the attention of many men standing outside the bar, their gazes riveted upon her. This undeniable allure was intoxicating. As the elegant woman exited the car, she did not walk away immediately. Instead, she approached the car window and tapped gently. With a flirtatious smile, she remarked, "Little brother, your driving skills are quite impressive, and you are rather handsome as well. Such a pity you lack conversational charm." With that, she flashed a mischievous grin before strutting away in her towering heels, drawing a throng of admirers in her wake. Inside the car, Lin Yi shook his head as he started the engine. Suddenly, through the rearview mirror, he noticed a camera perched on the back seat. It was the woman with an elegant demeanor. Without much thought, Lin Yi quickly leaned out of the window and called out loudly to her retreating figure, "Miss, your camera. Your camera." Surrounded by a group of men, the crowd visibly paused at Lin Yi's words. "You look like a chicken?" In an instant, nearly all the men who had followed her instinctively took a few steps back. Chicken? Faced with a potential pathogen. There was still a semblance of rationality in front of the Red Rose Bar. In that fleeting moment, the woman's complexion transformed from a pale pink to a deep crimson. She turned her head and shouted fiercely at Lin Yi, "You resemble a chicken. I am a respectable woman, and your entire family are the chickens." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, even questioning if he had misheard. "What? My camera? No. Wait, isn't this camera yours?" Lin Yi retorted. In the next second, the woman flushed with anger, raising her voice. "I'll say it again, I am not a chicken. You are the chicken. No, you're a duck. A duck." "Lin Yi? What is happening? When did this camera become his? What on earth is going on?" The camera clearly belonged to that woman. Does she not want it anymore? Adhering to the standards of a rideshare driver, Lin Yi turned around and retrieved the camera from the back seat. He showcased it to the woman, shouting, "Camera. Your camera. Is this yours? What are you babbling about with chickens and ducks? If this camera isn't yours, I'm taking it. I just downloaded an app to sell it." With that, Lin Yi retreated to the driver's seat, revved the engine, and adopted a posture suggesting he was about to leave. Whoosh. Witnessing this scene, the woman's expression shifted dramatically. She finally understood. Striding in her high heels, she hurried over, exclaiming, "Driver, I'm so sorry. Please don't go. The camera is mine. You're right." Grateful, the woman thanked Lin Yi profusely. To the onlookers, it seemed peculiar that she was shouting about resembling a chicken. Was she truly a chicken? In an instant, several young figures from the Red Rose Bar slowly approached. Under the gaze of Lin Yi and the audience in the live stream, the woman entered the bar, and what transpired thereafter remained a mystery. A woman of grace, clutching a camera, stepped into the bar, prompting boundless imagination. However, the earlier incident where she likened herself to a chicken had the live stream audience in stitches. The host is truly talented. Just 3 simple words, your camera, encompass the profound depth of Xiaoguo's culture. I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it. Ha ha ha. When the host said, "Miss, you look like a chicken," I couldn't contain myself. TSK, it's the Red Rose Bar again. I really want to go in and take a look. I must say, that lady's legs were extraordinarily fair. Even through the black stockings, they were stunning. I'm curious to know what happens next with the camera lady. Host, don't make me plead. Hurry into the Red Rose Bar. I want to experience it. Lin Yi, undoubtedly an experienced hand, was quick to take action at the slightest provocation. As he perused the barrage of comments flooding the live stream, several urged him to embark on an adventure at the Red Rose Bar. A slight smile graced his lips at the suggestion. The very name of the Red Rose Bar hinted at its dubious nature. Moreover, Lin Yi preferred not to frequent such upscale establishments. He found street vendors to be quite satisfactory. For merely 200 yuan, he could indulge in a delightful meal, occasionally savoring some exotic delicacies. An hour slipped by as Lin Yi accepted several orders along his route. With midnight approaching, he decided to cease accepting new orders and deactivated the app. He steered his vehicle toward home. Just as he had traversed half the distance, his phone rang. "Hello, who is this?" Lin Yi activated the speakerphone. "Is this Master Lin? I saw your job advertisement on 57 City. Is it true that you can do anything? A female voice emanated from the other end, likely in her 20s, resonating with a cool detachment. Anything? The phrase struck him as peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi replied, "Of course, I can do anything, provided it's legal and doesn't involve illicit activities." "Wonderful. I am in dire need of someone with your skills," the voice on the other end exclaimed with palpable excitement. Chapter 36, The Western Show? I believe it's rather last week. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback by the excited voice of the girl. "So, what exactly do you want me to do? Or rather, what is the nature of the task?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was a silence on the other end for several seconds. The intermittent and perplexing conversation was beginning to frustrate the viewers in the live stream. As midnight approached, many had even turned off the stream, reducing the audience count to just over 20,000. After all, night owls were a minority. "Master Lin, are you afraid of ghosts?" After a long pause, the girl finally uttered those words. "Huh? Ghosts? What a joke." As a passionate youth raised under the 5-star red flag, I have never believed in such superstitions. Since the establishment of the nation, animals are not allowed to cultivate intelligence. "You must believe in science. There are simply no ghosts in this world," Lin Yi replied. "Wonderful. I adore your atheistic stance, Master Lin. Your task is quite simple. Just take me to the crematorium and stay with me until dawn. Shouldn't it be too difficult, right?" The girl's excited voice echoed in the car. The crematorium. At midnight. Who wouldn't be rendered speechless? Master Lin, Master Lin." The girl called out for over a minute, fearing Lin Yi might change his mind. Lin Yi, too, remained silent for over a minute. Why would anyone venture to a crematorium in the dead of night? After pondering for a moment, the viewers in the live stream perked up at the sight of this scene. Was there anything more thrilling than a midnight visit to a crematorium? What the heck? Come on, streamer, agree to it. Thinking about going to a crematorium at midnight is exhilarating. Do you think ghosts really exist in this world? How could there possibly be ghosts? Even if there were, I'd take them down one by one. I am the 78th generation purple-robed celestial master of Longhu Mountain. Dude above, stop boasting, or you might find the old celestial master crawling out from under your bed tonight to give you a whack. Streamer, hurry and agree. This trip will definitely earn you a fortune. A fortune? It better be more than 50,000. Listen to me. Go home and sleep. You can't handle the crematorium. I once saw a ghost at a mass grave when I was a child. The live stream was filled with chatter, yet Lin Yi was oblivious to it all. After a full minute of contemplation, he finally inquired about something that intrigued him. "Girl, even if I'm not afraid of ghosts, going to a crematorium in the dead of night is quite a test for an old hand like me. So, what is the compensation?" Upon hearing Lin Yi's question, a glimmer of hope passed through the girl's eyes. "Master Lin, you only need to stay until 6 in the morning. How does 1,000 yuan sound?" 1,000 yuan? Good gracious. Upon hearing that figure, Lin Yi's eyes lit up instantly. Just sitting there, and he could even play on his phone, this deal seemed exceedingly advantageous. Without hesitation, Lin Yi agreed. "All right, girl, I'm in. Don't think I'm just going to hang out at the crematorium for a few hours. Even if a corpse runs away, I'll carry it back, haha. Send me the address. I'll come pick you up." Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smile as he chuckled heartily. "Master Lin, I am truly grateful to you. If it weren't for my urgent matter, I wouldn't be heading to the crematorium at this late hour," the girl stated. "The address is on East Dajia and Xining. I'll be waiting for you at the intersection." After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi glanced at the frenzied barrage of comments in the live stream, a faint smile gracing his face. Everyone should have faith in science. How could there possibly be ghosts in this world? He remarked. "Hey, that user named I Have a Chicken, please refrain from making wild claims. I'm not here for the $1,000, but simply to lend a helping hand." Chuckling, Lin Yi resumed his conversation with the viewers as his vehicle roared back to life. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi's car came to a halt at a turning point of an intersection, not at his intended destination, but in front of a small stall. "Take a look. Young man, we have incense, paper money, peachwood swords, talismans, and protective jade pendants. All you could wish for," an elderly vendor exclaimed. "Look at this paper figurine. I crafted it myself. I assure you it's top-notch. Hurry and choose, my friend. I'll be packing up soon." The vendor, an old man in his 50s or 60s, sported a tiny mole on his chin. It was evident from his demeanor that he was a seasoned trickster, or rather, an adept salesman. Without uttering a word, Lin Yi's gaze lingered on the various protective items displayed at the stall. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, the host keeps insisting on believing in science, yet here he is seeking protective charms from a vendor. You really know how to play the game, don't you? Quite extravagant indeed. Host, the jade pendant in front of you looks splendid. I'm an antique appraiser, and this is undoubtedly from the Western Zhou period. You must acquire it. Upstairs, I think that jade pendant is from last week, not the Western Zhou. Who do you think you're fooling? Ha ha, indeed, the live stream is filled with talent. Their banter is delightful. Host, don't hesitate, buy the stall out, or the vendor might take advantage of you. At that moment, with every item Lin Yi picked up, the stall owner was incessantly babbling about the deities, mentioning the Supreme Lord Laozi and the Jade Emperor, claiming every celestial being under the sun. His words flowed like a gushing river, making it no wonder that business was slow. Lin Yi listened intently while selecting a few items, a dragon-shaped jade pendant, a talisman, and a peachwood sword he was indecisive about. Setting the sword down, Lin Yi presented the two items in his hands to the vendor. How much for these two? Ah, young man, this jade pendant is quite extraordinary. It was worn by the founder during his conquest of the White Serpent and is highly valuable, 200,000. This talisman has been empowered by the celestial powers of the Dragon and Tiger Talisman Master, capable of summoning the true monarch Erlang for protection, 300,000. Let us settle on 400,000 as a favor to a friend. The vendor rubbed his hands together, feigning a look of great loss. At his words, Lin Yi could only feel speechless. What a nerve, setting such a price for a mere stall selling paper money. Is it truly that late at night that he thinks I'm an easy target? Lin Yi replied, let us keep this conversation civil. Do you take me for a collector of antiques? 2 items for a flat price of 50 yuan. Lin Yi chuckled softly, his voice slightly elevated. Deal. Ah, a deal? Is it really settled, boss? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had initially intended to argue his case, but to his surprise, the proprietor readily agreed, even thoughtfully wrapping the items with a beaming smile as he handed them over. In a daze, Lin Yi paused. Isn't this a bit dubious? You accepted a price slashed from 400,000 to 50? Why would you agree to such a bargain? Accepted? Why not? Wait, I still desire a peachwood sword. The longest and largest one. Lin Yi exclaimed, regaining his composure. Not a problem, replied the proprietor, grinning as he retrieved an exceptionally long peachwood sword from beneath the stall, a plus version. Well, Chapter 37, Toothache? One cannot simply head to the crematorium. Observing the proprietor's grand demeanor, Lin Yi felt as though he had been duped. He insisted on acquiring an additional peachwood sword from the stall, and the owner, without hesitation, obliged. The transaction was completed. As Lin Yi approached his vehicle and turned around, he noticed that the vendor had already packed up and was departing, seemingly eager to prevent any change of heart from Lin Yi. Witnessing this scene left him somewhat speechless. In an instant, the live stream exploded with excitement. Ha! What a thrilling negotiation. From 400,000 to 50 bucks. Our host is incredible. Hee, it's not the host who is remarkable, but the vendor. Securing such a long peachwood sword for merely 50 bucks is a steal. Even if it breaks, I must say it's quite useful. Ha! Just look at the bewildered expression on the hostess' face. I can't help but laugh. Ha! Our host truly is a character. Constantly preaching about believing in science, yet here he is, wielding a peachwood sword in one hand and an exorcism talisman in the other. Is this what he calls science? The wisdom passed down from our ancestors is also a form of science. Amidst the fervent discussions in the live stream, Lin Yi remained unfazed. Having already lost considerable time, he needed to hurry. A short while later, at the intersection of Dong Street and Xining, a young woman, appearing to be in her 20s, entered the vehicle. Her attire was charming, yet carried an air of aloofness. As soon as she settled in, she stated coolly, Master Lin, please take me to the crematorium on the outskirts of the city. Lin Yi nodded and pressed the accelerator. During the journey, silence enveloped them, save for the moment when the woman glanced at the 2 peachwood swords, one large and one small, on the back seat. She fell silent, looking at Lin Yi with incredulity, as if to question his fearlessness regarding spirits. What could this peachwood sword possibly signify? However, she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts, wearing a look of astonishment instead. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under her gaze, Lin Yi attempted to spark a conversation. You seem like a recent graduate. How can you tell, Master? She asked, surprised. Lin Yi chuckled. It's easy to see, all fresh graduates have a similar demeanor. Just as he was about to continue, a sudden exclamation interrupted him. Ouch, it hurts so much. The woman covered her mouth and groaned. My toothache is unbearable. Do you have any water? Lin Yi handed her a bottle of mineral water, and without hesitation, she gulped it down. Ah, that is much better. A toothache isn't a disease, but when it strikes, it truly feels catastrophic. How much farther to the crematorium, master? She inquired softly, glancing back at Lin Yi. At her words, Lin Yi's body tensed, shock filling his eyes. Could she possibly be contemplating something drastic? He recalled that she would need to stay at the crematorium for 6 hours. In a hurry, he probed. Are you sure you don't want to visit a hospital first? A toothache, one cannot simply go directly to the crematorium. What? The woman appeared bewildered by Lin Yi's words. Could he really think she intended to go to the crematorium for her own cremation? In the next moment, she couldn't help but let out a giggle. Alas, the pain. A chill ran through my teeth, and she winced once more. After a considerable moment of respite, she softly began to elucidate. Master, you have misconstrued the situation. My occupation is that of a mortician at a crematorium. Just an hour ago, my employer summoned me urgently to prepare the makeup for 3 deceased individuals. Coincidentally, another classmate of mine is on leave today, and I felt apprehensive. Hence my request for your assistance. Moreover, my employer was quite generous, offering me an additional stipend of 3,000 for overtime. Hee. Upon hearing her explanation, Lin Yi was struck by a wave of thoughts. Sigh. It is not easy for university students nowadays. Upon graduation, they often face unemployment. Even if one musters the courage to accept a job at a crematorium, they are compelled to work late into the night. Truly, it is a dismal state of affairs. As the saying goes, in this life, we are all mere beasts of burden. However, casting a glance at the lovely young lady beside him, Lin Yi was taken aback to discover that she was indeed a mortician. No wonder he sensed a faintly chilling aura emanating from her. She had spent considerable time in the crematorium. Since you are experiencing dental pain, perhaps it would be wise to speak less, he gently suggested. Toothache may not be classified as an illness, yet it can be excruciating. We are now beyond the city outskirts. With approximately 20 minutes remaining, Lin Yi replied softly. Upon hearing this, the young lady covered her mouth and nodded, choosing to remain silent. She merely cast a deep glance at the peach with sword in the back seat. The audience in the live stream, having listened to the exchange between Lin Yi and the young lady, initially chuckled before falling silent. The vehicle gradually distanced itself from the bustling city. The once brightly lit street lamps now revealed only a few scattered vehicles. As they ventured into the outskirts, an eerie stillness enveloped the atmosphere. The crematorium's location was inherently desolate and remote. On this suburban road, their vehicle was the sole occupant. The night was thick and oppressive, akin to a black curtain draping over the sky, devoid of any light. Without streetlights, they relied solely on the high beams to pierce through the inky darkness. As the car traversed the deserted road, Lin Yi felt a tightening in his chest. Truth be told, a sense of fear began to creep in. The silence within the vehicle was stifling. In this oppressive ambience, Lin Yi grasped the steering wheel, his palms growing clammy as the sounds of unknown creatures echoed in the distance. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he glanced at the passenger seat. There sat the young lady, engrossed in her phone, illuminated by the screen's glow in the dimness of the environment. At that moment, her face appeared elongated and shadowy, exuding an unsettling aura. Her long hair fell across her visage. In the next instant, Lin Yi's imagination spiraled into dark realms. He envisioned her transforming into a vengeful spirit, lunging for his throat. Or perhaps morphing into a figure akin to Sadako, emerging from the screen. It was profoundly unsettling. Cursed imagination. Merely contemplating it sent shivers down his spine. Simultaneously, the livestream audience was equally unnerved. Sensing the chilling atmosphere within the car, they felt as if they were participants in a horror film. Oh my goodness. Witnessing this scene in the dead of night, could you please refrain from using your phone? I'm terrified. The reflection from the phone screen, her long hair, and her sporadic smiles. Tell me this isn't akin to a horror movie? Oh dear, I find myself unable to sleep tonight. I dare not close my eyes until the host concludes the broadcast. Alas, hidden beneath my covers, I hastily rise to illuminate the room. For I now possess the audacity to extinguish the light. The streets are utterly deserted. One must ponder the possibility of an apparition emerging from the pitch-black darkness at any moment. Goodness, my neighbor above, do not frighten me. I am devoid of any protective talismans, and my courage is rather feeble. It is no wonder the host seeks to acquire talismans and peachwood swords, nonetheless. I would advise everyone to place their trust in science. Trust in what, I ask? To venture into a crematorium at this hour and speak of science? I would rather seize a peachwood sword and express my frustrations. The journey has been devoid of any encounters, and thankfully, no unexpected events have transpired along the way. After a span of more than 20 minutes, a glimmer of light finally emerges ahead, revealing a concrete structure standing resolutely in the night. The words crematorium emit a faint glow, flickering from a neon sign, casting an eerie aura about the place. Indeed, it is nothing short of uncanny. Chapter 38. Conversing with the Deceased? Lin Yi gazed at the sign, inwardly scoffing. Is it truly necessary for a crematorium to flaunt a neon sign? Are they so desperate for business? Soon, the vehicle gradually came to a halt at the entrance of the crematorium. The parking spot was conveniently close to their destination, a request made by the young lady herself. Lin Yi concurred. If there were indeed ghosts, it would be best to drive straight in, like a game of yo-yo. As he entered the crematorium, he made sure to carry the dragon-shaped jade pendant and talisman paper. The peachwood sword, however, was too conspicuous to bring along. The young lady exited the car, deftly retrieving her keys and switching on the lights. Don't just stand there, master, come inside, she urged. By the way, what is your name? I'm Young Cici. Turning her head, she gently inquired. Lin Yi, he replied, following her inside. After all, she showed no fear. And he had no reason to be afraid either. Besides, one must believe in science. Upon entering the room, Young Cici flicked on the electric lights. The previously pitch-black space was suddenly illuminated, albeit with a chilling atmosphere that made one feel that something dreadful might transpire with every passing second. This was indeed the mortuary, where two corpses lay beneath red shrouds. The moment the bodies were revealed, the live stream erupted with fervor. The comments poured in wildly. What in the world is Jean? Are you serious? Those are indeed corpses. You're not joking, are you? To the one above, 1,000 for a night. Who would joke about that? Money doesn't grow on trees. Isn't it? The host is a rideshare driver by day and a corpse handler by night. How many side jobs do you have? My goodness, I've heard of risking life for money. But today I've met someone who risks life for money. This mortuary is so eerie, I can't bear to look. Well, my mother is calling me for dinner. You all continue chatting. Lin, next I shall apply makeup to these 3 corpses, Young Cici declared, stepping forward. In the next moment, her expression shifted to incredulity. Wait. Why are there only 2 corpses? The photos the boss sent me clearly showed 3. Where's the body that was hit by the car? Young Cici muttered to herself as she approached to investigate. Standing to the side, Lin Yi, who had been calm moments ago, suddenly felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing her words. One missing? Could it have escaped? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he felt an overwhelming urge to flee. What if that were truly the case? Just then, a chilling breeze swept in through the open door. Lin Yi shuddered, clutching the jade pendant tightly. Looking at the bewildered Young Cici, he mustered his courage to suggest, Young Cici, perhaps we should search for it? If it were to rise from the dead, we would be doomed. After Young Cici organized the necessary makeup items, she brushed her hair and cheerfully shook her head, saying, Master, do not be alarmed. The corpse that is not here was struck by a vehicle and is not easily repaired. I suspect my boss has taken it away. These 2 bodies, having died of natural causes, are rather urgent, as their relatives will arrive tomorrow morning. I shall begin with their makeup. You may find a seat, master. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a slight sense of relief, realizing that it was not as terrifying as he had initially thought. Upon reflection, what is there to fear about a corpse? It is the human heart that is truly fearsome. Why dwell on such thoughts? Instead, one should relish this opportunity to work, as chances to earn while lying down are rare. As Lin Yi settled into a chair, Young Cici commenced her task, lifting the white cloth from the cart and meticulously examining the skin and joints of the deceased. The profession of an embalmer, one might say, is best left unspoken. It involves preparing the departed for burial, allowing them to lie in a state of serene beauty. Minutes passed in silence as Young Cici diligently worked, while Lin Yi engaged with the live-stream audience through typing, not due to a lack of desire to converse, but because it felt odd to chat in such an environment. Moreover, Young Cici showed no inclination to speak. At that moment, the audience in the live stream grew increasingly dissatisfied, urging Lin Yi to say something. Is this a live stream? Are we just going to stare at each other? Exactly, at least let us see how an embalmer applies makeup to a corpse. What is the point of just facing the camera? Host, I see a shadow not far away. It flickered. I see it too. You lot, stop trying to scare us. Is it amusing? Host, I feel something is amiss. Everything feels off. You should run, before it's too late. Run? Nonsense. Have you forgotten the 2 peachwood swords the host bought? If there are ghosts, 1 slice will do. If it's not you facing it, then it's easy to say such things. But really, where are there ghosts in this world? Lin Yi observed the wildly flowing comments and slowly typed a response. There is a shadow behind me. Don't spout nonsense. Little ones should be in bed, otherwise, your mothers will scold you. Another 10 minutes slipped by, perhaps due to the overwhelming silence of the mortuary. Even young Cece, accustomed to the art of embalming, felt a twinge of fear, prompting her to break the silence. Master Lin, would you mind coming over for a chat? It's a bit frightening to be here alone applying makeup without saying a word. The silence shattered, and the audience in the live stream erupted with excitement, clamoring for Lin Yi to join the conversation. What good is just sitting there? Seeing this, Lin Yi approached, feeling less apprehensive after a 30-minute buffer. Gazing at the sleeping corpse before him, it appeared far less intimidating. The elderly man before them had passed away peacefully, a faint smile adorning his face, as if he had not encountered any profound terrors in life. Observing the corpse up close, the audience in the live stream found their fear considerably diminished. What is this? I expected corpses to appear grotesque, but he looks just like he is sleeping. Ha. He does indeed resemble someone who has merely fallen asleep, though he shall not awaken. What the hell? Host, are you talking nonsense? Who are you conversing with? As the audience basked in the tranquility of the moment, Lin Yi began to speak animatedly, uttering a stream of comforting words. Dear grandfather, rest assured, your grandchildren are thriving, and they possess bright futures ahead. Your son has remarried. The bride is quite beautiful. Your daughter has also found her ideal partner. He may be portly, but he is wealthy. Oh, and I have brought along your favorite cigarettes from your lifetime. Aware that you cannot smoke in your current state, I shall indulge on your behalf. As he spoke, Lin Yi quietly lit a cigarette for himself, embodying the essence of a dear friend to the deceased, each word resonating with heartfelt sincerity. Upon hearing his words, young Cece halted her actions, her face contorted with terror as she gazed at Lin Yi, trembling uncontrollably. Master Lin, whom are you conversing with? The audience, equally bewildered, shared a hint of trepidation. Could it be that Lin Yi was truly engaging with a ghost? Did the supernatural genuinely exist? Didn't you ask me to keep you company? Isn't this precisely what I'm doing? Lin Yi responded with surprise. After all, it must be quite lonely for him here. Young Cece continued to shake uncontrollably. Master Lin, is it possible that when I requested companionship, I meant for you to converse with me? Her frantic words revealed her alarm. Your ramblings nearly frightened me to death. I thought the old gentleman had truly come back to life. She patted her heaving chest, her forehead glistening with perspiration. Chapter 39. Ghosts, indeed. Lin Yi paused momentarily, seemingly misunderstanding the situation. Nevertheless, he decided to steer the conversation towards a more casual topic. My apologies, miss. What shall we discuss? What kind of movies, novels, or television series do you enjoy? Whatever you mention, I can engage in conversation about. Lin Yi's face flushed with embarrassment, and he swiftly shifted the topic to alleviate the awkwardness. The young woman glanced at him and, with a subtle exhale, remarked, Master, you might as well converse with the corpse. It can be considered a form of dialogue, at least better than silence. With that, young Cece lowered her head and resumed her work. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi scratched his head and entered a mode of whimsical chatter. He began to converse with the old gentleman, even switching personas. Young Cece watched in astonishment, unable to refrain from giving him a thumbs up. Lin Yi smiled faintly. When it came to companionship and conversation, he was indeed unparalleled. In the morgue, the scene of Lin Yi chatting with the corpse left the live stream audience mesmerized. Goodness. Is this really possible? Is there such a profession as a conversation companion? Wow, incredible. You, a rideshare driver, are also providing companionship to the deceased. Your range of services is quite broad. I sense that this streamer possesses profound depths. He seems to dabble in everything. I wonder if he could even assist in the embalming process. There is a possibility. It seems the streamer's earlier fear was merely an act. So Lin Yi is of this nature. Alas, the story he shared about infidelity was quite captivating. Let us just consider it a tale. The viewers engaged in a lively exchange, discussing various topics, while Lin Yi conversed whimsically with the late gentleman for quite some time. An hour later, he exclaimed, Wow. Old gentleman, you are remarkably talkative. You've left me quite parched. Surely, there is water around here? Lin Yi stood up to assist in placing the old gentleman's body properly. The first body was finally prepared for burial. Soon, young Cece commenced the preparation of the second body, her movements remaining consistent. However, this time, she emulated Lin Yi and provided a conversational service to the corpse. As she spoke, she meticulously cleaned the body with soap. How does this pressure feel, grandmother? I am about to wash your hair and face, and afterward, I shall apply a lovely makeup for you. As she spoke, young Cece continued her task while murmuring. Observing this scene, Lin Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. She had finally awakened to the necessity of this practice. At times, the role of an embalmer can be quite stressful. So engaging in conversation with the deceased is indeed beneficial for both mental well-being and to ensure a dignified departure for the departed, even if they remain unaware. In the live stream, the corpse had been obscured by the production team's oversight, leaving it early on visible. Now, within this eerie atmosphere, the viewers felt an involuntary shiver. Although the audience was limited to just under 10,000 at this moment, the ambience was undeniably unsettling. What the hell? What sort of madness is this? Miss, do you truly believe the streamer's ghostly tales? Goodness, when two individuals have been together for an extended period, they inevitably become akin to the legendary talents of the hidden dragon and the phoenix chick. What on earth is this live broadcast? Awakening in the dead of night. I opened my phone to find myself in an unimaginable scenario. Is this still within the confines of our homeland? Surely, this cannot be the realm of the living. Indeed. My friend above has aptly pointed out that we find ourselves in a crematorium, which could very well be considered the underworld. And the host appears to be one of its denizens. After a flurry of activity, an hour had elapsed. The process of preparing the deceased was nearing its conclusion. Lin Yi stood, stretching and stifling a yawn. To be honest, he was feeling quite fatigued. Sister, I'm off to the restroom. Call me if you need anything. Yang Cece lifted her head, and upon seeing Lin Yi depart, resumed her task. Only the trimming of the deceased's nails remained. Picking up the nail clippers, Yang Cece cautiously began to tend to the fingers of the departed. The right hand proved relatively straightforward, but then an eerie draft swept through the room. The curtains fluttered, and soon after, the light bulbs began to flicker ominously. Without a doubt, an unexpected occurrence ensued. While trimming the thumbnail of the right hand, Yang Cece became momentarily flustered, inadvertently clipping into the flesh of the deceased. Oh, dear grandmother, I'm so sorry. It was not my intention. I apologize. She bowed repeatedly before the departed. Just then, a strange sound echoed through the space. It seemed the spirit was indeed displeased. The previously flickering lights began to pulse erratically. Suddenly, with a loud bang, perhaps due to a short circuit, the room was plunged into darkness. Ah, a ghost! Yang Cece screamed. Outside, Lin Yi, who had initially intended to take a break for a smoke, rushed back upon hearing her cry. What is happening? Where is the ghost? Yang Cece remained silent, her trembling right hand slowly pointing towards the curtains. There, a figure began to rise, standing upright. A third shadow, one that did not belong to either Lin Yi or Yang Cece, sent a chill down Lin Yi's spine. The figure was shrouded in darkness. Though its outline was discernible, blood seemed to seep from its body, face, and clothing, as if it had crawled up from the depths of hell itself, a ghastly apparition. Ah, there really is a ghost! Yang Cece shrieked, and in the next moment, she dove into Lin Yi's arms. While he held her, his mind was preoccupied. For before him stood a blood-soaked specter. Stay back, foul creature. Witness my talisman. With that, Lin Yi produced a piece of talisman paper he had purchased from a stall. He dashed forward, pressing it directly onto the ghost's forehead. However, it was utterly ineffective, as the ghost revealed a gaping maw and grinned foolishly at Lin Yi. At that precise moment, the terrifying figure by the window began to move. It extended its hand, inching toward Lin Yi, embodying the very essence of a vengeful spirit seeking retribution. Lin Yi, paralyzed by fear, dared not attempt any further exorcism. Without a moment's hesitation, he hoisted the trembling Yang Cece over his shoulder and fled. Chapter 40. Exorcising the Evil Spirits. Oh, I am just casual, zombie version. At that moment, a sudden gust of chilling wind swept through the room. Coincidentally, with a loud thud, the door slammed shut. Damn it! Lin Yi cursed vehemently. Without a second thought, he quickly retrieved his master key and deftly slid it across. With a click, the door swung open again. Without the slightest hesitation, he hoisted Yang Cece over his shoulder and dashed away in a blur. As he fled, Lin Yi shut the door behind him, buying them a little time. After sprinting for several seconds, they reached the car, where he gently set the girl down. Lin Yi panted heavily, never having encountered such a terrifying ordeal in his life. The sight had truly been deathly frightening. Yang Cece stood dazed, her eyes vacant. The viewers in the live stream were equally stunned. What had initially appeared as a hazy scene suddenly jolted them awake. Popularity 111. My goodness. Was that shadow just now a ghost? That gaping maw nearly scared me to death. I never believed in ghosts before, but what I witnessed today compels me to reconsider. What on earth was that? A starving ghost? A bloodthirsty spirit? Or something else? Well, The hostess' lockpicking speed was incredible. It's true that when faced with life and death, one's potential becomes unstoppable. Host, confront it. What is there to fear? At worst, 18 years later, you'll be just fine again. If you can't defeat it, you might as well become one of its kind. Who is afraid of whom? What should we do now? Call the police? I remember there's a Bureau 749. Who has the number? Hurry up and report to the host. The recent terrifying scene had left everyone shaken. A pair of blood-soaked hands, dripping with crimson, would instill fear in anyone who beheld them. Before long, Lin Yi and Yang Cici collected themselves after a considerable pause, exchanging a glance of unspoken understanding. Just then, a series of loud bangs echoed against the iron door, shattering the calm. In the next instant, Yang Cici collapsed once again into Lin Yi's arms, trembling uncontrollably. Master Lin, what should we do? That ghost isn't trying to break through, is it? Maybe we should just drive away? Yang Cici stammered, quaking in fear. Flee? Was that even a possibility? Gazing into the pitch-black night, Lin Yi mused that if it were indeed a ghost, they likely wouldn't escape its clutches. Ghosts, those spectral beings of myth, remained an enigma. No one could ascertain if they wielded sorcery, possessed their own realms, or followed murderous rules. Yet this ghost seemed peculiar. Why did the sound of banging on the iron door resemble that of a human? Having read countless novels in his past life, Lin Yi found himself engulfed in frantic contemplation. Noticing Lin Yi's prolonged silence, Yang Cici clung to him even tighter, transforming into an octopus, firmly adhering to his side. Master Lin, what should we do now? The knocking is growing louder. The ghost might just emerge. If it comes to it, we'll have to fight back. Yang Cici urged, aware that if it truly was a ghost, their chances of escape were slim to none, making a confrontation seem like the better option. All right then. Let us fight. At this moment, Lin Yi pondered for a long time and made a resolute decision. Yang Cici was momentarily taken aback. And the audience in the live stream was equally bewildered. Is the host's mind gone awry? Incredible! Such a courageous man. I shall surely light a stick of incense for you next Qiming, wishing you a safe journey. The viewers were nearly preparing to bid farewell to Lin Yi, showcasing their profound respect. Subsequently, in full view of the crowd, Lin Yi set the girl down and walked straight towards the trunk of the car. Motioning for Yang Cici to come over, he retrieved a peachwood sword from the trunk and handed it to her. This is for you. But what about you? Master Lin, Yang Cici inquired, puzzled as she accepted the sword. Oh, I can manage just fine, he replied casually. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Yi then pulled out an even longer and larger peachwood sword from the trunk and strode towards the mortuary. In that moment, silence enveloped the crowd. His nonchalance was truly remarkable. Yang Cici, holding the peachwood sword, glanced between it and Lin Yi, frowning in contemplation. Sister, what are you dawdling for? Go slay some ghosts. At Lin Yi's thunderous shout, Yang Cici complied and followed suit. Goodness, with such a massive peachwood sword, one might think you are off to ascend to the heavens instead of exorcising ghosts. Truly nonchalant. This is quintessentially a host's antics. As Lin Yi drew closer to the iron gate, he could increasingly feel the chilling aura emanating from within. However, he understood that he could not falter at this moment. Regardless of the monstrous entities that lay ahead, he inhaled deeply and swung open the iron door. Evil spirit, receive my blade. He charged forward and leaped, delivering a powerful strike with all his might. With a resounding clang, the peachwood sword shattered, leaving the ghost lying motionless on the ground. What the? Lin Yi was flabbergasted. Was the peachwood sword truly so fragile? It broke with a single blow. Fortunately, the apparition before him was weak, collapsing with just one strike. The audience in the live stream paused for a moment, then erupted in elation. Goodness gracious, the host is phenomenal. Is this really a ghost? It seems far too feeble. Wait, something is definitely amiss. At this moment, Yang Cici, emboldened by an unknown courage, activated the flashlight on her phone, illuminating the ghost. Now, the audience could see clearly. The figure on the ground wore disheveled clothing, with hair resembling a wild, unkempt mane. Although some areas were still oozing blood, most had already scabbed over. He did not resemble a ghost. Rather, he appeared to be a homeless man. In that instant, Lin Yi recalled that the girl had mentioned 3 corpses, one of which had been struck by a vehicle. The individual before him bore clear signs of having been hit by a car. It was highly probable that this was the case. Overcoming his fear, Lin Yi cautiously crouched down and brought his hand close to the man's nostrils. 2 seconds passed. Lin Yi's expression brightened with joy as he hurriedly called out to the trembling girl behind him. Come here quickly, it's not a ghost. It's a living person. Upon hearing these words, the girl was taken aback. After a moment of overcoming her fear, she mimicked Lin Yi's actions, extending her hand to feel for a pulse. Shock washed over her face as she realized that he was indeed alive, albeit with a faint breath. He was undoubtedly the individual who had been struck by the vehicle. "We must urgently call for an ambulance, or he might perish at any moment," she exclaimed. Simultaneously, she scrutinized the figure before her, noting the striking resemblance to the corpse depicted in the photograph her boss had shown her. It was indeed likely to be the same person. Lin Yi nodded, retrieving his phone to dial emergency services. Chapter 41. Misunderstanding. I wish to report Lin Yi. The young woman beside him was not idle either, as she brought a bottle of water to try and feed him. Simultaneously, she helped wipe the blood from his body and performed a rudimentary first aid to staunch the bleeding. Popularity 1110. It turns out this was merely a misunderstanding. As the old saying goes, one can frighten another to death. Ahem, I retract my previous statements. There are no ghosts in this world. We must trust in science. Indeed, but one cannot entirely blame them. The lights flickered and went out in an instant. And accidentally disturbing the deceased certainly made it appear like a scene from a horror film. Thankfully, all is well. Initially thought the host was showcasing remarkable skills, exorcising demons. Turns out it was just a misunderstanding. Nevertheless, it's a relief. I just hope that individual is all right. By the way, that peachwood sword the host wielded was indeed quite substantial. Lin Yi had no time to glance at the comments after finishing his call. He focused on taking care of the man. Half an hour later, the police arrived at the scene first, beginning their inquiries into the matter. Lin Yi and Yang Cici, as involved parties, cooperated with the police, answering questions and providing statements. Upon learning that Lin Yi was merely a ride-hailing driver, accompanying a young woman to prepare the deceased for their final rites and conversing with the corpse at such a late hour, the officers looked utterly incredulous. Is it true that ride-hailing drivers are this bold nowadays, even confronting what appeared to be a ghost? They couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Later, after the hospital personnel arrived and assessed the injuries, they took the homeless man away. Lin Yi's strike had not inflicted significant harm on the man. The apparent fracture was entirely due to the subpar quality of the peachwood sword. It looked impressive but was utterly useless, breaking with minimal force. No wonder the vendor sold him such a quantity for only $50. The quality was evidently reflected in the price. A few dozen minutes later, they learned from the police that the homeless man had been involved in a car accident around 6 o'clock the previous evening, confirmed deceased by the hospital. They had been unable to contact any family members. As he was being transported to the crematorium, no one anticipated such an event to unfold. The flickering lights and the peculiar revival of the homeless man were simply too coincidental. It was all a misunderstanding. Everyone could only marvel at the resilience of life, even in such an eerie manner, being reborn, which left both Lin Yi and the audience in shock. After offering some words of comfort, the police departed without further action against the two. However, given the bizarre circumstances, neither Lin Yi nor Yang Cici had any interest left. They chose not to continue the live stream. Yang Cici, mustering her resolve, hastily completed the embalming of the last deceased before wrapping things up. Lin Yi escorted Yang Cici away from the crematorium, feeling the place was ominously unsettling. After dropping Yang Cici at her home, Lin Yi performed a quick wash-up, and soon it was past 3 in the morning. With a soft thud, the young man succumbed to deep sleep, his body resilient as ever. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, his visit to the crematorium had stirred considerable waves online, garnering him an influx of followers. Yet, that was a tale for another time. The next day, with the sun well above the horizon, Lin Yi remained sound asleep, seemingly with no intention of waking. Just like the first day, it was not until 1 o'clock in the afternoon that he stirred. The live broadcast room has once again revealed the rankings. The periodic leaderboard for professional workers is as follows. First place, Kai Kunkin, profession, singer-dancer, popularity, 322 million. Income, 500,000. Second place, Hua Luoli, profession, singer, popularity, 344 million. Income, 342,000. Third place, Hua Chenyu, profession, singer, popularity, 124 million. Income, 214,000. 15th place, Lin Yi, profession, ride-hailing driver, popularity, 1 million. Income, 54,300. 65th place, Jia San Xiao, profession, online writer, popularity, 162,000. Income, 7 for 132. 86th place. Wang Shan, profession, labor, popularity, 1, 244. Income, 321. As soon as the leaderboard was released, numerous fans erupted in joyous celebration beneath. Truly, my Kunkin remains steadfastly at the pinnacle. Who could rival him? Hua Luoli. I adore you. Keep it up. Hua Hua. You are the best. Unlike the previous instance, Lin Yi's ranking this time represents a significant leap. His encounters with drug traffickers, the legendary driver of Aya Kigahara, and his exploits at the crematorium have garnered him considerable popularity. Certainly, Lin Yi's comment section is flooded with messages. Lin Yi, you are the best. The Aya Kigahara driver truly lives up to his title, without a doubt. Host, you are so amusing. Wielding such a large peachwood sword. How do you manage to be so casual? Charge ahead, Lin Yi. You must secure first place. Simultaneously, upon the release of the rankings, countless contestants began to check their standings. Jia Xiao was among them. At that moment, he was comfortably seated in his computer chair, lounging at ease. Drawing his profession as an online writer was nothing short of fortuitous. After all, Jia Xiao holds a significant position in the online literature sphere. Earning several thousand a day comes effortlessly. Enjoying an ice cream, he curiously opened the leaderboard, only to see he was still in 65th place. His expression shifted instantly. Damn it, why am I still in 65th place? Despite an increase in popularity and income, his rank remained unchanged, which he deemed utterly suspicious. With this perplexity, Jia Xiao meticulously examined and compared the rankings. Finally, he discovered a breakthrough. It was the individual ranked 66th, Lin Yi, a mere ride-hailing driver who had inexplicably surged to 15th place on his first day. He refused to believe there was no foul play involved. I must report this. How can a ride-hailing driver earn 50,000 in one night? This Lin Yi is undoubtedly a plant from the production team, or perhaps a relative of someone involved. Lin Yi, you are unfortunate to cross paths with me. In the online literature world, I can guarantee that I will expose you. You cannot escape my scrutiny. Jia Xiao muttered to himself, a subtle Dragon King smile gracing his lips. Without hesitation, he dialed the production team. Beep, beep, beep. The call was quickly connected. I wish to report a case of cheating. Sir, please remain calm. May I inquire your surname and the name of the contestant you wish to report? The operator gently inquired. Are you a staff member of the reporting team? Hello, I am contestant number 44, Jia Spoon, and I wish to file a complaint. Yes, I am a staff member. May I ask whom you wish to report, Mr. Jia? The staff member asked softly. Since the program commenced, she had lost count of the number of reports she had received from contestants. She empathized with the agitated Jia Spoon and distinctly remembered him. Having risen to prominence through his online literary works, his reports had garnered widespread disdain within the literary community. Reporting such incidents was not uncommon. I wish to report contestant number 77, Lin Yi. He is suspected of deceit and even bribery of certain members of the production team. Just last night, he was under my supervision, yet he earned 50,000 in a single evening. How is that even possible? Chapter 42. This seems rather inappropriate. Heh. Then I shall accept it. There is undoubtedly some hidden agenda here. I implore your production team to conduct a thorough investigation, or else I shall resort to broadcasting live to my fans. Jia Xiao spoke each word with utmost seriousness, as if he truly possessed incriminating evidence against Lin Yi. The staff, accustomed to hearing countless reports, momentarily paused, taken aback by his authoritative tone, as if he were speaking the absolute truth. Who are you referring to? Lin Yi? Bribing the production team? Utterly implausible. As for that 50,000 yuan, ha ha ha. Jia Xiao, I suggest you browse the internet instead of perpetually immersing yourself in writing tawdry tales. Oh, and just for your information, the key phrase is Autumn Mountain Car God. Mr. Jia, unless you have further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave now, the operator retorted mockingly, cutting off any chance for Xiao to respond before abruptly hanging up the phone. Why report anyone else when you could report Lin Yi? Either you're out of your mind or woefully uninformed. After yesterday's events, Lin Yi's name had long been designated as a key subject of scrutiny by the production team, with every transaction meticulously accounted for, transparent and above board. Hello? How dare you hang up on me? I shall file a complaint against you. Damn it. Jia Xiao slammed the phone down onto the table, refraining from throwing it to the floor due to its exorbitant cost, his gaze fixed on the computer screen. His expression seethed with fury. Lin Yi, one day, I shall uncover your secrets. Jia Xiao was not alone in his fixation on Lin Yi. Numerous contestants within the top 20 had set their sights on him. The reason was simple. Lin Yi's profession was undeniably captivating. A rideshare driver. He had ascended into the top 20 within merely a day, an almost fantastical achievement. The contestants in the top 20 were predominantly singers, actors, and lawyers, professions known for their lucrative earnings. Singers, in particular, had been releasing songs since the inception of the program, with their daily earnings calculated into the total. Especially for those with considerable talent and renown. Their income soared at a meteoric pace, akin to a rocket launching skyward. As for the intricacies of song releases, who could dictate that a singer could not experience a sudden burst of inspiration within a single day, resulting in a flawless recording and timely release? There has always been a disparity between the affluent and the less fortunate, especially concerning careers. Lin Yi's rise as a rideshare driver into the top 20 garnered considerable attention. Moreover, many contestants, observing the myriad of events and coincidences surrounding Lin Yi within a single day, began to perceive a reasonable explanation for everything. A boxer, a race car driver, a locksmith with lightning speed, possessing such an array of skills as a rideshare driver was evidently extraordinary. At this moment, the spotlight was firmly on Lin Yi. Yet, this protagonist remained blissfully asleep, showing no signs of waking even as the clock struck 1 in the afternoon. Just then, ding-dong. Ding-dong. A persistent knocking echoed at the door, abruptly rousing Lin Yi from his slumber. What the hell? That beast. Who on earth knocks at such an early hour? Devoid of any sense of public decency? Groggily opening his eyes, Lin Yi muttered a soft curse. Habitually reaching for his phone, Lin Yi glanced at the time, 13:14. The moment he saw the hour, he felt a surge of energy. He had blissfully slept until the afternoon. How delightful. Just a moment, please. He called out to the people outside before retreating to the bathroom. After a brief moment of preparation, he opened the door. In the next instant, he was greeted by uniformed police officers and several unfamiliar faces standing at his doorstep, all wearing warm smiles. Stunned, Lin Yi froze momentarily upon seeing the police. Could it be related to the incident with that homeless man last night? Although the doctor had assured him everything was fine, one could never be certain of potential after-effects. This was clearly a visit from concerned family members. It just so happened that the homeless man had quite a few relatives. He counted 5 or 6 people. He managed to muster a forced smile. Hello, officers. Hello, Lin Yi. I am from the Guangzhou District Public Security Bureau. We met last night. One of the officers replied softly. These individuals are family members of the homeless man from last night, along with the manager of the Wuling dealership. They have a few matters to discuss with you. Would it be convenient for us to come in? Lin Yi hesitated. Realizing there were 2 distinct groups, he then invited them inside. My humble abode is quite simple. I hope you'll excuse the lack of comfort. About what happened last night with the Peachwood sword and your family. I sincerely apologize. If there are any follow-ups. He smiled awkwardly, his words trailing off. A middle-aged man beside the officer stepped forward, beaming as he extended his hand to Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, you've misunderstood. I must thank you for your actions. My father is fine, so rest assured. We came specifically to express our gratitude. Otherwise, my father might not have made it. My name is Lu Shan, and I run a small company. Here is 50,000 yuan. Please accept it. Lin Yi was taken aback. He had struck the man's father with a peachwood sword, and now he was being offered money. This seems inappropriate, he stammered, scratching his head in embarrassment. Before Lu Shan could respond, a man in a suit, the manager of Wuling, approached with a broad smile. Mr. Lin, this is Chairman Lu's kind gesture. You should accept it. And you are? Lin Yi inquired, puzzled by the suited man. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Wang Yuanhua, the general manager of the Wuling dealership in Xining. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Lin, the man said, extending his hand with a smile. Yuanhua? Is it really you? Lin Yi shook his hand, astonished. Mr. Lin, you've heard of me? Wang Yuanhua asked, surprised. No, not exactly. Your name merely reminded me of an old acquaintance. I'm curious about your purpose here. Did I offend you in any way? Lin Yi questioned, an air of confusion evident in his expression. Haha, Mr. Lin, you've misunderstood. Like Chairman Lu, I am here to express my gratitude. Your actions while pursuing the drug dealer in your Wuling vehicle yesterday brought great pride to all Wuling owners. This is 50,000. Please accept it. Wang Yuanhua waved his hand, and a bank card materialized before them. Just like that, 100,000 was presented to Lin Yi, who repeatedly declined. This is inappropriate. You should take it back. Oh, Mr. Lin, you must accept it. Indeed, Mr. Lin, please take it. If you refuse, My father will complain to me. After a brief tug-of-war, Lin Yi reluctantly acquiesced, a faint smile gracing his lips. Of course, he did not forget to fulfill his obligations. Well, if you insist so eagerly, I shall reluctantly accept. However, before that, I would like to go live. I trust you won't mind. Lin Yi feigned reluctance, gracefully navigating the situation. In the end, he declared, then I shall accept it. Everything flowed so smoothly. Chapter 43. They are all fakes. The master of mourning, perhaps it was due to the rapidity of events. But Lu Shan and Wang Yuanhua initially stood in stunned silence before understanding dawned upon them. They were aware that Lin Yi was participating in a program that seemingly had specific rules. Haha, Mr. Lin, you are truly a man of authenticity. Fear not. I shall explain things to the audience shortly, Lu Shan chuckled, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master Lin. It would be splendid if you could accept this. Now I can account for my actions to my father. Lin Yi, please start the live broadcast. I shall personally clarify things for you shortly, added the policeman standing nearby. His voice soft. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi appeared momentarily taken aback, but he smiled and nodded at the policeman in appreciation. After a brief moment of preparation, he opened the live stream. In just a minute, over 10,000 viewers flooded into the broadcast, and the numbers continued to surge. Well, finally the host has decided to go live. Host, you weren't frightened by ghosts yesterday, were you? You look rather lackluster now. Goodness. Looking disheveled and with a vacant gaze, it seems you indulged yourself quite thoroughly last night. Hey, why are there so many people standing behind the host? Is this the surprise for today? Forget about surprises. Look at the other contestants who have risen early to earn money, and then glance at the host, who appears lethargic, likely just having woken up. How frustrating. It's a pity to see such negligence. Observing the torrent of fervent comments, Lin Yi was momentarily astonished, not expecting such a multitude to be interested in how he earned his money. As for not working early in the morning, did it truly matter? Not in the slightest. When luck arrives, it is impossible to resist it. To those who lament his lack of diligence, they shall soon witness his response. Ahem, dear friends. I apologize for my tardiness. However, I shall not express regret. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Now, I shall invite the three individuals behind me to address you all. He gestured for Lu Shan and Wang Yuanhua to step forward and explain to the audience. Finally, the policeman delivered the conclusive statement. With a resounding thud, 100,000 yuan and 2 bank cards appeared in Lin Yi's hands. Lu Shan and Wang Yuanhua, seeing Lin Yi accept their token of gratitude, did not linger and turned to leave. Moments later, only Lin Yi remained, along with over 40,000 bewildered viewers in the live stream. Their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. What a remarkable turn of events. Awakened from slumber to discover an unexpected windfall of 100,000 yuan. Was this fair? Was this reasonable? Yet, the devoted fans who consistently followed Lin Yi's broadcasts soon came to terms with it. Perhaps this was what they referred to as fate. Though they had found some semblance of acceptance, they still felt compelled to voice their frustrations. Wow, what kind of luck is this? Doing nothing and still receiving 100,000 yuan. How can the other contestants possibly compete? Goodness, no wonder Lin Yi was so confident at the beginning. He was merely awaiting our verification. Haha, it seems this is an unnecessary display, given the presence of the officer. Who could possibly doubt it? Lin Yi cast a glance at the lively and chaotic live streaming room, nonchalantly declaring, I am off to freshen up. You may continue your discussion. This scene was quite striking. Lin Yi truly did not regard the audience as outsiders. Even after his departure, the individual who had been fervently calling for reports persisted in his efforts. At that moment, he was vehemently striking the keyboard, venting his discontent. The police are fake. I must report to the production team that Lin Yi has cheated. His competition eligibility should be revoked. Isn't that so? This fellow named San Xiao, stop flooding the chat. If you intend to report, do it swiftly. Exactly. Does spamming the chat serve any purpose? Where did this person come from, seeking attention? What does Lin Yi mean to us? If you're uncomfortable, go elsewhere. Spare us your need for validation. Frustrated, he typed furiously, you lot are all accomplices. I will report every last one of you. Just wait. His eyes glinted with fury. In broad daylight, amidst a clear sky, Lin Yi dared to cheat openly. Having accepted a sum of 100,000. Truly despicable. And those foolish fans of Lin Yi dare to insult me. Just wait until I have this live stream room shut down by the production team. Without hesitation, he dialed the reporting hotline once more. The same staff member answered. Providing the same response, Lin Yi did not cheat. All actions were in accordance with the rules. How dare you? I will report you, the operator. Bring your supervisor here. or I will go directly to the headquarters and file a complaint with the director myself. He raged, his eyes bloodshot with fury. In that moment, jealousy had blinded him. Or perhaps it was simply his true nature. The operator, maintaining composure, summoned the team leader. Hello, this is the operator. Regarding contestant number 44. After confirmation from our production team and the director, contestant number 77, Lin Yi, has not cheated. Would you like me to repeat that? The team leader stated solemnly. Upon hearing the strong, masculine voice, San Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but then erupted in madness. Impossible. Lin Yi definitely cheated. Those three are absolutely plants, without a doubt. Exchanging glances with the operator after hearing this stubborn retort, the team leader reiterated firmly, I will say this once more, the police are genuine. The Wuling general manager is genuine, and Lu Shan is also authentic. They are not plants. You may verify this for yourself. Contestant number 44. If you continue to cause a ruckus and file baseless complaints, I will have no choice but to recommend to the director that your eligibility to compete be revoked. The mention of disqualification left San Xiao pale and speechless, and he quietly hung up the phone. Curse be the situation. Meanwhile, Lin Yi shut down the live stream and prepared for the next steps. 30 minutes later, Lin Yi had finally finished his meal and settled all matters at hand. Poised to embark on his journey of street vending for the day. Indeed, street vending. Since he had decided to pursue a side venture, he felt compelled to give it a try. However, before diving into that, Lin Yi recalled that he had yet to participate in the lottery today. He wondered how much his popularity value had accumulated. Opening the system panel, he observed, Name, Lin Yi, Skills, Boxer, Master Driver. 1 second lockpicker, popularity value, 62,340. Items, Master Lockpicking Card, D grade. Note, points have reached the target value, allowing for 6 lottery draws. Seeing that his points had surpassed 60,000, a subtle smile graced Lin Yi's lips. He could draw 6 times in succession. What a delightful prospect. Lin Yi silently recited, System. Draw. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill of Master of Mourning. What? What is this? Master of Mourning? Is this a joke? What sort of skill is this? Mourning. Goodness. He had already become an orphan. What more was there to mourn? Chapter 44. Setting up a stall to sell women's cartoon underwear. The system had designated its focus on him. As a rideshare driver and an orphan, was there any need for him to mourn? It was more fitting to weep for others. In Lin Yi's recollection, there was hardly any work in the profession of mourning. It was improbable for people to die every day and seek his services. Otherwise, what would he become? Nevertheless, there would inevitably come a day when such skills would be of use. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and silently recited, System Lottery, grant me another opportunity. A divine singer. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mourning cloth D grade. Note, upon utilizing the mourning cloth, the mourning skills become more authentic, and the tears flow more abundantly. Akin to the grief of losing a father, Lin Yi, gazing at the white cloth in his hands, he fell into a contemplative silence. Rendered mute by the system. What on earth is wrong with you, system? Are you truly providing me with such a prop? I should be grateful, right? To enhance my authenticity and weeping, how splendid, truly splendid. Lin Yi cursed under his breath. After placing the white cloth into the system space, he sighed heavily. Once again, he decided to try his luck with the lottery. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Cloud Exploration Hand. Oh, Cloud Exploration Hand. Intriguing. A warm sensation enveloped him. Only for Lin Yi's expression to turn pale. He had hoped that the Cloud Exploration Hand would be some prestigious professional skill. Alas, it was nothing more than the art of thievery, pickpocketing wallets and jackets, a skill that enabled one to pilfer from others' pockets without detection. This was what the so-called Cloud Exploration Hand entailed. But, are you jesting with me, system? Who even carries a wallet these days? It's all about online payments now. And besides, am I that sort of person? Lin Yi sighed helplessly, remaining silent for a considerable time. It wasn't that the skill was subpar. Rather, it was simply far beyond his expectations. After adjusting his mood slightly, Lin Yi resolved to give it one last shot. System, let me have 3 consecutive draws and ensure I receive a red item. Ding, ding, ding. As the 3 chimes echoed, Lin Yi's anticipation peaked. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Divine Singer Experience Card, 1 hour. Divine Performer Experience Card, 1 hour. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the professional skill, Yellow River Corpse Retrieval Specialist. By the heavens, a divine singer has finally graced me. System, I adore you. What? An experience card? Are you playing with me? After a fleeting moment of joy, Lin Yi's spirits dampened upon seeing the words experience card. Well, it was better than nothing. He stored the 2 singer-related experience cards in the system space and turned his attention to absorbing the profession of the underworld, corpse retrieval specialist. While the underworld might seem a tad sinister, it was still preferable to having nothing at all. He had anticipated a profession that would astonish him for 1,000 years. But alas, today he would set up a stall to sell cartoon underwear. Lin Yi cast a glance at the storage room, his face flushing with embarrassment. Why on earth did he have women's cartoon underwear in his house? This story must trace back to his university days when he embarked on an entrepreneurial project funded by the school, all in the spirit of seizing opportunities. Having heeded his roommate's advice, Lin Yi, the previous incarnation, indeed procured a batch of women's cartoon-themed underwear. Subsequently, not a single piece was sold. Nor was there any interest in accepting them as gifts. Reflecting on this, Lin Yi felt a flush of embarrassment, although debts from his former self lingered. The cartoon underwear still needed to be dealt with. He fetched a sizable backpack, stowed the garments inside, and set off towards a bustling street in Xining designated for street vendors. This thoroughfare was established by the government to facilitate local entrepreneurs, and it thrived with vibrancy. Not only were there stalls, but also numerous street performers. On his way, Lin Yi shared with his online followers about his side hustle, selling products on the street. As for what he was selling, that remained a secret until arrival. Upon reaching the location, he encouraged nearby fans to come and lend their support. Before long, Lin Yi arrived at the designated street for vendors. After paying the stall fee, he casually selected a spot to begin his sales. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, he laid out his mat and poured out a large bag of women's cartoon underwear, provoking a rather explosive reaction. Even the neighboring vendor, a seasoned woman with years of experience, regarded Lin Yi with a look of bemusement. Unable to restrain herself, she muttered, "Is this how young men embark on their entrepreneurial journeys these days?" Simultaneously, several female customers at the adjacent stall turned crimson upon witnessing a grown man selling women's underwear, their expressions reflecting a mix of awkwardness and incredulity. How to articulate this? Perhaps it was better left unspoken. At that moment, onlookers began to suspect there might be something peculiar about Lin Yi, pondering if the underwear had already been sullied by the very man before them. It was undeniably unusual. A large man selling underwear was a sight that many found difficult to accept. Meanwhile, the viewers in Lin Yi's live stream finally grasped why he had kept the nature of his sales a secret. It was indeed women's cartoon underwear. This revelation rendered the chat silent, as discussing such matters openly in the live stream felt inappropriate. Thankfully, Lin Yi was not peddling rubber items. Had he revealed those publicly, it would have been utterly mortifying, albeit undoubtedly sensational for the stream. Undeterred by the peculiar gazes surrounding him, Lin Yi embraced his chosen path. As he arranged his merchandise, he settled onto his prepared stool, oblivious to the astonished looks from the woman next door. He began to call out exuberantly, "Ladies and gentlemen, come take a look. The Jiangnan leather factory has closed down, and the owner's sister-in-law has run off with him. We are now offering a batch of underwear at a bargain price. Pikachu, Peppa Pig, Hello Kitty, so many styles to choose from. Step right up, just 9 yuan each. It's a deal you can't afford to miss." As Lin Yi's spirited calls echoed, many passers-by turned their attention to his stall. Although they were perplexed about the connection between the factory's closure and underwear, they could not resist approaching to see for themselves. Upon discovering that Lin Yi was indeed selling cartoon underwear, their faces turned an even deeper shade of red. Many young ladies expressed a desire to approach, yet they were held back by their bashful companions. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream could no longer restrain themselves. Cough, cough. "Host, please don't tell anyone else, but I know you. It's simply too embarrassing." "Oh my, host, you're not awkward, but I feel the embarrassment for you." "Lin Yi, stop it. It's a complete mess out there. What on earth happened to the leather factory?" The sister-in-law ran off with the manager. "What is this? Cartoon underwear from a leather factory?" "Haha, I must say, the host's show is quite entertaining, though it's a bit mortifying. As long as one has thick skin, it's all good. Host, I am growing fonder of you. You upstairs are truly something. What a nuisance." After much commotion, these individuals merely stood by, unwilling to make a purchase, leaving Lin Yi feeling somewhat speechless. Scanning the crowd, his gaze landed on a bespectacled young man. "Ah, this handsome gentleman, is the lady beside you your girlfriend? How about it? Would you be interested in buying a pair for her? This Pikachu style would suit her perfectly," Lin Yi suggested with a smile. "Handsome? Are you calling me?" "Yes, indeed." "Oh, stop it. She is not my girlfriend, just a friend. But you have great taste. I adore this Pikachu design. How about we get matching ones, sister? The young man's flamboyant words did not unsettle his companion, who naturally nodded in agreement. Boss, we'll take 2 of the same Pikachu, hee. Hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but take several steps back. The taste was truly bold. Nevertheless, considering they were customers, he packaged the 2 Pikachu pairs and handed them over. The viewers in the live stream gasped in astonishment. This was no handsome guy. He was practically a beauty. However, with the first customer secured, the second soon followed. Lin Yi? Are you the legendary Lin Yi from ride-hailing? Oh my. Who is Lin Yi? Is he famous? He is the king of Choming Mountain. And he is quite renowned, almost like a celebrity. Oh, I see. Boss, I'll take one. And could you please sign it for me? With Lin Yi's encouragement and his existing fame in Shining, numerous young women eagerly approached to browse and seek photographs with him. Ultimately, Lin Yi sold the cartoon underwear along with a group photo. Many even requested his autograph on their purchases. With this surge in popularity, the stall bustlingly thrived. Sales accelerating rapidly. The older sister nearby watched in astonishment, utterly speechless. Is it truly possible to operate in such a manner? Chapter 45. Is Lin Yi going to sing? Song. Sunny day. 20 minutes later, Lin Yi sat on a small stool, gazing regretfully at the group of young women before him. The ladies, feeling a touch of embarrassment, informed him that the cartoon underwear had sold out. Next time, do come earlier, Lin Yi chuckled lightly. The disappointed women, unable to purchase the items or take a picture with him, wore expressions of wistfulness. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were left in awe. Can you believe this? It can be like this? These ladies are frantically competing to buy. This is my first encounter with the allure that celebrities and internet personalities have on women. The host is incredible. I thought Lin Yi wouldn't sell a single item. Yet here we are, closing up early. Indeed, the purchasing power of women is formidable. What will the host do next, given it's only 2:30? Sitting on the stool, Lin Yi calculated the earnings from his stall. Excluding costs, it seemed unnecessary to tally them. In total, he had sold 12.34. 2 yuan. An astonishing feat in less than an hour. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt adrift. Was setting up a stall truly this effortless? Just then, an older woman next door cleared her throat and softly suggested, "Young man, how about you assist me in selling some items? As a star, I believe many would be inclined to purchase from you. Also, could you share where you sourced those cartoon undergarments? I would like to procure some stock." Hearing this, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Oh, no need for that, Andy. Glancing at the time, he realized it was still early. So he generously began to call out for the neighboring Annie's wares, although he was unsure where to acquire more stock. Meanwhile, at the end of the street where various stalls were set up, a professional worker named Lin Fei was performing on the sidewalk. A throng of passers-by had gathered, captivated by his singing. After finishing a song, the crowd cheered, "Bravo, young man. Would you sing Heavenly Match for us? How about Peony Flower?" Listening to the loud requests from the older crowd, Lin Fei felt his face flush with embarrassment. Had they really sunk to the point of requesting songs for free? While it was true that the older folks were the most vocal, they were in the minority. The younger audience preferred to stand quietly, attentively listening. At this moment, Lin Fei's focus was entirely on the live stream, which was his true battleground. Dear viewers, what song would you like to hear next? Type it in the chat. A plane for a song, he urged. Please send me some of those free little hearts. With over 100,000 viewers in the live stream, he received a generous array of gifts throughout the day. Unlike Lin Yi's free-for-all stream, most singers' streams featured numerous patrons showering them with gifts. Just then, Lin Fei's top supporter chimed in. Hey, I heard Lin Yi is nearby. Why not challenge him to a singing duel? The winner gets 50 carnival tickets. Go find Lin Yi. Upon witnessing the vibrant barrage of colorful comments, Lin Fei trembled with excitement. 50 carnival tokens at 3,000 each amounted to a staggering 150,000. Instantly, exhilaration coursed through him. He instructed the surrounding fans to safeguard his musical instruments and hurriedly entered Lin Yi's live stream. Racing towards the stall, words of excitement eluded him. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was energetically promoting a neighboring vendor. Suddenly, a trendy young man appeared before Lin Yi, eagerly grasping his hand. You must be Lin Yi. Come, let us see who sings better. Lin Fei exclaimed with fervor. Lin Yi, taken aback, pondered, who is this eccentric? Noting the program group's identification number on the young man's attire, number 23, he realized this was a fellow competitor. Lin Yi extricated his hand from the young man's enthusiastic grip, bemusedly replying, Hold on, friend. Could you at least explain what this is about? Ah? Lin Fei paused, a look of apology crossing his face. I'm truly sorry, Lin Yi. The situation is, blah blah blah. He articulated his purpose, a competition. After hearing this, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Lin Fei, are you certain that your top supporter possesses such prowess? 150,000? That seems implausible. I'm currently ranked 12th. And half of the funds are from your top supporter. Lin Fei exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Yi was taken aback. If this were true, that would indeed be a formidable supporter. Before he could contemplate further, a flurry of special effects erupted in his live stream. Lin Fei's top supporter had just gifted him nearly 10,000 in mere seconds. Witnessing the spectacle, Lin Yi fell silent. Indeed, having a substantial supporter was advantageous, unlike his own stream, which was plagued by freeloader trolls. Lin Yi, I am Lin Fei's top supporter. Although your singing may leave much to be desired, I have contributed some gifts. Consider it a boost for young Fei. Just sing a song of your choice. Regardless of how it sounds, Lin Fei felt a warm surge within him as he read his top supporter's message. Who could truly understand this feeling? The presence of a benefactor was undeniably uplifting. Lin Yi smiled, acknowledging the strength and credibility of Lin Fei's top supporter. Thus, he decided to accept the 150,000. With this thought, he silently activated 2 experience cards, Legendary Singer and Legendary Performer. Though they lasted only an hour, it would suffice. Meanwhile, the once sunny sky gradually darkened, hinting at impending rain. After entrusting a nearby vendor to oversee his stall, Lin Yi followed Lin Fei to the singing venue. As the weather continued to sour, the crowd surrounding them not only remained but seemed to swell in number, possibly due to the presence of an internet celebrity. As he picked up his instrument, Lin Fei politely inquired, "Shall you sing first, or shall I?" After a brief consideration, he decided not to take advantage of Lin Yi and graciously allowed him to take the stage first. However, Lin Yi was still scribbling something, seemingly lyrics. Perhaps fearing he might forget them, Lin Fei stepped forward to take a look, pondering the nurse's peculiar reference. What song could it be? He decided to let it be. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, with guitar in hand, swiftly scribbled down lyrics, addressing the crowd of hundreds present and the tens of thousands in the live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with me for 10 minutes as I compose an original song right here, a love ballad. I hope you will wait. The song was titled Sunny Day. Upon hearing this, a stir erupted among the audience. An original song? Sunny Day? What a jest. The sky was overcast, and he spoke of sunshine? Whispers of disbelief filled the air, with many convinced that Lin Yi was merely boasting. Even those familiar with his history as a rideshare driver knew his singing was far from impressive. What they did not realize was that at this moment, Lin Yi was a transcendent singer, a masterful musician, fully unleashed. Coupled with memories from his past life, he meticulously crafted the lyrics to Sunny Day. Before long, the 10 minutes had elapsed. Lin Yi secured his paper, tested his guitar, and signaled an okay to the audience. Gradually, silence enveloped the venue, and the camera focused on Lin Yi. Embracing his guitar, he placed his left hand on the chords and gently strummed. As the guitar resonated, an exquisitely beautiful melody emerged, captivating the audience both present and in the live stream, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Yi seated at the center. Sunny Day, a song renowned and beloved in his previous life, echoed through this parallel world. The beautiful prelude, breathtakingly serene, was merely composed of 3 chords, instantly silencing the crowd, allowing them to forget the gloomy clouds above. In that moment, all they desired was to fully immerse themselves in the enchanting sunny day. The ethereal prelude gradually unfolded as Lin Yi drew closer to the microphone. His voice began to resonate softly. The little yellow flower of the story has floated since the year of my birth, the childhood swaying with memories, until now. Chapter 46. The nurse's little cucumber. The finest couples in the world are often those who have grown up together. Sunny Day begins with a melody that narrates a tale of childhood, weaving together moments from birth to swinging on playgrounds, each segment intricately connected. Unbeknownst to them, the gentle spring breeze of the campus and the sweetness of first love envelop the atmosphere, evoking beautiful memories of youth and love for all. The song's ambience is light and pleasant, eliciting smiles from many in the audience. At this moment, Lin Fei, standing behind Lin Yi, is utterly astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Yi's singing style is remarkably pure. Having heard numerous live performances from acclaimed artists, Lin Fei feels that Lin Yi's rendition is not significantly different from theirs, save for one aspect: age. Lin Yi's vocal timbre and skill surpass what one would expect from someone his age, truly exceptional. Yet, before Lin Fei has time to fully absorb his astonishment, the next moment unfolds. Re so si do si la si la si la so. As the prelude plays and he gazes skyward, Memories of petals attempting to fall flood his mind. Boom. Lin Fei's eyes widen even further, and he rises in disbelief, cupping his ears. So this is how these notes are sung. It is beautiful, exquisite, akin to the music of the heavens. Has he forgotten the lyrics? No. Lin Yi must be deliberately singing these notes, and they sound marvelous. Across the screen, Lin Fei's astonished elder brother exclaims, "Is this still the same streamer we know?" As Lin Yi continues, the live stream erupts with excitement. Is this truly the same host they have come to know? My goodness, the host sings so beautifully. Am I dreaming? Really? Just yesterday, Lin Yi sang something in the car that even dogs wouldn't listen to, and now, with a guitar in hand, he sounds as if aided by divine intervention. I searched for the song Sunny Day on various platforms, but it does not exist. Not on Cool Music either. It's absent from all major music platforms. I can't believe this is Lin Yi's original work. It's simply too good. I just looked up Lin Yi's name and found he has no songs. This must be his debut. I feel Lin Yi sings even better than Hua Hua. He truly is a dark horse, impossibly remarkable. The title Sunny Day is beautiful, but it seems like rain is imminent. Wow, the first line of the song is, "The nurse's little cucumber?" This is just. The phenomenon of mishearing is truly astonishing. He actually sang the story of the little yellow flower, not the nurse's little cucumber. Ha ha ha. What a talent. This is hilarious. At this moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream is frenetic. In contrast, the audience present is engaged in a respectful silence, whether they're elderly or young, all listening intently. They share a tacit understanding not to disturb Lin Yi. Despite the dark clouds looming overhead, no one wishes to leave. Ding ding ding. Lin Yi lightly strums his guitar, and his voice floats through the air once more. On the day you skipped class, on the day the flowers fell, in that classroom. How is it that I cannot see? The rain-soaked day has vanished, and I long to experience it once more. This segment of lyrics stands out for its candidness compared to other love songs, instantly capturing the essence of campus life, freezing a moment in the vibrant era of youth. In an instant, the melody stirred many souls in the audience, evoking memories that rendered the scenes more vivid, as if truly returning to that rainy afternoon. Encountering the innocent girl one cherished for the first time. First love is invariably etched deeply in one's heart. Moreover, with Lin Yi's youthful timbre, the campus flavor of this song, Sunny Day, was heightened to perfection. Ah, is this the memory of youth? I feel a resurgence of my younger self. Ah, Jin. Wait for me. Although merely a song, it plunged many into silence, with the audience in the live stream fervently typing resurgence of youth. Youth shall forever be remembered. In the center of the crowd, Lin Yi's guitar strummed faster, his voice grew more urgent, as if the climax of the song was imminent. Unexpectedly, the courage I thought I had lost still remained. I yearned to ask once more, will you wait, or will you leave? Boom, Lin Yi sang with fervor. Will you wait, or will you leave, resonating within everyone's hearts. If one were to observe at that moment, they would notice the audience's faces reflecting a tapestry of emotions, some adorned with smiles, while others bore a subtle hint of sorrow. The essence of youth encompasses not only joy but also regret. Simple lyrics ensnared the audience in nostalgia. As the guitar strumming quickened, Lin Yi's earlier ease faded, replaced by a touch of melancholy. Playing the guitar, he immersed himself in the emotion. The next moment, the chorus, the climax, began. Lin Yi's voice rang out. On that windy day, I tried holding your hand, but alas, the rain grew so heavy that I could no longer see you. How much longer must I wait to be by your side? Perhaps I will feel better on that clear day. As he reached the chorus, Lin Yi stood tall, clutching his guitar. His voice intensified, brimming with emotion, enriching the song's depth. Coupled with the exquisite guitar melody, the poignant lyrics and tune left the audience spellbound. Not a single soul deemed it unpleasing. Even Lin Fei couldn't help but clench his fist. The rendition of Sunny Day was simply magnificent. If indeed this was Lin Yi's original creation, it would be nothing short of astonishing. In the sky, clouds thickened, and raindrops began to fall gradually. Yet, the chorus was not yet concluded. Lin Yi, strumming the guitar with one hand and holding the microphone with the other, wore an expression steeped in nostalgia. The next moment, the powerful chorus erupted. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time, but the wind gradually distanced us so far. After striving to love you for one more day, yet at the story's end, you seemed to still say goodbye with that. The rain poured down, igniting the atmosphere in the venue. The lyrics and the melody resonate like a blade, repeatedly tugging at the hearts of the audience. It is indeed profoundly moving. The song Sunny Day may initially seem lighthearted and cheerful, yet the more one listens, the deeper one becomes ensnared. The narrative is beautiful, and the memories it evokes are equally enchanting. Regardless of the outcome, if you're well, I shall remain unscathed. The lyrics reveal that the story depicted is not entirely pleasant. However, it captures the innocence of youth in the school days filled with longing and heartbreak. This is the most authentic portrayal of youth, indelibly etched in memory. What experiences could have shaped a person to compose such a heartfelt love ballad that brings forth tears uncontrollably? It is both profoundly healing and melancholic. What tears are falling? It seems to be raining, dear friends. Perhaps we should take shelter. Shelter from what? It is but a light drizzle. The youth are simply delicate. I shall remain here, enjoying the music from this favorable position. I will not flee. You may seek refuge from the rain. Sunny day, ha ha ha. Yet it is indeed a rainy day, and fate does not favor us. The audience murmurs amongst themselves, some seeking cover under eaves, while others steadfastly remain in place, eagerly anticipating the next song from Lin Yi. Chapter 47. A clear day, the deification. The rain continues to fall. Lin Yi remains immersed in his guitar, his eyes closed, allowing the raindrops to soak his face. In this moment, the gazes of those around him towards Lin Yi have transformed. As the guitar notes advance, the second verse of the song begins to resonate. On the day I skipped class for you, on the day the flowers fell, in that classroom. As he sings, the rain intensifies. Yet Lin Yi's voice remains strikingly clear. On this windy day, I attempted to hold your hand, but alas, the rain grew so heavy that I could no longer see you. The lyrics Lin Yi sings reflect the ambience perfectly. The rain continues to pour, obscuring my view of you. Suddenly, a thunderous clap reverberates through the sky, and the downpour escalates. For a fleeting moment, Lin Fei contemplates rushing to retrieve his instrument. However, he restrains himself, undeterred by the thunder and rain, for Lin Yi is nearing the conclusion of his song. How much longer must I wait to be by your side? When the sky clears, perhaps I will feel a little better. As he reaches this part, the thunder fades, and the rain gradually subsides, eventually coming to a halt. Then, the audience hears the final notes of Lin Yi's song, or perhaps a gentle murmur. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time. Yet, the wind gradually blew the distance far away, after struggling to love you for just one more day. At the end of the tale, it seems you still bid farewell, goodbye. With the conclusion of the song, the rain ceases. Lin Yi sets down his guitar, his face glistening with raindrops. In this moment, he is nothing short of divine. With the song finished, the memories of youth draw to a close. Yet the future lies ahead, a long road still to travel. Perhaps for some, first love is merely a transient encounter in life, and one must continue forward, albeit with a touch of melancholy. As Lin Yi's gaze sweeps across the crowd, they collectively realize that the rain has stopped and the song has ended. Soon after, a thunderous applause erupts. Amidst the applause, Lin Fei approaches Lin Yi from behind and kneels before him. He is utterly defeated by this song, even lacking the inclination to compete further. A clear day is simply unfathomable. Lin Yi, you have triumphed. I, Lin Fei, concede defeat. After you have sung A Clear Day, no song I choose will suffice, haha. Lin Fei chuckles at himself. Though reluctant to admit it, the truth is undeniable. The unexpected scene leaves the crowd momentarily stunned. Bro, do not underestimate yourself. I actually think you were quite formidable, but you encountered me. In this weather, facing a clear day, to be honest, your loss is not unjust. Conversely, I have high hopes for you. Lin Yi pats Lin Fei on the shoulder. This is a friendship worth forging. After a clear day, this fellow will not sulk like a villain after a loss, but rather, he stands with integrity, a quality Lin Yi greatly admires. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Fei's loyal brother also steps forward without hesitation. 50 carnival goers express their enthusiasm with fervor, and Lin Yi skillfully acquired a contact number from one of them. He found great satisfaction in this outcome. As for the cacophony of excited voices clamoring for Lin Yi's autograph, he casually picked up his phone from the ground and slipped away. Meanwhile, his live stream was a veritable torrent of comments, with the audience swelling to an astounding over 200,000 viewers. Wow, the host's singing is simply exquisite. We must record a complete version of Sunny Day. Lin Yi's song is quite intriguing. The title is Sunny Day, yet the entire narrative unfolds under rain. How curious that the rain ceased as soon as he finished singing. Could it be that Lin Yi is the rain god, a deity controlling the rain? I don't know about the rain god, but I do know that in this moment, with this song, Lin Yi has truly ascended to greatness. Sunny Day is indeed a divine creation. Let Lin Yi bring a tremor to the entertainment industry and the music scene. A rideshare driver who penned such a powerful original love song, truly remarkable. Hey, wait up, host. Don't run away. Chat with us. At that moment, Lin Yi was far too preoccupied to heed the barrage of comments as a throng of frenzied fans pursued him, eager for autographs and close encounters. In just over a minute, Lin Yi reached his stall and swiftly packed up his belongings. Without a second thought, he made his escape. "Hey, young man, why the rush? I haven't even thanked you for selling my items," called out a woman from the neighboring stall. However, Lin Yi paid her no mind. The next moment, the woman turned her gaze to the right and gasped. What she witnessed was undoubtedly the most terrifying sight of her life. A horde of young women sprinting towards her, shouting Lin Yi's name. The thundering footsteps reverberated, shaking the entire street. The woman swore that this was the largest commotion she had ever seen. Only after the crowd had dispersed did she utter in astonishment, "Are these young women truly this fervent? And what kind of emotional debt does Lin Yi owe to attract such a following?" Simultaneously, during Lin Yi's absence, numerous clips of Sunny Day surfaced across major social media platforms. In mere minutes, Sunny Day dominated the trending searches. Sunny Day, the best love song of the year. Shocking. Rideshare driver suspected to be a superstar. Sunny Day climbs to third place on the Hot Songs chart singing of sunny days. Yet the story unfolds in rain. Rideshare driver Lin Yi, hounded by a swarm of fans, looking quite flustered. Sunny Day achieves legendary status. Not only was it trending, but even short video platforms rapidly promoted Lin Yi's performance of Sunny Day. Many who encountered the video were deeply moved by the melody, reluctant to scroll past. The tale of the little yellow flower evokes a yearning inquiry. Are you waiting or departing? The melody, light and cheerful, is tinged with a subtle sadness, rendering it utterly irresistible. Upon the completion of the piece, the comments section of the Sunny Day video succumbed to an overwhelming tide of sentiment. Although the song bears the title Sunny Day, its narrative is steeped in rainy days. Even the video is set amidst a downpour, which is quite remarkable. Alas, how often do sunny days truly grace us? If you are well, it is indeed a sunny day. What a profound sentiment. If you are well, it is a sunny day. I am enlightened, O Master. Ahem, there is no need for such formality. Our fates are intertwined. A sum of 18,000 yuan would be most sincere. Alas, Asian, how are you? In this moment, I realize I still love you. Asian fell for A Chong on a pitch-black night. How fortuitous, for I too have a girlfriend, and her name is Asian. The ride-hailing driver has achieved legendary status. This song Sunny Day has truly reached divine acclaim. Enough, I have been playing it on repeat. The comments section is nearly unanimous in praise, interspersed with a hint of melancholy and reflection. Chapter 48. The thrill of having a top brother at the same time. Lin Yi's song Sunny Day made its debut, sending shockwaves through the long-dormant music industry. In Kuan's exclusive office, a young man resembling his older brother, a professional worker and contestant number one, listened intently to Sunny Day. His brow furrowed slightly. Interesting, Lin Yi. I hadn't anticipated your emergence as a variable in this competition. It seems I must showcase some genuine talent myself. It's time to release that dance track. Seated in his chair, Kuan gazed at the video that had gone viral on his phone. Contestants from various professions in the Working Professionals program felt an unprecedented pressure. Who would have thought that an ordinary-looking ride-hailing driver could compose such an original love song? The key was its astonishing success. In just over an hour, Sunny Day soared to the top of numerous music charts, even claiming the #1 spot. At the headquarters of Working Professionals, the staff was in a frenzy. Driven solely by the impact of Sunny Day, no one could have predicted that a single song would achieve such explosive popularity. The crew was taken aback when the director requested them to compile the song's data, and they realized that only an hour had passed since its release. In the conference room, a staff member reported to the seated directors, Director Huang. We have preliminary statistics on Sunny Day. The views on major video and music platforms have exceeded 40 million, with shares and comments around 3 million. Moreover, Sunny Day has dominated 7 music charts and is expected to claim all in the next day. This was merely an hour's worth of data. As the staff concluded their report, an eerie silence enveloped the room, with several attendees struggling to comprehend the figures. Are you certain this data is accurate? A ride-hailing driver, and an original song at that, achieving such results? Vice Director Liu interjected. This data can only be underestimated, not exaggerated. A collective gasp of disbelief resonated through the room upon hearing the staff's confirmation. All right, Liu Mo, let us not dwell on the veracity of the figures. I've listened to Sunny Day, and it is indeed delightful. I also consulted industry professionals, including the eminent Liu Tianwang, who stated that this song deserves a place among the top 10 love songs, if not higher, declared Director Huang Tianhua in a grave tone. The atmosphere grew even more somber. Who is Liu Tianwang? Someone whispered. He is a titan of the contemporary music scene, and such praise carries immense weight. Observing the stunned silence among the crowd, producer Li Qing stood up. Let us cease this discussion. We are uncertain how far Sunny Day will go. The reason we have gathered this afternoon is singular. Lin Yi. Li Qing's resounding voice broke the stillness, prompting an eruption of chatter among the attendees. The discussion naturally revolves around Lin Yi's traffic distribution issue. In this format of live streaming programs, the production team typically selects several key individuals to promote. Now, Lin Yi has emerged as a dark horse, and these leaders must certainly take notice. Meanwhile, Lin Fei's top supporter is convening a meeting concerning Lin Yi. In the Qihua building, within the office of the general manager of Qihua Entertainment, a circular conference table is set. The top supporter, who is none other than the general manager and original shareholder, Zhang Qingyu, declares the company's decision to sign Lin Yi. Who is in favor, and who is against? After posing the question, she surveys the room. One by one, the directors raise their hands in unanimous agreement. All right, the meeting is adjourned. I will personally discuss matters with Lin Yi. Xiao Hong, please book me a flight to Xining. Zhang Qingyu is succinct and decisive. She is a woman of action. Upon hearing this, the assistant named Xiao Hong takes out her phone and begins to make arrangements. The other directors gradually exit the room. Sitting in her chair, a smile graces Zhang Qingyu's lips. Initially, her involvement in Lin Fei's live stream was merely to secure a contract with him. However, she has unexpectedly discovered a gem in Lin Yi, and her joy is palpable. After sending gifts to Lin Yi, she convenes the board meeting, which has a straightforward agenda to secure Lin Yi at all costs. As she contemplates, Zhang Qingyu cannot help but hum the prelude to a cheerful tune. Sister Qingyu. The next flight departs in half an hour, and the car is ready. Let's go. Without delay, Zhang Qingyu tidies up briefly and heads to the car with Xiao Hong. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Qingyu opens her phone and skillfully navigates to Lin Yi's live stream. Before even entering, she notices the online viewer count has reached 700,000, causing her brow to furrow in astonishment. In just 1 hour, the number has surged by 500,000, an extraordinary pace indeed. What is even more remarkable is that the stream has not crashed. Typically, a live stream with over 100,000 viewers struggles to maintain momentum without engaging content. Zhang Qingyu clicks to enter and observes that Lin Yi has just completed a delivery and is preparing for the next one. However, she is taken aback to find that the chat is filled with representatives from rival companies. Hello, Lin Yi. I'm the agent from Tianbao Entertainment. Would you be interested in joining our company for a yearly salary of 10 million? Host, I'm the general manager of Tianyu. Come to us. We offer numerous benefits. Tianbao and Tianyu are nothing. Join my Huangqiao Entertainment for first-tier singer treatment. Wow, first-tier singer treatment? They must be quite generous. Are these so-called entertainment companies legitimate? Nowadays, anyone claims to be a talent scout. Don't fall for it, host. Exactly. Continue taking orders, host. I want to hear you speak cheekily. Oh, I mean drive, haha. Oh wow, this special effect is from the top supporter. Welcome, top supporter. As Zhang Qingyu enters the live stream, the special effects and fanfare are overwhelming. Could it be otherwise? She has showered Lin Yi with gifts, and the platform is sure to reciprocate. At this moment, Lin Yi glanced at the live streaming room and smiled, saying, Welcome, the capable Asian, to the live stream. You are truly magnanimous. I am grateful for the 50 carnivals you have graciously sent. Once again, upon seeing Lin Fei, the top supporter, Lin Yi felt compelled to express his gratitude, especially given such a generous contribution of 16,000. Although the platform retains 50% as a cut, coupled with an additional 10% from the production team, Lin Yi still found himself with approximately 64,000 remaining, which is quite substantial. Upon hearing Lin Yi's kind words, for some inexplicable reason, Zhang Qingyu's delicate face softened, and her lips involuntarily curved into a slight smile. Unbeknownst to her, she had casually sent out another 10 carnivals. Wow. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback by the impressive display of carnivals in the live stream. This is indeed the essence of being a top supporter. Just a few flattering remarks had effortlessly garnered a $3,000 reward. Truly, the experience of having a top supporter is exhilarating. Chapter 49. How far can one run in anger? Whenever I am incensed, I refuse to take passengers. I express my gratitude to the esteemed elder brother and to the capable Asian for the 10 festive gifts. May my elder brother live eternally. Lin Yi bowed slightly in the live stream, uttering the highest blessing, unparalleled in its significance. At that moment, Lin Yi felt an exhilarating sense of joy. It was no wonder so many were drawn to the life of a streamer. With merely a few words, the top supporter showered him with gifts. Why toil away at a regular job or drive a rideshare? Upon hearing Lin Yi's heartfelt yet unpretentious blessings, Zhang Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that Lin Yi possesses a silver tongue. She then clearly stated her intent, typing on the public screen. Golden letters. The exclusive signature of the top supporter appeared in the live stream. Hello, Lin Yi. I am the general manager of Chiwa Entertainment, and I wish to sign you as an artist for our company. Rest assured, the terms will be satisfactory. I am currently en route to Xining. After sending her message, Zhang Qingyu gifted Lin Yi 10 more festive tokens. Witnessing this, the viewers in the live stream were astounded. Wow, another 10 festive tokens. The top supporter is incredibly generous. Look at those other talent agency owners. This is the difference. This is true strength. If you don't give gifts, how will the streamer recognize your capabilities? I can't believe there are so many talent agencies in the stream today. Could it be that the host sang that song Sunny Day? Please remove could it be from your statement. A creative and talented singer's worth speaks for itself. By your logic, the host has transformed from a rideshare driver into a singer overnight. This is astonishing. Considering it's only the second day of the program, the host should accept the offer. At this moment, Lin Yi gazed at the words of the top supporter, lost in contemplation. If it were those shouting in the live stream to join some agency, he would have disregarded them entirely. But this was the top supporter, a person of genuine capability. Surely, they would not deceive him. After pondering for a while, he asked, Asian, are you serious? Zhang Qingyu replied, of course. The flight is already booked, and I will arrive in Xining in 5 hours. Wow, elder brother, that's wonderful. I will await your arrival in Xining. And I promise to treat you to a delightful meal and a full range of services. As for the contract, we can discuss that in person. Lin Yi grinned. Full services? Hearing this made Zhang Qingyu's cheeks flush, yet she said nothing more, simply responding with a brief good before leaving Lin Yi's live stream. Upon hearing Lin Yi's previous remarks, the viewers in the live stream were stirred. Wow, host, you are exceedingly considerate. I want the full services too. I am in Xining. Host, I do not seek the full package. Could you possibly share a website privately? I'm eagerly waiting. Upstairs, you have 3 seconds. Is it not? What are you all saying? Host, I merely wish to know the whereabouts of those young ladies clad in black stockings, standing beneath the twilight, in need of solace. I intend to extend my assistance to them. Heh. Host, I too desire a thorough pampering. ISNT everyone yearning for something for nothing? The top supporter has contributed so much. Host, is there any chance you could grant me a moment of indulgence? Observing the rather audacious comments in the live stream, Lin Yi found himself at a loss for words and quickly distanced himself from the conversation. What young ladies beneath the twilight, and clad in black stockings? No. That is not the case. As for the fellow requesting a website, disseminating illicit material is illegal. Seek it out yourself, or if all else fails, resolve it independently. After all, it only takes a minute. Lin Yi's radiant smile incited a mix of envy and frustration among the viewers, who were left pondering his suggestion of self-resolution. Before long, the outside world began to dim as the sky shifted toward dusk. Around 5 o'clock, a torrential downpour was on the verge of commencing. Initially, Lin Yi had planned to wrap up for the day and return home, but unexpectedly, the system assigned him a passenger located merely a kilometer away. With no alternative, Lin Yi had to turn around to pick up this passenger. Otherwise, he would face complaints. 3 minutes later, the vehicle halted at a fork in the road. A young man waved towards Lin Yi, and without a doubt, he was the passenger. As the rain began to fall, the young man opened the car door and swiftly jumped inside. Passenger ending in 2441? Driver, it's me. Let us get moving. The rain is about to pour. The young man said. Lin Yi nodded, refraining from unnecessary chatter and simply drove off. During the journey, the young man repeatedly played the song Sunny Day. This filled Lin Yi with a sense of pride. He hadn't anticipated the song's current popularity. However, given its status as a quintessential romantic ballad, it was hardly surprising. Moments later, the rain fell in torrents, the raindrops rhythmically striking the car windows with a distinct sound. The young man in the back seat was not engrossed in his phone. Instead, he eagerly inquired, Driver, how long will it take to reach the East Station? Hearing the young man's slightly humorous accent, Lin Yi glanced at the heavy rain ahead, chuckled softly, and replied, It will take quite a while. How long at least? The young man pressed. By horse? That would take even longer, but given this weather, I wouldn't recommend riding a horse. You'd end up drenched. The young man responded. Listening to their amusing exchange, the live stream erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, what a character. The host's response is simply too funny. The host has a point. Riding a horse would take longer. Ha ha. Ha ha. Their conversation is on completely different wavelengths. But in Shining, riding a horse might actually be faster than driving. You can tell the host is a seasoned fan from Shining. Ha ha. Master, you've misunderstood me. I meant how much longer until we arrive at the East Station. The young man wiped his brow. This driver's accent is quite something. Oh, my apologies. I thought you had a fondness for horse riding, haha. It will take about 7 or 8 minutes to reach the East Station. Lin Yi chuckled and jested. Are you riding a horse? Upon hearing this, the young man's expression turned somber. Who rides a horse to the East Station these days? Shouldn't horse riders be on the grasslands? Isn't there a song that mentions the man with the lasso? Following Lin Yi's remark, a brief silence enveloped the car. Lin Yi remained quiet, driving steadily. As long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who will feel awkward, perhaps unable to endure the atmosphere any longer. The young man surveyed Lin Yi's vehicle and spoke again. Driver, your car must run on a mix of gasoline and gas, right? At this, Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement. So how far can you go on a liter of gas? Lin Yi replied, Huh? If I get angry, I refuse to take passengers and 1T drive anymore. The young man. Chapter 50. Driver, what is your occupation? Listening to the conversation between the two, the live stream audience erupted in laughter once again. Haha. The host is absolutely right. This is too funny. Look at that young fellow. His face turned pale upon hearing the host's words. Ha ha ha. The host's sharp wit is incredible. Angry? If I get angry, I'll simply ask you to get out of the car. Ha ha. But you can't get out now. It's still raining. We wouldn't want the child to catch a cold. The host is so entertaining. With such a pleasant way of speaking, I absolutely adore him. However, the young man in the back seat has quite a humorous accent. It appears to be a local dialect from Guangning, the hometown of a certain someone. Haha. Inside the car, ever since Lin Yi had spoken, the young man in the back seat wore an expression of utter desolation and helplessness. Sigh, does my accent truly sound that heavy? I wasn't implying anger. I meant how far can one travel on a liter of gasoline? With a soft sigh, the young man again pondered this question. Oh, a liter of gasoline. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the young man's expression brightened. At last, the driver understood. Boo-hoo, it hasn't been easy. With the riding and the frustrations. Who could endure it? In the midst of the young man's eager gaze, Lin Yi chuckled and opened his right hand. I don't know. I haven't calculated it. The young man. Goodness, I thought the driver would respond seriously. Well, perhaps he shouldn't have expected that. However, it did seem that the driver answered earnestly, likely because he truly didn't know. Leaning against the car window, the young man fell silent, gazing quietly at the increasingly heavy rain, awaiting their arrival at the destination. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Yi noticed the silence but chose not to comment. In truth, it was entirely Lin Yi's fault for misunderstanding. The young man's accent was indeed somewhat obscure. As for how far one could travel on a liter of gasoline, he hadn't researched that. Well, let us just focus on driving. This is the last fare before wrapping up for the day. A few minutes later, the vehicle halted at the waiting hall of the train station. Young man, we've arrived at the train station. I've parked closer to the hall. Please exit quickly to avoid getting soaked. Upon reaching their destination, Lin Yi glanced at the young man and offered a reminder. Thank you, driver. Opening the car door. The young man covered his head and dashed out. Just then, as Lin Yi was about to leave, the door hadn't even been locked yet. Bang bang. A large, dark figure abruptly squeezed into the back seat. The sound of the door opening was so swift that Lin Yi barely registered it. The live stream audience was equally bewildered. What the heck? Where did this big, fat rat come from? Oh my goodness, could this hefty individual be here to rob us? No way. Dude upstairs. Are you out of your mind? Robbery? The host is a bona fide boxer. In the end, who knows who would be robbing whom? In a civilized society, there aren't that many robberies. With such heavy rain, it's likely he couldn't find a ride. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room watched the plump man entering the vehicle with surprising smoothness, engaging in lively discussion. Lin Yi gazed astonishedly at the man behind him, whose rotund figure belied his swift movements. Both men were momentarily taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances. Apologies, my friend. Although your entry was indeed graceful and visually appealing, this is not a taxi. You might want to consider another ride, Lin Yi remarked after observing for a while. Please, my friend. This is an emergency. I understand this is not a taxi, but a rideshare is still a vehicle. With this torrential downpour, it's utterly impossible to hail a cab. I beg you, help me out, and rest assured, I will compensate you handsomely." The plump man clasped his hands together, a look of earnest pleading on his face. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi frowned. It wasn't that he was unwilling. He genuinely wished to finish his work. With such heavy rain, if the man's destination was far from Lin Yi's own residence, it would be a futile endeavor. Working overtime was out of the question. "My friend, it's not that I don't want to assist you. I truly need to finish my shift, and I have an aversion to working extra hours. Overtime is simply not an option for me," Lin Yi firmly rejected. "Please, I implore you. In this deluge, there are scarcely any sheltered spots at the bus station. I am heading to Xingfuli community, and I can offer you 200 yuan. As he spoke, the plump man hurriedly produced 2 red bills, thrusting them into Lin Yi's hands. Anxious to prevent another rejection, Lin Yi did not accept the cash and instead expressed surprise. "You reside in Xingfuli community in Huashan district?" "Yes, indeed. Do you also live there?" "What a coincidence. But you must be quite impressive to afford a home in Xingfuli community. That is no small feat. I could only manage it with my father's assistance." The plump man revealed an astonished expression upon hearing Lin Yi's comment. He had not anticipated that a rideshare driver could reside in Xingfuli community, an affluent area in Xining, where homes start at a minimum of 10 million yuan. The notion of Lin Yi renting was utterly implausible. Listening to the man's flattering remarks, Lin Yi fell silent. How could he so confidently assume Lin Yi lived in Xingfuli community? If he did, would he truly need to drive for rideshare services? Indeed, the disparities between people can be vast. Some are born into privilege, while others, like Lin Yi, face a challenging start in life. He cast a sidelong glance at the man and coolly replied, "My friend, you seem to have misunderstood. Is it not possible that I reside in a rental unit in Songrue community, merely a kilometer from Xingfuli community?" The plump man stammered, momentarily taken aback, his expression turning awkward. "Well, never mind. This could be considered on the way, so I will give you a ride." Lin Yi glanced at him, accepted the money, and with a hint of resignation said, "All right then." He pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle began to move slowly. Seeing this, the plump man let out a sigh of relief. As the rain intensified outside, he pondered how long it might take to secure a taxi. In this dreadful weather, the number of vehicles on the road was pitifully scarce. In the live broadcast room, the audience observed the exchange between the 2 men, noting Lin Yi's resigned expression, which elicited laughter from many viewers. The first time I witnessed the helplessness etched on his face was quite amusing. In the juxtaposition of the happiness community and the urban village, one could truly say they are worlds apart, Lin Yi remarked. "Do I strike you as a second-generation wealthy individual? And as for the happiness community, do I truly reside in happiness? Ah, envy arises. Some are born into opulence while I toil like a beast of burden. Keep pushing, my fellow workers. Tomorrow, upon opening my eyes, I shall return to the grind." The rain poured heavily as Lin Yi drove at a modest pace, his gaze drifting to the barrage of comments in the live stream. He sighed internally, resigned to his fate as a mere beast of burden. However, in this lifetime, he possessed a system. Acquiring a house and a car was merely a matter of time. As they journeyed, perhaps influenced by their earlier conversation, an air of silence enveloped them. After 10 minutes, the portly individual in the back seat, seeking to alleviate the slight awkwardness in the front, managed a crooked smile and posed an exceedingly mundane question. "What kind of work do you do?" Lin Yi responded with a momentary pause. Chapter 51. Mastering the Tomb Rating Art. The finger of fate. Upon hearing those words, Lin Yi fell into a profound silence, a similar stillness enveloping the live-streaming room. "What kind of work do you do? Are you blind?" Lin Yi thought to himself, astonished at the absurdity of the question posed. Is this rotund fellow daft from the rain? Has his mind become muddled? While seated in the vehicle, one might ask the driver, "What is your profession?" I can only imagine the response transforming from 9 to 6666. "Do you even realize the nature of the inquiry you've made?" After listening to the plump man's words, Lin Yi could not help but roll his eyes at him. Noticing Lin Yi's reaction, the man hurriedly waved his hands. "Hey, I'm only trying to lighten the mood. Don't you think the atmosphere in the car is a bit too somber?" Silence reigned over tonight's journey. "Oh, so you can compose poetry as well?" Lin Yi teased with a light hum. "What do you mean by lighten the mood? If you can't, then don't bother." Seeing this, the man awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled softly. "My name is Zhao Dezhu. I work in the human trafficking industry." "Human trafficking? A trafficker?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi momentarily froze, but then a smile began to grace his lips. Was this not an unexpected stroke of fortune? "Zhao Dezhu, Noticing the involuntary smile on Lin Yi's face, felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Whoa, 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 hold on. Don't get too excited. I was merely joking. When I mentioned human trafficking, I was referring to the employment agency sector, responsible for helping people find jobs. Don't get the wrong idea. Fixing his gaze on Lin Yi, Zhao Dezhu felt a sudden pang of anxiety. An agency? I thought you were genuinely involved in trafficking. What a letdown. Hearing this, Lin Yi felt a momentary wave of disappointment wash over him. Observing Lin Yi's expression, Zhao Dezhu's mind was flooded with a torrent of disbelief. What does that forlorn look signify? Do you genuinely believe I'm a trafficker? Have you lost your mind over the prospect of making a name for yourself? Huh. Your imagination is indeed vivid. Who dares to be a trafficker in this day and age? Zhao Dezhu said, proudly presenting his business card. Here is my card. If you need assistance in finding a job, give me a call. I assure you, I can arrange everything flawlessly. In the realm of human resources in Xining City, I dare say there is no one better than I. Listening to Zhao Dezhu, Lin Yi chuckled lightly, taking the card but setting it aside. Good brother. I'll come to you for job placement when I find myself unemployed. Of course. However, considering your prowess in the triathlon, unemployment may be quite a challenge for you. Indeed. Lin Yi laughed in agreement. Their conversation flowed effortlessly as they traversed the road, with Zhao Dezhu eager to assist Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi managed to restrain him. Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt at a residential complex named Xingfuli. Before exiting the car, Zhao Dezhu handed Lin Yi 2 large bills. Exclaiming with bravado, Good brother, you must take these. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know when I could return. Moreover, with such heavy rain, alas. Let us not dwell on it. If my brother encounters difficulties and needs to change jobs or pursue side ventures, he can always seek my assistance. Departing. Zhao Dezhu pushed away the car door, declining Lin Yi's offer to see him off. He hurriedly made his way to his private villa. Truly, what a remarkable sight. This visit to Xingfuli has certainly broadened Lin Yi's horizons. Were it not for Zhao Dezhu as a mere ride-hailing driver, he would have had no chance of entering the neighborhood. The very first step was impeded by the security guard, clutching the 400 yuan in his hand. Lin Yi shook his head in resignation. Indeed, the soul-inherited lineage leaves one utterly powerless. To the brothers in the live stream, today's broadcast concludes here. Good night. May you all have sweet dreams, with villas and mansions gracing your sleep. After exchanging simple farewells with the audience, Lin Yi did not linger, pressing the gas pedal as he exited the community. That evening, lying in bed, Lin Yi browsed through 57 Tongcheng, contemplating potential job opportunities. Due to the sudden downpour in Xining, the top-ranked brother did not arrive in the city. His flight was diverted to Dazhou City. According to his plans, he would not visit until noon the following day, just in time to treat Lin Yi to a meal. Otherwise, Lin Yi might have enjoyed a complimentary dinner that night, instead of lying in bed. However, there is a certain comfort in resting, truly delightful. After determining his agenda for the next morning, Lin Yi drifted into a deep slumber while scrolling through videos of beautiful women. The following morning, Lin Yi did not sleep in for long. After all, the previous night was a unique experience, and he arose around 7 o'clock. The first thing upon waking was, of course, to open the system panel. Upon accessing the system panel, he was greeted with, Ding, name, Lin Yi skills, boxer, exceptional driver, instant locksmith, master of mourning. Corpse retrieval expert, popularity, 104,000, items, locksmith card, D grade, mourning cloth, D grade. Stunned by his popularity, Lin Yi could hardly believe it. Did he truly earn 100,000 in just one night? So astonishing. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed rather reasonable. After all, Sunny Day is a phenomenal song that could easily garner such popularity overnight. He had even seen that Sunny Day had ascended numerous music charts the previous night. Without hesitation, Lin Yi decided to perform 10 consecutive draws. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring mastery of tomb raiding, skill, fake you finger. Item, tomb raiding set, including Luoyang shovel and all necessary tomb raiding equipment. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,000 yuan 7, which can be reasonably accumulated to the program's leaderboard. What? Staring at the results of the draw, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Can one truly draw money? Is it possible to exchange money for popularity points in the system? No. Lin Yi. Nevertheless, he did not voice much concern. After all, it was still 7,000 yuan. As for the 3 skills related to tomb raiding, Lin Yi merely shook his head in resignation. Tomb raiding? This skill, in the realm of tomb raiding, undoubtedly possesses remarkable prowess, However, within this parallel universe, the state enforces a stringent prohibition against such activities, with severe penalties for transgressions, immediate execution upon discovery, with no room for negotiation. Of course, state-sponsored archaeological endeavors are an exception, as archaeologists are recognized as legitimate scholars, while tomb raiders are merely a motley crew of unremarkable individuals. Before me lie two luminous orbs. Having a choice, even if limited, is better than none. After placing the tomb raiding gear into the system's storage, Lin Yi activated the radiant spheres before him. In the next moment, as the two orbs merged with his being, a plethora of knowledge regarding tomb raiding flooded his mind: distinctions between the southern and northern schools, the mechanisms within tombs, the presence of zongzi, and peculiar creatures. He comprehended it all with crystal clarity. However, the most significant transformation occurred after Lin Yi absorbed the FGZH skill. He observed that his right index finger had elongated to match that of his middle finger, suggesting that, with such hands, any mechanism could be deftly manipulated. Yet, the advantages of FGZH extend far beyond this. Indeed, it is an extraordinary gift, rendering him not just a tomb raider, but a veritable purveyor of joy for the affluent. Chapter 52. Standing before him, I felt as inexperienced as a novice. If those affluent women were to discover the peculiar capabilities of my right hand, it would undoubtedly lead to unsavory consequences. Observing the transformation of my hand, Lin Yi expressed his amazement. Simultaneously, he noticed a significant increase in its strength. After absorbing the energy, Lin Yi stood up and waved his hands a couple of times before dismissing the matter entirely. After all, he had prior commitments to fulfill that day. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Yi drove his Wuling Qingguang straight towards the suburban town. The early arriving audience in the live stream wore expressions of confusion. Why was Lin Yi, who typically drove ride-hailing services in the city, here in such a remote location? Would anyone actually be getting into a car in such an isolated area? Just as the viewers pondered this, Lin Yi parked the car and began to survey his surroundings, searching for the contact person for this job. Before long, he spotted a group of individuals dressed in white mourning attire, their heads adorned with mourning caps. About several dozen meters to his right. "Hello, my friend. Is this where the morning service is being held?" "I'm from 57 City," Lin Yi approached and inquired. Upon hearing Lin Yi's voice from behind, the man was taken aback, turning to face him. "Whoa, buddy, do you realize that startling someone can lead to dire consequences? You're also here for the morning service from 57 City?" The man nervously pointed towards a large, rotund figure at the front. "That big fellow over there is the person in charge of this event," he stammered. Could one blame his trepidation? Just as he was gathering his emotions, an unexpected voice echoed in the stillness of the desolate outskirts, capable of sending chills down anyone's spine. Noticing the man's reaction, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and proceeded toward the organizer. While the profession of mourning may not be regarded as a noble one, it is worth noting that one can earn a substantial amount of money with minimal effort, simply feigning sorrow for a few hours, eventually collapsing in the memorial hall, sobbing for a while before drifting off to sleep. Such a straightforward task could yield 500 yuan. Would that not entice you? As the audience in the live stream absorbed Lin Yi's conversation with the man, a brief silence ensued before they erupted into reactions. Whoa. The host is getting into some serious business today. This is utterly bizarre. Fortunately, the host has hidden cameras. Otherwise, no reasonable person would engage in such activities. Goodness. Lin Yi isn't just connecting with the common people. He is delving into the realm of the supernatural, bridging the gap to the underworld. No wonder the host drove so far early in the morning. Indeed, city folk wouldn't partake in such endeavors. Let us be honest, morning services are genuinely profitable. I've experienced it once. I cried and then fell asleep, waking up to find a stack of cash waiting for me. It's that simple. Seriously? You upstairs. Think it's that simple? Aren't you afraid the deceased might drag you down to keep them company? Let me say this, trust in science. I'm off to buy a peachwood sword. The audience in the live stream engaged in lively banter, observing Lin Yi's increasingly peculiar and eerie live stream. Yet, what could be done? After all, he possessed a multitude of skills. Lin Yi strode directly towards the portly figure at the center of the crowd, who was currently elaborating on the pertinent details of the event. Even when Lin Yi patted his shoulder, there was no response. Ahem. Well, brother Fat, you are the person in charge this time, right? My name is Lin Yi, and I am here to apply for the role of a mourner. Do you still need someone? Clearing his throat, he interrupted. Upon hearing this, the man turned around to appraise Lin Yi and paused before responding. Yes. However, you must cry convincingly. If you do well, I can offer you 700. If you're ready to work, stand in front of me and assemble. By the way, my name is Lin Xiao. You can call me Lin Ge, not Brother Fat. Remember that." Brother Fat shot a glance at Lin Yi, seemingly displeased with being called Brother Fat. Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded and, instead of joining the crowd, continued to inquire. "Lin Ge, I'm in. However, is food provided?" "Huh, you are quite interesting. Food is definitely provided. Once the crying is done, we feast. If you have a good appetite, I can even set a table just for you. But one thing you all must remember, you can eat, but do not pack food," Brother Fat joked. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in laughter. "Then there is no problem." Lin Yi signaled an okay gesture and stepped into the crowd. As he walked, Lin Yi somehow produced a piece of white cloth, wrapping it around his head, and a wave of sorrow washed over his face instantly. Tears streamed down his cheeks. The transformation so rapid that it left onlookers astonished. This was the power of the mourning cloth, although merely a D-grade item, after just a few seconds of wearing it. Lin Yi truly resembled a seasoned mourner with years of experience. This scene left the onlooking aunts and uncles wide-eyed. What defines professionalism? This is what professionalism looks like. When Lin Xiao glanced at Lin Yi, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Talent, absolute talent. Goodness, has the mourning industry become this competitive? You even bring your own white cloth? Young man, you're too impressive. What are we supposed to do? With you looking this way, you make us seem dull. Damn it, your technique and emotional control make me, a veteran mourner of over 30 years, feel like a novice in comparison. I should start carrying a white cloth myself. Otherwise, I might lose my livelihood in this profession. Observing Lin Yi's remarkable performance, murmurs began circulating among the mourning team in the crowd. About 10 minutes later, Lin Xiao called for several vehicles to take the mourning team away. In the live broadcast room, viewers were astonished by Lin Yi's performance. Goodness, I thought the host was new to this mourning business, but I didn't expect such skill. As a veteran mourner of over a decade, I feel like a novice in front of the host. Haha, it's been a while since I attended a rural feast. I usually bring plastic bags for easy packing. You, upstairs, must have just had food served, directly packing it. Everyone, when it comes to feasting, I am the best. The cigarettes and alcohol on the table were gone in a flash. As the gathering commenced, it was a blend of feasting and taking, with laughter resonating in the air. However, at times, the elderly lady's swift hands made it challenging for others to partake. In the live stream, discussions about the gathering continued amidst the mournful atmosphere. 3 vehicles navigated along a narrow national road for nearly half an hour before finally arriving. Upon disembarking, the mourners appeared momentarily stunned. Before them stood the Wu residence, an expansive estate that revealed itself as a grand manor. It was no surprise that the mourning procession comprised over 20 individuals, for the deceased hailed from a prominent family. Observing the estate and its imposing entrance, one could easily discern the wealth and status of the landowner. You must now prepare yourselves emotionally here. When I call you to enter, unleash your sorrow with heartfelt cries. It is imperative that your lamentation is both profound and resonant. Cries you feel. Chapter 53. What to do when you're mourning the wrong person. Urgently awaiting. After Lin Xiao finished her instructions, she stepped into the Wu family estate. Lin Yi and his companions remained on the spot, surveying their surroundings. As they gazed upon the vast estate, an inexplicable unease settled in Lin Yi's heart. He felt as though something significant was about to transpire. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head, mourning for a fee of 500 yuan. If done well, he could earn even more. 500 yuan would be sufficient for Lin Yi to indulge in a visit to a foot massage parlor, and a rather luxurious one at that. Meanwhile, at the Huashan District Criminal Police team, the captain, acting on information from an informant, learned that a recent theft at the Qishan ancient tomb might be linked to a man known as Wu Sanyi. Although various pieces of evidence suggested that Wu Sanyi was merely a legitimate businessman, his suspicions loomed large. His ancestry included infamous tomb raiders, and it was highly plausible that the tunnels in the Qishan tomb had been excavated by the Wu family. The sudden news of Wu Sanyi's mysterious demise raised further suspicions. Captain Zhou, I request to lead a search at the Wu residence. A graceful female officer reported to Zhou Qifeng. Hearing this, Zhou Qifeng pondered for a moment, then rose to his feet. Everyone, get in the vehicles. I will personally oversee this operation. Xiao Kiki, you ride with me. Also, dispatch a team to pick up Professor Chen. Let us move, he commanded, slapping the table decisively. The investigation into the Qishan tomb theft had been ongoing for several days, and the bizarre death of the Wu family's third master undoubtedly represented a critical breakthrough. Understood, came the chorus of affirmations. Shortly thereafter, Several police vehicles roared out of the Huashan precinct. Outside, officers Liu and Xiaochen stood smoking, observing the scene with glimmers of hope in their eyes. Captain Liu, the criminal investigation team certainly has their hands full. They have a new mission, Xiaochen remarked enviously. Enough, Xiaochen, don't dwell on it. One day, you too shall become a criminal investigator, Lu Qing replied, extinguishing his cigarette. By the way, keep an eye on Lin Yi's live stream. What is he up to today? Lin Yi hasn't done much today. He just want to take on a morning job. Xiaochen answered after a brief pause. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing exhaled in relief. Morning is fine. As long as he doesn't tease speed, go to any crematoriums, or engage in lockpicking, we should be all right. If he does pick locks, I'll still have to clean up the mess. Lu Qing shook his head, turning back. Outside the Wu family estate, Lin Pengzi hurriedly exited just minutes after entering, followed by the somber melodies of a mournful band. All right, everyone prepare. Line up and enter one by one. I want to hear you all weeping. Lin Xiao bellowed. And you there, musicians, start playing the lamentations. Under Lin Zhao's command, a wave of sorrowful music accompanied by wails filled the air as the procession moved slowly forward. At that moment, the young heir of the family was the first to cry out as he entered. Ah, third master, why didn't you wait for me? Wait for me to enter. The voice was somewhat loud, lacking in emotion and finesse. The first performance was overly prolonged, followed closely by the second. Third master. Oh, third master, why did you depart so silently, without a word? A wail echoed, filled with sorrow. The second individual displayed some skill, though it felt somewhat insincere. Then came the third, whose cries were heart-wrenching, unmistakably a seasoned performer. As the procession of mourners entered, the lamentation deepened, enveloping the atmosphere in a palpable sorrow, lending a somber essence to the scene. This elicited tears from the friends and family of the third master, who occasionally wiped their eyes, moved to tears. Observing this scene, the hidden livestream room resonated with reflections on life's unpredictability. Oh, life is full of uncertainties, a cycle of give and take. Let us grieve. Let us all take heart. Everyone faces such trials. This world is merely a banquet where we alternate between hosts. Seeing this scene stirs memories of my great-grandmother. To the gentleman above, if you feel so deeply, perhaps you should join your great-grandmother. Why should a man harbor such melancholy? Is that so? I was just beginning to conjure her image in my mind, and you were dismissing it so readily. In a moment, the atmosphere in the live stream room grew heavy, devoid of its usual levity. Just as everyone was enveloped in somber reflections, a voice, rich with tension and piercing clarity, erupted. Ah, my third grandmother. Lin Yi's voice resonated like a thunderclap within the hall of mourning. It was a lament, haunting and melodious, imbued with profound grief, as if he were truly mourning the loss of his grandmother. Despite Lin Yi's heart-wrenching wails, the relatives of the Wu family gazed at him in astonishment. Who is this boy? What third grandmother? Surely, he must be mistaken. It is the third master who has passed. Shortly thereafter, the relatives exchanged glances filled with complex emotions, listening to Lin Yi's pitiful cries, leading outsiders to believe that indeed, the third grandmother had died. At the head table, the third grandmother wore an expression of bewilderment, as if she had tasted something bitter. Her inner turmoil was incomprehensible, yet the atmosphere had shifted, and the boy's remarkable lamentation skills had undeniably impacted her emotions. At that moment, she even entertained a dark thought. Perhaps she should simply pass away now. This was the extraordinary power of a masterful lament, capable of swaying emotions. Coupled with the mourning attire, truly remarkable. Yet, why did the atmosphere feel so peculiar? Her expression was so complex. Shouldn't there be sorrow? Lin Yi surveyed the scene in confusion. Hey, you're mourning the wrong person. The third grandmother is very much alive, seated right in front of you. It is the third master who has passed. Lin Xiao interjected, covering his face in embarrassment. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. He turned to the person in charge, his face awash with embarrassment, and then turned back to the Wu family with a sheepish grin. Apologies for the mix-up. I mistakenly addressed the wrong person for the first time. I found myself rather nervous, momentarily forgetting whom I was mourning for. Dear grandmother. Upon uttering these words, Lin Yi felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. What should he do if he has mistakenly grieved for the wrong individual? I await your guidance with great urgency. Lin Zhao's lips twitched, his gaze laden with complexity. How could one possibly weep for the wrong person? It was utterly absurd. The numerous mourners around him regarded Lin Yi with disdain, clearly taken aback. They had presumed this young man to be quite adept, only to discover he was a novice, a complete greenhorn. To misidentify the deceased was simply beyond comprehension. Nevertheless, the heartfelt lament Lin Yi had just expressed was undeniably haunting, as if the dearly departed had truly left this world. It evoked a profound sense of loss, akin to the sensation of mourning one's own beloved grandmother. Within the live broadcast room, the previously somber atmosphere dissipated instantaneously. Ha ha ha. I can't believe it. What a devoted grandson. Your grandmother is still alive, yet here you are, weeping profusely. It's utterly hilarious. A collective display of filial piety. Chapter 54. The heart-wrenching cry as laughter erupted. One exclaimed. How can one cry so absurdly? The host is truly remarkable. Another remarked, you must be putting on a show, but I must admit, I find it quite entertaining. Be cautious, though. The grandmother seated prominently seems somewhat displeased. Let us not dwell on that, given the host's woeful lament. It would be simpler for the grandmother to join in the departure as well, someone suggested. You upstairs are indeed a devoted child, another chimed in. Amidst the peculiar gazes of friends and family, Lin Yi swiftly regained his composure. He draped the mourning cloth over his head, and with a powerful shout, he began to wail once more. Ah, my esteemed grandfather, how could you leave us so soon? If you must depart, take me with you. This time, Lin Yi's lament pierced through the air with even greater intensity, harnessing the power of the mourning cloth. His cries resonated deeply, moving those who had intended to reproach him to tears. For reasons unknown, glistening droplets formed at the corners of their eyes. Lin Yi's sorrow was profound and genuine. The anguish he conveyed was so palpable that no one present could find fault with it. It was as if he had truly lost a dear family member. Overwhelmed by grief, Lin Yi trembled visibly, his eyes bloodshot, and tears cascading down his cheeks uncontrollably. It felt as though a beloved kin had drifted away from him. And the pain was utterly unbearable. At that moment, Lin Yi rose to his feet. His form swayed as he slowly approached the imposing coffin in the mourning hall. With each step, he cried out, his movements deliberate and unsteady, evoking the sensation that he might collapse at any moment. Each motion seemed to exhaust his every ounce of strength, vividly portraying the despair and helplessness of losing a loved one. Even the Academy Awards would have deemed him worthy of recognition. Ah, grandfather, my dear grandfather. His words were stripped of any superfluous embellishment, laden solely with emotion. Lin Yi's heartfelt cries resonated with all those attending the funeral, sending shivers down their spines. In that instant, they all forgot that he had previously cried for the wrong person. Even the grandmother seated at the forefront was unable to contain her tears, momentarily desiring to join her late husband. In this poignant moment, the crowd of mourners gazed at Lin Yi, whose extraordinary and indescribable wails were a spectacle to behold. Eyes widened in astonishment, they were captivated. Even Lin Xiao, a seasoned professional in the lamentation industry, felt a sting of moisture in his own eyes. He remembered that when his father had passed away years prior, he had shed not a single tear, exhibiting a chilling stoicism. Yet now, Lin Yi had evoked an emotional response from him. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. This was the epitome of professionalism. Lin Yi was undoubtedly a talent to be reckoned with. I must recruit him into my lamentation troupe once this affair concludes, Lin Xiao resolved quietly as he watched Lin Yi's swaying silhouette. As Lin Yi approached the coffin of the third master, a sorrowful expression on his face. He was on the verge of collapsing in tears to atone for his previous misjudgment. Suddenly, a burly man in a suit, wearing sunglasses, intervened, halting Lin Yi's impending display of grief. All right, it's time to head back. Your tears are commendable, but the third master detested strangers encroaching upon him. So, please return and weep from a distance, the man said, wiping away his own tears with a hint of melancholy. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback by the atmosphere. He had intended to offer the third master his heartfelt lamentations, yet now found himself at a loss. Just then, the third master's grandmother approached, leaning on her cane, and gently patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. Young man, your weeping is exquisite. Do not be disheartened. Your third master departed joyfully, without a trace of suffering. Xiao is right. He indeed preferred solitude. Come to me. Let us mourn together. By the way, what is your name? When the time comes for my departure, I shall ensure you have the opportunity to weep on my behalf. As she spoke, the grandmother led Lin Yi to stand among family and friends. Hearing her words and witnessing the sincerity in her gaze, the group of mourners was left in utter disbelief, stunned by the unfolding scene. This is truly exceptional. He has already blended into the family mourning. If one did not know better, they might think he is a relative, murmured the onlookers. This young man is remarkable. Before he has even finished this performance, another opportunity has arisen. What a stark contrast. I suspect he intentionally wept for the wrong person. This is a clever ruse. Here I am, having mourned for decades, unable to conceive such a strategy before him. I feel like a mere novice. The mourners were silent, their thoughts racing as they regarded Lin Yi with incredulous expressions. As Lin Yi joined the family and friends, he cried out, "Third Master, my dear Third Master. How could you leave so suddenly? Woe is me." The bitter lamentation echoed, evoking tears from all present. Accompanied by the mournful music, the scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Lin Yi's performance was a masterpiece of sorrow, deeply moving. At that moment, whether helpers or relatives, everyone shared a singular thought. The lifeless figure in the coffin was undeniably their beloved Third Master, a bond that was profoundly intimate. In the live stream, viewers were left astounded. "I can hardly bear it. The broadcaster's weeping is utterly captivating. I cannot leave today without honoring this moment. I can't take it anymore. Third Master, oh, where did the broadcaster learn such skill? The emotion, the technique, the artistry. My son is watching the live stream beside me, and he is crying as though he has lost his father. Yet here I am, still present. I am anxiously awaiting any updates. Cough, cough, do not rush upstairs. Relax and consider it as your son practicing, for he will inevitably need this skill sooner or later, haha. If my son were to wail like that, a sound reprimand would be unavoidable. Ha ha ha, my friend, your son is remarkably filial, evoking laughter from the entire room. It's truly hilarious, haha." The barrage of comments surged wildly. Although many were moved by the scene, a portion indulged in playful banter regarding filial piety. Lin Yi's lament was indeed perplexing. An overwhelming display of grief. This master of mourning and the accompanying lamentation cloth were undeniably impressive. However, Lin Yi was oblivious to this at that moment. He was pulled aside by his third grandmother, allowing the remaining mourners to continue their ritual, though Lin Yi had ceased his cries. The redness at the corners of his eyes stirred compassion in those who beheld him. After half an hour of mourning, the atmosphere gradually approached its conclusion. Standing beside the coffin, Lin Yi noticed something exceedingly perplexing. The man in the black suit, referred to as Xiao Wu by his third grandmother. He exhibited no trace of sorrow on his face, save for the moment when Lin Yi wept. For the rest of the time, Xiao Wu stood with his left hand tucked into his pocket, his expression unyielding, resembling a bodyguard. But why? The man has passed. Is a bodyguard still necessary? This left Lin Yi utterly bewildered. Recovering from a cold yesterday, now back to updates, rest assured. Chapter 55, Broadcaster, you have finally fallen into the net generally speaking. In rural areas, coffins are not watched over, for who would dare to steal a corpse? Just moments ago, Lin Yi had inquired with the third grandmother. This young man, Xiao Wu, had served as the bodyguard for the third master during his lifetime, and upon the master's passing, he had arrived early. He had vigilantly guarded the coffin for an entire day and night without leaving its side. As the third grandmother spoke, her eyes sparkled with pride. A bodyguard who would go to such lengths was a rarity indeed. Even her two sons merely shed tears with the aid of onions. Listening to all of this, Lin Yi felt increasingly incredulous as he gazed at the imposing coffin before him. He then glanced at Xiao Wu, whose left hand remained tucked in his pocket. And everything that seemed ordinary transformed into something extraordinary. Never mind it. I am merely a mournful figure. Why dwell on trivial matters? The sooner the weeping concludes, the sooner I can partake in the feast. With such thoughts, Lin Yi gave a self-deprecating smile. Time passed gradually. The mourning procession finally concluded their lamentations. And next came the old Taoist performing his rites. Strangely enough, this old Taoist indeed had some skill. His erratic movements and chants were perplexing to Lin Yi. Nevertheless, the air of mystery was palpable. Following the Taoist performance, a cacophony of sorrowful music erupted, marking the official commencement of the funeral. 8 men clad in black suits, under Xiao Wu's direction, appeared eager to proceed, their faces betraying faint smiles, albeit subtly concealed. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. How could they be smiling when death had claimed its victim? This was highly abnormal. Just as Lin Yi pondered this conundrum, a sudden wail of police sirens pierced the air from outside the manor. What is happening? It seemed the police had arrived. Goodness. Does Third Master have such strong connections that even the police came to pay their respects? Impressive indeed. Moreover, they arrived in police vehicles. A clear indication of high honors. Third Master was indeed influential. But when did Third Uncle become acquainted with the police? I hadn't heard of it. A chorus of confusion erupted among the relatives, including the third aunts and younger cousins, who were utterly baffled by the situation. However, the 2 sons of the Third Master, along with Xiao Wu and the 8 burly men preparing to lift the coffin, were struck with alarm. A flicker of panic flashed in their eyes. Yet, they quickly regained their composure, their expressions morphing into a semblance of sorrow. Standing aside, Lin Yi observed these expressions keenly, an uneasy sensation stirring within him, as if something significant was about to transpire. Moreover, this funeral seemed to be steeped in peculiarity. With his head bowed, Lin Yi cautiously approached the young man named Xiaowu. At this moment, Xiaowu's left hand remained in his pocket, oblivious to Lin Yi's subtle movements. As the police sirens grew louder, the crowd began to sense that something was amiss. This was not a mere condolence visit. Something was clearly unfolding. The third grandmother furrowed her brow, utterly perplexed by the appearance of a dozen police officers. Upon spotting the leader among them, Lin Yi instinctively edged closer to Xiaowu, seeking refuge behind the crowd. What on earth is happening? Is this truly Zhou Qingfeng? Was there a criminal case unfolding here? Lost in thought, Lin Yi's attention remained fixated on Xiaowu's left hand. His sixth sense hinted that Xiaowu was concealing something significant within his pocket. Just as the crowd around them was engulfed in confusion, the middle-aged man at the forefront of the police force stepped forward, brandishing his credentials and declaring loudly, "I am Zhou Qingfeng, the captain of the criminal police team of Huashan District in Xining. We suspect that illegal transactions or the concealment of state assets are taking place here. This is a search warrant. I require everyone to cooperate with the investigation and step aside. Move." As his words echoed, the officers paired up and commenced their search. The live stream was ablaze with excitement and shock. What the heck? Illegal transactions and concealed assets. What kind of crime is this? How did things escalate to this point? Huh? When did a funeral become illegal? Someone enlighten me. ISNT that the officer who was in the streamer's vehicle the other day? P.S. Actually the captain of the criminal police. Impressive. Wow. The female officer next to Captain Zhou looks fierce, a harbinger of doom. You lot. Is that your focus? That is my wife. Back off. Quick, quick. A doctor. A doctor. That person upstairs is having another episode. Give him a dose of yellow urine first. The comments flooded in, with some viewers reveling in the drama while others made nonsensical jokes. At that moment, Lin Yi, standing behind Xiaowu, was taken aback. This was truly unfortunate. He had only just arrived to engage in side work when the police showed up. Such luck. After a while, the officers stationed at the entrance began to shake their heads. Captain, nothing was found. Captain, we searched the entire estate. There is nothing here. I have nothing on my end either. Listening to the officers' reports, Zhou Qingfeng and Xiao Kiki exchanged glances, their expressions growing grim as they surveyed the vast morning hall. Deep in thought. Just then, Xiao Kiki noticed Lin Yi, who was hiding behind Xiaowu, looking suspicious and nervous. She immediately shouted, "You! Come out! Bring that person over!" Her gaze was fixed intently on Lin Yi, who stood behind Xiaowu. At this moment, Xiaowu was in a panic. What the heck? How did you spot me so easily? That is impressive. As Xiaowu frantically pondered, his left hand instinctively emerged, cradling his chin. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi subtly moved his right hand, initiating a sleight of hand, and inadvertently bumped into Xiaowu. My apologies. In that seemingly trivial moment, a small key appeared in Lin Yi's hand, which he swiftly tucked into his pocket. What? You're the guy from the funeral. When did you sneak behind me? You scared me to death. Xiaowu gazed at Lin Yi in astonishment. Ah, I have always been here. Perhaps you simply did not notice. However, it seems that two officers are approaching me. With that, Lin Yi pointed towards the two policemen advancing in his direction. Subsequently, he complied willingly and followed the two officers. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaowu exhaled in relief, instinctively reaching into his pocket. In an instant, his heart sank dramatically. His keys were missing. Had he misplaced them somewhere? Surely not. Thoughts raced through his mind, yet his expression remained unchanged, fearful that the officers might detect any unease. As Lin Yi was apprehended, the audience in the live stream erupted in delight and astonishment. No way. Is the host engaging in illegal transactions here? Haha, he has been caught. Lin Yi has finally been apprehended. I knew this guy must be up to no good. Chapter 56. Opening the coffin. The unopenable box. Observing the streamer's fluctuating demeanor, it is evident that something amiss has transpired. Caught red-handed. Who would have imagined the streamer to be of such character? The net of heaven is vast and wide, yet nothing escapes its grasp. Justice may be delayed, but it is never absent. Splendid apprehension indeed. The audience in the live broadcast room gazed at the unfolding scene, bewildered. Instead of voicing their support for Lin Yi, they enthusiastically cheered for the arrest. Perhaps this is the nature of live streaming, or perhaps it reflects brotherhood, yearning for a friend's prosperity while simultaneously fearing their ascent in a luxury vehicle. Now, it has culminated in a direct confrontation. Before long, Lin Yi was brought forth. Zhou Qingfeng, who had been preoccupied with assigning tasks, appeared taken aback upon witnessing the scene. What the hell, Lin Yi? Hello again, Officer Zhou. However, this occasion seems somewhat inappropriate. Lin Yi replied with a sheepish smile, a mix of resignation and awkwardness. All right, you two, let him go. He is not a smuggler, Zhou Qifeng asserted. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, he had not anticipated their second encounter to unfold in such a manner. Haha, let's have lunch together at noon. Zhou Qifeng stifled his laughter, giving Lin Yi a friendly pat on the shoulder. There was an unmistakable sense of familiarity, an indescribable feeling, as Zhou Qifeng wore a grin that seemed to stretch uncontrollably. Upon hearing Zhou Qingfeng's words, the formidable policewoman Xiao Kiki, standing nearby, furrowed her brows. She scrutinized Lin Yi, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward. Captain Zhou, I believe there is more to this than meets the eye. I observed his furtive gaze. He certainly appears guilty of some undisclosed misdeed, Xiao Kiki declared, her expression one of indignation. What? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Furtive? Guilty? It seemed there was some truth to it. He had indeed been contemplating testing the waters with a certain skill. Naturally, the first attempt at thievery would be tentative, and as for being furtive, perhaps that too held some validity. For a moment, Lin Yi hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. Zhou Qifeng merely cast a glance at Lin Yi, decisively stating, Enough of this. We must attend to serious matters. With that, his gaze shifted towards the imposing coffin at the mortuary. Xiao Kiki, upon hearing his words, appeared quite displeased, glaring at Lin Yi as if to convey, You better not fall into my clutches. In response, Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly. After all, it was not his first encounter with an attractive woman's scrutiny. Fidgeting with the keys in his pocket, he found himself at a loss for action, left to adapt as the situation unfolded. Zhou Qingfeng surveyed the surroundings, noting that only the coffin remained unexamined. The sons of the deceased displayed little sorrow, their demeanor unusually composed. Zhou Qifeng, unable to fathom how a child could exhibit such detachment in the face of loss, sensed a deeper intrigue at play. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Qifeng turned to the elderly matriarch, apologizing, Madam, I sincerely apologize. Our information was erroneous. I regret any disturbances caused. It must have startled the deceased. However, our criminal investigation team received reports from the public and had no choice but to intervene. It appears this was a misunderstanding. My sincerest apologies for the intrusion. In an effort to convey remorse, might we offer a stick of incense for the departed? As the words fell, the expressions of the well-suited gentleman fluctuated between uncertainty and apprehension, while the two sons of the late patriarch were visibly sweating. In contrast, the matriarch appeared serene and benevolent, casting a glance at the mourners and nodding in approval. It is of no concern. You are all here for the sake of public order in Xining, and it is indeed commendable that you have made the journey. Zhou Qifeng slightly bowed, expressing his contrition. Upon entering the mourning hall and approaching the coffin, he took 3 sticks of incense, his gaze fixed intently on the imposing casket. A mere glance caused Zhou Qifeng to furrow his brow. After placing the 3 sticks into the incense burner, he observed the coffin, which had been firmly nailed shut, and his doubts regarding the sudden demise of the patriarch deepened. In rural customs, it is typical to seal a coffin only at the time of burial. Prior to that, a black cloth is draped over it, allowing the living to bid farewell to the deceased one last time. This practice defied all reason. Additionally, it was crucial to note that the late patriarch was certainly not a man of frail constitution. Most importantly, as he paid his respects, the well-suited gentleman scrutinized him intently. While the patriarch's sons appeared to be in a state of distress, beads of sweat glistening on their brows. Sweat only manifests in moments of anxiety or exertion, and the mourning hall was not particularly warm. All of these inconsistencies coalesced in Zhou Qingfeng's mind. Subsequently, after completing his incense offering, he took a measured step back. In the next moment, to the astonishment of all present, Zhou Qingfeng dashed towards the coffin, exclaiming, Bring forth the tools, open the coffin. At his command, chaos erupted. The 9 well-dressed men and the patriarch's sons desperately attempted to restrain Zhou Qifeng, preventing him from opening the coffin. Why on earth would you wish to open my husband's coffin, officer? Absolutely not. The matriarch shouted in disbelief. Nearby officers swiftly intervened, positioning themselves between Zhou Qifeng and the obstructive gentleman, even drawing their weapons. Stand down. Hands on your heads. Crouch down. Echoed the authoritative shouts. The atmosphere became tumultuous as friends and relatives, along with those present to lend their condolences, dared not move a muscle. The situation escalated to a point where the officers were compelled to brandish their firearms, leaving everyone in a state of shock and paralysis. There was evidently something amiss within the estate. Otherwise, the police would not have resorted to such measures. At that moment, Lin Yi crouched among the crowd. A look of despair etched upon his face. How had a mere side venture devolved into such chaos? Alas, had he only checked the calendar before stepping out. Despite his regretful demeanor, his gaze remained fixed on Officer Zhou, sensing that the key in his possession was of utmost significance. As the commotion subsided, Zhou Qifeng placed his hands upon the coffin lid, instructing his fellow officers to procure the necessary tools to unseal it. With resounding thuds, the coffin lid was pried open. Inside lay a massive metal box, securely locked. The sight of it revealed to the discerning eye that something was indeed amiss. Arrest these suited individuals. Along with the two sons, Zhou Qifeng commanded, his countenance darkening. Before long, all these individuals were adorned with white handcuffs, and barring unforeseen circumstances, they were destined to endure the rigors of the sewing machine. Bang, bang, bang. Several officers extracted an iron box from the coffin, diligently employing their tools. Yet, their efforts proved futile. The iron box remained impervious to their attempts, its lock immovably welded shut, devoid of any seam. Captain, it won't budge. Captain. The outer layer seems not to be mere tin, but rather a novel metal, impervious to our instruments. Captain, this lock is welded firmly. It cannot be opened by external force, unless one possesses the key. Listening to the officer's reports, Zhou Qifeng furrowed his brow. How could this be? Officer, you must be mistaken. My father cherished tranquility in life, and specifically commissioned this box for that very purpose. Woe is me, officer. You have forcibly breached the coffin. It is a grave transgression. Father, dear father, your son is powerless, allowing these intrusions to disturb your peace. Can the police apprehend individuals without evidence? I shall lodge a complaint. I shall report this. Chapter 57. Why not take out the key? Is it just for my 200 yuan? At this moment, the two sons of the third master transformed into rascals. Throwing a tantrum, Zhou Qifeng paid them no heed and commanded, search them. The key must be on one of them. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the dozen or so individuals turned pale, revealing a look of despair. Heh. Report? You must first have the opportunity to escape. Search. Witnessing their panicked demeanor, Zhou Qifeng felt a surge of confidence. At this juncture, in contrast to the others' turmoil, Xiao could not help but feel a sense of relief. Fortunately, the key was lost, for if it had been found on him, his crimes would have been far more severe. As for the box, just because the police couldn't open it now does not mean they won't be able to in the future. Phew. Losing the key was a stroke of good fortune. It seems the heavens are smiling upon me. Once I am released, I shall surely burn some incense for you. Xiao's heart swelled with joy. Nothing could be more liberating than this moment. Although everyone would face sentencing, even a few years less would be a boon. Today is truly my lucky day, he thought with a grin. After a thorough search, the officers shook their heads, having found nothing. Zhou Qifeng was taken aback. This was unexpected. Their earlier reactions clearly indicated that one among them possessed the key. How could this be? I want to file a complaint against you officers. You barged into my home for no reason, found nothing, and even opened my father's coffin. I will report this. Zhou Qifeng shot a glare at the sun. Ignoring his outburst, the audience in the live stream watched in stunned silence, as the hidden cameras had not yet forcibly disconnected them. What a bunch of clever debaters. Indeed. Who would believe that such a large box could be placed in a coffin without issue? In my opinion, stop arguing with them and take them back to the station. Only then will the evidence be revealed. Sigh, Zhou, you're too lenient with these smugglers. Hey, why is the host standing up? Can't you just stay crouched? Be careful not to get shot, Chopwood. Seriously? Is this really the time to show off? By the way, remember, the host is a locksmith. Yes. He can unlock it in a second. It astonished us all. As the barrage of comments flooded the live stream, Lin Yi stood up and waved at Zhou Qifeng. Officer Zhou. The sudden voice drew everyone's attention to Lin Yi. Who told you to stand? Crouch down. Xiao Kiki frowned and softly reprimanded. Lin Yi merely cast a faint glance her way, disregarding her, and turned his gaze towards Zhou Qifeng, about to speak. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Little Lin. Come quickly, let me invite you. Zhou Qifeng's smile broadened upon seeing Lin Yi, as if he had found a savior. Caught off guard by Zhou Qifeng's sudden warmth, Lin Yi was surprised. Is Officer Zhou really that impressive? To one's astonishment, it became evident that I had pilfered the key from Xiao Wu. Coughing slightly, I acknowledged the sharp acuity of the criminal investigation team leader. Hey, Comrade Lin, I hear you can unlock a door in a mere second. What about this lock? I'll offer you 200. Can you manage it? With an arm around Lin Yi, Zhou Qingfeng wore a broad smile. Wait, Zhou Captain, how did you know I could pick locks? Lin Yi asked, bewildered. Well, how else would I know? Old Lu informed me, and let us not forget, you were ill-prepared. Ultimately relying on Lu Qing to clean up your mess. Enough chatter, let us get on with it. Zhou Qifeng's demeanor shifted as he stared coldly at the group of suited men. Lin Yi, upon hearing that he was a locksmith, felt a lump in his throat. Wait a minute, was this fellow here to mourn? When did he acquire locksmithing skills? Hey, you're not just here to grieve, are you? You can pick locks too, questioned one of the onlookers incredulously. Indeed, young man, do not play coy. You excel at mourning, how could you possibly be a locksmith? This must be a farce. A chorus of disbelief erupted from the elderly attendees. Apologies, esteemed uncles and aunts, but I truly am a locksmith. A skill adds another avenue to one's life, Lin Yi explained with a gesture, offering his services. Upon hearing this, Xiaoke's face darkened. What sort of person was this, advertising at such a moment? Zhou Qifeng merely chuckled, accustomed to Lin Yi's antics, having watched his live streams before. Approaching the large box, Lin Yi wasted no time. Before the collective gaze of the crowd, he produced a card resembling a bank card and slowly extracted a slender piece of wire from the opposite end. This is a specialized unlocking card, he declared. Then, amidst the astonished stares of the onlookers, Lin Yi gently inserted the wire into the lock and deftly manipulated it. A crisp click resonated, unveiling an astonishing sight. The box opened. However, what shocked the crowd further was the absence of a corpse. Inside lay a collection of meticulously wrapped items. Zhou Qifeng peered inside, and upon breaking the seal, a pungent earthy aroma wafted into the air, revealing an array of unknown antiques. Xiaoqin, immediately report to the superiors and initiate a citywide search for Wu San. Not a single person here is to leave. Zhou Qifeng barked, his piercing gaze sweeping across the assembly. The suited men from the Wu family felt as though the sky had fallen upon them. The live stream was rife with shock, the comments flying across the screen. Yet, in this tense atmosphere, Lin Yi gently closed the box and locked it once more. Though the items had been removed, the onlookers were left astonished. Was Lin Yi truly addicted to unlocking? Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Lin Yi withdrew a golden key from his pocket. With a decisive click, the box was opened once more under the scrutiny of all present. At this moment, astonishment swept through the assembly. Wang Defa, how could you possibly possess the key to this box? I see it now. You must be in cahoots with these individuals. Arrest him. Xiao Kiki was the first to react, stepping forward to attempt to place a silver bracelet on Lin Yi's wrist. It was then that a thunderous voice erupted. It is you. It was you all along. No wonder you bumped into me just now. You little thief, you took the key while my attention was diverted. You scoundrel. Thief. Officer, I wish to lodge a complaint. I wish to report him for stealing my belongings. Amidst the tugging of two police officers, Xiao Wu shouted hoarsely. The scene was quite a spectacle. Zhou Qifeng cast a disapproving glance at Lin Yi, pondering, what manner of person is this? Why did he not reveal the key sooner? Was it merely to swindle me out of those 200 yuan? Chapter 58. Can a scholar's affairs be called theft? Ah, this is undoubtedly the notorious Old Six. Indeed. Lin Yi truly is, sigh. Zhou Qifeng sighed deeply, feeling quite helpless in dealing with someone like Old Six. Xiao Kiki, it's settled. Lin Yi is not one of them. Put away the handcuffs, Zhou Qifeng interjected firmly. His gaze then sharpened as it fell upon Xiao Wu. You claim that Comrade Lin has stolen your belongings? So, this key was originally in your possession? Why did you not mention this earlier when I inquired? It seems you were quite nervous. After we bring him to the police station, we will interrogate him thoroughly. He may be the breakthrough we need, Zhou Qifeng stated, crossing his arms with a cold demeanor. Whoa. No. Officer, that's not what I meant. The key was not in my possession. I must have misspoken. I am not articulate, truly. Xiao Wu trembled, flustered. How did it come to this? Damn it, really damn it. Take him away. Zhou Qifeng dismissed the clown with a wave of his hand. The people in the manor gradually began to board their vehicles. As for the funeral, what funeral? The person isn't even dead. Lin Yi gazed at the valuable antiques scattered on the ground, self-soothing. At least the mourning is for these antiques. What if it were for someone else? Sigh? Shaking his head, he was about to follow when he saw Zhou Qifeng approaching with a grin, looking as if he had come to settle a score with Lin Yi. Hey, it's just 200 yuan. Surely, team leader Zhou wouldn't be so petty, Lin Yi protested. Humph. Am I discussing a matter of 200 yuan with you? Zhou Qingfeng shot him a glare before continuing. What is the story behind the key? Did you genuinely steal it? Hey, team leader Zhou, that is not quite right. I'm eliminating harm for the people. Taking a key is not theft. It's merely temporary custody. Indeed, temporary custody, Lin Yi replied with a sly smile. You have quite the repertoire of excuses. I will let this slide this time. But consider it a warning. As for that 200 yuan? Speaking of which, Zhou Qifeng paused, giving Lin Yi a meaningful look. Wait, what 100 yuan? I'm not aware of any such thing. Ha ha ha, good lad, you're quite clever. Let us go back and take your statement. Team leader. Could you send a vehicle for me? My Wuling is still 5 kilometers away, Lin Yi requested. Such a bother. Shall Li accompany him? Zhou Qifeng waved his hand and returned to his duties. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was in a frenzy as Lin Yi demonstrated his skills. What on earth? When did the host steal? No, wait, the key? I didn't even see it clearly. Not just you. Even the captain of the criminal police missed it. Haha. The host has a knack for stealing, haha. My ex-girlfriend's ex has a watch. Could you please retrieve it? Is this the art of conversation? Declining the 200 yuan for unlocking. Indeed, the host is adaptable and a true gentleman. A man of stature. How could he remain beneath others for long? Father, receive my spear. On the vehicle, Lin Yi observed the barrage of comments in the live stream, casting a sideways glance and offering a faint smile. To the brothers in the live stream, what do you mean by accusing me of thievery? Assisting the police is an act of merit. Moreover, can the affairs of scholars be deemed theft? Hearing Lin Yi's words, the audience in the live stream was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, what a scholar. The host is impressive. I never expected you to be a learned man. 666. Ha ha ha. Indeed, what a scholar does is not called stealing, it is termed pilfering. What pilfering? The host has stated it is merely temporary custody. Do you understand my meaning? The people in the live stream are quite eloquent. I truly enjoy being here. Each one of them is a talent. Half an hour later, Lin Yi retrieved the vehicle, needing to return and transport some individuals from the estate to the police station. It was evident that seeking to exploit Zhou Qingfeng's resources was futile. What needed to be returned must be returned. If only Captain Zhou could transport that batch of antiques for him. But that was merely a fleeting thought. 2 hours later, at the police station's entrance, the mourners departed one by one. They had no real business there, merely recording statements. To be fair, the organizer of the mourners, Lin Xiao, was quite generous. Given the circumstances, the mourning fee was still settled, though it was only 500. Receiving anything at all was quite commendable. Lin Yi, here is my business card. My exclusive mourning team always welcomes you to join. Off you go, converse with Officer Zhou. Lin Xiao waved and departed briskly. Lin Yi glanced at the time. It was nearly noon. His gaze met Zhou Qingfeng's. So, Captain Zhou, it's almost noon. Didn't you mention treating me to a meal this morning? How about that farmhouse restaurant? It's not far, just the place where we first met. Let us go. As he spoke while walking, he noticed a lack of movement behind him and cast a suspicious glance at Zhou Qifeng. Isn't it time to go, Captain? Hearing Lin Yi's urging, Zhou Qifeng seemed oblivious. Eventually, he could no longer withstand Lin Yi's gaze. Ahem, well, I still have matters to attend to. Wu San, that notorious tomb raider, has yet to be apprehended. I must get to work. Ah, Lin, you should hurry to your meal. Skipping lunch is detrimental to your health. With that, Zhou Qifeng swiftly vanished from sight. Lin Yi, you just echoed my words. Truly, the wheel of fate turned swiftly. Just the other day, I had a similar conversation with Captain Liu, yet this cycle is remarkably rapid. In the live stream, some of Lin Yi's longtime fans, hearing this exchange, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this scene feels familiar. You two have your day, host. It cracks me up. To the one above, you're laughing so heartily, you wouldn't happen to be Officer Liu, would you? Whoa. You've caught me. I'm out of here. Hey, what are you all discussing? I'm completely in the dark. Ahem, no need to know. Just understand that skipping meals is bad for your health, ha ha ha. Observing the ridicule in the live stream's comments, Lin Yi could only smile helplessly. The midday live stream has come to a close. I shall resume either in the afternoon or evening. By the way, everyone should hurry and have lunch. Neglecting one's health is unwise. Farewell. Gritting my teeth, I closed the live stream. Lin Yi made his way towards the Wuling morning glory. I had originally intended to treat Captain Zhou to a lavish meal, but his reluctance left me with no alternative. Glancing at my phone, I noticed a message from the top-ranked brother, so straightforward, yet commanding. Peace Hotel, private room 8. Indeed, the entertainment industry is affluent. with dining venues located in the most extravagant places of Xining. With a click, I shut the car door, ready to drive off when suddenly, a domestic Hongqi with the number 888 pulled into the police station's entrance. Shortly thereafter, several familiar faces emerged from the police station lobby. Chapter 59, Sister Zhang. I no longer wish to strive. Captain Zhou, Captain Liu, and the chief of the Huashan District Public Security Bureau are undoubtedly the most significant figures in the department. It is evident that the owner of the Hongqi vehicle is a person of considerable stature. Upon realizing this, Lin Yi's curiosity was piqued. Before long, an elderly gentleman with a square face and gold-rimmed glasses emerged from the Hongqi car, exuding an air of erudition. Indeed, the very next moment, Lin Yi heard the chief bellow with laughter. Professor Li, please come this way. The antiques have been arranged as per your request. We welcome you to inspect them. This Professor Li said nothing, merely casting a cursory glance at Captain Zhou and the others, then gave a thumbs up to Captain Zhou. This must be Xiao Zhou. Well done. The antiques have been recovered. Your contribution is invaluable. Let us proceed to examine the relics stolen from the tomb. The square-faced Professor Li leaned on his cane, departing slowly as the group followed his lead. Goodness, a professor and a tomb? Has a grand mausoleum been discovered in Xining? Yet, why have I not encountered any news about it? Lin Yi muttered to himself. However, he soon chided himself for his naivety. Was this something a mere commoner like him could possibly know? There must indeed be an ancient tomb, for Wu San was a tomb raider. And the very fact that these antiques were stolen attests to the existence of such a tomb in Xining. As he pondered, vivid images danced in Lin Yi's mind, kicking the massive Zongzi and toppling the corpse of the tomb's master. Such fantastical notions flashed before him. But soon his stomach protested with a growl. I am truly ridiculous for entertaining such trivial thoughts. Even if there were an ancient tomb, he would not dare venture there. What if he stumbled upon a sewing machine? Sighing, Lin Yi shook off the goosebumps that had crept over him. With a press of the accelerator and a turn of the steering wheel, he left the Public Security Bureau, heading towards the Peace Hotel. In the 8th private room of the Peace Hotel, Zhang Xingyu perused the menu with great care, contemplating which dish Lin Yi would favor. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong paced restlessly within the room, glancing at the time with a look of anxiety. Sister Qingyu, it's already 12:30. Lin Yi should have arrived by now. This person is truly unreliable, she huffed, clearly displeased by Lin Yi's tardiness. Xiao Hong, please sit down. Your pacing is straining my eyes. Lin Yi mentioned he was on his way. Surely something must have occurred, Zhang Xingyu remarked. But before she could finish her thought, Xiao Hong's phone suddenly rang. Hello? Assistant to the top scorer? This is Xiao Hong, right? Hurry down. I need help. The security won't let me in, claiming ride-hailing services are prohibited. Just come down and sort it out. Lin Yi's voice came through the speakerphone. The room fell into a brief silence, and Zhang Qingyu gestured for Xiao Hong to go downstairs. Without delay, Xiao Hong turned and left to meet him. A few minutes later, these security guards are truly pedantic, insisting that guests come down to retrieve others. What is the issue with ride-hailing services? Can they not come to the Peace Hotel? This is discrimination. Xiao Hong listened to Lin Yi's grievances, but did not respond. The Peace Hotel, being an establishment of considerable scale, undoubtedly has its own regulations. As Lin Yi opened the private room, he peered inside and was taken aback. What on earth? Where is the esteemed number one brother? There is only a striking lady present. Coughing slightly, he wondered if she was the sister-in-law. Did the number one brother step out to the restroom? With this thought, Lin Yi smiled subtly and approached her, greeting softly. Hello, sister-in-law. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Lin Yi. Where is your brother? Is he in the restroom? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong found herself at a loss for words. Was this person unwell? Nearby, Zhang Qingyu covered her face with a smile, finding Lin Yi quite amusing, as his speech was rather charming. Hello, Lin Yi. I am Zhang Qingyu, not sister-in-law. Moreover, I am your esteemed number one brother, a woman. Zhang Qingyu chuckled and extended her hand. Ah, Lin Yi was stunned. The number one brother was actually a woman. This was shocking, a beautiful woman at that. How splendid. He had encountered a wealthy lady. Wealthy lady, love me. Momentarily recovering, Lin Yi's lips involuntarily curled upward. Ah, I was rash and ignorant. I thought the number one brother was a societal figure, but it turns out to be such a stunning beauty. Hello, Sister Zhang. I no longer wish to strive. In the next moment, Lin Yi shifted his tone, leaving Zhang Qingyu momentarily speechless. What did he mean by not wanting to strive? Who was this Lin Yi? Was he truly capable of composing such melodious songs as Sunny Day? At this moment, she found him to have an excessively smooth manner. Not wanting to strive? She was not a wealthy lady. Pressing her lips together, Zhang Qingyu shot Lin Yi a glare and replied, Lin Yi, please speak more seriously. I am not a wealthy lady. What do you mean by not wanting to strive? Here's the menu. Order whatever you desire. Lin Yi chuckled, took the menu, and opened it. Wow, goodness, even the simplest dish of cucumber salad was priced at $10.88, and she claimed she was not a wealthy lady. Lin Yi, unreservedly, ordered several dishes, all seafood and sumptuous delicacies. Zhang Qingyu also ordered a few desserts. While waiting for the dishes, Zhang Qingyu got straight to the point, taking out a document. Lin Yi, this is the contract for signing with Tsinghua artists. Please take a look, and if there are no issues, let us sign today. I have high hopes for you, especially with that song Sunny Day, which is a quintessential love ballad. By the way, do you have other songs similar to Sunny Day? The company is willing to purchase them. Rest assured, the price will be quite fair. After hearing Zhang Qingyu's words, Lin Yi's lips twitched. Other songs? As if songs like Sunny Day were as common as cabbages. However, Lin Yi refrained from responding and meticulously reviewed the contract. Minutes later, he set the contract down, furrowing his brow. Well, you at Chihuahua Entertainment certainly invest effort, but I must apologize, Sister Zhang. I have no intention of entering the entertainment industry within the next year. It is far too chaotic. I pride myself on maintaining my integrity, and I find great enjoyment in the ambience of the live streaming room. Being a streamer is indeed quite delightful. The audience there is composed of talented individuals, each possessing a charming way of expressing themselves, which I absolutely adore. However, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhang Qingyu furrowed her brow. The entertainment industry is chaotic? Are you, a grown man, truly intimidated by this? Isn't that rather fortuitous? Moreover, live streaming? Are you serious? Lin Yi, I just perused your streaming records, and it appears that there are not many gifts being sent your way. Are you certain you intend to rely on this to secure victory? At her words, Lin Yi was taken aback. Her statement struck at his vulnerability. Indeed. While the audience in the streaming room may articulate their thoughts beautifully, they are quite adept at enjoying the content without providing any financial support. Aside from the occasional free gifts, there is little else to be gained. This led Lin Yi to question himself, pondering why other streaming rooms, filled with top contributors, flourished while his own, despite its considerable popularity, was plagued by so many freeloader types. Audience members. This is merely a temporary situation. I have faith in my brothers in the streaming room. If the top contributors are able, please consider sending a few complimentary gifts. Chapter 60. Drug use? Can it continue? Even if I were to sign now, the 80,000 signing fee would not count towards the competition. As you know, aside from the revenue from releasing and writing songs, the signing fee is not included in the regulations. Lin Yi waved his hand, explaining that this was the reason he intended to sign a year later. After listening to Lin Yi, Zhang Qingyu contemplated for a moment before presenting another contract. Come to our company first. You won't need to clock in or sign attendance. You won't have to enter the entertainment industry. If you wish to do live streaming, you can do so freely. Your songwriting and music releases will not be counted as company work, and your compensation will remain unchanged. However, I hope you can release more songs this year and, if possible, write a few good songs for our Tsinghua artists. Rest assured, the price is negotiable, Zhang Qingyu said with a bright smile. She was confident that Lin Yi would not refuse such an offer. Although the competition in professional worker had many rules, Lin Yi yearned for quick earnings after a year. The entertainment industry was undoubtedly the fastest route, and there was an even quicker path: robbery. Sure enough, the next moment, Lin Yi turned around with a smile, his eyes sparkling. Boss, you're incredible. When do we get the money? Upon hearing this condition, Lin Yi immediately agreed. Although this signing fee would not count towards the competition, it could still line his pockets. Thus, both parties reached an agreement, leaving everyone satisfied. Subsequently, at the request of his boss, Lin Yi sang Sunny Day once, and then he continued to sing it several more times. Xiao Hong and Zhang Qingyu fell silent, staring at Lin Yi in disbelief. Was this truly the same singing deity who sang Sunny Day? The way he sang was off-key, and it was absurdly bad. Zhang Qingyu began to doubt whether this Lin Yi was indeed Lin Yi. After a long silence in the private room, Zhang Qingyu asked seriously, Lin Yi, are you certain you didn't sing wrong on purpose? The next moment, Lin Yi raised his hand. I swear, I absolutely did not. This is my true ability. Zhang Qingyu responded. Then why did you sing Sunny Day so well the day before? What happened? Don't tell me that person was your brother. Hearing Zhang Qingyu's slightly angry words, Lin Yi understood her feelings. After all, he was well aware of the difference between a genuine talent and an imposter. His face flushed with embarrassment, and he replied, That's because I was on drugs that day. On drugs? Can you keep doing that? Lin Yi was momentarily rendered speechless by Zhang Qingyu's response. Was that even a reasonable question? Could one continue drug use indefinitely? What about one's health? Did she truly dare to ask such a thing? Sighing internally, Lin Yi helplessly shook his head. There are no more drugs. That was just my little cannonball going off. What you just heard was my true level. Without divine assistance, I honestly cannot sing very well. I might hit the wrong notes. He was not lying about the so-called divine tools being drugs. Well, let us leave it at that indeed. Zhang Qingyu glanced at Lin Yi and sighed. She had initially thought she had struck gold, but it turned out to be mere grass. At the dining table, Lin Yi exhibited his remarkable ability to console, rendering the gathering even more silent. Half an hour later, after Lin Yi concluded his last boastful remark, he proclaimed, Sister Zhang, though my singing may leave much to be desired, my songwriting skills are truly exceptional. Zhang Qingyu's eyes sparkled with surprise as she exclaimed, So you're saying that Sunny Day was indeed pinned by you? It's not a product of drug-induced inspiration or something picked up off the ground. Of course, without any sudden outbursts. My songwriting prowess is quite commendable. What is the issue? Lin Yi cast a dubious glance at her. That is wonderful. Recently, I have an artist coming to Xining, and I would like you to write a song for her. How does that sound? Don't worry, the profits will be split 50-50. Zhang Qingyu grasped Lin Yi's hand with enthusiasm. Sure, but I can't compose the music. I can hum the melody and write the lyrics, but as for the arrangement, that will depend on the artist's talent. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before responding. Although he no longer possessed the godly voice or instrumental prowess, he still retained memories of some popular songs from his previous life. After all, who doesn't love to remember lyrics? Thus, the dinner progressed rapidly, fueled by Lin Yi's inadvertent boasting. As the meal drew to a close, Lin Yi, embodying a frugal spirit, packed up the entire spread. No need to see me off. I appreciate our collaboration, he said at the airport, extending his hand with a smile. Pleasure working together, Lin Yi replied warmly as they shook hands. Once the two had distanced themselves, Lin Yi couldn't help but shout with exuberance, Yes. 800,000. 800,000. With a contented heart, he drove home. Feeling like a small-scale millionaire. Exhausted from the morning, he lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone and checking his bank balance. Meanwhile, the third-day rankings of occupational workers were released. First, Kai Kunken, profession, singer-dancer, popularity, 7. 432 million, income, 840,000. Second, Waluwali, profession, singer, popularity, 5. 32 million. Income, 642,000. Third, Hua Chenyu, profession, singer, popularity, 4. 324 million, income, 434,000. 10th, Lin Yi, profession, ride-hailing driver, popularity, 2. 4,413 million, income, 215,400. The top of the list remained dominated by those three renowned singers, a fact that couldn't be contested given their foundational advantages. However, Lin Yi had managed to break into the top 10, largely thanks to the 100,000 gifted by Wuling and the Homeless Son, as well as the impressive sales of Sunny Day across major music platforms. Most of the top 10 contenders were exclusively singers, who had released numerous songs from the outset and had significant support from top-tier fans in their live streams. In Lin Yi's dedicated comment section, Wow, number 77. Lin Yi is truly remarkable, breaking into the top 10 as a ride-hailing driver. That's impressive. Lin Yi is indeed awesome. And today, I watched his live stream. He got arrested again. Upstairs. Why do you say again? That is called going home. The broadcaster is indeed a frequent visitor to the police station. I must report this. Lin Yi has undoubtedly engaged in cheating, and those 100,000 yuan are suspect. To the individual above, you must be the one known as Extra Spoon, correct? Your behavior is rather pathetic, and you seem to have developed an addiction to reporting. Extra Spoon, how did you know it was me? I have changed my name several times. You truly are dim-witted. Does changing your name even matter? I have my eyes on you. As long as your IP remains the same, I can recognize you at a glance. Brothers, rush into Extra Spoon's live stream and give him a report. At this moment, slumped in his chair, gazing at his phone, upon seeing this reply, he noticed the influx of viewers in the live stream and made a swift decision. Extra Spoon hurriedly announced to the audience, My wife is about to give birth, dear family. I must end the stream now. Chapter 61. Undercurrents, young man. Are you working as a secretary? With that remark, the screen suddenly dimmed, plunging the live broadcast room into darkness. The escape was remarkably swift. That cunning old fellow really knows how to run. The next time he goes live, I shall promptly inform my brothers to report him. By the way, hasn't he adding 3 spoonfuls of wife already ceased to exist? Who can say? Perhaps adding 3 spoonfuls intends to give birth, after all. Meanwhile, in an obscure cave on the outskirts of Shining. Third Master, what should we do? We are wanted by the police. Damn it, that wretched crying old man. If it weren't for him, that batch of goods would have been buried long ago. Such a meticulously crafted plan, now in shambles. Sigh, Third Master, how long must we hide here? Hide? It may be too late. Little Wu has been captured. He will undoubtedly reveal our location. I believe we should venture deeper into the old forest. A man in a suit spoke in a low voice, though at that moment, his once elegant attire was now tattered with numerous holes. At that very moment, the man they referred to as Third Master was squatting beside a stone, puffing on a Damphorone Wong cigarette, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, under the expectant gazes of the others, he exhaled a cloud of smoke and said, I have not disclosed this hideout to Little Wu, nor to my 2 sons. You can all rest assured. During this time, no one should venture outside. Let us lay low. Anyone daring to step out to solicit, do not blame me for disregarding our brotherhood. Extinguishing his cigarette, Wu San cast a cold gaze around. And immediately, the remaining few dared not utter another word, merely poking at the fire, idly. Retracting his gaze, Wu San quietly watched the replay of the live broadcast. His eyes filled with a fierce intensity. Lin Yi Zhou Qing phone. I shall remember you both. Wu San clenched his phone tightly, harboring a deep-seated resentment. Initially, while his plan was not flawless, burying that batch of antiques in a grave was still feasible. He never anticipated that Zhou's team would be so perceptive. And that wretched Lin Yi, a mere streamer daring to interfere. Ha ha ha. Wu San smirked, devising countless methods of revenge in his mind. Later, around 4 in the afternoon, unbeknownst to Lin Yi, he was completely unaware of the ongoing actions against him regarding the reports targeting adding 3 spoonfuls. All he knew was that he had enjoyed a particularly comfortable slumber. With a sudden burst of energy, Lin Yi sprang up. Time to wake up. Goodness, it's already 4:14. What a refreshing nap. After muttering to himself, Lin Yi descended to purchase some food before beginning to assess his situation. He activated the system panel. Ding name, Lin Yi, skills, boxer, master driver, 1-second lock picker. Morning master, corpse retrieval expert, tomb raider, expert in grave robbing. Popularity, 21, 340. Items, lock picking mastercard, D grade. Morning cloth, D grade. Tomb raiding set, after a glance. Lin Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. A mere 20,000 in popularity. It seems this morning's morning performance was not particularly captivating. What should I do? Lin Yi pondered for quite some time, pinching his chin. Going out to drive for a ride-hailing service wouldn't yield much profit. To earn substantial income, one must engage in side jobs. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he retrieved Zhao Disu's business card. He dialed the number, and moments later, he heard a groggy voice on the other end. Hello? Do you realize it's quite impolite to disturb someone's sleep? It's still early in the morning. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback by the drowsy tone. Morning? Is it you who has the issue, or am I mistaken? After confirming the time, he decided it was best to be courteous. Hello, Zhao Disu. This is Lin Yi. It's already past 4 in the afternoon. Past 4? Lin Yi? Oh, I remember you, the driver who took me home yesterday. If you have time, you must give me an autograph. I discovered last night that you are quite a prominent internet celebrity, and you possess considerable talent. Oh no, please don't call me Zhao Disu anymore. Just call me Zhao Fatty to keep things friendly. Zhao Disu's voice was filled with excitement. Lin Yi could almost hear him springing up in surprise. Lin Yi was astonished at how much fame he had gained without his knowledge. By the way, Brother Lin, what can I do for you? Zhao Disu inquired, his tone brimming with enthusiasm. Rest assured, within Shining, I still hold some influence. Hearing this, a smile crept onto Lin Yi's lips. In that case, I shall call you Zhao Fatty. I actually don't have much to discuss. I merely wanted to ask if you know of any part-time or side jobs available. You know how it is. Relying solely on driving for ride-hailing services won't get you far. Part-time side jobs? Zhao Disu paused, surprised that Lin Yi was inquiring about such matters. That's easily arranged. Brother Lin, please hold on for a moment while I look for a few options. Before long, Zhao Disu returned with news. Hey, I found a rather good side job. The person offering it is my friend's sister. Brother Lin, do you know how to fix computers and go fishing? This girl needs someone to accompany her while fishing, and ideally, someone who can also repair her computer, as it's lagging when she plays games. The fee for fixing the computer is $200, and accompanying her for fishing is $300 per hour. She is a huge fan of fishing. What do you think? If it doesn't suit you, I can look for more. Repairing computers and accompanying her fishing seemed like a decent part-time gig, and Lin Yi readily agreed. Soon after, he received the phone number from Zhao Di's house. Without delay, he set off. Upon reaching the roadside, Lin Yi summoned a ride-hailing service. Why not drive his own vehicle? Unfortunately, the girl was rather disdainful of his wooling sunshine. She owned a sports car, which would certainly add prestige to their fishing outing. Reluctantly, Lin Yi accepted a driving job instead. Thinking to himself that he had certainly earned this money, the driver glanced at Lin Yi and, out of habit, inquired, "Young man, what line of work are you in? You seem quite familiar. Judging by your appearance, you must be a secretary to a boss, perhaps?" Coughing heavily upon hearing the driver's words, Lin Yi replied, "Not quite. My friend, if you're not adept at conversation, it's perfectly fine to refrain from chatting. What are you saying? Do you think I could be a secretary? They typically seek attractive women for that role. A secretary is meant to handle tasks when they're work, and when they're isn't, well, it's not a job suited for a man like me. I'm just like you, driving for a rideshare service." After a playful exchange, Lin Yi disclosed his occupation. So, you also drive for a rideshare service?" The driver exclaimed, "Goodness, a fellow in the same profession. I never expected someone as handsome as you to be driving for a rideshare service. What a pity. However, you make a valid point. The role of a secretary is indeed best suited for pretty faces. My apologies for misjudging you earlier," the driver chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Lin Yi. Chapter 62. The youngster best known for his intestines. With an exasperated smile, Lin Yi responded, "Thank you, big brother." He was rendered speechless by the driver's remarks. Realizing that from the very beginning, the driver had perceived him as a mere pretty boy. What on earth did that imply? Just because he possessed a handsome visage, he had been labeled as such. At that moment, the audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Haha, the driver is quite perceptive. Instantly recognizing that the host is a pretty boy. Impressive. Only when there are matters to attend to does the secretary work. Otherwise, he is merely a secretary, classic. Who says a secretary cannot be male? My boss prefers men, and being his secretary offers unique advantages. Upstairs, you'd better be talking about intestines. Cough, cough, buddy. What is your boss's WeChat ID? Just to clarify, I'm merely experiencing some digestive issues. Wow, is there really so many people from Nantong in the stream? It's outrageous, and they're here just for free entertainment. Quite frightening. Wait, what are you all discussing? Shouldn't the focus be on the host? This only proves how handsome he is. Quick, tell us how much the host is charging you. How much per message? Observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, Lin Yi felt utterly bemused. What had his audience of 100,000 turned into? He had initiated the live broadcast before hailing a cab, but once inside the car, he refrained from engaging with his viewers due to his social anxiety. Ignoring the comments, Lin Yi continued to chat casually with the driver for a while. After a brief 15 minutes, they arrived at the destination. Upon disembarking, the viewers in the live stream were bursting with curiosity, incessantly questioning Lin Yi. What are you planning to do, host? You haven't spoken to us at all along the way. Exactly, at least say something. At the very least. Should we expect you to converse with us while riding a horse? Hee hee. Wow, this area seems affluent. Is the host about to undertake something significant? Lin Yi glanced at the comments and replied, "Nothing major, just going to fix a computer and then go fishing." As soon as he finished speaking, the live stream erupted in excitement. I can't believe it. The host's afternoon activity is role-playing as a repairman. How delightful. Cough, cough, I could do that too. I'm a professional at unclogging drains. Goodness, the live stream is filled with talent. The host simply repairs computers, and you all come up with so many ideas? If the host shares a location, I'll join as well. Just ensure you don't open any inappropriate files while fixing the computer. Another scandal would be quite troublesome. Fishing. I adore fishing. Hurry and finish fixing the computer so you can go. Honestly, a fisherman is just a fisherman, lacking any sense of social decorum. Of course, fixing the air conditioner and unclogging drains would be more visually appealing. Watching the live stream, Lin Yi was at a loss for words. It was astonishing that such a conversation could even occur. He couldn't help but be exasperated with this peculiar audience. After sending a message to a girl, Lin Yi waited outside. Before long, a young woman dressed in a black sun-protective outfit, occasionally glancing at her phone, approached him. Are you Lin Yi? The young woman set aside her phone scrutinizing him. Yes, it's me. You must be Zhang Bingbing. As introduced by Zhao Dezhu, Lin Yi began. Why do you look so familiar? Lin Yi. Oh, I remember now. There's a popular streamer lately, from Qiuming Mountain, who captures corpses. Is that you? Zhang Bingbing gazed at Lin Yi with excitement. If there isn't another Lin Yi in Xining, it should indeed be me. Lin Yi paused, offering an awkward smile. That's wonderful. Besides fishing, racing is my greatest passion. You must showcase your driving skills to me later. How about a thrilling overtake? Zhang Bingbing looked at Lin Yi with eager anticipation. The girl was truly lively, though. Speeding is illegal. Lin Yi certainly did not wish to find himself in the police station for a deeper discussion with Zhang Tian, so he swiftly redirected the conversation, saying, well, how about we take a look at the computer first, then head out for fishing? Standing here is just a waste of time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bingbing nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right, Lin Ge. We cannot squander our fishing time. Let us hurry and fix it. Fix it? The phrase sounded a bit odd to Lin Yi, who shrugged and followed her. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained. Oh my goodness. This girl is so beautiful. She would look stunning in black stockings. How vulgar. Wouldn't she look just as good in white stockings? Shouldn't your focus be on the computer instead? Vulgar. Soon enough, Lin Yi was led to Zhang Bingbing's exclusive esports room. The decor was predominantly pink, with the case, desk, and chair all in the same hue, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Lin Ge, take a look. I don't know why, but my computer always lags when I play CS. I bought a 4090. How could it possibly be lagging? Zhang Bingbing remarked softly, gazing at the computer. Let me check, Lin Yi replied. Upon opening the computer, he was greeted by the sight of a wallpaper featuring a little bird. The viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished. Wow, a little bird wallpaper. Impressive. Indeed, the little bird wallpaper is legendary. Even the national defense computers of a certain beautiful country have it. Impressive, the mightiest software, little bird wallpaper. A 4090. This girl must be incredibly wealthy. Oh, rich lady. Please fall in love with me. TSK, just one graphics card could support me for half a year. Though Lin Yi was not a professional computer technician, he understood some basic knowledge. After launching CS, he did indeed notice some lag. He checked the software again, finding no issues. Standing beside him, Zhang Bingbing asked anxiously, Lin Ge, do you know what's wrong? The game is quite laggy, right? It must be a problem with the graphics card. That scoundrel Zhao Dezhu actually sold me a faulty one. After fishing, I'll definitely confront him. Lin Yi ignored Zhang Bingbing, since the software was fine. He proceeded to examine the hardware. Indeed, the next moment, Lin Yi quickly identified the issue. The PD interface of the screen was connected to the motherboard. It was indeed peculiar that the integrated graphics were functioning without any lag. Initially, he assumed that such a simple task would be universally understood, but to his surprise, have you discovered the problem? Yes, he replied calmly. The cable is incorrectly connected. The screen S cable should be plugged into the graphics card, not the motherboard. Oh, is there a difference? Last time, I simply unplugged it and reinserted it without much thought. Well, why don't you give it a try? Lin Yi suggested after a moment's pause. Once he resolved the issue, he allowed her to test it. Such matters can only be truly comprehended through experience. A few minutes later, Zhang Bingbing played a round of CS and was astonished to find that the game ran smoothly without any lag. Lin, you're amazing. Just by changing the cable, the lag disappeared. It's incredible. As long as you're happy, Lin Yi replied modestly. Chapter 63. Why do you seem a bit disheartened? In the live streaming room. Oh dear, it turns out the cable was plugged incorrectly. I thought it was a significant issue. This is precisely the blunder a novice would make, connecting it to the integrated graphics. What a waste of resources. What a shame to squander a 4090, sob hey. Streamer, please don't shake the camera. I want to see the girl gaming observing the crowd of lecherous viewers in the live stream. Lin Yi felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. A few minutes later, after resolving the computer issue, Zhang Bingbing generously tossed 2 large rewards to Lin Yi before proceeding to prepare her fishing gear. Just by plugging in a cable, she had earned $200. The audience in the stream was left dumbfounded, filled with envy and jealousy. Goodness gracious, that girl is definitely a wealthy woman. I want that too. Indeed. Computers are incredibly lucrative. It's a goldmine. Ha ha ha. Everyone, heed this warning when buying a computer. Don't rely on acquaintances. Strangers will charge you half, but friends will charge full price. For computers, go to Frog. 3,000 spent, 2,008 earned. Fishing? Hurry up and go fishing. I'm quite looking forward to it. The barrage of comments flooded in, to which Lin Yi merely engaged in light banter. This group of freeloaders in the live stream rarely showered gifts. They predominantly aimed for companionship, occasionally sending a few free gifts. It was exhausting. While other streamers had a top supporter, here it was purely about companionship. A little while later, inside the supercar, Lin Yi scrutinized the vehicle. A Porsche, what an extravagant price tag. Thanks to the girl's connections, he was finally able to take it for a spin. The viewers in the live stream appeared equally naive, akin to Lin Yi, all seeming like country bumpkins. In contrast, Zhang Bingbing settled into the passenger seat without a hint of emotion, effortlessly pulling out her phone to open the live stream. Soon, a man's voice resonated from the device. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon we will continue our fishing adventures. I am contestant number 65, He Chong. The professional worker hearing this, Lin Yi turned his head to glance. Are you watching a live stream? Indeed, Brother Lin, I particularly enjoy watching fishing streams. Especially this He Chong, who is also a professional worker and one of the top fishing experts in the country. He Chang, the bravest man from Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded in agreement. He Chang was indeed a true man. By the way, Lin Yi, I forgot to ask, how skilled are you at fishing? Zhang Bingbing inquired, glancing at him. Well, actually, I also consider myself a fishing expert. I once outshone many top anglers. My prowess was so formidable that I withdrew from the fishing community. Really? But Brother Lin, why can't I find your name on the list of top anglers in the country? Zhang Bingbing questioned, her face displaying disbelief. Ahem, that's not important. All you need to know is that I am quite formidable. Lin Yi coughed, not wanting to admit he was boasting, although his fishing skills had not been systematically refined. In his past life, Lin Yi was indeed a professional angler. In terms of skill, he truly had no reason to feel intimidated. Top tier? Hee. That merely serves as my threshold. Lin Yi stated earnestly. Brother Lin, you truly cannot suffer any loss, she replied. Of course, today you sought my company to fish. So consider yourself fortunate, Lin Yi said with a light cough. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bingbing felt increasingly incredulous, thus a thought crossed her mind. Brother Lin, your driving skills are indeed impressive, but your fishing prowess surpasses that of He Chong. I'm not entirely convinced unless you can demonstrate it to me. How shall I demonstrate? Fish for me to see. Are you certain? Will the hook swing towards you? Zhang Bingbing's delicate face flushed with embarrassment. Perplexed by the misunderstanding. What do you mean by the hook swinging towards me? Of course, I mean fishing. Oh, I see. Well, it's all the same. As long as I bring out my before he could finish, Lin Yi's hand reached to the side, scratching his thigh slightly, feeling a bit itchy. Subsequently, he extended his hand towards the center, and upon seeing Lin Yi reach for her, she panicked, her face turning crimson with a hint of anticipation. Hey, Brother Lin. Be serious. Don't bring that out at this moment, What are you thinking? I was preparing to get the fishing rod. How else could I demonstrate? I see. Hey, why do you seem a bit disappointed? This is a serious live stream. What are you thinking? Lin Yi retorted. What a serious live stream. 666, host. You're out of line. The girl had high hopes for nothing. Serious live stream? Just look at what you're doing. How about some paid content to ensure it's not for free? Feeling embarrassed by Lin Yi's words, Zhang Bingbing remarked, Brother Lin, when you mentioned proving it, why did you reach down? Just to scratch an itch? Is that not allowed? Then why did you scratch and then reach for me? To get the fishing rod. How could I prove it without it? You better be talking about the fishing rod. She shot him a glare, pouting slightly. This girl thinks too much. Young lives are indeed rich with thought. Let us discuss something serious, he suggested. Isn't this serious? Lin Yi responded. This girl is truly difficult to handle. No wonder earning 300 yuan an hour is not easy. I'm just joking with you. How about this? You compete with He Chang. He is at the reservoir right now. Let us see who catches more fish and earns more money. What do you say? No problem. It's a piece of cake. I'm live streaming anyway, so let us connect. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi agreed. Upon seeing Lin Yi ready to connect with He Chang for the competition, some fishing fans in the live stream began to stir things up. You, a mere rideshare driver, dare to compete with the Emperor He Chang? What a joke. In the fishing world, rideshare drivers should stay out of it. The host is truly boastful. Indeed, in terms of driving, He Chang may not match you. But in fishing, he is the Emperor. You do know who he is, right? To the little black sheep above, I know. The Emperor is the one who can't go home at night, never looking back. Isn't that so? You, a group of critics. ought to consider the broadcaster's ranking instead of disparaging He Chang, who stands several places higher. Do you comprehend the significance of being in the top 10? This broadcaster is proficient in numerous skills. Fishing is merely one of his many talents. As tensions within the live streaming room escalated, a number of fervent detractors began to infiltrate He Chang's space, attempting to stir the pot. Meanwhile, in Xining, at the Huangshan Reservoir, He Chang, who was engaged in business matters, furrowed his brows upon glancing at the barrage of comments. His mood had been relatively pleasant until he noticed comments suggesting that Lin Yi was questioning his abilities and challenging him to a competition, which instantly dampened his spirits. While he acknowledged Lin Yi's impressive driving skills and melodious singing voice, he firmly believed that when it comes to fishing, He Chang would not concede easily. The bravest men from the Yunnan Guizhou Sichuan region are not merely talk. Unfortunately, due to some unforeseen circumstances, the new chapter will be released by 3 p.m. tomorrow. My apologies to everyone. Chapter 64. This streamer is indeed remarkably bold. As I connect for the PK en route to the Huangshan Reservoir, let me demonstrate what it truly means to be a top-tier angler. I might even attract a wave of Lin Yi's fans. Why not seize the opportunity? If I manage to defeat Lin Yi, my ranking could potentially soar into the top 10 tomorrow. With these thoughts in mind, He Chang's lips curled into a slight smile. He envisioned the outcome, for he considered himself a prophet. The scene was vividly apparent. A brash young man, winning the affection of a wealthy and beautiful woman. No, a wealthy matron. Lost in contemplation, he was soon met with a barrage of comments in the live stream room challenging him with Lin Yi's name. He Chang the Great. Lin Yi has declared he will outshine you, especially in fishing. Can you tolerate this? He Chang, connect quickly. Show Lin Yi the meaning of cruelty. In fishing competitions, He Chang has never lost. Promise me, you must make Lin Yi search for his mother. After glancing at the comments for a short while, He Chang's expression brightened. Lin Yi's connection request had arrived. Hello, I am Lin Yi. The young lady beside me claims you are a top angler. And I assert that I am as well. She doesn't believe me, so I propose a contest. Unexpectedly, some fans stirred the pot, but that's fine. Both of us have our share of followers, and I see your live stream has gained quite a few viewers. Hearing Lin Yi's words, He Chang was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Lin Yi's straightforwardness. Discussing traffic attraction so openly was quite refreshing. It seemed he was a genuine person after all. After a moment's reflection, He Chang smiled slightly. Indeed, Lin Yi, you are correct. My live stream has seen an increase in viewers. We both stand to gain from this. As fellow professionals, let us engage in a PK. I have no objections. I wonder how you intend to compete? Lin Yi replied, I am open to anything. Let us follow your angler's rules. Hearing Lin Yi's candid response brought He Chang a sense of ease. He was not as difficult to deal with as he had imagined. These detractors merely incite drama, day after day, with their incessant chatter. I generally don't take the bait with me. I return it to the owner on the spot. How about this? Within 2 hours, whoever earns more wins. Does that sound agreeable? He Chang pondered for a moment before speaking. Agreed. Lin Yi responded without hesitation. Just then, an excited voice from a young girl echoed through the stream. He Chang, he the Great, I am your fan. We will arrive at the Huangshan Reservoir in 10 minutes. Please remember to prepare the bait for us. Love you, moi. Hearing this somewhat juvenile and foolish voice, Lin Yi was taken aback. Is this how young girls pursue internet celebrities nowadays? He Chang, too, fell silent for a while, contemplating Zhang Bingbing's words. After a considerable pause, He Chang finally resumed. Young lady, please don't get too excited. I will assist with the bait. Lin Yi had previously stated that there would be a penalty for losing the PK. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi remained remarkably calm. Punishment. There was nothing amiss about it. After all, it could be deemed a means of drawing attention. How do we typically punish a loss? Lin Yi inquired nonchalantly. It's quite simple. When I lose, I usually do push-ups, sing, or dance. However, today is different. We are both fighting for our respective fans, so I believe the punishment should be more distinctive, he chuckled. How about the loser jumps into the reservoir for 10 minutes, and then comes out to kneel and sing conquer? Or perhaps something else. If you find it too humiliating, we can certainly discuss alternatives. He Chang's lips curled into a teasing smile, his words laced with a hint of mockery and confidence. If Lin Yi refused, it would imply he couldn't handle the challenge. If he accepted, he would have to kneel and sing, unable to hold his head high. The thought of a top 10 contestant with a massive following singing conquer was tantalizing. The showmanship would be off the charts. Although He Chang had developed a slight change of heart towards Lin Yi, it was merely a slight shift. After all, who wouldn't he wish to maximize their benefits? In Lin Yi's live stream, upon hearing He Chang's proposal, it was evident that this was a trap, causing his loyal fans to become restless, urging him to reconsider. Lin Ge, don't agree. He Chang is clearly setting a trap for you. Indeed, He Chang is the bravest man from the Sichuan Chongqing region. His fishing skills are commendable. Bro, we're just ride-hailing drivers. There's no need to agree. Everyone understands that we each have our own expertise. Hang up the call, cut your losses. It's not shameful. Bro, I'm begging you. Zhang Bingbing, sitting in the passenger seat, furrowed her brow upon hearing the punishment and interjected, He Chang, this is too extreme. Jumping into the reservoir for 10 minutes? What if something goes wrong? Let us keep it entertaining. Singing and dancing should suffice. What do you think, Lin Ge? At this moment, Zhang Bingbing was reluctant to see Lin Yi face such a punishment, especially given He Chang's prowess. However, Lin Yi seemed not to heed her concern. Just when He Chang was about to suggest a different punishment, unexpectedly, Lin Yi agreed immediately. That punishment is set. Whoever doesn't T-jump is the real loser. What? Clearly, Lin Yi's response took everyone by surprise. This streamer was indeed audacious. He Chang paused, astounded, but soon a smile crept onto his face. The rules are simple. Within 2 hours, whoever catches the most money wins, correct? Lin Yi reconfirmed. Yes, that's right. He Chang replied. Well then, that settles it. I just wonder if you will end up as my subordinate if you lose, Lin Yi said with a slight smile. Me lose? What a ridiculous notion. Who am I? He Chang, the emperor of the Sichuan Chongqing region. Upon hearing my name, even the toughest would tremble in fear. Who do you think you are? A mere boy yet to mature, probably never even held a fishing rod, daring to boast before me? Indeed, it is as if Ma Chao has pricked Zhang Fei, treating the matter as if it were merely a delicate embroidery task. Rest assured, with so many witnesses in the live stream, no one dares to play tricks. He Chang curled his lips in disdain. Then it is settled. We shall meet shortly. Without further ado, Lin Yi abruptly terminated the connection and made his way directly to the Huangshan Reservoir. In the live stream, upon witnessing Lin Yi actually leap into the pit, the viewers expressed their frustration. Alas, Lin Yi truly lacks wisdom, believing that superior driving skills render him invincible. Fishing is not akin to driving. Youthful exuberance, indeed. The waters of fishing are far more profound than you realize. Foolishness, sheer foolishness. Do you truly not understand the formidable reputation of He Chang, the most daring man in the Sichuan Chongqing region? Is it merely talk? Haha. Is this the caliber of a top 10 contestant? What a dimwit. I have a suggestion. Once you reach the reservoir, just jump right in. One fell swoop. Ha 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 ha. Well, I wrote a chapter in advance. Another will follow before 1400 hours. Time for sleep, and if possible, everyone, please send some complimentary gifts. Chapter 65. Everything but fish can be caught at this moment. Zhang Bingbing looked at Lin Yi with an expression that conveyed her hesitation. Sigh. Well, if one wishes to show off, one must be prepared for a slap in the face. In that case, offering Lin Yi a bit of consolation money would suffice, after all. She had plenty of money to spare. A few minutes later, the roar of engines erupted at the Huangshan Reservoir, instantly causing a stir. He Chang, who had been baiting the area, suddenly stood up and glanced behind him. There, parked on the asphalt road by the reservoir, was a sleek supercar, a Porsche. Moments later, the scissor doors opened, revealing a handsome young man and a charmingly kawaii girl, capturing the attention of those around them. Wow, is this what a supercar looks like? A Porsche. I'd love to own a car like that. Puffed. What is so special about a Porsche? My own car isn't any less appealing. TSK. Driving a sports car and accompanied by a beautiful girl to go fishing. This is the pinnacle of my aspirations. If I could just catch a few big fish, it would be absolutely perfect. What's so impressive? Let us get back to fishing. After a brief commotion, several anglers turned back to their lines, refocusing on their fishing. Not long after, having settled payments with the reservoir's owner, Lin Yi and Zhang Bingbing approached a middle-aged man setting up live streaming equipment. You must be Lin Yi. He Chang remarked casually after sensing their presence. I've prepared a spot for you, just 15 meters away. He seemed indifferent, unbothered by whether one drove a sports car or a tractor. Just don't disrupt my fishing. Lin Yi glanced at the time. It was 5 in the afternoon. With the competition lasting 2 hours until 7, perfectly aligning with the onset of dusk. All right, let us get started, He Chang said, moving away from the area he had been baiting for days to a newly prepared spot. This choice greatly enhanced Zhang Bingbing's impression of He Chang. Instead of sticking to the spot he had worked on for so long, he opted for the same location as Lin Yi, a true embodiment of masculinity. After their exchange, Lin Yi led Zhang Bingbing to the baited location, where they proceeded to set up their shelter, prepare hooks, and select fishing lines. Before diving in, Lin Yi utilized his remaining 2 lottery draws. System lottery, he silently intoned. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired supreme fishing skills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the title of fishhook attractor. Note, this title will draw giant creatures to the vicinity of your hook active. Hearing the emotionless voice, Lin Yi paused momentarily, a slight smile forming on his lips. Truly, what one desires is often delivered. Supreme fishing skills and a fishhook attractor, this system is quite considerate. Closing his eyes, Lin Yi felt a warm current flowing through him. Upon reopening his eyes, with his newfound supreme fishing skills, he efficiently completed all necessary preparations. Using the longest line available at a depth of 6 meters, turning his gaze towards the reservoir, he could, with a mere glance, discern the seasonal patterns, water flow, terrain, and even the species and habits of the fish with remarkable clarity. He swiftly identified the optimal spot for casting his line. That's the one, he declared confidently as he cast his first rod. However, just as Lin Yi settled his line, a mere 10 meters away, a splash resounded as Chong began reeling in a catch. Before long, a fish weighing over 20 pounds was netted. Chong proudly cradled it against his chest, snapping a photo and showcasing it to the audience in the live stream. Given the market price for fish, a silver carp weighing between 20 and 40 pounds would fetch around 10 yuan per pound, yielding an impressive income of over 200 yuan in less than a minute. The prowess of Chong was indeed formidable. Simultaneously, as the first fish was caught, a wave of ridicule from detractors began to target Lin Yi. Yet, in mere seconds, a splashing sound erupted from Lin Yi's side as well, sending ripples across the water. Wow, he's caught a fish already. It seems Lin Yi has some skill after all. Look at that fishing stance. The streamer is quite the skilled angler. Who among us isn't a skilled fisherman in their own right? As excitement surged among the onlookers, Lin Yi pulled from the water a peculiar dark object. Was it a large grass carp? But as the object emerged, it became evident that it was not a fish at all, but rather a rusted iron lump, elongated and corroded. Zhang Bingbing, poised to net the catch, was momentarily stunned by the sight before her. Is that a gun? A Type 38 rifle? Oh no, it's a Hanyang model. Upon hauling the iron object ashore, Zhang Bingbing exclaimed in astonishment. The live stream erupted in fervor. Did he just pull up a gun? What a joke. I thought it was a hefty grass carp. Turns out it's just a rusty gun. Impressive, while Chong reels in a silver carp. You pull up a Hanyang model. But does anyone know what this is worth? Oh my, I just checked if it's a real gun. Turning it into the police could earn us 2,000 yuan. Some were left in shock, others mocked. Even Lin Yi, in that moment, wore an expression of disbelief. Is this what divine fishing skills entail? A colossal attractor? So this gun is the colossal item? Grabbing a tissue, Lin Yi examined the rusted Hanyang model, attempting to operate it. To his surprise, the gun was functional and genuine. He never expected that this relic, submerged for so many years, could still work. The craftsmanship was undeniably impressive. Glancing at Zhang Bingbing, he handed her the gun. Why are you giving me this gun? Zhang Bingbing asked, perplexed. Just hold on to it for now. Didn't you see what the viewers said? This gun might be worth 2,000 yuan once the competition concludes. We'll turn it into the police, Lin Yi replied, casting his line once more without a glance back. 2,000 yuan? For this old thing? Forget it. At least it's something I caught, so I shall set it aside and give it a good wipe. The competition continues. Chong swiftly hauls in another catch. A 30-pound silver carp, and with it, another 300 yuan in hand. Lin Yi remains utterly unfazed, comfortably seated on his fishing box, patiently awaiting the giant to bite. Soon, the float dips beneath the surface once more. Here it comes again, simple and effortless. With a slight exertion of his right hand, the massive creature breaches the water's surface. It feels somewhat light, better than nothing, for a small fish is still a fish. However, accompanied by a splash, a pair of black lace-trimmed panties comes into view. What on earth? Lin Yi is left speechless. The viewers in the live stream find this utterly amusing. Ha ha ha, lace panties. Host, your taste is quite peculiar. I must commend you. Aside from fish, you seem to catch everything else. Chapter 66, Caught a Shell? No worries, cast again. Hey. Do you think we might reel in some lingerie or a bra soon? Perhaps a complete set? Indeed, it's quite possible. There might be a matching ensemble lurking near the hook. Lin Yi cast a glance at Zhang Bingbing, choosing silence as he flung a lace-trimmed panty onto the shore. Undeterred by superstition, he cast again in the same spot. Although he remained quiet, Zhang Bingbing felt increasingly uneasy under Lin Yi's peculiar gaze. What do you expect me to do if you catch a pair of panties? Are you planning to gift them to me? What a joke. They're far too large for me. She sighed, deciding it was best to continue assisting with the gun cleaning. With a splash, Lin Yi swung the rod once more, and the serene lake's surface rippled again. He had caught another fish. One must admit, the lure was remarkably effective. Whether it was an actual fish remained uncertain, but it certainly attracted something. Oh, another catch? This feels a tad light. It couldn't possibly be another pair of panties, could it? Lin Yi murmured softly. In the next moment, a delicate, lace-trimmed bra was pulled from the water. Undoubtedly, this was part of the set. The live stream erupted in laughter. Haha. The guy who mentioned a matching set was spot on. There really is lingerie. Wow, lace trim, matching style. It seems this person has quite the romantic flair. Honestly, it's a shame to toss this lace lingerie into the reservoir. Perhaps send it my way instead. Let us be real. While the streamer may not excel at fishing, catching lingerie is quite the feat. Oh no, it's top tier. As Lin Yi revealed his catch, reactions varied from disbelief to hearty laughter. What value could such lingerie hold? The iron lump resembling a firearm he had caught earlier seemed far more valuable. Then there was the impressive Yi Chang, who was reeling in fish after fish, highlighting the stark contrast. Casting a fleeting glance at the lingerie, Lin Yi tossed it aside. However, before doing so, he briefly assessed Zhang Bingbing's size against the garment. Sking softly, it was far too large. Clearing his throat, he noted that it was not her size that was the issue, but rather the bra itself. Feeling Lin Yi's curious gaze upon her for the second time, Zhang Bingbing's cheeks flushed as she looked down at her chest. Lin Yi, catching lingerie is one thing, but why do you keep staring at me? Are you expecting to give it to me? It's just my curiosity about whether you could wear it, though now it seems a bit of a shame, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head in mild disappointment. What do you mean? Are you implying my size is small? I believe I am quite ample, Zhang Bingbing retorted, her face brightening with indignation as she puffed out her chest. Was there any need for further discussion? The viewers in the live stream were witnessing it all. You might want to ask them. Lin Yi glanced around before casting his rod again. In the live stream, one viewer commented, ahem, indeed, dear lady, you might be a tad on the smaller side. Lace isn't quite your style. But perhaps you could try something with a cartoon Pikachu design. Just remember to send me a picture when you do. The discussion in the live stream revolved around the charming girl, eliciting laughter from the audience. One cannot deny that the individuals in Lin Yi's live stream are exceptionally talented. However, there is one drawback, frequent instances of freeloading. As the barrage of comments scrolled rapidly, Zhang Bingbing became so incensed that her vision blurred. What nonsense is Little Prince Milk? Just you wait. Tomorrow, I shall fly to the cold country. After casting a fierce glare at Lin Yi, she resumed her preparations. Mere seconds after she cast her line, the float once again submerged. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi swiftly lifted his rod. To his surprise, the fishing pole exhibited a slight bend, indicating that this catch was certainly not mere undergarments. With a splash, a massive object was drawn from the water, revealing a large, black lump, distinctly not shaped like a gun. Upon recognizing the true nature of the black mass, Zhang Bingbing dropped her net and fled in haste. It's a shell. Oh no. Everyone. Run. They're essay bomb, she shouted while sprinting away. The viewers in the live stream, upon realizing the situation, were equally terrified, drenched in cold sweat. Though the shell would not detonate near them, who would wish to experience such a thing firsthand? What the heck? A shell? How could this be? And the host is still wielding a net, exclaimed one viewer. This is outrageous. The host is truly incredible, netting a shell. He's the first to do so. Another chimed in. This should be a dud, a 75mm mountain artillery shell. Everyone, don't panic. I'm a professional bomb disposal expert, he reassured them. You must be joking. You're not the one here on site, retorted another. What is going on in this reservoir? First a gun, now a shell. These items should have sunk. How on earth did the host manage to catch them? This is absurd. Amidst the viewers' fear, Lin Yi had already brought the mountain artillery shell to the surface. After giving it a couple of taps and finding it inert, he casually tossed it aside and resumed casting his line with remarkable composure. Witnessing this, the anglers who had gathered around the reservoir were left in shock. Upon hearing that someone had hooked a shell, they frantically retreated. Yet, the individual who had caught the shell remained so unperturbed and unruffled, continuing to cast his line. Is he even human? In that moment, even the battle-hardened Yi Chang stood frozen in disbelief. He had bolted when he saw the shell being caught. But witnessing Lin Yi's calm demeanor as he continued to fish left him utterly astonished. Risking his life for such a thrill, truly remarkable. More than a minute had passed. And seeing no signs of activity, Chong continued to cast his line. Observing the peculiar assortment of items beside Lin Yi, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. In this competition, he had ultimately emerged victorious. However, at this moment, Chong's live stream had been completely ignited. My heavens, he caught a cannonball and remained so composed. Who is this person? Chong, perhaps it's time to make a hasty exit. What are you even fishing for? We want to mock you. First a gun, then a cannon. Will he reel in a tank next? Good grief. Haha. But in the end, this round belongs to our esteemed Chong. As he read the barrage of comments, a smile spread across Chong's face. But suddenly, a message in the live stream left him utterly astounded. I just checked. Legally speaking, turning in a firearm yields 2,000, and a single cannonball fetches 3,000. Wait a minute. Does this mean Lin Yi has already made 5,000? Puff, puff, puff. Upon seeing this message, Chong's mind raced with disbelief and astonishment. Chapter 67. The Discovery of a Suitcase and a Corpse. Chong was instantly engulfed by a profound sense of crisis. If this were indeed the case, today would mark his downfall. No, he must persist in his fishing endeavor. Surrender was not an option. Regardless of any potential explosives, they remained inert. And if they were to detonate, well, 18 years hence he would rise again as a hero. He cast his line once more, resolutely continuing his pursuit. In the ensuing minutes, Lin Yi cast his rod several times, reeling in 2 Hanyang rifles and a mountain cannon, all of which remained harmless. At that moment, Zhang Bingbing cautiously approached. Observing Lin Yi's calm demeanor, she trembled uncontrollably at the sight of the cannonball. Lin Ge, aren't you afraid? How can you still be casting? After another cast, Lin Yi glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, what if I catch a cannonball? It won't explode. Stay calm. Watch me cast again. Oh, and could you please inform the Huashan District Public Security Bureau to come and collect these firearms and artillery? I've heard there might be a reward. He gestured towards the 3 rifles and 2 cannons beside him. Collecting ammunition? Do you think we're in the midst of a battle? Zhang Bingbing shot him a skeptical glance. Why the Huashan District Public Security Bureau, Lin Ge? Can anyone else do it? Well, I'm quite familiar with them. It makes the coordination a tad easier, Lin Yi replied, his face flushing slightly as he coughed softly. Familiar? My goodness. Zhang Bingbing was taken aback by this revelation. How many times must he have visited the police station? Oh, I see, she conceded, resignedly beginning to contact the authorities. Listening to their exchange, the viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished. Is Lin Yi even human? How can he remain so composed? It's just a cannonball he caught. And listen to what he has saying. Goodness, if I recall correctly, Lin Yi just emerged from the police station at noon. Does this mean he'll be seeing them again? The host isn't mistaken. He truly is a regular visitor. This is a sure win. Although he has caught any fish, who says these aren't worth something? Hiki. Ignoring the commotion in the live stream, Lin Yi's gaze remained fixed on the reservoir. He sensed a significant catch. This cast was bound to yield something substantial. Meanwhile, Zhang Bingbing, having made her call, heard a police officer named Lu Qing inform her that they were en route. My goodness. Upon hearing the officer's response, Zhang Bingbing felt a bit dazed. Lin Yi truly was well acquainted with them. The officer mentioned they were watching the live stream as well. How amusing. The competition continued. It must be said, although no legitimate fish were being caught, the frequency of bites was remarkable. In the next moment, there was another commotion. Ah, here we go again. Wow. This one feels hefty. Brothers, I assure you, this time it's definitely a big catch. Lin Yi exclaimed, taking 2 steps back in excitement. Observing the bending of the rod, nearing the point of snapping, he could tell this was a substantial fish. My goodness, this is definitely large, at least 40 or 50. I mean kilograms. It's a blowout. Such a weight, it surely cannot be a cannonball. In truth, regardless of the type. The quality of the fishing rod is unlikely to be subpar. The rod in Lin Yi's possession can withstand at least 200 pounds of tension. As for a broken rod, such a misfortune would never befall Lin Yi. Typically, a broken rod is the result of an angler's failure to manage the angle and force effectively. However, Lin Yi is different. He possesses godlike fishing skills. He deftly adjusts his angle and direction, engaging in a fierce contest with the massive fish beneath the surface. With a tremendous splash, ripples quickly spread across the water, revealing a silvery shadow emerging. At this moment, only a handful of anglers remain at the reservoir, their gazes instinctively drawn to Lin Yi, fixated on the shimmering figure below. This is definitely a big catch, One murmurs. The color resembles that of a bighead carp. 100-plus-pound specimen is beyond imagination. If he manages to reel it in, it will be worth a fortune. Lin Yi is assuredly in for a windfall. Just as excitement swells among the crowd, the surface erupts again with splashes. Enormous bighead carps leap from the water, at least a dozen, each weighing around 30 to 40 pounds. As the shadow below becomes clearer, it appears square-shaped, resembling a box. Is it possible for such large fish to be so angular? Perhaps these bighead carps are guarding their king? It seems that this fish is indeed substantial. Lin Yi, taken aback by the unfolding scene, exerts his strength and yanks forcefully. The massive shadow reveals its true form, not a fish, but rather a silver, square suitcase. The hook is firmly caught on the handle. Witnessing this, panic washes over many anglers, and Lin Yi's expression fluctuates between concern and uncertainty. A suitcase. In the context of fishing by the riverbank, catching a suitcase signifies something ominous, a truth well understood by most anglers. With a grave demeanor, Lin Yi slowly drags the suitcase ashore. Zhang Bingbing, holding the net, quietly steps back as a throng of anglers cautiously gathers around. Even He Chong, who had been continuously casting, approaches, his focus locked onto the suitcase. Lin Yi refrains from casting his rod, and the group watches in eerie silence. The live stream unusually devoid of activity. Minutes pass, and a swarm of flies appears around the suitcase, buzzing about, followed by a foul odor wafting through the air. At that moment, an angler shouts, "The stench of decay." It is confirmed, there lies a corpse within the suitcase. The once tranquil scene erupts into chaos as the anglers hastily retreat, with He Chong returning to his fishing spot. Catching a suitcase can be a normal occurrence. But after a few minutes, many anglers understand that if it emanates a peculiar odor, it is highly likely to contain a body. Gritting his teeth against the nausea, Lin Yi opens the suitcase. Before him lies a stark, decaying corpse. The live stream erupts in a frenzy. Good heavens, it's a body. Oh my. A protective instinct akin to a dog's head. Please do not take offense. What is happening? It is one thing to pull a suitcase from the depths. But how is it that a corpse accompanies it? We must alert the authorities immediately. Did we not just contact them? They're already en route. Ugh, how utterly revolting. It appears that the unfortunate soul has been deceased for several days. Observing this scene, many viewers lost their dinner, uncertain if they could bear to eat again that evening. Beside them, Zhang Bingbing's complexion turned ashen, her hands trembling uncontrollably as she clutched the netting device. Heaving, she dropped the net and scrambled away from the suitcase. An image that would haunt her for eternity. By the suitcase, Lin Yi, pinching his nose, was taken aback as he examined the body structure. It was a woman. No wonder it was so heavy. No wonder he could retrieve lace undergarments. How curious. Yet, what is the meaning of those firearms and ammunition? Lin Yi was engulfed in confusion. This reservoir undoubtedly harbors a tale of its own. Chapter 68. Oh my goodness, they truly paid for it. Meanwhile, Lin Yi discovered a corpse. Many viewers in He Chong's live stream flocked to witness the first crime scene. Wow, there's really a body. How disgusting. I should have known better. I'm not going to be able to eat tonight. I'll just order takeout. Ugh, as a passerby. I thought the bright scene was a good thing, but it turns out, ugh. As news of Lin Yi's discovery of the corpse spread, a multitude of people came to see for themselves. Upon witnessing the scene, many immediately diverted and retreated to vomit. At this moment, Lin Yi appeared composed, but inside, he was tumultuous. He struggled to suppress his discomfort and turned his gaze to Zhang Bingbing, shouting, "Hey, are you done throwing up? Hurry and let Team Lu know to come quickly. A homicide has occurred. Also, inform Zhou Qifeng." Having said this, Lin Yi's gaze shifted back to the female corpse within the suitcase. She was curled up in an exceedingly eerie posture, with several evident wounds on her body. Clearly forced into the suitcase with brutal violence. Her face, already in a state of decay from water immersion, appeared ghastly yet indistinct, difficult to describe. Although the suitcase provided some separation, it could not entirely contain the horror. Large catfish swam nearby, likely drawn by the scent of blood. Alas, what a tragedy. Suppressing her nausea, Zhang Bingbing shakily pulled out her phone and dialed. "Team Lu, are you on your way? Have you notified Zhou Qifeng?" "Oh, then I won't disturb you any longer. I'll hang up and throw up for a bit." After ending the call, she glanced at Lin Yi before rushing aside to vomit, expelling bile. A few minutes later, a police car screeched to a halt. Leading the charge was Lu Qing, the captain of the Huashan District Police, accompanied by his assistant, Xiaochen. Upon arrival, their first order of business was to cordon off the scene, ensuring no one could leave without permission. "Xiaolin, it hasn't been long since we last met. I thought this was merely a minor issue regarding the recovery of firearms, but I never expected such a grave situation. Sigh. Within a short time, detectives and forensic experts arrived at the scene. Xiaoqin, keep watch over the body. No one is allowed to approach, Lu Qing instructed, shaking his head at the sight of the disfigured corpse cruelly stuffed into the suitcase. Officer Chen nodded solemnly, guarding the scene. Xiaolin, let us go. Don't linger here. I'll check whether the firearms and ammunition you fished out are genuine. Lu Qing called out to Lin Yi, who was still observing the body. Captain Lu. I'm sorry, I was too engrossed in the sight. My apologies. Come on, you should check. By the way, I heard that turning in firearms comes with a reward from the police station? Lin Yi paused, looking to Lu Qing for confirmation. Yes, that is true. But it's not as much as the internet claims. Only a few hundred yuan for each gun, Lu Qing nodded. Afterward, Lin Yi led Lu Qing aside. After a meticulous examination by Team Lu, it was ultimately confirmed to be authentic. A total of 5 items, amounting to 2,500 yuan, were settled on the spot for Lin Yi. The audience in the live stream was astounded by this development. I can't believe it, he actually paid. Wow. Lin Yi just earned 2,500. Emperor he is only around 2,000, and with an hour left, who knows? Goodness, Emperor he truly is the bravest of men. Still fishing at this moment. I admire such spirit. Oh dear, Emperor he, you must persevere. Once Lin Yi's live stream concluded, many netizens informed Emperor he of Lin Yi's earnings. This spurred Yi Chong to fish even more fervently. Corpses, police cars, none of it concerned him. He focused solely on one thing. Fishing, fishing, and more fishing. There was still a chance to surpass. Meanwhile, as Lin Yi and the 2 police officers awaited the arrival of additional personnel, in the Qingshu Villa district, a middle-aged man in a suit sat on a chair, fixated on a photo frame on the table. His gaze was vacant, utterly captivated by the image within. The frame displayed a family portrait featuring 5 individuals, his parents, sister, wife, and himself. Now only 2 remained, he and his wife. Gently caressing the frame, the man succumbed to profound memories. He exhaled a sigh. Having spent 5 long days without any news of his parents and sister, the police department's conclusion was grim, deceased. Just then, a loud knock resonated at the door. Come in. A rugged bald man entered. Boss, Ingzi has a lead. Where? The man sprang from his chair, excitement evident. You see for yourself, this is the video. The bald man handed over his phone, a glimmer of regret in his eyes. The video captured the moment Lin Yi discovered the suitcase and the body inside. The man immediately noticed the tattoo on the corpse's waist, a begonia flower. Let us head to the scene. Grab the cash. The man's eyes burned with fury. He had envisioned numerous outcomes, yet this blatant murder was beyond his imagination. The begonia flower. His sister had once boasted about that very tattoo. Approximately 20 minutes later, detectives, forensic experts, and nearly all available officers gathered at the scene, surrounding the suitcase tightly. Comrade Xiaolin, I truly did not wish to see you again, remarked Zhou Qifeng, approaching Lin Yi with a look of dismay. It hasn't been long since our last farewell, and here we are again. Let us talk. This young man seemed to attract cases wherever he went, truly a human crime detector. Hearing Zhou Qifeng's jest, Lin Yi merely smiled, unfazed. The situation was straightforward and could be summarized in a few words. Alas, I really don't know whether to call you unfortunate or... Zhou Qifeng shook his head. Before he could finish his sentence, the forensic expert beside him examined the scene and reported, Captain Shou. It can be confirmed that this is a murder case, and the method employed is exceedingly brutal. Understood. As Zhou Qifeng and his team deliberated over the details of the case, at the Huangshan Reservoir on the asphalt road, 4 SUVs roared into view, stirring up clouds of dust, their imposing presence instantly commanding attention. The onlookers were captivated by the arrival of these 4 vehicles. They came to a gradual halt, and from one of them emerged a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit, followed closely by a group of individuals dressed in black, exuding an air of authority. One might easily mistake the scene for a film set featuring gangsters. Huang Liren? Among the crowd, Officer Lu cast a surprised glance. He recalled that just a few days prior, this prominent businessman, Huang Liren, had approached him to report a case, although there had been little progress since then. With the individual presumed dead, Huang Liren proceeded directly towards Lu Qing. Hello, Officer Lu. It is a pleasure to see you again. I am Huang Liren from Guanhai Group. I suspect that this body may belong to my sister. May I approach to identify her? Chapter 69, 50,000 yuan, Ruthless Yi Chong. All right, you may enter. Officer Lu remained silent as Zhou Qifeng took the initiative to speak, pulling aside the police cordon. Upon hearing this, Huang Liren hurried towards the lifeless female body. Old Lu, do you know her? Zhou Qifeng gently tapped his shoulder. Yes, 5 days ago, he came to report a case. His sister and parents have all gone missing. But there hasn't been any progress. They are presumed dead. He is the CEO of Guanhai Group. I believe everyone has some recollection of him. Lu Qing stated quietly after glancing around. Indeed, upon Officer Lu's mention, many recalled the details. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Over a minute passed, and Huang Liren, cradling the corpse, wept inconsolably. After a long while, he stepped out of the police cordon and approached Lin Yi, who was observing from the sidelines. You are Lin Yi. I have seen the video. The body was pulled up by you, correct? Yes, that's me. Is there something you need? Lin Yi nodded in response. Qing, bring the money. As he spoke, a bald man approached and handed a briefcase to Lin Yi. It contains 50,000 yuan in cash. No need to be anxious. This is what you deserve. Thank you for helping me find my sister. Though the circumstances are tragic, I, Huang Liren, will not be remiss in compensating you, Huang Liren asserted gravely. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. This was quite a generous gesture. Receiving 50,000 out of the blue felt exhilarating. Yet this was hardly a time for joy, considering the grief of the benefactor. Thank you, boss. Lin Yi replied with a somber expression. Upon hearing the sum of 50,000, He Chong, who stood several meters away, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. 50,000, in addition to the 2,005. He would need to catch 5,250 pounds of fish. 5,250 pounds. Damn it. Did he think the reservoir was devoid of fish? What a futile endeavor. Aya, just let it all end. He Chong's face was one of despair as he tossed his fishing rod aside. The viewers in He Chong's live stream expressed their sympathy. This is absurd. 50,000. And he hasn't even caught a single fish. Sigh, I was careless. It shouldn't have been about money, but rather the weight of the fish. Indeed. With the artillery Lin Yi pulled up, it already weighs over 2,500. In stark contrast to He Chong's stream, Lin Yi's live broadcast was filled with excitement. Sure enough, my brother Lin Yi is the child of fortune, earning another 50,000. Ha ha ha. He Chong next door is nearly in tears. I admit he is strong. But the streamer is clearly superior. Why not just fish instead of competing for income? Given the current situation. I wonder if the great emperor he dares to jump in now? I just visited his stream. It was a cacophony of despair. And just like that, it's all over. What a surprise. On sight, Huang Liren, with tears streaming down his face, revealed something even more shocking. Officer Lu, Officer Zhou Lin Yi. I suspect my parents may have also been murdered, and they likely disposed of the bodies in this reservoir. Could you send someone to investigate? After Huang Liren spoke, he appeared utterly drained. What? There are still 2 more people. Lin Yi wore an expression of astonishment. Huang Liren then reiterated the matter of his parents and sister disappearing together. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a heavy silence. The likelihood of this being true was indeed substantial. Let me go down, urged the bald man beside him. No, absolutely not. Lu and Zhou exclaimed in unison. The topography of the Huangshan Reservoir is exceedingly complex. It was once a battlefield where many perished during the War of Resistance. Moreover, incidents of individuals falling into the water and going missing occur from time to time, with rumors suggesting the presence of water ghosts seeking substitutes. Without professional recovery personnel and proper equipment, it is absolutely inadvisable to venture down. As the crowd expressed their confusion, Lu Qing began to speak slowly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi finally understood why he had caught firearms. As for the water ghosts, they were likely mere scare tactics, and he paid them little mind. The police's recovery team was en route, so there was no need for panic, Zhou Qingfeng reassured. Yet, despite the officer's assurance, Huang Liren's calm demeanor was but a fade. After all, these were his loved ones. Sigh. At that moment, Lin Yi extended his hand and smiled. In that case, how about I cast my lines a couple more times? Perhaps I might catch something. Humph. Just as he finished speaking, He Chong, who was walking by, looked on with disdain. Boss Huang, my name is He Chong, and I am an exceptionally skilled fisherman. I dare say no one here is my match in terms of swimming. If I recover a body, will that earn me 50,000? He turned to Huang Liren with hopeful anticipation. This was his last glimmer of hope. Yes, if you can bring one up, 100,000 will be yours. Huang Liren responded without a moment's hesitation. With this assurance, He Chong's lips curled into a slight smile. He swiftly shed his clothing, took a deep breath, and plunged into the water. The nearby officers barely had time to react before He Chong's figure vanished from sight. Why won't this young man heed the advice? Alas, Lu Qing remarked, his face etched with concern. If He Chong is not seen in 3 minutes, I'll go in after him. We cannot allow this young man to come to harm. He gazed at the ripples fading into the distance. The viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished by this sudden turn of events. Wow, He Chong is indeed a formidable figure, truly a man of grit. After Guifan, you are a tough one. Wow, so this is He Chang. Indeed, he is the bravest man from the Sichuan-Chongqing region. He Chong is risking it all to avoid losing the PK. Come on, He Chong, you still have hope. Hee, Lin Yi is done for this time. Just wait until He Chong retrieves 2 bodies. TSK. Some were anxious, others were hopeful, but most were simply astonished. He Chong was indeed fearless. For the sake of 100,000, he plunged into the water without a second thought. The lake's surface remained tranquil, and 3 minutes passed without a sign of He Chong. A sense of dread gripped the crowd. Could it be that He Chong had encountered trouble? This reservoir undoubtedly harbored significant secrets. Perhaps there truly were water ghosts lurking within. Time waits for no one. Xiao, tie the rope to the tree. I will descend to investigate, Lu Qing implored, his urgency palpable. Just as Lu was about to leap into the unknown, a striking figure interposed himself before him. Exhaling a resigned sigh. Captain Lu, let me take the plunge. I once served as a body recovery specialist along the Yellow River, and I am well versed in such matters. Lin Yi's expression was one of solemnity. He had initially contemplated whether he could retrieve the individual directly. Heavens above, He Chong was a man of resolve, plunging in without a second thought. For the sake of prudence, Lin Yi decided it would be wise to investigate as well. The crowd was left in shock upon hearing Lin Yi's revelation. You were a body recovery specialist along the Yellow River? This can't be true, exclaimed one. Shaolin, you must be jesting. Are you truly a body recovery specialist? Comrade Shaolin, do not seek the spotlight in such a grim affair. Remain on the shore. I can handle this, the others insisted, disbelief etched on their faces. Lin Yi remained silent, offering a faint smile. Enough of this hesitation. If I do not act soon, He Chong may not survive. Without granting them time to respond, he shed no clothing and dove headfirst into the water with a resounding splash. Chapter 70. Beneath the water. The eerie grin Lu Qing intercepted Zhou Qingfeng just as he was about to leap into the water, exclaiming, I trust Lin Yi completely. He is far from reckless. You know as well as I do that he possesses an array of remarkable skills, and I believe he speaks truthfully. Zhou Qingfeng, upon hearing this, refrained from further protests and secured the rope around his waist. 3 minutes had elapsed, yet Lin Yi remained submerged. It was his duty as a police officer to dive in and search for the missing person. Observing this, the viewers in the live stream inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety for Lin Yi. Wow, I don't know why, but I'm feeling quite stirred, even though I'm a detractor. I sincerely hope Lin Yi can safely retrieve He Chong. My blood is boiling. By the way, has the host truly worked as a body recovery specialist? I can't say for certain if he has, but it's clear today he is on the hunt for a corpse. Do you think there are really water ghosts in this reservoir? I suspect so. After all, it's been nearly 5 minutes. Even if He Chong can't be found, he should have surfaced by now. Yikes, the thought of water ghosts pulling others down is chilling. I'm from the local area around Huangshan Reservoir, and I can confirm there are indeed water ghosts, rumored to be the spirits of those who have drowned. At that moment, many viewers began to share their concerns for the 2 men. Lin Yi had not removed his clothing before diving, and the quality of the production team's camera was exceptional. Consequently, the underwater scene quickly unfolded before the viewers' eyes. Goodness, is this the view from beneath the water? It's rather murky, I must say. The production team's camera quality is impressive. Where did they procure it? I might consider buying one for my bedroom. Dear friend, purchasing a camera is fine, but placing it in your bedroom might be unwise. I fear you may not handle the consequences. Seriously? At a time like this, you're making jokes? Aren't you concerned for Lin Yi's life? Whoa, look over there. Is that a person standing in the water? At this revelation, the barrage of comments diminished significantly. The image revealed a figure standing upright in the water, a face that seemed vaguely familiar. It was He Chong. Simultaneously, Lin Yi caught sight of He Chong submerged in the water, his brow furrowing in distress. How could this have happened? The protocols for body recovery dictate 3 prohibitions. Do not recover in heavy rain. Do not recover individuals standing upright in the water. And do not attempt to recover those who have been submerged for an extended period without success. Generally, a person standing in the water could signify various ominous possibilities, making the recovery of such individuals particularly perilous. Nevertheless, Lin Yi could not afford to dwell on these taboos. 3 minutes had passed, and he hoped that Yi Chang was not beyond salvation. With determination, Lin Yi propelled himself forward, approaching Yi Chang. Just as he intended to grasp Yi Chang and pull him to safety, he found the body immovable. He changed his approach multiple times, exerting greater force, yet to no avail. Witnessing this, the viewers felt a heaviness in their hearts, recalling Officer Lu's ominous words regarding water ghosts. Oh no! Could it be that the great Yi Chang has truly been dragged down by a water ghost? His body is completely unresponsive. I apologize for the disturbance. I, too, am a corpse retrieval specialist. Typically, such bodies, standing upright in the water, cannot be retrieved without triggering a subsequent incident. Let us not delve into the supernatural, as it is best left unspoken. Meanwhile, as online spectators expressed their concerns, Lin Yi had already discerned the issue beneath the water. It turned out that a strand of aquatic vegetation had ensnared Yi Chang's right foot. With a swift motion, he freed the plant from Yi Chang's leg. Instinctively, Lin Yi glanced downward, and in that fleeting moment, his pupils dilated, seemingly witnessing something horrifying. He grasped Yi Chang and desperately swam upwards, observing Lin Yi's widened eyes. The viewers in the live stream momentarily felt a twinge of fear. Could there truly be something bizarre lurking below? Regrettably, the camera failed to capture the scene that Lin Yi had witnessed. Moments later, ripples began to form on the surface of the reservoir. To his astonishment, Lin Yi gasped as he inhaled the fresh air. Yet, this was not the time for awe. Soon, he managed to pull Yi Chang ashore. There was still a pulse. He performed artificial respiration. Officer Lu checked for Yi Chang's breath and, without hesitation, commenced resuscitation. A few seconds later, Yi Chang coughed heavily, gasping for air. There's a ghost. There's a ghost in the reservoir, he exclaimed upon regaining consciousness. The atmosphere instantly turned somber as everyone's gaze fixated on Lin Yi. Seemingly seeking validation, Lin Yi, without reservation, recounted the bizarre sight he had encountered beneath the surface. A minute later, a profound silence enveloped the group of officers. Shaolin, are you speaking the truth? After you untangled the vegetation, it transformed rapidly into a smiling face? There's no fabrication in your words? Zhou Qingfeng inquired, astonished. Even seasoned Officer Lu Qing found himself at a loss for words. In response, Lin Yi nodded gravely, affirming the peculiarity of the incident. Whether it was a genuine apparition or merely a coincidence influenced by the currents remained uncertain. After a prolonged contemplation, one officer finally spoke up. Could it merely be a coincidence? No, there truly was a ghost. Yes, that aquatic plant. When I descended to retrieve the suitcase, it presented me with a smiling visage, and I swam with all my might to escape. Then, I became ensnared, Yi Chang recounted, his face etched with dread. For a mere 100,000 yuan, I nearly lost my life. The group fell silent in reflection. Standing aside, Wang Liren's complexion turned pale, his anxiety palpable. Lin Yi, did you see the bodies of my parents down there? Or the suitcase? At this inquiry, the crowd paused, their expressions shifting. Even if bodies were discovered, who would dare venture down to retrieve them? I thought I saw two dark shapes, but I cannot be certain, Lin Yi mused before continuing. Indeed, I did observe two shadowy forms, with several catfish swimming nearby. Is that true? Lin Yi, could you possibly venture down once more and bring them back? Regardless of whether they are the corpses of my parents, I will offer you 100,000 as long as you retrieve those two items. Seemingly concerned that Lin Yi might hesitate, Wang Liren quickly added. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi fell into silence. Noticing Lin Yi's taciturnity, Wang Liren's expression grew increasingly anxious as he scanned the surroundings, finally resting his gaze upon Yi Chang. My brother, could you venture down once more? I will give you 100,000. Upon hearing these words, Yi Chang trembled all over, hastily waving his hand in refusal. He would not dare to descend again, as luck had favored him this time, but he could not guarantee it would do so again. Mr. Huang, you should seek someone else. I truly cannot go down again. Please, Mr. Huang, do not insist. I genuinely cannot descend. Yi Chang emphasized his trepidation 3 times, finally dissuading Huang Liren's hopeful gaze. Sighing deeply, Huang Liren expressed his discontent. Yet in the next moment, Yi Chang propped himself up and stood. Witnessing this, Huang Liren was instantly elated. Could it be that he had changed his mind? How swiftly. This is truly splendid. Chapter 71. Cursed? Did your eye witness my misfortune? In the next moment, amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Yi Chang bypassed everyone and walked slowly towards Lin Yi. Just then, Yi Chang suddenly slipped, crashing to his knees at the water's edge, right before Lin Yi. The unexpected scene left Lin Yi momentarily stunned. What was this performance? However, he quickly regained his composure, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he resumed his usual tone. My goodness. Although I saved you, this manner of expressing gratitude is rather insincere. Wouldn't you agree? Ahem. If you truly wish to thank me, just transfer the money directly to my account. I'm rather shy, you see. He-chan's expression darkened upon hearing Lin Yi's shameless remarks. He had merely intended to express his gratitude and admit his defeat. But who would have thought his foot would slip, leading to this predicament? A wave of profound helplessness washed over him, and Yi-chang slowly bowed his head. I concede. What? What did you say? You wish to thank me with 5,000 yuan? That's rather inappropriate, but do hand it over. Lin Yi feigned an embarrassed expression, extending his hand. The crowd fell silent at this scene, followed by a moment of silent mourning for Yi-chang. This was not merely being thick-skinned, it was bordering on outrageous. Yi-chang's insides churned as he gritted his teeth. I said I lost. And I will indeed give you the 5,000. But I have one request. Can you refrain from throwing me into the water? I can sing conquered. Just like that, conquered by you. All right. Since you are willing to part with the money. Oh no, since you are eager to express your gratitude. I suppose I must accept. WeChat or Alipay? Lin Yi flashed a bright, sunny smile. It's all my fault for being too impressive, Yi-chang. You are not lacking in merit either, merely unfortunate to have encountered me. Unable to bear it any longer, Yi-chang interrupted darkly. Let's go with WeChat. Now this is the Lin Yi I know, adept at extortion and all, the comments flowed in. What are you saying? This is merely a case of helping others. Did Lin Yi not save him? Oh no, I never expected the mighty Emperor Yi-chang to kneel and sing conquered. I'm so delighted. Goodness, is no one paying attention to the smiling water plants beneath the surface? Huang Liren, am I, a CEO, being completely ignored here? The atmosphere in the live stream was filled with joy, completely devoid of the earlier oppressive tension from the murky waters. However, Yi-chang's live stream was a different story, filled with cries urging him to flee. Moments later, after completing the WeChat payment, Yi-chang lifted his head, his gaze tinged with reluctance. Though I lost, Lin Yi. You haven't caught a single fish. What kind of fishing competition is this? But I earned more than you. Lin Yi smiled lightly. You haven't caught any fish. Yet I've made more money. Shall we have another round? Yi-chang regretted his words instantaneously. Lin Yi sighed deeply, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Alas, even if you compete 100 or 1,000 times, you will still find no opportunity. Some things, once lost, can never be reclaimed. Cutting your losses is your wisest choice. Otherwise, you risk losing everything. Yi-chang clenched his teeth, thinking that this was rather pretentious, yet felt powerless to counter it. Let it be, let it all be destroyed. Next time we compete. But there won't be a next time. After casting a long, contemplative glance at Lin Yi, Yi-chang turned and departed with his equipment, leaving without an ounce of nostalgia. The officers observed Yi-chang's disheveled exit, momentarily at a loss for words. Unable to bear Lin Yi's display, Zhou Qingfeng approached and patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, expressing with a tone of sympathy, Comrade Lin. It's perfectly normal to come up empty-handed. I often do as well. Don't be disheartened. What? Lin Yi responded, astonished. How could you think I am disheartened? I am quite pleased. Thank you very much. Hey, Officer Zhou, I am not disheartened, nor did I come up empty. I caught weapons and ammunition, even a corpse. Don't spread falsehoods, or I shall accuse you of defamation. Defamation, you say? Lin Yi retorted with indignation. Zhou Qifeng clearly disapproved of Lin Yi's successful pretense. It was undoubtedly that. But you didn't catch any fish. That constitutes coming up empty. Lin Yi, I truly did not come up empty. You didn't catch any fish. Laughing, viewers relished the sight of the streamer's embarrassment, feeling a sudden sense of satisfaction. Indeed, the earlier display was quite impressive. Well done, Officer Zhou. Exactly. Not catching any fish means coming up empty. Ha, empty-handed Lin. The live chat was filled with merriment, teasing Lin Yi with his new moniker. Just as Lin Yi and Zhou Qingfeng were engrossed in their banter, a figure approached, coughing heavily. Officer Zhou, young Lin Yi, have you forgotten something? Can you please retrieve my parents' bodies first? Although there are water ghosts below, as long as we execute our safety measures properly, we can safely bring young Lin Yi back up. Rest assured, I will pay 100,000. No, I will add more, 150,000. I will pay every penny to young Lin Yi. Furthermore, I will donate to the Huashan District Public Security Bureau. The revelation left everyone momentarily stunned. Mr. Huang, it's not that we are unwilling to retrieve them. It is simply too dangerous down there. This is not a matter of money. team leader Lu expressed helplessly. But the next moment, a confident voice rang out. 150,000? Mr. Huang, it's a deal. I will go down right now. I just got distracted and forgot. Upon hearing the price had increased, Lin Yi immediately agreed. Little Lin, don't be reckless. There are water ghosts down there. It's fine. Just tie the rope around me. If there's a problem, I will pull it frantically. Besides, Mr. Huang is donating to the police, such a benevolent act. We cannot refuse. Lin Yi declared with an air of righteousness. Without the promise of 150,000. One might mistakenly believe Lin Yi to be a paragon of justice. The initial reluctance of the host has swiftly transformed. Lin Yi warned of imminent danger, to which Mr. Huang offered financial assistance, prompting Lin Yi to commend his generosity, asserting that refusal was not an option. The humor of the situation was not lost. As it became apparent that the host was indeed swayed by the promise of monetary reward, a spectator remarked on the competitive nature of the program, emphasizing the allure of the staggering 10 billion prize. As the host prepared to plunge into the water, silence fell over the audience in anticipation. Ultimately, Lu Qing acquiesced to Lin Yi's request to dive once more, this time ensuring all safety measures were in place. With a splash, Lin Yi, unencumbered by any broadcasting equipment, plunged into the depths, navigating with ease towards the location where Yi Chang had become ensnared, taking in the scene before him. Chapter 72, Boss. I cry for the thief. Lin Yi once again beheld the aquatic plant, along with its eerie, smiling visage. However, unlike before, he observed for quite some time and noted that apart from the peculiar grin, the plant exhibited no other unusual characteristics or movements. Not wishing to linger any longer, Lin Yi proceeded to swim deeper into the water. Following the aquatic vegetation downward, it wasn't long before he stumbled upon two enormous suitcases, one black and the other red. Strangely, the plant seemed to extend between the two suitcases. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yi's pupils dilated in astonishment, igniting a suspicion within him about the possible existence of supernatural forces. Fortunately, the aquatic plant remained still. Had it stirred, Lin Yi would have surely panicked. After observing the plant for a while, Lin Yi resolved to uproot it, for he feared that when he retrieved the suitcases, the plant might suddenly come to life, leading to dire consequences. With a series of bubbles rising, the plant was effortlessly uprooted and firmly grasped in his hand. Lin Yi then pulled on the black suitcase. It had some weight, but was not overly cumbersome. Ascending with the eerie smiling plant and the black suitcase, he found the journey remarkably smooth. With a splash, he soon emerged from the water and swam toward the shore. Several police officers cautiously accepted the suitcase and gently placed it on the bank. At that moment, the crowd noticed the object in Lin Yi's other hand. What in the world is that? Zhou Qingfeng exclaimed, taken aback. Is this the smiling aquatic plant you mentioned? It truly exists. How terrifying. Lin Yi, where did you find this? Get rid of it. No, quickly, bring fire to burn it. The onlookers shuddered at the sight of the bizarre plant, never expecting such a phenomenon to exist in reality. They had not been joking earlier. Waving the aquatic plant, Lin Yi reassured them, do not be alarmed, it is a lifeless entity. The reason Yi Chang got entangled may have been due to his excessive nervousness and fear. Look, when I toss it on the ground, it reacts not at all. As he spoke, Lin Yi stomped on it a few times. Witnessing this, the crowd cast a deep glance at Lin Yi. He appeared utterly unafraid. He had even plucked it from the water and stomped on it. Who wouldn't he be frightened to encounter such a thing at the bottom of the water? Oh my, this streamer is truly fearless. Indeed, the smiling aquatic plant is real. The world is full of wonders. So that night she was not lying. There truly was a smiling face in the wardrobe, and it belonged to old Wang. Could the one upstairs be old Wang's smiling face? Streamer, quickly open the suitcase and see if there are any bodies inside. The viewers in the live stream urged to open the suitcase, while Huang Liren, trembling, inched closer to the case. At that moment, he desperately wished that it contained nothing. Just as he was about to unzip it, Lin Yi intervened. Mr. Huang, please take a moment to compose yourself. Do not open the suitcase just yet. There is another one below. Retrieve that one first before you open this. With that, Lin Yi dove back into the water, leaving the officers in a state of bewilderment. What did he just say? Is there truly a saying that good things come in pairs? The officers gazed at Huang Liren, who appeared distressed, yet managed a heavy nod before collapsing onto the ground. Xiao Chun, have you finished questioning the fishermen surrounding us? Lu Team sighed, casting a glance at the scene before turning to inquire. The captain has completed his inquiries. The records are prepared, and the suspicions against these fishermen have been largely dismissed. The reservoir owner hasn't encountered any unusual individuals in recent days. It is likely a body washed down from upstream, Officer Chin replied earnestly. Lu Qing nodded. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, what about the young lady who came with Lin Yi? Is she feeling any better? Team leader, well, Zhang Bingbing is still vomiting and hasn't stopped, Officer Chin said, a look of embarrassment crossing his face as he gazed into the distance. With a sigh, Lu Qing said nothing further, fixating silently on the water's surface. Soon, with a splash, Lin Yi emerged once more, dragging a red suitcase ashore, having only taken 2 minutes. The black suitcase retrieved exuded a foul stench, surrounded by swarms of mosquitoes. The presence of a body within was now unmistakable. Placing the 2 suitcases side by side, Huang Liren knelt between them, weeping uncontrollably. As the forensic expert slowly opened the 2 suitcases, a sharp gasp escaped. Dad, Mom. Huang Liren felt his mind blur, nearly collapsing to the ground, but was steadied just in time by the bald Qing. Observing Huang Liren's reaction, it was clear to everyone around that his parents were undoubtedly the victims, prompting a collective sigh. The crowd's attention shifted back to the 2 corpses. As the forensic expert cautiously pulled back the old man's right hand, where the blood had long dried, leaving only desiccated grooves. Frowning, the expert discerned the inscriptions on the hand. Zhao, Lin? Huh? Hearing this name, a group of suited men abruptly froze, with Qing trembling noticeably at the forefront. What did you say, forensic brother? Zhao Lin? How do you know Zhao Lin? It is inscribed on the old man's right hand. It is clear that it was etched while he was alive, likely with a shard of glass, and it seems probable that the deceased carved it themselves. Otherwise, the hand wouldn't be grasping so tightly. The names Zhou and Lu appear to implicate a suspect. Boom. Upon hearing this, Qing slumped to the ground in disbelief. How could this be? How could my second brother be the murderer? It is him. The second brother has been pestering the little sister lately. No wonder he had to step out a few days ago. So that's it. Zhao Lin, you have a cruel heart. Huang Liren, now regaining his composure, gnashed his teeth in a terrifying manner, exuding a sense of wrath. Hello, is this Xiao Kiki? Initiate a full pursuit for Zhao Lin. Yes, Zhao Lin, do not let him escape. Without a moment's hesitation, Shou Qifeng dialed to headquarters, demanding action. The Huashan District Criminal Police team sprang into action. Within half an hour, they apprehended the suspect, confirming him as the murderer. As for what would transpire next, it was beyond the concern of Lin Yi, the streamer. The reservoir scene remained tense. Observing Huang Liren and a group of solemn men clad in black bowing their heads in sorrow for over 10 minutes. Lin Yi hesitated to intrude. However, as dusk approached, he mustered the courage to speak up. Clearing his throat, he ventured, Mr. Huang, it's nearly dark. Perhaps we could settle the account first? He feigned a casual stroll, softly coughing to draw attention. Goodness, this host truly possesses a remarkable gift for conversation, some onlookers mused. Juggling humor and profit, even amidst tears? Though it seems somewhat unethical, I find myself amused. It's inexplicable. My sincerest apologies, young brother Lin Yi. I nearly forgot. Please forgive me. Huang Liren replied, wiping away his tears. Certainly, no need for forgiveness. Rest assured, Lin Yi replied, momentarily taken aback. How could one not forgive? Young brother Lin Yi. There are 150,000 in this card, and the password is my birthday. Handing over a bank card, Huang Liren turned away to weep once more. Lin Yi stood in shock, uncertain of Huang's birthday. He felt somewhat at a loss. Nonetheless, the man was his patron, and given his evident grief, it was inappropriate to express frustration. He approached and gently patted Huang Liren's shoulder. Is there something you need? Huang Liren asked through his tears. Mr. Huang, please. Hold your tears for a moment. I am unaware of your birthday, Lin Yi responded. Huang Liren, still sobbing, replied, I apologize. I'm just accustomed to it. 731223. With that, he turned back to his tears. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Yi earnestly stated, Mr. Huang, do not be too sorrowful. Death is irreversible. Please accept my condolences. Furthermore, boss, I am quite skilled at mourning. Feel free to call me should the need arise. At this, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, all staring at Lin Yi in disbelief. Whether or not he truly excels at mourning remains uncertain, but he certainly seems quite callous at this moment. Is this truly a form of consolation? Such an unconventional approach. Chapter 73. The flavor is just right. Shou Qingfeng's expression darkened as he yanked Lin Yi out. Hey, what are you all staring at me for? I'm genuinely distressed here. Captain Zhou, please don't tug at my clothes. If you damage them, you'll have to compensate me. I'm really quite miserable. Remember, you were here this morning. Officer Zhou, bear witness for me. Lin Yi protested, looking utterly innocent. Zhou Qingfeng. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter at this scene. Ha ha ha. Oh, the flavor is just right. This is the essence of it. Pfft, as expected of you. The host, always so hardcore when comforting others. Distress? Do they need your distress right now? Hey, that's not fair. Distress is a gesture of goodwill from the host. Besides, the host's skills in expressing distress are truly impressive, deeply moving. I can attest. I saw it this morning, haha. Oh no, I'm a guy, and I'm now totally shipping Zhou and the host. It feels so full of passion. Hey, you there? Your thoughts are off. Let me check that out. Goodness, the live stream chat had descended into chaos once again. On the shore, Zhou Qifeng had intended to distance himself from Lin Yi, but at that moment, his phone rang. Hello? Captain. We have some leads on the Wu family and the ancient tomb case. You need to return quickly. Also, Deputy Captain Xiao has already taken a team to apprehend Zhou Xiaolin. Understood. I'm on my way back. After hanging up, Zhou Qifeng exchanged a few more words with Lin Yi before urgently leaving, entrusting the case to Officer Lu Qing. Lin Yi stood momentarily in confusion. Ancient tomb? Wu family? Why am I overthinking this? Where's Zhang Bingbing? Why is she missing? Lin Yi observed his surroundings, but found no trace of her. This was another potential benefactor. He couldn't afford to lose her. After searching around, he finally inquired with Officer Lu and located Zhang Bingbing in a modest room. Another glass of water, please, Andy. Zhang Bingbing looked pale and weak. Goodness, how long have you been vomiting, girl? You're going to drain your bile at this rate. Still not acclimated? The aunt handed her a glass of water, concern etched on her face. This girl had no idea how much water she had consumed since the beginning. How much would that cost? Auntie, you haven't seen the body. It's just... witnessing her plight, the viewers in the live stream felt a mix of sympathy and mischief. I can't believe it. Is she experiencing morning sickness? Host. You must take responsibility. Wow, what a morning sickness. You really understand. Hee. Can someone calculate the psychological trauma area for her? Any calculus experts here? Are you serious, bro? You actually want that? Don't be scared, Bing Bing. The host will protect you. Come on, rich lady love. Observing the barrage of comments from the viewers, Lin Yi helplessly remarked, I say, you brothers who enjoy freeloading, it's dark now. Your mothers are calling you home for dinner. Stop spectating. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Bingbing turned around in surprise. Lin Gu? Is it all over? Yes, it's over. Lin Yi nodded slightly and inquired, are we still fishing? We have yet to catch a single fish today. If we wish to continue, we could relocate. No, thank you. I have no taste for fish, Zhang Bingbing replied, her face pale as she waved her hands. If we were to reel in a corpse, I truly would lose my appetite. She was genuinely apprehensive about the prospect of Lin Yi catching something bizarre. The mere thought of a lifeless body had made her nauseous for quite some time. She could hardly bear the idea of fishing any longer. The sky has darkened. So shall we depart? Lin Yi suggested. Yes, let us go. Lin Gu, could you drive over? My legs are trembling and I can hardly move. Zhang Bingbing leaned back in her chair, visibly shivering. Taking the keys, Lin Yi smiled and nodded. Ha ha ha, who wouldn't tremble upon seeing a corpse? Honestly, I wouldn't mind trembling alongside you just once. Please. Queue up, no cutting it. Well, can the host tremble with me? Don't worry, I'll be quick. Upon witnessing the barrage of comments from his viewers, Lin Yi felt a shiver run down his spine, and his lips twitched. What kind of predatory remarks were these? What was the implication of their attention on him? Without hesitation, Lin Yi sent a plane ticket to the user who wished to tremble with him. Bang, bang, bang. The supercar roared to life as he picked up the young lady and drove towards the city center. Inside the car, she busily placed orders on her phone, seemingly unaware of what she was purchasing. Half an hour later, they arrived at the residential complex. After a total of 3 hours, the fare amounted to 600 yuan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bingbing cheerfully made the payment, then softly said to Lin Yi, Lin Gu, I have a small request. Would it be possible to extend the time? Perhaps we could sit at my place for a while? Oh, and by the way, my parents are not home tonight. Oh, you want to hang out? Eat chicken. And your parents are away? This feels a bit difficult to comprehend. Each word was clear, yet when combined into a single sentence, it felt somewhat ambiguous. Was it possible that she was intrigued by his valor today and wished to test the waters? A wave of imagination washed over Lin Yi, causing his thoughts to wander. Spending a few hours with her, he couldn't deny Zhang Bingbing's allure. To claim he was unaffected would be sheer nonsense. Extending the time is no problem at all. I promise to provide you with exceptional service tonight, ensuring your satisfaction. As he opened the car door, Lin Yi assisted in carrying the fishing gear. The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement, each one howling in delight. I can't believe it. Is the host experiencing another romantic encounter? When did ride-sharing become so appealing to the ladies? I must try my hand at it tomorrow. The host is truly fortunate. Not only is he earning money, but now he may also gain companionship. What a beast. I have but one request, dear host. Please do not end the live stream tonight. I want to partake in this adventure too. Upon reaching the apartment, unlocking the door, and stepping inside, Lin Yi felt his heart race. Spring had arrived. Chapter 74, Is it really just about eating chicken? Encountering robbers with a soft thud, Zhang Bingbing habitually reclined on the sofa, tossing her shoes aside. Embodying a picture of languid leisure, Lin Yi, having set down his fishing gear and closed the door, prepared to retrieve other tools. Just then, he heard the familiar sound of a game notification as Bingbing pulled out her phone. Lin Gu, what is your username in the chicken game? I invite you to join me for a round, she said cheerfully. Hey, Lin Gu, why are you taking off your clothes? Is it hot? I'll turn on the air conditioning right away. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Hearing her words shattered his heart. So this is what she meant by eating chicken? After all that anticipation, he felt utterly perplexed. Well, it is a bit warm. So you mean eating chicken is just playing a game? He replied, awkwardly putting his shirt back on, his face flushed with embarrassment. You tell me to play a game after I've taken off my clothes. The feeling is truly painful. Of course not. I just ordered 2 roasted chickens. They should be here soon. As if on cue, a knock echoed at the door. The delivery had arrived. Lin Yi was left with an indescribable feeling as he received the 2 roasted chickens. So, your parents aren't home? He inquired, momentarily pausing. My parents not being home simply means I can play chicken games all night long. Lin Gu, stop dawdling. Hurry and eat. With that, Zhang Bingbing seized a chicken leg and devoured it heartily. Ha ha ha, streamer, eat up. Why aren't you eating? Don't you like it? She asked, truly a girl. Not deceiving me at all. It's just about eating chicken, oh, and playing games. Ha 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 ha. I can hardly contain my laughter. How many of you wolf friends thought otherwise? You've taken off your pants? You're telling me it's literally about eating chicken? Enough, enough. Alas, my mom is calling me home for chicken. Despite Lin Yi's regret that the meaning of eating chicken had gone awry, he couldn't resist Bingbing's warm hospitality. Well, you can't deny this roasted chicken is quite good, filled with lentils. Soon, a plethora of dishes that Bingbing had ordered arrived, leaving them thoroughly satiated. Afterward, Lin Yi and Bingbing engaged in over 2 hours of gaming, playing the chicken game. Surprisingly, during the live stream, Lin Yi found himself bested by elementary school students multiple times, often with a frying pan, and even worse, with mere fists. Infuriating. One day, he vowed to sever the internet connection of those little rascals and confront their mothers. As the clock approached 10 in the evening, the gaming session concluded. Lin Gu, goodbye. Come visit me again when you have time, Bingbing said sweetly, leaning against the doorframe. However, to Lin Yi, it seemed there would be no next time. Just eating chicken? Who would come? Goodbye. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Yi turned to leave. Oh, by the way, Lin Gu, remember to stop by the market on your way back to buy a fish. The Air Force can't go back empty-handed. That's the rule for fishermen. Upon hearing those words, Lin Yi's mouth twitched slightly. Could one not engage in a civil conversation? What did it mean to be airborne? Was he truly airborne? Without a backward glance, he hastily departed. The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained by the scene. Haha, the girl is simply adorable, taking eating chicken quite literally. TSK, she seems genuinely concerned. Streamer, the girl is correct. Fishermen cannot be airborne. You should quickly purchase a fish from the market. Hee. What market? It's late. They're all closed. The name Airborne Lin Yi has a nice ring to it. TSK. Observing the viewer's playful banter, Lin Yi chuckled, opting not to elaborate further. The more one speaks, the more one airs. He hailed a cab by the roadside. Beep beep. Soon, a black rideshare vehicle arrived before him. To be honest, it felt somewhat peculiar for him, a rideshare driver, to now be a passenger. He got in the car, directing the driver straight home, not bothering to tend to the young lady's business. It was too late for that. The driver was not one for idle chatter. Remaining largely silent, Lin Yi appreciated the tranquility, having had a long day, and prepared to close the live stream and rest his eyes. Just then, the driver's phone rang. Hello? Brother Wu? Going out for drinks? Hold on. Let me drop this dumbass off first. The driver's voice was loud, causing Lin Yi to pause momentarily. Excuse me. Are you referring to me as that dumbass? In the stillness of the car, Lin Yi's voice echoed. The atmosphere grew even quieter. The viewers in the live stream found it hilarious. Haha, dumbass is quite an apt descriptor. It suits the streamer well. Driver, there are only two of us in the car. If not you, then who? Streamer. There is no need for doubt. The dumbass mentioned by the driver is indeed you. Be a bit more confident. What is happening? Aren't you usually quite self-assured? Why the uncertainty now? Haha. Lin Yi paused his fingers, initially intending to close the live stream, but it had suddenly become lively again. He wished to retort to the viewers, yet the driver, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, scoffed and turned with a disdainful expression, saying, "Dumbass isn't referring to anyone else. It must be you. Is there a car here? Clearly, there is a dumbass present. Just sit quietly until we reach your destination, and then it's over. Now, be quiet. Damn. I'm someone who navigates the streets. Be careful, or I might take you to a remote place." Hearing the driver's words, Lin Yi felt his anger surge. He had thought the driver was merely joking, but instead, he was told to be quiet, with that unsettling hee-hee. This was beyond mere audacity. Simultaneously, the viewers in the live stream were also displeased. I genuinely thought the driver was just joking, but wow, he sounds like a real streetwise character. What the heck? Is the driver a gangster? I can't tolerate this. Streamer, take him down a notch. Lin Yi did not pay attention to the comments in the live stream. At that moment, he was consumed by furious indignation. Do not refer to me as old man repeatedly. Driver. If you apologize now, I may show you some mercy. Otherwise. Lin Yi cast a cold glance in his direction. The driver, displaying a look of disdain, retorted. Otherwise? What could you possibly do? Kill me? If it weren't for the fact that you're a man, I would have tied you up long ago. There are plenty of women who have fallen for me. Since you seem so oblivious, I've heard that many wealthy women are fond of young men these days. You have a decent appearance. You could fetch quite a price. I've changed my mind. Heh. The driver revealed a sinister smile and pulled over to a secluded spot. Lin Yi merely observed, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Kidnap him to sell him? This was the most absurd notion he had ever encountered. Are you implying that you intend to abduct me? Lin Yi casually rolled his neck and smiled nonchalantly. Chapter 75. Is it over? Now it's my turn. Oh, you still refuse to accept your fate? You've been kidnapped. What objections could you possibly have? In my view, you should feel fortunate. Being a duck has its perks. At least you can enjoy yourself. By the way, while you're reveling in pleasure, don't forget your benefactor. I am Zhang Sanning. Zhang Sanning swung open the car door, brandishing a baseball bat, intending to drag Lin Yi out and knock him unconscious. Observing this, Lin Yi smiled, his amusement evident, and stepped out of the car as well. Oh, so you're quite brave, voluntarily exiting the vehicle, huh? Typically. The girls I've abducted plead for mercy. Shall you shout a few cries? I'm not quite accustomed to this, you see. Zhang Sanning licked his lips, swinging the bat with an air of arrogance. This scene incited outrage among the live stream audience. This old man is extraordinarily arrogant, licking his lips like that. How disgusting. Wait, if what Zhang Sanning says is true, then this person is indeed a kidnapper, a criminal. Damn. I can't believe it. Oh no, Sanning, encountering the streamer today is your misfortune. Whether you're Sanfeng or Sanning, the streamer is a professional boxer. Let us see what you've got, Pikachu. In an instant, the viewers in the live stream grew excited, displaying no concern for Lin Yi. However, some newcomers were apprehensive, yet everyone shared a silent understanding not to report to the authorities. Well, it is uncertain whether Lin Yi is simply unpopular or... Are you jesting? You truly have kidnapped individuals? Multiple girls, no less? Lin Yi spoke with a calm demeanor. Ah, you've finally come to your senses, haven't you? But who are you trying to impress with your calm facade? It's just the two of us here. If I were to end you, no one would ever know. Zhang Sanning rested the bat on his shoulder, exuding confidence, as if he had Lin Yi completely under his thumb. Indeed, with a face like yours, resembling a pretty boy, you hardly seem capable of withstanding a blow. What two people? I have thousands of spectators. Oh well. I won't bore you with chatter. One might think you were an actor I hired. Lin Yi stretched his limbs, speaking nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanning wore a puzzled expression. What does he mean by thousands? What actor? What nonsense is this? If he wishes for a quick end, I shall oblige. In the next moment, Zhang Sanning's expression darkened, turning menacing as he swung the baseball bat directly at Lin Yi's face. Bang! The scene Zhang Sanning had envisioned did not unfold. His pupils dilated in shock, sweat pouring down as he exclaimed, "How could you possibly withstand that blow?" Zhang Sanning attempted to yank the bat back, only to find it immovable, as if ensnared in quicksand. No matter how much strength he exerted, it remained lodged in place. "Is it over? Now it's my turn." Lin Yi smirked ominously, seizing the baseball bat firmly in his grasp, and the roles of offense and defense had now shifted. With a series of resounding thuds, Lin Yi did not hold back, striking Zhang Sanning's body repeatedly. In no time, he had brought Zhang Sanning crashing to the ground, utterly unable to resist. With a dismissive scoff, Lin Yi discarded the baseball bat. Finding it far less satisfying than delivering a solid punch, each blow landing with gratifying force, he relentlessly pounded Zhang Sanning, who lay helpless on the ground. Despite the latter's desperate pleas for mercy, Lin Yi exhibited no compassion. A minute later, Zhang Sanning could no longer utter a sound, collapsing lifelessly to the earth. A branch protruding from his rear, an emblem of his attempt to betray Lin Yi for profit. Since he yearned for such a fate, Lin Yi decided to fulfill his desire. "Your methods of robbery and kidnapping are rather pathetic, not even comparable to Wang Xiaojiang," Lin Yi remarked, leaning against the car while lighting a cigarette. "Almost forgot. You don't know who Wang Xiaojiang is. He is a professional boxer. Nothing extraordinary, really." This casual dismissal sent a jolt through Zhang Sanning's paralyzed body. A professional boxer. What kind of trouble had he gotten himself into? Kidnapping? What nonsense is this? "Please, I admit my mistakes. I have 3,000 yuan in the car. Take it as compensation. I'm connected to Wu Sand. Have some mercy." Zhang Sanning stammered, struggling to maintain his composure. Lin Yi, extinguishing his cigarette with disdain, retorted, "What do you take me for? A common thug? Do you think I need your 3,000 yuan? This is self-defense, understand? And having reported this incident, I'm entitled to a reward for my cooperation. Do you think me foolish?" As he spoke, Lin Yi retrieved his phone and dialed a familiar number. Zhang Sanning fixed Lin Yi with a horrified stare, disbelief etched on his face. Meanwhile, in the live stream, viewers were utterly shocked by the unfolding events. Is this really self-defense? I must admit, my knowledge is limited. Can someone explain? It seems to be self-defense. The assailant struck first and had clear intentions. The broadcaster is indeed justified. Wow, this is enlightening. If I report you, doesn't that mean the 3,000 yuan is mine? Huh, the robber really made a mistake. After robbing you, he still thinks the 3,000 is his. Seriously, who dares to rob a streamer? Without a weapon, what is the point? The streamer just knocked out a professional boxer. Wait, can someone clarify? Isn't there a branch stuck where it shouldn't be? Doesn't that hurt? To the person above, are you confused? Where is the pain? The kidnapper is enjoying himself. After reporting to Shou Chi Feng and glancing at the barrage of comments, Lin Yi was left speechless. Brothers, isn't your focus misplaced? I was robbed. Aren't you concerned about my well-being? Send gifts, give likes. I can't comprehend your fixation on branches and money. Lin Yi spread his hands, excitement evident. Cough, I usually don't laugh at the streamers, but haha. What you said is quite amusing. Dear host, how is it that you can simultaneously express your grievances while calling for gifts? Remarkable. Is this an essential skill for a streamer? Shall we expect a countdown to a link soon? This time, I shall partake for free. But I promise to contribute next time. Host, keep a tab on this. I shall present gifts at the year's end. As for you, feel free to deliver a punch to the robber, and I shall offer a flower. Wait, it seems the robber has gone silent. Aren't you concerned, dear host? What if something has gone amiss? While streaming, Lin Yi calmly glanced at Zhang Sanning. He is perfectly fine. Everyone, let us shower the host with gifts. She appears quite frightened. Moreover, to those urging me to deliver the final blow, refrain from such comments. I am well versed in the law. If I were to engage now, you would be inadvertently sending me to the sewing machine. With that said, a generous viewer in the chat sent a rocket, with a note attached, for every punch. A shout and a gift. Observing this, Lin Yi signaled an OK gesture, adjusted the camera, and prepared for action. Chapter 76, Are They Not Your Relatives? Perhaps your brother-in-law? Before long, Lin Yi and Zhang Sanning vanished from the live broadcast, leaving only a chorus of anguished cries. The screams echoed, causing the gifts in the live stream to soar. With every scream, a rocket was launched. Lin Yi relished this no-risk venture. The host is doing splendidly. Hee. The host won't escape later. I've recorded everything. Well, you bunch of old sixes, you just love sending Lin Yi into the machine, don't you? To the one above, did you record it or not? I did. Good heavens. The viewers in the live stream were all eager to witness Lin Yi's encounter with the machine. Truly a scene of utmost filial piety. After a considerable time of this, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. Only then did Lin Yi cease his actions. The live stream resumed, revealing Lin Yi, breathless and drenched in sweat, appearing utterly exhausted. In stark contrast, Zhang Sanning lay on the ground, his face grotesquely swollen and his head a shade of crimson. Helplessly slumped and muttering, his gaze towards Lin Yi filled with terror. What the hell, who is this? Goodness gracious. He has been beaten to such a degree that even his mother wouldn't recognize him now. Indeed, the big brother of the live stream is fierce. The rockets are pouring in. While timid during the broadcast, they shower gifts rapidly during a fight. How amusing. Host, you're finished. Haha, I have evidence in hand. Enjoy your time with the machine at the station. The viewers in the live stream mocked, reveling in the spectacle. Meanwhile, from the police vehicle, two officers approached with measured steps, led by Zhou Qingfeng. What is going on? Lin Yi, where are the robbers you mentioned? Zhou Qingfeng gazed at Lin Yi, perplexed by his seemingly unscathed appearance. Surely, this cannot be a false report? Robbery? Where is the robbery? Officer Zhou glanced at the ground. Lin Yi smiled faintly, gesturing towards the incapacitated Zhang Sanning. What the hell? Upon seeing the suspect in such a state, Zhou Qifeng exchanged bewildered glances with his partner. Is this even a person? Comrade Lin, you have assaulted someone? And it seems quite severely. Given the condition of this individual, it appears you may be facing imprisonment. Furthermore, you claim that the person who robbed you is this one on the ground, not the other way around. Zhou Qingfeng stared at Lin Yi in disbelief, his face trembling. Hey, Officer Zhou, don't wrongfully accuse the innocent. I must report. This individual likely has a murder charge against him, and he has claimed to have kidnapped several young women. Officer Zhou, if this holds true, might there be a reward? Moreover, there is over 3,000 in stolen goods in that vehicle. Let us say that a fitting reward, as I'm not greedy. Lin Yi cradled his hands behind his head, chuckling. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingfeng's mouth twitched. Xiaolu, you go check that vehicle. I'll handle this fellow. Bring it here. While speaking, Zhou Qifeng extended his hand towards Lin Yi. What? Lin Yi was taken aback. I know you've been live streaming. Hand over your equipment. I want to review the footage. Zhou Qifeng cast a displeased glance. Oh, you should have mentioned it earlier. Here. Upon receiving the phone, Zhou Qingfeng scrutinized the entire incident with great seriousness, only to furrow his brow in contemplation. It truly aligned with what you had described. However, what does it mean that after your legitimate self-defense, you went on to deliver a fatal blow to the assailant? That could constitute a crime. Zhou Qifeng remarked with a stern expression. Hey, Officer Zhou, please be careful with your words. I might see you for defamation, Lin Yi hastily retorted. That Zhang Sanning merely stumbled and fell to the ground, crying out in agony. Furthermore, the footage does not capture the moment I delivered the final blow. Officer, I am a law-abiding citizen, a respectable individual. Lin Yi was quick to defend himself, having prepared his arguments in advance. Yet, the viewers in your live stream chat are all commenting on your online actions, and you even received gifts. How do you explain that? Zhou Qingfeng squinted as he glanced at the barrage of comments. Fine. So this is how you want to play it. The audience in the live stream is truly relentless. It appears they are sending him off to the sewing machine. Haha. It's so funny to see Lin Yi in such a predicament. Cough. Officer Zhou's insight is remarkable. Streamer, just serve a few days. It's nothing. You'll be out soon. Ha. Listening to the conversation between Officer Zhou and Lin Yi, the viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained. Just as Lin Yi intended to explain further, Zhou Qifeng suddenly froze in realization. Zhang Sanning? That name sounds somewhat familiar. In an instant, Zhou Qifeng rushed towards the individual with the swollen face, examining him closely. After a considerable time, Zhou Qifeng excitedly exclaimed, It's him. You are Zhang Sanning. How wonderful. Huh? Witnessing Zhou Qingfeng's exuberance, both Lin Yi and the viewers in the live stream were left in a state of astonishment. Lin Yi was utterly bewildered. What was this? Officer Zhou recognized him? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Yi's face flushed with embarrassment, and he awkwardly cleared his throat. Cough. Officer Zhou, I truly apologize. I had no idea Zhang Sanning was your relative. Don't worry. I will cover the medical expenses. Lin Yi stepped over to Zhou Qingfeng, patting his chest in assurance. Cough. Zhou Qingfeng was taken aback by Lin Yi's words. What? My relative? Comrade Xiaolin, are you all right? Why are you so agitated then? Is he not your relative? Could he possibly be your brother-in-law? Lin Yi stared blankly. Haha. The streamer's thought process is extraordinary. The streamer is not wrong. I also believe this person is Officer Zhou's relative. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so excited. Goodness, even if he is a relative, he cannot commit robbery. That's illegal. At this moment, Shou Qifeng observed the live stream comments and then glanced at Lin Yi with a darkened expression. Enough. This individual is not my relative. He is a subordinate of Wu San. And I am investigating a case that has some connection to him, which is why I was so excited. Stop jumping to conclusions. All right, you can leave now. Go home and get some rest. Shou Qifeng promptly explained, lest rumors spiral out of control. Oh, I see, Lin Yi remarked, casting a deep glance at him. Nodding with keen interest. At that moment, Lu, who was inspecting the vehicles nearby, made a significant discovery. On Zhou's vehicle, over 3,000 yuan was found, along with several photographs of young women. To my knowledge, these were young ladies who had gone missing in the past 2 months. They all shared a commonality. They had once boarded this very car. Thud. Upon hearing this revelation, Zhou Qingfeng's expression grew even more serious. Lu took the suspect back to the police station for detention. Comrade Lin, please accompany me back to the station to record your statement. Zhou Qingfeng said in a grave tone. Well, didn't you say I could leave? What? Do you have any objections? No, it's a citizen's duty. Let's go. Officer Zhou. Lin Yi sighed as he departed in the police vehicle. One more chapter will be submitted before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 77. Which performer engages in such undertakings? This week, Zhou Qifeng harbored suspicions that Lin Yi was deliberately targeting him, yet he lacked concrete evidence. Sigh. Upon witnessing Lin Yi being escorted into a police vehicle, the live streaming room erupted in merriment. At last, he has been apprehended. It was no easy feat. I hope to see no streams from you tomorrow. Love you dearly. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the audience has united in their efforts, successfully sending the streamer to the sewing machine. Quite a challenge. Dear friends, tonight I shall treat everyone to drinks. With young Master Lin footing the bill, Zhou Qingfeng, after perusing the barrage of comments in the live stream, turned to Lin Yi with a peculiar expression and posed a question that struck a nerve. Comrade Lin, do your viewers genuinely wish for your downfall? To end up at the sewing machine? Is this how our rapport has devolved? Cough, cough. Lin Yi fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, he, with a hint of resignation, remarked, Officer Zhou, perhaps it's best to end the stream now. Woe is me, this crowd consists solely of freeloaders. Zhou Qifeng, momentarily at a loss for words, could only shut down the live stream while contemplating other cases. The journey back was uneventful, devoid of any robberies. After completing his statement, Lin Yi returned home. He hailed another cab, which, fortunately, remained uneventful and soon arrived at his abode. After tidying up, Lin Yi accessed the system panel. Ding name, Lin Yi skills, boxer, master driver, instant locksmith, morning master, corpse retrieval expert, treasure hunter, tomb raiding specialist, exceptional fishing techniques. Popularity, 42. For 65 items, divine lockpicking card, D grade, morning cloth, D grade, fishhook attractor, B grade title, tomb raiding set. Upon noticing the impressive popularity score exceeding 40,000. Lin Yi could not suppress his joy. It seemed that his recent robbery had garnered him considerable attention. Splendid. An early night leads to good health. Tomorrow, he would strive fervently again, aiming for 4 more streams. A night passed without incident. However, the video of Lin Yi retrieving a corpse, particularly his morning techniques in the robbery segment, spread widely across various platforms, capturing the curiosity of many. In the late hours, a youthful maiden watched Lin Yi's video of fishing for corpses in the river. A shiver coursed through her. Was this not the very corpse retrieval expert she sought? Alas, the distance was considerable. She resided in the bustling metropolis, while the expert was in Xining, the southernmost part of the nation. Sighing, she leaned back on the sofa, weariness etched across her features. After watching the video repeatedly, her eyes suddenly sparkled with realization as she murmured, Lin Yi? That name seems familiar. Ah, yes. A newly signed artist at my cousin's entertainment company shares that name and is also from Xining. Could it be him? After pondering for a moment, she dialed the number. In a dimly lit office, Zhang Qingyu, initially preparing to turn off the lights and end her workday, was interrupted by an incoming call. Upon seeing the caller ID, she paused momentarily. Qinxing, is there something urgent that prompts you to call at this late hour? I have already sent someone to locate my uncle's body. Employing a master well-versed in feng shui and fortune-telling, it should not be long before we find it. Tomorrow, I will accompany the feng shui master. However, as for the body retrieval personnel, I regret to inform you that I have been unable to find anyone. As there are too few individuals in this line of work, perhaps we could directly enlist the help of a couple of capable men. Zhang Qingyu sat in her chair, having spoken at length. The reason for Zhang Qingyu's lengthy discourse was primarily due to the fact that Zhang Panqing's father, or uncle, had committed suicide by jumping into a reservoir. Yet, no one was aware of the location where Zhang Panqing's father had drowned himself. Had it not been for his final phone call before his death, they might still be in the dark. Just yesterday, Zhang Qingyu had been entrusted with this task. So when Zhang Panqing called, she promptly outlined the subsequent arrangements. Listening to her cousin's words, filled with concern, Zhang Panqing's eyes involuntarily moistened. Ever since her father's demise, no one had been willing to assist her in such a manner. After gathering her thoughts, she inquired, "Cousin, may I ask if you recently signed an artist named Lin Yi? Could you possibly arrange for him to come to Magic City? He seems to be a body retrieval specialist and has experience in the Yellow River, so his skills should be adequate." Pausing briefly, Zhang Panqing revealed her intentions. Lin Yi, a body retrieval specialist? Zhang Qingyu was taken aback by her cousin's words. Wasn't Lin Yi merely a ride-hailing internet celebrity, known for his singing, which was, albeit, quite pleasant? But how had he become a body retrieval specialist? What would others in the industry think if they found out? Are you sure that this body retrieval specialist is named Lin Yi, and that he is in Xining? Indeed, cousin. I will send you a video via WeChat. Ding dong. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Qingyu received a video showing Lin Yi entering the water to retrieve a body, proudly declaring himself a body retrieval specialist from the Yellow River. A few minutes later, after watching the video, Zhang Qingyu was left in a state of shock, utterly incredulous, her mind swirling with confusion. What kind of artist engages in body retrieval? Cousin? Cousin? Do you know this person? Upon hearing Zhang Panqing's words, she finally regained her composure, replying, "Yes. I am acquainted with him." "That's wonderful. Cousin, please ask him to come to Magic City tomorrow. I will cover his fees," Zhang Panqing exclaimed excitedly. In a daze, Zhang Qingyu nodded in agreement. After hanging up, she remained in a bewildered state. Who exactly was Lin Yi? Capable of retrieving bodies, picking locks, and singing a hit song like Sunny Day? Was he still considered an artist? Yet, she had never heard of any artist who willingly engaged in body retrieval. Shaking her head, Zhang Qingyu dismissed her errant thoughts. After messaging Lin Yi, she instructed Xiao Hong to book a flight, decisively confirming Lin Yi's schedule for the next day. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was already engaged in a game with the King of Dreams, blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. The following morning, Lin Yi was abruptly awakened by the incessant ringing of his phone. 4 times. "Sister Hong? Why are you calling me 4 times so early in the morning? Are you not aware that disturbing someone's slumber is rather impolite?" Lin Yi remarked with a hint of irritation after answering the phone. "I apologize, Lin Yi, but I have already booked my flight. It departs at 8 o'clock, and it is now past 6. We must hurry, as my boss and I are awaiting your arrival in the bustling metropolis." With that, Xiao Hong abruptly ended the call, leaving Lin Yi somewhat bewildered. After perusing through all the messages on his phone, Lin Yi realized he was to embark on a business trip to the vibrant city. Goodness. Am I being sent to the metropolis to retrieve a body? He pondered. Nevertheless, this business trip does come with travel expenses, and it is for my boss's family. So I shall rise to the occasion. While I may not excel in retrieving individuals when it comes to handling corpses, that is decidedly within my realm of expertise. After preparing himself, Lin Yi set forth on his journey to the metropolis. I may be delayed in my next update, depending on circumstances, as I am still in the process of conceptualizing. Chapter 78, Master. You are still too young. The airplane soared swiftly, almost with a whoosh. Approaching 10 o'clock, Lin Yi arrived at the airport in the bustling metropolis. As soon as he stepped outside, he spotted Zhang Qingyu, Xiao Hong, and a young lady resembling Zhang Qingyu, presumably her cousin, awaiting his arrival. "Boss, long time no see. Cut the pleasantries, get in the car." Lin Yi, intending to greet them warmly, was taken aback by Zhang Qingyu's brisk demeanor, which left no room for niceties. He was momentarily stunned. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Just a couple of days prior, Zhang Qingyu had exhibited a different demeanor, far less decisive. Did ascending to the role of a boss necessitate maintaining a distance from employees, adopting a cold demeanor? Shaking off his thoughts, Lin Yi decided it was pointless to dwell on such matters. As long as there was a paycheck, that sufficed. In contrast to Zhang Qingyu's aloofness, Xiao Hong and Zhang Panqing were much more cordial. "It's been a while, Lin Yi." "Hello, brother Lin Yi. I am Zhang Panqing. Qingyu is my cousin." Zhang Panqing extended her hand, offering a polite smile. Lin Yi reciprocated with a smile and a handshake, recognizing her as the benefactor behind this endeavor. Lin Yi, as long as you can assist in retrieving my father's body, aside from the 50,000 my cousin promised, if there is anything else you require, I am more than willing to accommodate, Zhang Panqing stated. Lin Yi was taken aback. 50,000? Why did Boss Zhang mention only 20,000? And that was contingent upon success. Where is the remaining 30,000? He slowly turned to Zhang Qingyu, casting a somewhat reproachful glance. As the boss, aren't you going to clarify this? Zhang Qingyu felt a twinge of unease under Lin Yi's gaze, yet she stood her ground, responding defiantly. What are you staring at me for? Zhang Panqing is my cousin, and you are my subordinate. I didn't even ask you to help. 20,000 is already generous. Lin Yi was incredulous. Is this your justification for shortchanging me by 30,000? A middleman doesn't profit this way, let alone a dignified entertainment company owner. How could you treat me this way? It's truly disheartening. My 30,000. What is the matter? As your boss, can I deduct a bit? Don't worry, that 30,000 isn't for me. I will return it to my cousin later. Just agree, will you? Zhang Qingyu asserted, standing her ground firmly. Faced with this scene, Lin Yi found himself at a loss for words. After all, the benefactor was the boss's relative. He had no choice but to comply. Once the financial matters were settled, Lin Yi wasted no time. All right, where's the location? Let us get started. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can wrap up. As his words hung in the air, silence enveloped the car, the two sisters exchanging glances. Observing their reactions, Lin Yi was taken aback, his eyes widening. You don't even know where the body is? The two were momentarily rendered speechless by Lin Yi's inquiry, as they indeed had no clue. Ahem, well, brother Lin Yi, we have already consulted a feng shui master, so it should not pose a significant issue, Zhang Panqing replied, slightly embarrassed. A feng shui master? Goodness, do you think this is a tomb raiding expedition? Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Zhang Qingyu, as if to say, surely, your cousin is jesting. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Zhang Qingyu's cheeks flushed crimson. The formerly poised demeanor of the boss dissipated, her fingers trembling as she gently nodded. With a slap to his forehead, Lin Yi wore an expression of utter disbelief. He had anticipated a rather straightforward task, yet here he was, clueless about the whereabouts of the corpse. This is truly perplexing. He muttered. If I may be so bold, are you certain your father is not merely missing? Lin Yi inquired. Of course not, Zhang Panqing replied. Recounting the series of events, it was evident that her father had taken his own life by jumping into the water. The sound from her phone was unmistakable, and she even played the final recording for him. Upon hearing it, Lin Yi fell into an unusual silence. Are you certain that the feng shui master can locate him? I hope I won't have to dive into every reservoir around the city, Lin Yi expressed, feeling somewhat exhausted. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Qingyu interjected with unwavering confidence. Rest assured, Lin Yi, the feng shui master we have engaged is highly skilled, adept at locating individuals through meticulous methods. He is among the most esteemed in the city. Before coming to fetch you, he has already begun his work, so we should have results upon our return. Locating individuals through meticulous methods? Lin Yi was taken aback by her words. Isn't that a technique typically associated with tomb raiders? And what does communicating with the dead entail? This is quite the revelation. Very well, you may proceed with your plans, he said, slumping into a chair, weariness overtaking him after an early rise. The two did not disturb him, understanding that retrieving a corpse would require considerable physical exertion. In that fleeting moment of closing his eyes, Lin Yi activated today's lottery, silently reciting, System Lottery, 4 times. Ding, congratulations, host, you have won 20,000 yuan. Congratulations, host. You have acquired divine level fortune telling. The first 3 divinations daily are guaranteed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 turtle shell and 5 ancient coins. Wow. Lin Yi stared at the virtual screen, momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such fortune in this round of the lottery. Divine level fortune telling and ancient coins were quite the boon. Without further ado, he began to absorb the glowing orbs, a warm current coursing through his body. In mere moments, Lin Yi became proficient in the art of fortune-telling and comprehended the meaning behind Zhang Qingyu's mention of communicating with the dead. Essentially, it was a technique involving the use of items once belonging to the deceased, their birth dates, and the blood of relatives to locate them. Once he completed the absorption, Lin Yi remained composed, keeping his eyes closed. At that moment, he had acquired an additional vocation, providing fortune-telling services daily, which seemed a promising avenue. After several minutes, they arrived at their destination. Before even alighting from the vehicle, a few individuals approached to report that the feng shui master had located the burial site. Upon hearing this, Zhang Panqin wasted no time and hurried off with Zhang Qingyu to meet the master. Lin Yi, observing the commotion, refrained from intruding. After all, he was merely a corpse retrieval worker, and besides, wouldn't it be more pleasant to sleep? A few minutes later, all preparations were complete. As he opened his eyes, he beheld an ethereal figure, an old Taoist clad in a resplendent yellow robe, approaching him. Accompanying him were several individuals, notably one rotund man, easily recognizable by his oiled hair and prominent ears. With a sudden thud, the master plopped down beside Lin Yi, gazing at him in awe. "Ah, young man, your countenance is quite remarkable. Your celestial palace is robust, clearly indicative of great wealth and fortune. May I inquire what profession you pursue?" "I am Zhang Xiansheng." Taken aback, Lin Yi pondered the current trend of feng shui masters being so keen on scrutinizing one's face. Zhang Xiansheng, a name unfamiliar to him. Furthermore, master, are you not skilled in divination? Why not simply calculate rather than inquire? Such an approach diminishes your prestige. You are still rather youthful, master. Lin Yi chuckled softly, responding with an air of nonchalance. "Ah, the master is too young?" Chapter 79. The master's peculiar hobby. Come to my room tonight. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the surrounding crowd. The esteemed master twitched at the corner of his mouth, pondering the young man's audacity. How bold to declare, "You calculate. Otherwise, the prestige falls short." At over 60 years of age, did he still need to flaunt his prowess? As Master Zhang Xiansheng prepared to offer a few words of rebuttal, a scathing remark erupted from behind him. "Master Zhang is too young? Who do you think you are, brat? You haven't consumed as much salt as Master Zhang as rice." The man, with a rotund visage and slick-back hair, spoke with a voice that boomed, leaving one to wonder if he was the master himself. In response, Lin Yi remained unfazed, a smile lingering on his lips. "And you are?" he inquired. "You don't even know me? I am Zhao Hai, the proprietor of the Magic City Grain and Rice Mall." The man shot Lin Yi a glare, clearly unimpressed by the young man's ignorance. "Oh, I see. I do not recognize you," Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. What sort of attitude is that?" Zhao Hai retorted, indignant. "Just this attitude. It is entirely normal that I do not know you. I initially thought you were the master's son, given your loud voice," Lin Yi casually remarked, casting a glance at the master. "Master, I mean no offense, merely." "Enough," Zhang Xiansheng interjected hastily. "Young man, I only wish to extend a greeting. There is no need for such lengthy discourse." "Oh so, master, you are aware of my profession?" Lin Yi chuckled. "Ah?" Zhang Xiansheng was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by this young man's persistence on the matter. Before Zhang could respond, Zhao Hai, with his ample girth, called out to the master, "Master, enlighten this lad, so he understands what it truly means to be a fortune-teller." A young man who lacks respect. Lin Yi chose to disregard him, his gaze fixed on Zhang Xiansheng, curious whether this man was indeed a true master or merely pretense. Zhang Qingyu and her sister observed the unfolding minor dispute with a hint of anticipation. Feeling the eager attention of the crowd, Zhang Xiansheng felt a pang of exasperation. He had merely intended to engage in polite conversation to showcase a modicum of mastery. Yet, this young man was not adhering to the expected decorum. Sighing, he resolved to demonstrate a bit of his skill. The next moment, Zhang Xiansheng's expression turned serious as he slowly closed his eyes, murmuring incomprehensible incantations. Even Lin Yi, a master fortune-teller in his own right, found himself bewildered. Were these spells genuine or mere nonsense? A large question mark hovered over his head. With an air of theatricality, Zhang soon opened his eyes, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. "You are of the wood-rat fate, a born thief. Thus, your profession must relate to thievery. However, you have undergone a fate alteration. Your current vocation should be far more prestigious. Hence, you must be pursuing a career in the arts. Am I correct?" Zhang Xiansheng squinted. Yet his gaze was not directed at Lin Yi, but rather at Zhang Qingyu. Wherein lies the profundity of fortune-telling? It is all reliant upon conjecture, a mere exercise of skill. This vehicle belongs to Zhang Qingyu, who has also established an entertainment company. It is highly likely that if my guess is incorrect, we can simply engage in some idle chatter. "Wow, truly a master. Impressive," Zhang Panqin exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. The hope of discovering her father's whereabouts seems promising now. Zhang Qingyu, equally astonished, acknowledged the master's prowess. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai, resembling an adoring disciple, gasped in admiration. Only Lin Yi furrowed his brow, pondering the master's abilities. Although not entirely accurate, he merely operates a ride-hailing service, or rather, currently serves as a body retrieval specialist. Lin Yi, in a certain sense, could also be considered an artist. The old man possesses some talent. Bowing his head, Lin Yi contemplated for a while before continuing. Master, as expected. You are indeed remarkable. You have deduced half of the truth. Pray, tell me, what is my purpose here today? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhang Xianxing raised an eyebrow, yet began to theatrically calculate, fingers moving as he pretended to divine. Oh my astonishing, young man. You have come to offer comfort to Boss Zhang and her cousin, have you not? He proclaimed in surprise. He then leaned closer to Lin Yi, whispering, Young man. Has your teacher remarked that you might be a pretty boy? After you console these two sisters, perhaps you could visit my room tonight? The price is negotiable. What the heck, master? Your tastes are rather peculiar. I am not a pretty boy, you have mistaken the person. Lin Yi retorted, stepping back in shock. Witnessing this scene, everyone looked on in disbelief. What is going on with Lin Yi? A pretty boy? You are a pretty boy? Zhang Xingyu inquired with concern. You misunderstand. The master informed me. He is looking for a male model. Zhao Hai, you hefty fellow, quickly arrange one for the master. After all, you are his son. So why not you step in? Lin Yi shuddered at the thought. What kind of master is this? Purely absurd. And as for pretty boys, your entire family fits that description. Cough, cough. Everyone, please do not misconstrue. This young man must have misheard. Ms. Zhang, let us focus on the matter at hand. Where is the body retrieval specialist? Has he arrived? Zhang Xianxing's face flushed with embarrassment. He had not anticipated misjudging this young man, who lacked subtlety and was rather outspoken. The crowd regarded Lin Yi and the master with suspicion, curious about their previous conversation and the extent of their reactions. Zhang Panqing, dismissing the awkwardness, quickly responded, Yes, the body retrieval specialist is here. Allow me to introduce Lin Yi, the body retrieval specialist. What? The body retrieval specialist? The crowd turned to Lin Yi in shock, bewildered. The master had proclaimed him an artist. Which artist would engage in such grim work? Ms. Zhang, could there be a mistake? This young man is a body retrieval specialist? Master, did you not say he was an artist? Zhao Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. The master would never be mistaken. It is absolutely certain. Zhang Xianxing fell into silence, gazing at the pristine Lin Yi, the corpse retrieval expert. Suddenly, all thoughts vanished. There was no need for a visit to his room that night. Zhao Hai need not harbor doubts. Indeed, his companion was a corpse retrieval specialist, who said artists cannot engage in such endeavors. Rest assured, should you find yourself in dire straits one day, I shall offer my services at half the usual rate, Lin Yi remarked with a warm smile towards Zhao Hai. Taken aback by such a gaze, Zhao Hai felt a shiver run down his spine, instinctively drawing closer to the master. In that moment of proximity, he inadvertently brushed against the master's intimate area. An awkward silence ensued as their eyes met, an unspoken understanding lingering between them. This scene did not escape Lin Yi's keen observation. It seemed the master exhibited a hint of excitement, perhaps even a trace of enthusiasm. Chapter 80. The art of divination suffices. Let us not speak of tomb raiding, for it is illicit. Master Zhang? Master Zhang? Please do not gaze at me with such intensity. I find myself rather apprehensive. For reasons unknown, upon encountering Zhang Xianxing's ravenous stare, Zhao Hai involuntarily shivered. His corpulent frame began to perspire. That look, it resembled the way one might gaze at a KTV princess. Most disconcertingly, he is, after all, a man. Cough, 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 Mr. Zhao. Do not misconstrue. This is merely a side effect of my practiced arts, entirely normal. Everyone, do not panic. Zhang Xianxin's age visit shifted slightly. Nevertheless, young man, you possess great fortune. The secrets of heaven are obscured, and thus I can only discern a fragment, alas. I feel rather ashamed. Upon hearing the master's words, Zhao Hai apathetically nodded in acknowledgement. So that is the case. I had my suspicions. But wait. You claim to be a body retrieval specialist. What proof do you possess? Credentials, perhaps? Master Zhang asserts you are an artist, and he would not err. Rubbing his chest, Zhao Hai redirected the conversation towards Lin Yi. Credentials? Does one truly require credentials to be a body retrieval specialist? Lin Yi cast a disinterested glance, unwilling to engage further with these two. At this juncture, he was certain that Zhang Xianxin's abilities were rather limited, failing to qualify him as a true master. However, when it came to deception, Zhang Xianxing might indeed be an authentic master. With a shrug, Lin Yi approached Zhang Qingyu and the others, stating, Since the master has located the site, let us hasten our departure. Soon the sun shall scorch our backsides. The group collectively pondered, scorch our backsides? It was already past 10. They had long since been exposed to the sun's rays. Master Zhang, could you arrange for a vehicle? I am reluctant to share a ride with this body retrieval fellow. He brings me ill fortune. Having spoken, Zhang Xiansheng wandered off with his compass in hand. Zhao Hai, as Master Zhang as sycophant, dutifully followed suit, eager to curry favor. Ha, ride in my car. Your seat has long been prepared, Master Zhang declared. Sister Zhang, you and your companions shall follow my vehicle. Let us depart. Zhao Hai proclaimed, hastily opening the car door for Master Zhang. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Panqing expressed her confusion. Sister Qingyu? Zhao Hai is a boss in his own right. Yet now, he appears akin to a lackey. Who can say? Perhaps he seeks something from Master Zhang, was the retort. With that, Xiao Hong joined them in the vehicle. Zhang Qingyu merely cast a glance before responding indifferently. Soon, several vehicles exited the city, heading towards the outskirts of Modu. Before long, the group disembarked in a village, as the road ahead had become impassable for vehicles, necessitating a trek on foot. At this moment, Zhang Xiansheng was consulting his compass, glancing east and west. One could not deny he possessed the air of a master. This old fellow certainly knows how to put on a show. No wonder he is so well regarded, Lin Yi mused. Following Master Zhang, the group advanced alongside the village's stream. Along the way, several curious villagers trailed behind, eager to witness the spectacle. What mischief have these youths embarked upon? There was an old Taoist priest. My goodness. Old Zhang, let us follow and see what this group intends to do. The elder at the front seems a bit sinister, wielding a compass and muttering incantations. Are they about to commence a ritual? What ritual? You all should engage in a little game. Let's go and see. Oh my, I must say, there is a rather handsome young man among the crowd. More youthful and charming than my spouse. Come, I shall go and take a look at the young man. Soon, more villagers gathered around. After 10 minutes, the group arrived at the rear mountain of the village, then proceeded to ascend, turn back, and descend. It was a convoluted journey, leaving one to wonder whether Master Zhang was intentionally leading them in circles. In Lin Yi's view, this old fellow seemed to relish in the mystery. After quite a lengthy trek, they finally arrived. Zhang Xiansheng stood motionless before the village reservoir, muttering to himself. He then produced several ancient coins from his person and cast them into the reservoir. With a splash, he declared, I have found it. Zhang, madam, your father's remains lie within this reservoir, right before me. The margin of error shall not exceed 20 meters. Begin your search within this range. Taking a deep breath, he set down the compass and turned, glistening with perspiration. Lin Yi was somewhat astonished at this sight. This old fellow possesses some talent. One might think he was endowed with celestial powers given the sweat pouring from him. What? Master Zhang, is my father truly beneath? Upon hearing this news, Zhang Panqing felt her head grow heavy, her voice becoming hoarse. Her earlier hopes dashed. She could hardly bear the weight of despair, leaning back with a thud. Fortunately, Lin Yi stood behind her and caught her securely. Thank you, she murmured. Zhang Qingyu rushed over, placing a hand on her waist with concern, asking, Panqing, are you all right? All right? In stark contrast to Zhang Panqing's sorrow, the accompanying villagers wore expressions of disbelief, even mocking. What nonsense is this old Taoist spouting? This reservoir is the lifeblood of our village. How could there be a corpse below? Indeed, we all drink from this water. It's perfectly clean. Spare us your mystical mumbo-jumbo. Besides, even if there were a body, it would have long since washed away or floated to the surface. Stop your nonsense. You old Taoist, you're just a charlatan. If it weren't for your age being akin to my grandfather's, I would take matters into my own hands. Listening to the villager's skeptical remarks, Zhang Xiansheng's expression darkened. Nearby, Zhao Hai stepped forward, raising his voice in admonishment. What do you old folks know? This is Zhang Xiansheng. Master Zhang, a renowned feng shui master from the capital, skilled in fortune-telling, geomancy, and tomb raiding. Do you understand the caliber of his expertise? Ah. Zhao Hai's loud voice caused Zhang Xiansheng's face to redden, prompting him to cough and say, Cough, young Zhao, while fortune-telling and geomancy may be mentioned. Let us refrain from discussing tomb raiding. That is unlawful. I fear being incarcerated. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai immediately interjected, Well, it seems that Master Zhang is not particularly adept at tomb raiding. I misspoke and shall retract that statement. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. What sort of person is this? Zhang Xiansheng's expression darkened further. What an eccentric individual this was. and refusing to acquiesce to his demands was indeed the right course of action. Upon hearing the name Master Zhang, gasps rippled through the crowd. Woohoo! I believe I've heard that name before. It dawns on me that my uncle's second elder works in the magical metropolis and has mentioned this individual. Zhang Xianxing is quite remarkable, renowned as the most formidable feng shui master in the city. Is he truly that impressive? How is it that my grandmother is unaware of this? Zhang Xianxing. My old man heard that name over a decade ago. Goodness, he is still alive? Surely. There can't be a body beneath the reservoir. We should contact the authorities at once. Chapter 81. The Master's Advertisement. Free riding? Impossible. Listening to the words of the villagers, Zhang Xianxing nearly choked on his own blood. What do they mean he hasn't died yet? What is this? With a dark expression, Zhang Xianxing approached Zhang Panqing and said, "Let the corpse retrieval team descend immediately. There is no need for further discussion." He cast a deep glance at Lin Yi and added, "Young man, are you all right? Following my directions will certainly lead to a discovery. Although we had some unpleasantness earlier, I trust you wouldn't deliberately fail to find anything, would you?" With a hint of skepticism, Zhang Xianxing smiled faintly. "Indeed. I suspect you might intentionally avoid finding anything, especially given your earlier hostility towards Master Zhang," Zhao Hai interjected as he stepped forward in agreement. Upon hearing their remarks, Zhang Panqing fell momentarily silent. "TCH, is it just the suspicion that I wouldn't put in the effort? Wanting to supervise me? I don't mind." Turning to Zhang Xianxing, Lin Yi asked, "Boss, may I live stream the corpse retrieval? This way, you all can see everything underwater. I would want someone to miscalculate and place the blame on me." With that, Lin Yi casually glanced at Mr. Zhang, making his intentions unmistakably clear. Showing no signs of retreat. Livestream? Mr. Zhang and Zhao Hai were momentarily bewildered. What does that mean? Zhang Qingyu nearby inquired for clarification and then nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lin Yi wasted no time and initiated the live stream. As the stream commenced, tens of thousands of viewers rushed in. "Oh my, it's finally starting. It's already 11 o'clock. If you don't start streaming soon, I might just blow up your toilet. Huh, where is this? A reservoir? Are we fishing again today? Hey, can't you fish here? Can't we retrieve corpses? Haha, are we live streaming a corpse retrieval today?" To the commenter above, do you have a corpse fetish? Why so eager to watch corpse retrieval? Observing the familiar barrage of comments, Lin Yi paid no mind to the bewildered expressions of Zhang Xianxing and Zhao Hai and began his introduction. "Good morning to all the brothers and sisters just joining the stream. This is Mr. Zhang, Master Zhang, a renowned feng shui master from Modu. He claims there are bodies within 20 meters of this area and has instructed me to retrieve them. I invite all 100,000 viewers as witnesses. If I find nothing within this radius, don't place the blame on me." Lin Yi explained the situation to the audience. Upon hearing this, the viewers finally understood Lin Yi's intentions. Standing beside him, Master Zhang wore a smile, although inwardly he had cursed Lin Yi countless times. What kind of person is this? He doesn't want to suffer any loss. During a live stream with over 100,000 viewers, he couldn't even express his anger and had to maintain a cordial demeanor, feeling quite frustrated. Zhang Xianxing struggled internally for a moment before seemingly recalling something. He slowly approached Lin Yi and greeted the audience. "Hello everyone, I am Zhang Xianxing. I believe the people of Modu are familiar with my reputation, so I want to elaborate further. The youth speaks wisely. If no corpse is found within a 20-meter radius, I shall not hold this young man accountable. My errors are my own, and one must stand tall when facing retribution. Allow me to state that anyone in need of fortune-telling or feng shui consultation may reach out to me. My number is 1123. Before I could finish my statement, Lin Yi interrupted my incantation. "Hey, Master Zhang, have you no shame? I am right here. Are you advertising in my live stream? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Pay up." Without 3,000 yuan, this matter remains unresolved. Lin Yi was quite displeased. This old man was far too cunning. As this scene unfolded, viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, who is this old man? Incredible. He is advertising in Lin Yi's stream. I can't stop laughing. Pfft, I never expected the host to be taken advantage of by an old man. This is too funny. I can't believe it. Master Zhang, the strongest feng shui master in the magical city, and I'm fortunate enough to witness this, but your advertising skills are quite impressive. Is this old man really that remarkable? Does a master need to ride on the coattails of an advertisement? This master must be a fraud." The comments flowed freely, creating a harmonious atmosphere as the live stream commenced with such lively engagement. Nearby, Zhang Qingyu could no longer contain her laughter. remarking on Lin Yi's audacity in demanding an advertising fee. What astonished her even more was that Master Zhang was indeed promoting himself. What a shock. Many around were stifling their laughter, while Zhang Xianxing wore a scowl, unable to believe that this young man was so calculative. He himself had not taken offense. Young people do not tally accounts in such a manner. I understand the dynamics of live streaming. Standing before the camera, regardless of circumstances, I am enhancing your viewership. But you immediately speak of monetary compensation. How materialistic. I find myself quite disappointed in you, Zhang Xianxing sighed, shaking his head. Materialistic? Very well. Allow me to demonstrate what true power looks like. Lin Yi had no time for idle chatter. He surveyed his surroundings and located a tree trunk as thick as a thigh, placing it before the gathered audience. The spectators looked on in confusion. But in the next moment, bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, Lin Yi struck the tree trunk several times. With just a few punches, a substantial gash appeared down the center. Dusting off his hands, he remarked coolly, "This is what I call power. Is it sufficient for you? And what of the advertising fee, master? Will you pay or not? If not, let us see how many punches you can withstand. You wish to take advantage of me? That is not an option. Aside from my loyal viewers, few dare to exploit me. Have you made your decision? I am a reasonable person." With fists raised, Lin Yi displayed a bright smile. Gulp. Zhang Xianxing watched the unfolding spectacle, swallowing hard. This young man was indeed formidable, fierce, and impressively strong. At that moment, Zhao Hai approached with a serious demeanor, whispering, "Master Zhang, I took a look at this young man's live stream. Someone claimed to be a professional boxer. Should we give him these 3,000 yuan? A boxer?" Zhang Xianxing's heart sank momentarily, and without hesitation, he replied, "All right, Xiao Xiao. You can transfer the money directly. I will take a break over there." Zhao Hai thought to himself, "So, he is merely a fool. Does he truly have the face of a dupe?" Clearing his throat, he reassured, "Young man, do not be upset. Master Zhang could never be one to take advantage of others. I will transfer the money right away." Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zhao Hai began the transaction. The Alipay notification chimed with the arrival of 3,000 yuan. Hearing that melodious sound, Lin Yi smiled faintly, his expression shifting rapidly. This is how it should be. A master could never engage in such underhanded dealings. I absolutely refuse to believe it. By the way, master, what is your phone number? I would like to promote you in the live stream. Lin Yi beamed warmly, looking at Zhang Xianxing with kindness and amiability. Chapter 82. Little Machi Lin Yi. Upon being scrutinized by Lin Yi, Zhang Xianxing felt a chill run down his spine, prompting him to hastily turn away. He thought to himself, if he spoke any further, he might just find that fist landing squarely on his face. Noticing that Master Zhang remained inactive, Lin Yi did not remain idle either. It must be said that Master Zhang could be considered the first advertisement in this live stream, and explanations were indeed in order. Cough, cough, cough. Welcome everyone in the live stream to join me in this promotional venture, as long as it's not for free, Lin Yi declared, maintaining a calm demeanor as he smiled at the camera. Just now, Master Zhang wanted to gauge my abilities, and I merely wish to showcase them. Please, do not misunderstand. After finishing his words with an unflinching face, Lin Yi faced the camera with a bright smile. In the live stream, oh my, the host is truly impressive. His expressions changed so swiftly. Free riders? Who would dare to take advantage of this formidable figure? Tisk tsk, I can see the strength. Who would still dare to take advantage? Host, please refrain from showcasing your strength. I'm terrified. I promise to send gifts today, absolutely no free riding. I said it before, one cannot watch the live stream for free. Host, be cautious. Hee, this time the host may have let it slide, but next time. I won tea. Haha, I too shall surely contribute next time. Observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, Lin Yi merely chuckled and moved on. Hey, Master Zhang, have you been rendered speechless? He teased. Do not misunderstand. I am not a brute, but a scholar. Scholars do not resort to violence. Now, can we proceed to the water? Is there anything I need to prepare? At his words, everyone turned their gaze towards Zhang Xianxing. He was now compelled to respond. Yet upon seeing Lin Yi, his speech faltered. No need for that. Just head straight in, he stammered. Young man, you should dive in quickly, though if you encounter any danger, do come back up. Feeling the intensity of Lin Yi's fiery gaze, Master Zhang quickly amended his statement. Not to worry, everyone. Come join me in the live stream as I unveil the mysteries of the underwater world, Lin Yi proclaimed, casually shedding some of his clothing in preparation to dive. Witnessing this scene, the villagers nearby were momentarily stunned. They had assumed the young man was merely engaging in a bit of bravado for the live stream, but to their surprise, he was now stripping down. This young man was quite something, fully embracing the reality of the situation. The profession of a body recovery specialist was indeed rare among the younger generation. With all preparations complete, Lin Yi stood nearly bare, adorned only with a camera and his undergarments. His chiseled physique and eight-pack abs elicited gasps of admiration from the onlookers, particularly the older women, who were left drooling. Wow, this young man has an incredible body. TSK, young man, I'll pay extra for you to come visit me tonight, one exclaimed. Those muscles, those abs. Far superior to anything seen on short videos. Oh my, if I were a decade younger, I would pursue you. Another chimed in. I am quite lonely. Could you leave me your contact information? May I call you Little Machi? Shufin, you've been watching too many short videos. What Little Machi? You're not a wealthy lady. You should refer to this young man as Little Sweet Potato. No, I shall call him Little Machi. Little Machi. A loud shout from an elderly woman pierced the air, soon followed by a chorus of similar calls from other women of her age. Despite the few remarks from nearby men, their words held little sway. These women, in their 30s and 40s, were brimming with vitality. Hearing the villagers chant Little Rice Cake sent a shiver down Lin Yi's spine, causing goosebumps to rise and his body to tremble. The term Little Rice Cake was utterly absurd in his eyes. If he were to seek companionship, it would be with affluent women, not the local matriarchs. Observing this, Zhang Qingyu stifled a giggle, fully aware of the meaning behind Little Rice Cake. Even Master Zhang, who usually refrained from laughter, couldn't help but chuckle discreetly. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter as well. Ha ha, the host is being teased by the village aunties. How hilarious. Little Rice Cake, ha ha. Annie loves your voice. Oh, say it again, sweetheart. But what car does Little Rice Cake like? Annie will buy it for you. At 30, like a wolf. At 40, like a tiger. Host, why not make a sacrifice to save them? What nonsense about saving? If one is to rescue, it should be a wealthy woman, not a rural aunt. Why don't you go? Ahem, I could go if necessary. You're truly hungry. The atmosphere in the live stream was lively, with their usual banter taking off immediately, indicating a strong following. Back to Lin Yi, he had reached the reservoir's edge, unable to bear the incessant calls of Little Rice Cake any longer. It was not just the women that annoyed him. Zhahai and Master Zhang had joined in, making it even more unbearable. Ignoring the cacophony, he flashed an OK gesture to the crowd before diving into the reservoir, his figure disappearing in an instant. His speed was remarkable, his pale skin resembling that of a water sprite. On the shore, the calls faded as the crowd began pulling out their phones to enter Lin Yi's live stream. Zhang Panqing watched the screen with a look of anxiety, while Zhang Qingyu offered her constant reassurance. The villagers' gaze turned toward the water's surface, all eager to see if the young man would indeed retrieve a body. The reason they weren't watching the live stream was simply that none of them owned a mobile phone. Soon, 1 minute passed, then 2, then 5. Yet the water remained eerily calm. Some villagers began to worry, but seeing Master Zhang's composed demeanor, they held their tongues. Meanwhile, on Zhang Qingyu's phone screen, the bottom of the reservoir revealed nothing but weeds, stones, and other debris. In 5 minutes, Lin Yi had scoured the underwater terrain. Although he had yet to cover the entire 20 meters, he was making progress. He gestured toward the camera and resumed his search. 10 minutes elapsed with no discoveries. At this point, Zhang Panqing grew restless, her expression filled with concern. It's been 10 minutes. Even if he hasn't found anything, why hasn't Lin Yi resurfaced yet? The water depth reaches 20 meters, and if he doesn't resurface? As Zhang Panqing spoke, she hesitated, fearful of descending further. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Qingyu's complexion turned pale, mirroring the concern etched upon the faces of many others. However, at that moment, the erudite Master Zhang merely scoffed and remarked nonchalantly, "Do not fret unnecessarily. There is nothing to worry about. While I would relish the idea of witnessing this young man encounter trouble, alas, a recovery diver can hold their breath for 1 to 2 hours without issue. Even if this lad is somewhat inexperienced, he can at least manage half an hour." Upon hearing Master Zhang's words, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment, as if they had stumbled upon a new world. Indeed, the profession of spirit retrieval is shrouded in mystery and remarkable prowess. Similarly, the audience in the live stream echoed such inquiries. Chapter 83, The Exposed Master. Do not worry, everyone. I am Zhao Hai, the apprentice of Master Zhang. He mentioned that a body recovery expert can hold their breath underwater for at least half an hour, and at most 2 hours. It has only been 10 minutes. The young man is perfectly fine, so rest assured. Well, The host can hold his breath for so long? At least 30 minutes? That's incredible. I just checked. Indeed, body recovery experts can hold their breath remarkably well. The highest record by Disney is merely 25 to 26 minutes. This host is astonishingly breaking records. Wait, what record are you referring to? Is there no objection to the Disney record? Ha ha, 6. Half an hour? That's impressive. But my roommate can hold his breath underwater for a whole day. What do you say to that? Are you sure your roommate isn't? Well, a whole day? But my boss can indeed hold his breath for 2 days. 66. You two are truly brothers. Your boss is quite the king of the underworld. When is the feast? Count me in. Ha ha ha. This live stream is full of talent. However, to be fair, some body recovery experts have inherited ancient techniques, allowing them to hold their breath for an hour. The skills of the ancients easily surpass world records, be it Disney or otherwise. Everyone, let's not talk anymore. Just watch quietly. The host is still holding his breath, still showcasing his skills. In the live broadcast, Lin Yi continued to search the depths of the water. At this moment, he felt exceedingly frustrated. Aside from various miscellaneous items, he had discovered nothing else. After another 10 minutes, he had yet to find a single piece of clothing, let alone a body. Lin Yi was somewhat speechless. Had he known better, he would have calculated beforehand. This vast reservoir felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. Over 20 minutes had passed. He felt he had done justice to the old man. As he pondered, Lin Yi resumed his search for a few more minutes. He scoured not only within a 20-meter radius but even ventured 40 meters. The body must be in this reservoir, but the location was likely miscalculated. Although Lin Yi had not meticulously deduced it, his exceptional fortune-telling abilities allowed him to recognize this instantly. However, to pinpoint the location more accurately, he would need to calculate using the birth date and the belongings of the deceased. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi swam upwards without a moment's hesitation. Splash! Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him, Lin Yi approached Master Zhang directly. Old man, there is no body. Not even a single piece of clothing has been found. It's been over 20 minutes, so don't place the blame on me. Feeling too lethargic to argue further, Lin Yi lay down and began to boast to the viewers in the live stream. This can't be. It was definitely in this water. How could it be gone? Did Xiao Huang deceive me? Master Zhang murmured, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Who is Xiao Huang? Master Zhang? Zhao Hai, standing by, was momentarily stunned. The master clearly calculated the location, but who is Xiao Huang? A celestial being? Yet it seemed there was no such person among the deities. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's voice, a flicker of panic passed across Zhang Xiaoxin's face, quickly masked by a facade of calm. It's nothing. I am just recalculating. With that, Zhang Xiaoxin began to mumble to himself, holding the compass with an air of seriousness. As Zhang Qingyu and the others approached, they beheld Master Zhang in such a state and chose to remain silent. However, a seed of doubt began to germinate within their hearts. Meanwhile, a police car slowly made its way over, prompting the villagers to instinctively create some distance. 2 officers alighted, accompanied by a middle-aged man whose weathered hands bore the marks of a life steeped in hardship. Greetings, you are the ones in search of the body retrieval specialist, correct? This gentleman beside me is he, the lead officer explained. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to the middle-aged man. Yet, at that moment, their need for him waned, as the whereabouts of the body remained a mystery. Indeed, officer, but it may no longer be necessary. A body retrieval specialist was just sent down, but found nothing. Perhaps the location was incorrect, Zhang Xingyu interjected. The officer nodded in response and suggested they wait a few moments. At that juncture, Master Zhang brandished a compass and exclaimed in astonishment from a position opposite to where they had been looking. I found it. It's right here, young man. Hurry and dive in. Hearing this, Lin Yi paid him no mind, casually chewing on a blade of grass while engaging in chit-chat with the viewers in the livestream, clearly skeptical of the master's claims. After some discussion, the middle-aged man sprang into action, plunging into the reservoir. 5 minutes passed, then 10. It was not until over 20 minutes had elapsed that the man resurfaced, shaking his head. Captain Shen, there's nothing down there. Once again, the crowd's gaze shifted to Master Zhang. At this moment, Zhang Xianxing appeared bewildered, exclaiming, how is that possible? Even if it drifted away, the location shouldn't be off. Could Xiao Huang have mistaken the person? No, that can't be right. Photos were taken. It's impossible to be wrong. Impossible. The mention of the name Xiao Huang elicited a peculiar look from Zhao Hai, as if in his eyes. This Master Zhang had ceased to be a master and had instead become a charlatan. Beside him, Zhang Panqing furrowed her brow and asked, "Photos? Xiao Huang? Master Zhang, what do you mean? Do you know my father's last whereabouts?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xianqing visibly froze, quickly covering his mouth. Captain Qin, the leading officer, observed this exchange and approached Master Zhang, presenting his badge. "Master Zhang, I am aware of your identity. Please disclose what you know truthfully, or I will have no choice but to escort you to the police station." Upon hearing the authoritative tone of Captain Qin, Zhang Xianqing sighed and divulged everything. It turned out that the reason he had attained the title of master was not only due to his ability to read people and his silver tongue, but also because he maintained an intelligence network dedicated to investigating affluent individuals in the metropolis. If these wealthy patrons sought fortune-telling, he could provide insights, having previously researched what they might inquire about. If he felt assured, he would proceed, and if not, he would declare it a matter of fate. This tactic had established his reputation as a master in the city. As for witnessing Zhang Panqing's father leap into the reservoir, that had been entirely accidental. On that day, a young man happened to arrive and witness the entire event. As for the reason behind the missing corpse, Zhang Xianqing was at a loss. After listening to Zhang Xianqing's words, Zhang Qingyu fell silent, recognizing the masterful calculations and adept information integration at play. "Master Zhang, I would appreciate it if you could summon Xiao Wang for a second confirmation of the location," Captain Qin remarked calmly. However, Zhang Xianqing shook his head. "Xiao Huang left the country yesterday and is unlikely to return in the near future." At this revelation, Zhang Panqing felt a sudden jolt in her heart, nearly collapsing to the ground, but fortunately, Captain Qin was quick to offer her support. Just as the group was uncertain about their next course of action, Lin Yi approached. Chewing on a piece of grass and clad only in his underwear, chuckling softly, "Is it merely a matter of finding a location? Quite simple. I possess a modicum of understanding in the art of fortune-telling." Chapter 84. I truly can foretell. An analysis of characters. Upon hearing this statement, the crowd turned their gazes toward Lin Yi with expressions of disbelief. A young man in his 20s claiming to possess the art of divination. Who could possibly take such a claim seriously? Especially considering he had just emerged from a grim task of retrieving a body, only to assert he could predict the future. At that moment, the minds of the onlookers buzzed with confusion. "Why are you all staring at me? I genuinely possess this ability," Lin Yi said, raising his hands in sincerity. "I know you claim to be a diviner, Lin Yi. Why don't you step aside and give it a try while we discuss this further?" Zhang Qingyu suggested with a casual glance. Lin Yi was taken aback. "Is that so? In this day and age, is honesty so hard to believe?" "Understood. Just wait over there." Zhang Qingyu nodded, her faith in divination and feng shui evidently shaken by a previous encounter with the so-called master. It was clear that the impact of witnessing the deceased had left her disillusioned. In the live stream, viewers were thoroughly entertained by the unfolding scene. "Ha ha ha. The host has been turned down by the beautiful boss. I don't know why, but it brings me a bit of joy. By the way, when did you acquire the skill of divination?" Goodness, the host has acquired yet another skill. It's not entirely implausible. After all, the host is not just a rideshare driver, but also a locksmith, a boxer, a whaler, and a body retriever. Adding divination to the mix seems quite reasonable for a one-stop service. Indeed, an astonishing array of services. "Hey, host, could you tell me my fortune? When will I encounter a wealthy lady?" Just as Lin Yi felt a wave of disappointment and prepared to withdraw, Zhang Panqing approached, grasping his hand with a glimmer of hope on her face. "Lin Yi, I believe you can truly predict the future. Could you help me with a reading?" "Don't worry, I'll compensate you generously." At her words, all eyes turned toward them. Could Lin Yi really possess such abilities? The onlookers exchanged skeptical glances, some even displaying contempt and disdain, particularly Zhao Hai, having discovered that the so-called Master Zhang was a fraud. Zhao Hai's skepticism intensified upon hearing someone else claim to have foresight. With his arms crossed and a scrutinizing gaze, Zhao Hai regarded Lin Yi with a sneer. In this day and age, everyone claims to be a diviner. Just the other day, one was exposed as a fraud. "Young man, stop seeking attention in such a manner. I have consumed more salt than you have water. Heed my advice and return to your task of retrieving bodies." Zhao Hai's derisive smile conveyed a self-assured demeanor, as if he were imparting wisdom to a novice. The onlookers remained silent, offering no support to Lin Yi. Realizing he could no longer remain passive, Lin Yi turned away from Zhao Hai, feeling compelled to demonstrate his abilities. After a brief pause, he rolled up his sleeves. Oh wait, he was not wearing any. So he simply waved his hands and, facing away from Zhao Hai, spoke softly. "Very well, Today I shall offer you a reading. Among the 5 elements. My expertise lies in character analysis. My master's sect is rather intricate. At most, I can perform 3 readings in a day, and once those are completed, my abilities wane. Today, you're the first. Please, bring forth a small sum of money, and inscribe a single character. Remember, you may only inquire once. And your heart must be sincere. After speaking, Lin Yi turned around, his demeanor solemn. What? Zhao Hai was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yi's current demeanor. His previous words were indeed heartfelt, yet the moment he turned away, the air of mystery dissipated. As for why Lin Yi accepted Zhao Hai's money, the art of fortune-telling adheres to the principle of not accepting trifles and refraining from readings without payment. Regardless of the sum, one must accept compensation for divination. There are rules within every profession. You may choose to disbelieve, but you cannot disregard the customs. Zhao Hai hesitated for just a moment before extracting a handful of cash from his pocket. He sifted through a mass of red bills, finally retrieving a solitary blue $1 note, which he extended towards Lin Yi. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi remained silent, merely regarding him with an unusual gaze. The villagers, police, and Zhang Qingyu, who were watching, all wore expressions of disdain. It was rather pitiful. Hey, don't look at me like that. As the saying goes, sincerity begets efficacy. I'm merely testing the waters. What if he is a fraud? Sensing the scrutiny of the crowd, Zhao Hai hastily offered an explanation. Lin Yi, uninterested in his prattling, interrupted. All right, hurry up and write. Just jot down any character. You can inquire about anything. At this, the surroundings fell silent, as everyone was eager to witness whether Lin Yi truly possessed any skill. Observing the scene, the rotund Zhao Hai lowered his head, pondering for quite some time. As Zhao Hai, a man who had spent his life striving for success, dominating the marketplace without rivals, he now found himself. Sigh. A middle-aged man in the throes of balding. Let us measure this character, he declared, picking up a twig from the ground and swiftly inscribing the character, climb. The onlookers gazed at the character with confusion. What insight could possibly be gleaned from this, other than it being a mere character? I, Zhao Hai, have always acted with righteousness. Zhao Hai attempted to continue his musings, but Lin Yi swiftly interrupted. Stop, I have no time for your platitudes. What do you wish to measure? Seeing Lin Yi maintain his arrogant demeanor, Zhao Hai's mind began to race, a sly smile creeping upon his lips. Since you're so eager, let us see if you can divine how many times I engaged in intimate relations yesterday. Upon uttering this, Zhao Hai's face flushed, and he began to chuckle mischievously. The surrounding crowd scolded him for his impropriety, though some of the local women cast him flirtatious glances. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream were both disgusted and exhilarated. What a rascal! How many times? And he phrases it so delicately, intimate relations, good heavens. This is nothing but a disruption, isn't it? Brother, you've truly opened your mouth on this matter. The character? I stared at it for ages and discerned nothing of significance. By the way, does the host truly possess any divination skills? This is utterly absurd. Who would even divine such a thing? If he gets it right, he'll be ridiculed. If he gets it wrong, he'll still be ridiculed. Though the host has no stall, the embarrassment lingers. The live broadcast room suddenly buzzed with activity. As the allure of fortune-telling, an ancient and enigmatic profession, captivated the audience's curiosity. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's audacious question, Lin Yi cast him a disdainful glance. His gaze then fell upon the character inscribed on the ground. In the next moment, his extraordinary fortune-telling abilities were activated. To Lin Yi, the character was no longer a mere jumbled script. Instead, the character radiated a luminous glow, continuously disassembling, reassembling, and transforming. Subsequently, a wealth of insight flooded Lin Yi's mind. He cleared his throat and began to speak slowly. The upper part of the character features 2 intersecting lines, representing a dual crossing, and this dual crossing occurs amidst 2 trees. Thus, you were engaging in an illicit liaison within the forest, a clandestine affair. Chapter 85, Such Precise Calculations. The abyss beneath the water. As for why it involves the mistress, hold your horses while I elucidate. The 2 intersecting paths, though seemingly entwined, do not align with the principles of heaven, earth, and humanity. Therefore, the person with whom you share intimacy is not your wife, but rather a mistress, and indeed, you have indulged in this twice. A hush fell over the crowd as they fixated on Zhao Hai, expressions of disbelief etched across their faces. Yet, upon witnessing the flustered demeanor of Zhao Hai, they began to accept the likelihood of truth in his predicament. How chaotic it is to engage in such youthful escapades at this age. What are you attempting? A dragon's battle in the wild? You miscalculated. You are lying. My wife and I share an unbreakable bond. It is impossible. Zhao Hai protested vehemently, panic evident in his voice. However, Lin Yi merely smiled faintly, asserting, "Stubborn as a dead duck, are you? Then do not blame me for calculating your fate with utmost precision." He continued, "The character in the word symbolizes righteousness and honor. Thus, upon returning home, you must have engaged in an encounter with your wife. However, it seems, perhaps due to overexertion, you were left with no alternative but to resort to using your hand." With that, Zhao Hai hurriedly advanced to cover Lin Yi's mouth, only to be thwarted by Lin Yi's hand, rendering him immobile. At that moment, beads of cold sweat streamed down Zhao Hai's face. This young man's predictions were startlingly accurate. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Hai resolved to unveil his trump card, producing a stack of red paper money. Yet, Lin Yi did not accept it, stating with integrity, "I have already received your payment for fortune-telling. Take it back. Now, you have asked your questions. So be on your way." "What?" Zhao Hai was momentarily taken aback, then hastily implored, "Master, please, tell me how I can amass great wealth. I will pay you." Regrettably, one is allowed but a single reading per day. Lin Yi rejected him without a glance. The onlookers were astonished by the sudden turn of events. Zhao Hai's intense reaction indicated that Lin Yi's predictions were not only accurate, but also included intricate details. How terrifyingly precise. The viewers in the live stream were ablaze with excitement, exclaiming, "The host truly possesses the gift of foresight." "Host, please tell me when I will meet my girlfriend and marry. To the one above, I foresee you will have no chance. You are destined to console yourself with your own 5 fingers. Ha ha ha. What a divine calculation. I am currently relying on my own 5 fingers. It won't be long now. Goodness, do you all lack ambition? Why not inquire about the demise of our little kingdom instead? Such noble intentions." The audience in the live room was in a frenzy. Captivated by Lin Yi's display of foresight, who could resist such a lure? On the shore, the crowd stood in a daze, disbelief painted across their faces. Several older women even cast flirtatious glances towards Lin Yi. Some boldly suggested that he return in the evening to assist them in matters of romance. What audacity to propose evening consultations on matters of love. Moments later, team leader Chen stepped forward, patting Lin Yi on the shoulder. "My young brother, I must confess my ignorance. Please, hasten to determine the location of the body." "Yes, Lin Yi, do hurry," Zhang Qingyu interjected, now convinced of Lin Yi's abilities. However, Lin Yi remained unhurried, approaching Zhang Panqing. "Please write down your father's birth date and provide me with something he used in his lifetime. With these 2 items, success is nearly assured." Turning to the tranquil water surface, Lin Yi continued. Without hesitation, Zhang Panqing complied, quickly handing Lin Yi a piece of paper and a golden yellow fountain pen. "This was my father's favorite pen. Is it acceptable?" Receiving the pen, Lin Yi nodded. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he produced a yellow talisman. Don't ask, it was pre-prepared. He wrapped the pen with the talisman and began to mutter a few incomprehensible incantations. In mere seconds, an extraordinary sight unfolded before them. The talisman-wrapped pen began to tremble lightly, then slowly rotated until the nib pointed towards a specific spot in the reservoir, a low-lying area near the mountains. Witnessing such a miraculous event, everyone was taken aback. Have we truly found it? No compass? No elaborate rituals? So simple? Let us go. Your father's body should be located there, Lin Yi stated calmly, as if everything were within his grasp, possessing an almost divine talent for divination, rarely making errors. After speaking, he led the way towards the low-lying area near the mountains. This is all it takes? Shouldn't a master perform a grand ritual, perhaps sacrificing a chicken or spilling blood? Zhao Hai's face was filled with disbelief. Although he had witnessed Lin Yi's prowess, the simplicity of the process left him astonished. Typically, when Zhang Xianxin conducted rituals, it involved numerous elaborate preparations, yet here, it was accomplished in mere moments. Before he could ponder further, the group followed Lin Yi's lead. Opposite the low area by the mountains, a middle-aged man stood eager to retrieve the body, but Lin Yi blocked his path. "Brother, let me handle this. After all, I am the one they engaged for this task. Divination and body retrieval are 2 different matters." The middle-aged man paused, then nodded in agreement. There are unwritten rules in body retrieval, and since Lin Yi was the first to act, he had to yield. Just as Lin Yi prepared to dive, a voice interrupted. "For the body retrieval, we'll pay you 50,000, and should you reveal the exact location, I will offer an additional 20,000. Suddenly, the previously quiet Zhang Qingyu spoke softly. Hearing this, Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smile at the prospect of 70,000. Finally, the boss is being reasonable. He gestured an OK sign with a smile before plunging into the water. With a splash, he disappeared beneath the surface. The onlookers turned their attention to their phones. While those without devices could only rely on others, the scene shifted to the live broadcast. At this moment, the live stream chat was ablaze with excitement. Oh my. The streamer has dived in again. Incredible. Just look at those apps. Wait, what is going on? Why is the boss giving Lin Yi extra money? The underwater world remains as enigmatic as ever, yet the streamer has been submerged for 5 minutes. Why have we not yet seen a body? As Lin Yi continued his descent, he discovered that this low-lying area was exceedingly deep, approximately 40 meters. Logically, the deepest part of this reservoir is only a little over 20 meters. Where could this 40 meters have come from? Furthermore, the marks did not appear to be the result of human excavation. Rather, they resembled the effects of erosion by flowing water. Why do I say this? Because aside from this low area, the other parts of the reservoir are only about 20 meters deep at most. In the center of this depression, there is a large hole about 3 meters long. As Lin Yi approached, he felt a strange, almost imperceptible force drawing him closer. Just as he pondered whether to venture inside, a sudden and powerful suction force erupted, instantly pulling Lin Yi and everything nearby into its depths. Chapter 86, An Early Feast? A Nest of Corpses. In the live broadcast room, the sudden unfolding of events left everyone astonished. Is the host being sucked in? Why isn't the camera being pulled in as well? What is happening? Why did the camera remain outside? Is it the director's doing? This isn't a movie. Oh no. Will the host be trapped inside forever? A hole that devours people? Whoever enters will surely perish. Alas, dear host, your demise is tragic. Rest assured, I shall inherit your estate. Thought the host was destined for greatness. Little did we know the competition had only just begun before your untimely end. An early feast. I shall cover this banquet. No one contest me. Then I shall lament. I will strike the gongs and drums. I will procure a coffin. You are truly devoted children. Your piety overwhelms me. As the camera lay abandoned outside the gaping hole, the live feed displayed nothing but eerily still waters, amplifying the silence. The online audience, ever so caring, promptly arranged a funeral for Lin Yi, creating a cacophony of mock mourning. Meanwhile, on the shore, Captain Chen urged, we must proceed with caution. This young man, Lin Yi, may be in grave danger. A hole capable of sucking in individuals, this is the first time in my decade as a corpse retrieval specialist that I've encountered such a phenomenon. His brow furrowed with concern. Upon hearing this, Captain Chen did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he instructed another officer, Xiao Zhong, contact the precinct and request additional personnel. Ensure they come equipped with diving gear. Understood. Do not fret, Brother Zhou. Lin Yi is also a retrieval specialist. His diving skills should be commendable. If there is no sign of him in half an hour, then you may descend. Captain Chen's expression darkened as he spoke. Brother Zhou, a middle-aged man, nodded in agreement but did not act. At the same time, Zhang Qingyu and her sister were consumed by anxiety upon discovering such dire circumstances. After hearing Captain Chen's orders, they refrained from further commentary. Worry was futile. All they could do now was pray for Lin Yi's safety. With a thoughtful expression, Captain Chen considered, if my assumptions are correct, the body of Zhang Panqing's father should lie in that very spot. A hole with a strong pull could easily draw a submerged corpse toward it. The situation is not insurmountable. Listening to the panicked voices around him, Captain Chen furrowed his brow, meticulously tracking the time. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, drawn into the depths, remained blissfully unaware that the online viewers had already commenced his memorial. After being enveloped by the powerful suction, the force subsided almost instantly, lasting only a few fleeting seconds. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Yi gazed downward, astonished to discover a pathway leading further down. This hole resembled a man-made tunnel, albeit now eroded by the lake's waters, rendering it larger and wider. My goodness, Lin Yi marveled at the sight before him, recognizing the potential for expertise in tomb raiding. The path before him resembled a passage within an ancient tomb, prompting a fleeting thought, could there truly be a sepulchre concealed within? Yet, this was not the time for such musings. His foremost priority was to descend further and locate the body of Zhang Panqing's father. However, after diving for an additional 2.5 minutes, the sight that met his gaze caused his pupils to constrict sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi frantically swam upwards. Reaching the cavernous opening, he emerged effortlessly, free from the downward pull that had previously ensnared him. Spotting the discarded camera equipment outside the chasm, He seized it and propelled himself upwards with renewed vigor. As Lin Yi suddenly surfaced, the live stream erupted with astonishment. What the hell? Is that the streamer? He is alive again? It's only been 5 minutes. Ah, damn it. I cried too soon. I knew the streamer was unkillable. He really does have 9 lives. Wait. The main character has come back to life? How am I supposed to explain this to my relatives? The main character has resurrected? Lin Yi is fine, truly wonderful. On the shore, Zhao Hai, fixated on his phone screen, exclaimed in disbelief, he is alive. Master Lin has not perished. He is swimming upwards. Ha ha ha, splendid. Just an hour ago, Zhao Hai had wished for Lin Yi's demise, but now that thought had vanished. He was now terrified at the prospect of Lin Yi's death. For who else would reveal to him the fortunes that awaited? Upon hearing Zhao Hai's exclamation, everyone turned to their devices, and indeed, the footage showed Lin Yi grasping the camera gear as he swam to the surface. Zhang Panqing, observing the screen, felt a pang of disappointment at seeing only Lin Yi. Yet, a flicker of joy mingled with her anxiety, rendering her emotions difficult to articulate. A minute later, the water stirred, and Lin Yi broke the surface, gasping for air. He alone emerged. The body was not recovered. Lin Yi, are you all right? I saw you being drawn into the chasm. Were you able to find my father's body? Zhang Panqing inquired, her tone laced with tension. Lin Yi appeared momentarily dazed, nodding before shaking his head. The onlookers were left bewildered, unsure of what to make of his response. What does that mean? Did you find the body or not? Zhang Qingyu asked softly, sensing the curious gazes upon him. Lin Yi's expression morphed into one of peculiar discomfort before he finally spoke. I found it, but there is a cluster of bodies below. I cannot ascertain which one is your father. Zhang Panqing? The crowd? The live stream? Found it? But you didn't bring it up? What? A cluster of bodies? What is happening? Confusion enveloped everyone, mouths agape in shock. How is this possible? A cluster of bodies? We have been drinking water from this reservoir for years, and yet never discovered a single corpse? Now you tell us there is a cluster beneath? Suddenly, a villager screamed in panic, and the live stream surged with frenzied activity. What the hell, streamer, what are you saying? You must be joking. A cluster of bodies? I cannot believe it. This is a buy one get one free deal. What a fortunate occurrence. The excitement is truly overwhelming. Not only are we astonished, but even the erudite Master Zhang appears bewildered in this moment. The host is indeed a genuine individual, while his appearance remains unknown. He has certainly drawn attention and even inquired, which is remarkably considerate. However, to be candid, such thoughtfulness seems misplaced. It feels more like an affront. As Lin Yi slowly ascended to the shore, he cast a glance at the astonished villager who had exclaimed in surprise and replied, "My good sir, I understand your skepticism. But the truth is evident before us. The presence of a graveyard lies beneath. It may be distressing, yet the water you consume daily contains traces of cadaveric fluid." Lin Yi did not wish to dishearten the villagers, but he is a man of reality and reason. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the villager was suddenly overcome with nausea, and he instinctively gagged, retching violently on the spot. Chapter 87. The Retrieval of Bodies. The superiority of waterproof imitation phones. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yi rubbed his nose and reassured, "Fear not, my friend. The water supply company has a filtration process in place. You may drink with confidence." The village elder stared blankly for a moment, silence enveloping him. "Brother, I appreciate your words, but please, let me be for a while," he replied, his discomfort palpable. The accompanying villagers, save for the older ones, were visibly nauseated, with the exception of the older women, whose adaptability was astonishing. A brief interlude ensued. Suddenly, Zhang Panqing realized something and hurriedly retrieved her phone, locating a photograph of her father. "Lin Yi," she exclaimed, "this is how my father looks. Could you please retrieve him for me? I am willing to offer additional compensation." After glancing at the photograph, Lin Yi's expression remained largely unchanged as he nodded. "I can do that. I will descend shortly after a brief rest. My intent is not to negotiate for more money. I merely wish to report the situation and, moreover, I do not know what your father looks like." As Lin Yi concluded, he turned to face team leader Chen, who, along with the body retrieval expert, Brother Zhou, had approached. At this juncture, aside from retrieving Zhang Panqing's father, the fate of the other bodies was not solely within Lin Yi's purview. The decision to recover unidentified corpses lay with the police, if he were to bring them all up. The subsequent handling of the bodies was beyond the capacity of a mere rideshare driver to resolve. It was hardly feasible to haul them ashore and inquire, "Is this your relative?" "No. Could you perhaps ask others?" Lin Yi was no sales influencer, promoting each body. He was simply a humble rideshare driver with no inclination towards live streaming sales. Furthermore, there were suspicions of an ancient tomb in the vicinity. Though Lin Yi refrained from mentioning this, knowing he could not adequately explain the implications. At that moment, team leader Chen spoke up. "You are Lin Yi, correct? I learned of you through the live stream. Young man, you mentioned a cluster of bodies below. How many do you estimate there to be?" "How many?" "Perhaps 7 or 8. I did not observe closely," Lin Yi replied. "Then I must trouble you to retrieve them all. I will ensure you are compensated at the police department's rate for body recovery," Chen declared solemnly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt no hesitation. The prospect of earning money prompted him to nod in agreement. Just as he prepared to leap back into the water, Brother Zhou, a middle-aged man, chimed in. "Lin Yi, would you mind if I accompanied you? I, too, seek to earn a little. The police charge based on the number of bodies recovered. And I will compensate you for each one, if that is agreeable," Zhou added with a shy smile. Lin Yi paused, surprised that someone wished to join him in the water. Remarkable, indeed, kindred spirits. He nodded in acceptance, though this time he left his live streaming equipment on the shore, taking only his waterproof imitation phone, truly a remarkable device. With a splash, the two figures vanished beneath the surface, and soon after, 2 bloated corpses emerged from the depths. Due to prolonged submersion, the corpses had succumbed to a state of advanced decay, emitting a foul odor that was nearly indescribable in certain areas. However, Lin Yi effortlessly recognized the body of Zhang Panqing's father, as it was still clothed and had not deteriorated as severely, making it relatively easy to identify. After properly placing her father's remains, Lin Yi exchanged a few brief words before following Brother Zhou back into the water to retrieve more bodies. Within minutes of their efforts, an overwhelming stench began to permeate the air. A wave of nausea swept over the group, and more than a dozen individuals were compelled to vomit, particularly those villagers accustomed to drinking from the reservoir. Their faces betrayed their distress. The mere mention of a cluster of corpses had already unsettled Lin Yi, and now, confronted with the grim reality, many could not keep their breakfasts down, leaving some terrified villagers to flee while retching. Meanwhile, upon witnessing her father's lifeless form, Zhang Panqing, despite her churning stomach, rushed forward, weeping uncontrollably. "Dad!" Awowishi collapsed beside the body, her grief palpable. Zhang Qingyu, recognizing the familiar clothing and the swollen visage that rendered her father unrecognizable, wept as she tried to console her sister. The two siblings embraced in a shared sorrow. Zhao Hai, observing this heart-wrenching scene, felt a pang of discomfort and glanced at Master Zhang, then at the still waters. Lin Yi's predictions had proven accurate, and he resolved to remain with Lin Yi until dawn, determined to consult the divine for fortune, believing that opportunity would soon arise. Although Zhao Hai felt relatively positive, the somber atmosphere around him prevented any smile from gracing his lips. Meanwhile, while the cries continued on the shore, Lin Yi and Brother Zhou were diligently working beneath the water. The current was treacherous, demanding caution as they retrieved the bodies. After more than an hour of labor, they successfully brought up 7 corpses. 8 were initially present, but 1 had resisted retrieval, despite 3 attempts to recover it. Consequently, they chose to abandon that effort. After concluding their grim task, Lin Yi also discovered a heavy door behind the corpses. He remained silent. Capturing a photograph before departing, the water-resistant capabilities of his phone were remarkable, as those who understood would know. Upon reaching the shore, Lin Yi, with 2 blades of grass between his teeth, felt immensely satisfied. After catching his breath, he remarked, in total, there were 8 bodies beneath the water, though 1 remained inaccessible. I attempted to recover it thrice, but it eluded me each time, so I decided to leave it be. Also, Chen, you should take a look at this photograph. He then handed his phone to team leader Chen. Upon seeing the image, Chen was momentarily taken aback, his demeanor shifting to one of intense seriousness. Lin Yi, my young friend, you aren't trying to deceive me with an online photo, are you? Of course not, Lin Yi replied, slightly exasperated. If you doubt me, check the date of the photograph. Ask Brother Zhou if you need further confirmation. With grass still between his teeth, Lin Yi shrugged in resignation. Team leader Chen glanced at Brother Zhou, who nodded affirmatively, indicating that Lin Yi was indeed speaking the truth. This situation transcends mere corpses. It delves into the realms of ancient tombs and archaeology. After a moment of contemplation, Captain Chen promptly inquired, has the Shaozhong Police Department arrived to assist? Please ensure these bodies are secured. I need to report certain matters to the chief. No one should approach this reservoir. With that, Captain Shin moved to the other side and retrieved his phone to communicate with higher authorities. Lin Yi and Brother Zhou exchanged a glance, silently understanding one another, and chose to rest quietly. As they took up the live streaming equipment, the atmosphere in the live room was thick with apprehension, as the sight of the corpses evoked a familiar, yet inexplicable fear. What the heck? Are you really retrieving corpses, streamer? 7 bodies have been brought up. Impressive. Damn. Are there still bodies the streamer couldn't recover? Attempted thrice, returned thrice? This can't possibly be a ghost, can it? A water ghost? Chapter 88. Significant Events. Officials arrive. Go away. You upstairs, cease your bizarre and supernatural antics, or I shall summon Confucius to deliver a barrage upon you. Is it true that the corpse retrieval personnel must adhere to the 3 prohibitions? No retrieval after 3 attempts, no retrieval upright, and no retrieval in inclement weather. Will disregarding these rules truly result in misfortune? Ahem, the traditions passed down from our ancestors can be doubted, yet those who neglect them often meet their demise. Indeed, the wisdom inherited from my illustrious ancestors should not be underestimated. As Lin Yi observed the fervent discussions in the live stream, he chuckled softly and remarked, "Brothers, some things exist only if you believe in them. There are rules for every profession and every vehicle. Let us cultivate a modicum of reverence. I shall take a brief respite, as I anticipate significant development shortly." With that, he chewed on 2 blades of grass, squinting as he awaited the next turn of events. After a while, Lin Yi felt rejuvenated. The physical exertion of retrieving bodies from the depths was indeed taxing. After sufficient rest, he intended to report to team leader Chen and draft a record of events. At that moment, as he passed by Zhang Qingyu, she and her companions had just completed their statements and were preparing to leave. Noticing the sorrow etched upon their faces, Lin Yi approached gently and said, "I offer my condolences, boss. I see there are few in your household. Might you require a mourner? 500 a day, meals included. I assure you, I am quite adept at lamentation. Since we are familiar, I can extend a 20% discount. So, do you need someone?" Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhang Qingyu fell silent, her expression one of exasperation. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers, she would have surely erupted. After completing your statement, you may take a taxi home. There is no need for a mourner. The payment will be transferred to your account shortly. She shot him a glare and directed her companions to depart. In response, Lin Yi touched his nose. "Do not be angry, boss, if you do not require my services. That is perfectly fine. A volatile temper is unwise. Beware of coldness in the palace." "Lin Yi, you speak recklessly. Do you dare?" Zhang Qingyu began. But before she could finish, Lin Yi had vanished from sight. Witnessing this exchange, the viewers in the live stream were thoroughly amused. "Ha ha, this is absolutely hilarious. Lin Yi certainly knows how to seize an opportunity. Even while retrieving corpses, he manages to secure himself work. Zhang boss must be inclined to give Lin Yi a good thrashing. He is utterly incorrigible. How delightful. The host is indeed a dedicated mourner." While the audience engaged in their jovial banter, Lin Yi commenced his own proceedings. Simultaneously, the first batch of reinforcements from the police arrived. They began to transport the bodies from the shore while escorting Master Zhang back for a debriefing. "Master, do you have time to cast a fortune for me? When might I find prosperity? Are you headed to file a report? Allow me to accompany you. I am well acquainted with the procedures." No sooner had he taken a few steps than Zhao Hai, ever the persistent companion, attached himself to Lin Yi. Lin Yi had never held a fondness for this individual. "Do you think you know the procedures better than I do? There's no need for that. I can manage on my own. You go where you need to go, and don't obstruct me. I have to take down the statements," Lin Yi asserted, casting a sharp glance before dismissing the matter entirely. Who among them was not familiar with the procedure? Day in and day out, he had spent countless hours at the police station. "Hey, Master Lin, don't leave so hastily. Wait for me," Zhao Hai called out from behind. Yet, as he attempted to follow, he was halted by a newly assigned officer. "Hello, I saw you complete your statement just now. You need to leave immediately. This area is now cordoned off. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter," the officer instructed, raising a hand. "What? They've sealed it off so quickly? What about the others?" Zhao Hai stammered, glancing around, his words faltering. He observed that several new officers were already dispersing the curious onlookers. It was indeed a secured zone. Swallowing his words, Zhao Hai too had to depart. Meanwhile, after finishing his statement, Lin Yi stretched and inquired of the officer in front of him, "Officer, may I take my leave? By the way, how will the compensation for the bodies I recover be processed?" Although Lin Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment broaching the subject of money at such a moment, The thought of not asking weighed heavier on his conscience. What? You're the wild body recovery expert? Just provide me with your bank account details. I'll handle the transaction for you. Oh, and don't leave just yet. The captain has instructed otherwise, the officer replied, setting down his pen and smiling. Wild body recovery expert? What a hardcore title. Is there really such a thing as wild recovery? Am I some sort of savage? Lin Yi mused internally. However, one thing brought him joy. The efficiency of the police in this metropolis was commendable. A simple account number would suffice for the transfer. Unlike the cumbersome processes he had encountered in Xining. As Lin Yi pondered, the officer tapped him on the shoulder. You must be Lin Yi, right? Please follow me. Oh, okay, Lin Yi replied, complying. The officer led him to a resting area, which turned out to be a tent that had recently been erected. It appeared they had set up camp here due to the presence of ancient tombs beneath. Reclining on a makeshift bed, Lin Yi engaged in casual conversation with his livestream audience for a while. Throughout, viewers in the chat persistently questioned why he was leaving and whether something significant was about to occur. Lin Yi chose to remain vague, evading their inquiries. Matters concerning ancient tombs were not to be sensationalized without official backing. Even when he had just reported to Captain Qin, he had avoided mentioning the live stream. As he lay there, roughly an hour passed. Suddenly, the sound of engines revving outside the tent caught his attention, and several military jeeps began to arrive. Lin Yi stepped out of the tent, taken aback by the scale of the situation. In the livestream chat, viewers reacted. What the heck? Military vehicles. Someone important must be arriving. Goodness, streamer, you should end the live broadcast quickly. At this rate, I'm worried you'll end up in jail. Yes, streamer. You need to make a run for it. Wait, is that Huang Bingbing? The official tomb exploration streamer? Am I seeing things? Not only Huang Bingbing, but also Professor Qin and Professor Hao Igua are present. What on earth is happening here? Could it be that there lies an ancient tomb beneath us? Come on, streamer. Do you know something? Speak the truth. Goodness. Brothers, Huang Bingbing's archaeological live stream has commenced, and the location is identical to where the host is situated. This undoubtedly signals a significant occurrence. At this very moment, the live stream chat exploded with fervent comments, with many demanding an explanation from Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi merely smiled and replied, an explanation? I can offer you a grand roll of tape. Does that suffice? After exchanging a few more words in the live chat, Lin Yi retreated into the tent. Within moments, the sound of footsteps began to reverberate outside the tent. There will be another chapter posted tonight. I apologize for not writing yesterday due to overtime. Chapter 89, Singing Sunny Day. Next time for sure. Such a commotion inevitably caught Lin Yi's attention, causing him to tense slightly and shiver. The viewers in the live stream were equally startled. Something significant was undoubtedly about to unfold. The cacophony of footsteps suggested a considerable presence, likely comprising a dozen or more individuals. Wow, given the sound of those footsteps, there must be at least a dozen people coming up. Based on my years of experience, I can tell. Seriously? How can you discern the number of footsteps so accurately? Ahem, I'm just an observer. You know what I mean. 6666. The talents in this live stream are truly remarkable, and their words are so charming. I wonder if Bingbing will appear. She is my goddess, and I need to see her photos to fall asleep every night. Wow, this chat is filled with old lechers. Am I the only pure-hearted guy here? Hey, would you like to join in on the fun? Leave your WeChat. Goodness, this live stream is terrifying. It's all men here. I'm heading over to Bingbing's live stream. After glancing at the barrage of comments, Lin Yi finally understood who this Bingbing was. Huang Bingbing, the national goddess. Frequently live-streamed from various archaeological sites, captivating viewers with the allure of ancient tombs. After all, many people struggle to suppress their curiosity. Notably, in this parallel world, regulations regarding archaeological live streams were rather lenient. One could broadcast their first descent into a tomb, provided they obtained official consent, or else face a direct ban from the platform. While Lin Yi pondered this, someone entered the tent. He turned to see a group of individuals approaching in unison, estimating their number to be around a dozen. Clearly, there were indeed experts in the live stream, given their precise estimation. As he stared at the group, Chun, the team leader, broke the silence and began introducing the key figures. Standing beside me is the director of the Shanghai Public Security Bureau, Chen Xingzhou. As Chen introduced him, Director Chen Xingzhou smiled slightly, extended his hand, and said, "Hello, I am Chen Xingzhou. Comrade Lin Yi, I greatly appreciate your assistance this time. The matter regarding the bonus has been arranged, and it should arrive around 3 p.m. this afternoon. By the way, In addition to the 3,000 yuan for retrieving the body, there is an additional 1,000 yuan as a reward for discovering the ancient tomb. You're quite impressive for your age. If you're interested, feel free to visit the Shanghai Public Security Bureau. Chen Xingzhou, the director, was a middle-aged man with a slight paunch, wearing a police hat that exuded authority. After shaking hands, Lin Yi responded modestly, "Thank you, Director Chen. I will visit the Shanghai Public Security Bureau when I have the opportunity." He smiled slightly, responding courteously, "By the way, I'm curious if there is something specific you wish to discuss, Director Chen?" Lin Yi paused, glancing at the dozen or so individuals standing around. Among them were older men, middle-aged officers, and a beautiful young woman, presumably Huang Bingbing, alongside several graduate students dressed in scholarly attire. "Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, Professor Chen, an expert from the Shanghai Archaeological Bureau who specializes in international archaeological endeavors." Beside him stood his assistant and student, Professor Hao Aigua. They often conducted live archaeological broadcasts. "Are you familiar with this?" Director Chen smiled gently as he introduced. Lin Yi truly had no knowledge of this. Yet he did not wish to offend the director's dignity, so he could only respond with a soft chuckle. "Of course, I am aware. These two professors are quite renowned. Greetings, I am Lin Yi. Feel free to call me Shaolin." Lin Yi stepped forward, extending his hand to shake with each professor. Through the handshake, Lin Yi sensed that Professor Chen was quite warm, engaging him in lively conversation primarily about the ancient tomb below. In contrast, Professor Hao appeared somewhat reserved, not exactly cold, but not adept in social interactions. His passion lay solely in archaeology, embodying the spirit of one who dedicates themselves wholeheartedly to their vocation. From his dialogue with Professor Chen, Lin Yi learned that the professors intended for him to lead the way. It was not that Zhou Gu was incapable, but rather that he had exerted himself during several forays and needed to rest. Thus, they sought Lin Yi. After their brief exchange, Professor Chen waved his hand with a gentle smile, saying, "Well then, Shaolin, I shall return to prepare, aiming to descend into the tomb this afternoon. By the way, Shaolin, Bingbing and Aigua's students will remain with you. Please inform them about the situation below and chat with the viewers in the archaeological livestream." As you are well-versed in that area, Professor Chen's voice was soothing, reminiscent of a father's earnest guidance. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded, suddenly struck by a thought. "Professor Chen, since I am a broadcaster, might I also live-stream the upcoming archaeological work?" he inquired, a hint of embarrassment evident in his tone. After all, he was requesting a favor and sharing in someone else's endeavor, a fact that, while unflattering, was nonetheless true. Young people and their love for live streaming. "That is no problem. Aigua, please inform the platform shortly," replied Professor Chen. "Understood, teacher," Hao Aigua nodded, casting a glance at Lin Yi. "Shaolin, prepare your equipment as well. Ensure your safety while we delve into the tomb. You youngsters carry on with your conversation. We, the older generation, shall take our leave." With that, Professor Chen and the majority of the group departed, leaving behind a striking young woman, 3 studious-looking students, and a photographer. Within the tent, only 4 remained, and the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. Just as Lin Yi pondered how to break the silence, the charming young woman spoke up, extending her fair right hand. "Hello, Lin Yi. I am Huang Bingbing. The other 3 are students of Aigua, Zhang Dong, Luowen, and Li Qing." As they introduced themselves, Lin Yi reciprocated. One could not help but note the formidable names of the trio, reminiscent of prominent figures from a novel he had read about the League of Weighing. Even the photographer was someone Lin Yi recognized. He was no ordinary individual, as he ventured into even the most perilous locations. Truly a remarkable person. "You need not introduce yourself. Lin Yi, we are familiar with you, the Prince of Love Songs. Your piece Sunny Day is delightful. The viewers in the live stream are requesting if you could sing it live." Upon finishing her words, Huang Bingbing's delicate face flushed a shade of crimson. It was evident that not only was she fond of the live broadcast, but she also held a genuine affection for it. Naturally, the song Sunny Day possesses an unparalleled charm, especially for young girls. After listening to Lin Yi, she felt a twinge of embarrassment given his current singing prowess. Perhaps it's best not to dwell on it. Sighing, Lin Yi expressed his apologies. He truly had little interest in singing. In truth, Sunny Day was merely a spontaneous creation, hardly noteworthy, and lately, he had been experiencing some discomfort in his throat. "I promise to do better next time, my apologies." He shook his head, an expression of regret etched on his face. The chapter for tomorrow will likely be posted in the afternoon, and starting the day after. I will adjust to post everything in the early hours of the following day. Chapter 90. The Power of Imitation Phones. Buying a peach with sword. Brother Lin. I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of your vocal condition and may have been too forward. However, I truly adore the song Sunny Day. Would you be so kind as to sign an autograph for me? With that, Huang Bingbing unexpectedly produced a piece of paper and a pen, presenting them to him. Lin Yi, taken aback, smiled gently, not anticipating that he had such a fervent admirer. He elegantly inscribed his name, saying, "This is my first autograph for someone. Thank you so much, Bingbing." He handed the signed paper back, filled with gratitude. The sudden turn of events left the audience in the live stream, including Huang Bingbing and her companions, momentarily stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be Huang Bingbing expressing her gratitude? In that instant, she found the autograph in her hand less appealing, experiencing a rather peculiar sensation. As she pondered this, Lin Yi's next remark reshaped her perception of him. Ahem, if you truly wish to hear me sing. The song is available on music platforms. Simply click play. Singing live is no different from listening to it on your phone. A glimmer of enthusiasm flickered across his face as he spoke. Okay. His words shattered her fantasy of him being a divine singer. How could a live performance compare to a recorded version? Shaking her head, Huang Bingbing glanced at the other three, inquiring if they had any questions. At that moment, a young man named Zhang Dong softly asked, "Hello, Brother Lin. My name is Zhang Dong. I would like to inquire how you managed to capture such clear photographs from a depth of 50 to 60 meters underwater. Doesn't the phone or camera equipment get waterlogged? My family is in the waterproof business, so I'm just curious." Upon hearing this, Huang Bingbing and Luo Wen turned their gazes towards Lin Yi. The photograph relayed by Ting Chen, taken from such depths, raised questions about how the equipment could withstand water exposure. This was truly remarkable. Lin Yi paused for a moment, then retrieved a flip phone from his pocket. This is a Feepuli imitation phone. Its waterproof capabilities are impressive. I took these photos with this very device. Zhang Dong, feel free to examine it. But remember to return it after your research. By the way, aren't we supposed to descend into the tomb soon? I need to prepare. With that, Lin Yi donned the specialized backpack left by the archaeological team and turned to leave, leaving the others bewildered, gazing at the phone in Zhang Dong's hand, their minds buzzing. Huang Bingbing wished to say something, but Lin Yi's figure had already vanished from sight. In Lin Yi's live stream, wow, the host is truly impressive. Imitation phones are remarkable. I can't believe imitation phones are this powerful and waterproof. Indeed, Lu Xiaobu was right. Imitation phones are exceptional. What an eye-opener. I stand by Lu Xiaobu. He is the people's choice. Where is the host heading to prepare? Why is he walking toward the village? I'm quite eager to see what Lin Yi is preparing. As the audience in the live stream watched in astonishment, Lin Yi had already navigated through numerous obstacles and was making his way directly towards the village. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, Lin Yi halted at a place in the village that sold items for funerals, including compasses and peachwood swords. How much for these 4 peachwood swords? He inquired. After a brief glance, Lin Yi was immediately captivated. The shopkeeper, with a casual flick of his gaze while engrossed in his phone, replied nonchalantly, "No bargaining for the 4. Just $50. All right." Lin Yi responded promptly, paying without hesitation. Upon witnessing this scene, the viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. What on earth is this streamer up to? Is he preparing to rob a tomb, or rather, indulge in archaeology? What has to deal with purchasing peachwood swords? Does he truly intend to catch ghosts? What the hell? Why would one need peachwood swords for tomb raiding? There are no ghosts in graves. This peachwood sword is quite substantial. The streamer is truly compassionate, even remembering to perform a rite for the tomb's owner when entering the grave. Such benevolence. Why is the streamer buying peachwood swords? Because he is kind-hearted. I've only heard tales of unclean entities in ancient tombs, but I've never seen anyone wielding a peachwood sword. After securing the peachwood swords, Lin Yi revealed a bright smile, displaying his pearly white teeth. Brothers, stop with the barrage of question marks. The streamer is simply eccentric, afflicted by a peculiar phobia of insufficient firepower. Only with a peachwood sword in hand does he feel secure in a grave. So I trust you all understand? He explained with a grin to the viewers in the live stream. However, the audience remained utterly perplexed. What the heck? Insufficient firepower? You buy a peachwood sword? 6,666. Streamer, if you have such a condition, shouldn't you be wielding an assault rifle instead? What is the meaning of the peachwood sword? Exactly. Reading the comments, Lin Yi could not help but chuckle in exasperation. Seriously? Am I supposed to procure a firearm with a peachwood sword? This is absurd. With that, He dismissed the audience's reactions and continued shopping, acquiring food and water as well. Though the archaeological team would prepare supplies, Lin Yi preferred to be overly prepared. After Lin Yi made that statement, the viewers in the live stream fell silent. This was primarily because Lin Yi's assertion was indeed spot on. Who would buy peach with swords if they could obtain firearms? In the following hour, Lin Yi discreetly retrieved several tomb raiding tools from his system space, such as flying tiger claws, hook locks, loyang shovels, and hemp ropes, essential supplies for his endeavors. Once his procurement was complete, Lin Yi made his way back to the archaeological team's base. Upon returning to the tent after over an hour, he exclaimed, "What? You all haven't left yet?" Spotting Huang Bingbing and the others, Lin Yi instinctively blurted out a traditional exclamation. To the viewers of the archaeological live stream, I apologize. It's just a habit. You must believe me, I am a civilized individual and do not ordinarily speak this way. Realizing that Huang Bingbing was still live streaming, he hastily offered his apology. As long as he apologized quickly, the viewers would likely forget. The audience of the archaeological live stream vented their frustrations towards Lin Yi, with a flurry of comments bombarding the screen, filled with unflattering remarks. However, Lin Yi was unfazed, as he could not see them. Upon encountering Lin Yi once more and hearing those words, Huang Bingbing let out a sigh, as the idolized image she held began to shatter. The phrase "I am accustomed to it" proved to be utterly devastating. Suddenly, Huang Bingbing's attention was drawn to the 4 peach wood swords slung across Lin Yi's back, leaving her momentarily bewildered. "Brother Lin? What is this?" "Oh, you inquired about this? These are peach wood swords. You haven't encountered them before? You all should be venturing into the tomb soon, right? Here, I shall gift you one." With that, Lin Yi set down the 4 swords, retaining the largest one, and distributed the others among Huang Bingbing and her companions. It seems 3 swords might be insufficient." Rubbing the back of his head, Lin Yi appeared somewhat awkward as he added, "Well, you can divide these 3 peachwood swords among yourselves. Feel free to break them if you wish. It is said that sincerity brings forth spiritual efficacy." Noticing Huang Bingbing's peculiar gaze, Lin Yi confidently patted his chest and declared, "Do not look at me like that. Trust me, I am a fortune teller, and the teachings of Taoism emphasize following the natural flow." Chapter 91. Is it not reasonable for a grave robber to possess a loyang shovel? The crowd fell into a profound silence, gazing at Lin Yi as they absorbed his words. A Taoist? A Taoist instructing you to break a peachwood sword? Truly absurd. After a lengthy pause, Li Qing finally spoke. "Sister Bingbing, Zhang Dong, Luo 1, I won't be descending into the tomb. This is a gesture of goodwill from Brother Lin Yi. You should accept it." Upon hearing Li Qing's endorsement, the 3 of them each took a peachwood sword and playfully brandished it. Surprisingly, it was quite entertaining. After a few moments of play, Huang Bingbing set her sword aside and looked up at Lin Yi, noticing he did not have a peachwood sword. She paused and asked, "Brother Lin, what about you? Do you not need a peachwood sword? I can return this one to you." "I don't need." Before she could finish, her eyes widened in shock. Lin Yi produced a massive peachwood sword from behind him, at least 3 times the size of hers. He nonchalantly remarked, "Oh, I'm fine with whatever," brandishing the enormous sword with a mischievous grin. The audience in the archaeological livestream could no longer contain their astonishment. "Casual? Is that what you call casual? That peachwood sword is truly enormous. No wonder I found Lin Yi a bit peculiar at first. Carrying such a gigantic peachwood sword is certainly eye-catching. This streamer named Lin Yi continuously reshapes my understanding. What a remarkable talent. Sister Bingbing has been astounded multiple times today, all thanks to Lin Yi. Truly impressive." In stark contrast to the astonishment in the archaeological live stream, Lin Yi's own stream was relatively quiet. Having encountered such situations before, he had grown somewhat numb to it. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say he had become accustomed to it, though that word carries a certain weight. Huang Bingbing's lips twitched slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, it was quite casual. She glanced at the peachwood sword in her hand, suddenly feeling disenchanted. The other 2 shared a similar sentiment, quietly stowing away their swords. The atmosphere inside the tent turned subtly awkward. Observing this, Li Qing hastily shifted the topic. "Brother Lin Yi, I've heard that you are not just a grave robber, but also a fortune teller and a locksmith, and that you initially worked as a ride-hailing driver. Is this true? I've heard rumors online." As he spoke, Li Qing regarded Lin Yi with a sense of admiration. To carry such a multitude of titles at such a young age is truly impressive. In response, Lin Yi smiled and nodded. "Indeed, and I can also race cars." Even tomb raiding is within my capabilities. Tomb raiding? As his words lingered in the air, the people in the tent cast Lin Yi with exceedingly strange glances. Huang Bingbing furrowed her brow, rummaging through her bag, ready to make a call. Whoops, I spoke too freely that. This Lin Yi suddenly felt a bit awkward. Mentioning tomb raiding to the archaeological team was akin to inviting trouble, wasn't he it? Alas. My own words have escaped me far too swiftly. Not even the fastest of men could rival this. Do not misconstrue, for I do not speak of the happy boys. Ahem. Just as Lin Yi was about to offer some clarification, a sudden clatter resonated through the air. A metallic object had fallen to the ground, inexplicably dislodged from his backpack. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers gazed at Lin Yi in utter astonishment. At that moment, a myriad of thoughts raced through Lin Yi's mind. As if 1,000 horses were galloping through his brain, fate itself seemed to mock him. With circumstances having escalated to this point, Lin Yi steeled himself and asserted, ahem. Do not misunderstand. It is entirely reasonable for a body retrieval specialist to possess iron claws for such purposes, is it not? As he spoke, he scrutinized the expressions of Huang Bingbing and the others. To his dismay, he noted their faces were drenched in cold sweat, their gazes towards him filled with sheer terror. Their expressions seemed to convey a singular message, I trust you not. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Zhang Dong scratched his head and awkwardly chuckled. It makes sense. As a body retrieval specialist, it is quite reasonable for you to wield an iron claw for your tasks, Lin Yi. Allow me to assist you in picking that up. He bent down, reaching for the item on the ground. At that moment, Lin Yi swiftly interposed himself before Zhang Dong, crouching down. No, I shall handle it myself. However, before he could finish, another object, a peculiar iron shovel, tumbled from his backpack, its design oddly familiar. The tent fell into an eerie silence. Huang Bingbing fixated on the iron shovel, her face draining of color in an instant. This is not a Luoyang shovel, is it? Typically associated with grave robbers or archaeological teams, it is evident that Lin Yi belongs to the latter. Before Huang Bingbing could ponder her thoughts further, Luo Wen blurted out. Luoyang shovel. Lin Yi, you are a grave robber. Before Luo Wen could elaborate, Li Qing swiftly covered his mouth. Lin Yi, it seems Luo Wen is unwell. I shall escort him outside to seek a physician. As Li Qing attempted to exit the tent, Lin Yi, now fully aware of their intentions, decided to abandon pretense. With an exasperated gesture, he declared, I shall lay my cards on the table. I confess, I am indeed a grave robber. With that proclamation, Li Qing, who had intended to make a discreet exit, abruptly halted in his tracks. Lin Yi, I did not hear anything. Please do not harm me. I truly did not hear anything. Trembling in fear at the impending threat, he quaked at Lin Yi's advancing hand. However, Lin Yi merely patted his shoulder lightly. What is this? Li Qing, why are you so anxious? I am hardly a bloodthirsty monster. Why the dread? Lin Yi regarded him with bemusement, observing the youth's fragile disposition. But the novels all depict grave robbers as ruthless, merciless killers. How could I not be afraid? Li Qing stammered, summoning every ounce of strength to respond. Novels? You are aware that is merely fiction, right? Can one equate novels with reality? Lin Yi slapped his forehead, bemused by the peculiar reasoning of this young man. Although I claim to be a tomb raider, this is merely my first endeavor, and I am accompanying your archaeological team. This should not be classified as tomb raiding. Rather, it should be considered official archaeology, as I am your contracted personnel. Lin Yi said. Contracted personnel? What on earth is this? I am utterly bewildered. Huang Bingbing, Zhang Dong, Luo Wen, we exchanged glances, and can this even be justified? Observing the puzzled expressions of the group, Lin Yi continued to elucidate. You are aware that I practice fortune-telling, thus, understanding feng shui and discerning burial sites is naturally within my purview. Is it so strange to possess some knowledge of tomb raiding techniques? Moreover, since I am collaborating with the state, can this truly be deemed tomb raiding? At worst, it could be considered an attempt. No. It should be referred to as an archaeological endeavor. Chapter 92. The Tomb Raider Lin Yi. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Li Qing was utterly bewildered. Goodness, you're an archaeologist? Have I become a tomb raider? This is becoming increasingly surreal, and I can hardly distinguish reality. Lin Yi, my good man, you truly do not intend to kill me? Unable to make sense of the situation, Li Qing decided to clarify this matter first. Lin Yi, at this moment, Lin Yi was rendered speechless by the young man's inquiry. Why bring up killing him? Am I, perhaps, resembling a hitman? Or has your affinity for novels led you to believe everyone intends harm? Honestly, Have you perhaps indulged in too many guilty pleasures, like peeking at a widow bathing? As he spoke, Lin Yi stepped forward and cast a piercing glance at Li Qing. Brother, no, no. I've only peeked at a young girl bathing. Where would I encounter a widow? Li Qing hastily waved his hands in denial, while simultaneously nodding. Brother, you do indeed bear a slight resemblance to a hitman. Or I wouldn't have said that. Lin Yi? I resemble a hitman? Are you jesting? When Lin Yi turned to glance at the two others behind him, he heard Huang Bingbing teasingly interject. Brother Lin, you do have a bit of a hitman vibe. Lin Yi, good heavens. Are they forcing him into the role of a killer? Since we've reached this point, why not kill someone for excitement? Noticing the peculiar expression on Lin Yi's face, Luo Wen quickly shifted the topic. Li Qing, you need not worry. Brother Lin is neither a hitman nor a tomb raider. He has never raided a tomb. What kind of tomb raider would he be? At most, he is merely someone skilled in tomb raiding techniques. Moreover, as netizens have mentioned, he is a feng shui master, so it is not surprising that he possesses some tomb raiding skills. This emphatic explanation instantly eased Li Qing's tension, allowing him to gradually abandon his fears. Brother Lin, you truly are not a hitman? Upon hearing Li Qing's query, Lin Yi nearly lost his composure. How cowardly can one be? No wonder he shies away from tombs. If he ventured into one, he'd likely perish from fright. I assure you, I am not a hitman. Please, no more questions. I might just lose my patience and take action. Furthermore, this is my first time entering a tomb. I merely brought provisions, or rather, self-defense items. That is entirely reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Yi shrugged and casually tossed his backpack for them to inspect. Huang Bingbing and the others examined the bag, discovering only tools pertinent to archaeological work, with none of the firearms they had feared. It appeared to be a mere misunderstanding. Subsequently, Huang Bingbing smiled gently, her cheeks tinged with a hint of embarrassment as she remarked, Brother Lin, I sincerely apologize. Misunderstandings are indeed unfortunate. However, I must inform Professor Chen about the items you've brought. Is that acceptable? Objections? At this point, Lin Yi could hardly protest. Of course, feel free. With that, Li Qing, who stood at the edge of the tent, did not hesitate to take on the grave responsibility of reporting. Sister Bingbing, I shall inform Professor Chen. With that, he dashed away, leaving no trace behind. Moments later, the tent fell into a comfortable silence, the group tacitly refraining from conversation, while Lin Yi busied himself with his equipment. Content in his own company. However, the two live streaming rooms erupted into chaos as Lin Yi's remarkable equipment was revealed one by one, leaving everyone astounded. Goodness. Today I encountered a living tomb raider, Lo Yang shovel, flying tiger claws. This Lin Yi is undoubtedly a seasoned expert. Indeed. I too find this streamer named Lin Yi quite mysterious. It seems improbable that this is his first experience with tomb raiding. Oh dear, why do you believe him? Bing? Wait a minute, has the streamer just added another profession? Tomb raiding. This is truly outrageous. As expected, the streamer possesses many skills. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Goodness, a professional archaeological team versus tomb raiders, who possesses superior skills. Stay tuned. Bing, my dear, trust me. Lin Yi is undoubtedly a genuine tomb raider. It is impossible that this is his first time. We must promptly notify the police to apprehend him and have him drink tea. Absolutely, regardless of whether it is his first or many times. Let us hand him over to the authorities for a chat. As the barrage of comments in the live stream increased, so did the voices of doubt. Observing these comments, Huang Bingbing grew increasingly suspicious of Lin Yi. However, the next moment, she dismissed her thoughts. At that very moment, Lin Yi was engaged in a playful debate. Or rather, an explanation with his audience. What? You're making baseless claims. Am I a tomb raider? What nonsense. I am a proud descendant of the FHO sect. A tomb raider? Well, FHO does relate to tomb raiding. Regardless, do not spread unfounded rumors. Otherwise, I shall accuse you of defamation. Hearing Lin Yi's sporadic responses, Huang Bingbing found herself amused. It turned out that Lin Yi was quite the jokester. Could a jokester really be a tomb raider? She was somewhat skeptical. However, the name FHO sounded rather familiar. In Lin Yi's live streaming room, comments flowed in. Streamer, your boasting is becoming increasingly grandiose. FHO sect? When did this sect come into existence? Surely, you didn't just make it up on the spot? Exactly. FHO should refer to the commander of FHO. You have no insignia, just fabricating stories. Goodness, streamer, you've really inflated your tales. If you are a tomb raider, then just admit it. Why bring up a sect? Do you think this is a realm of chivalry where sects exist? Frustrated, Lin Yi could no longer contain himself. What do you mean by fabricating stories? You don't even know what the FHO sect is? How ridiculous. What boasting? Do I need to boast? What an international joke. Forget it. I want to waste my breath on you. It's time for a meal. I'm ending the live stream. As he spoke, Lin Yi clicked to close the streaming room, opting not to turn it back on. Just as he sighed in relief, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the tent, startling him. FHO Tianguan. Lin Yi, my young friend, are you truly the 68th commander of FHO? You're not lying, are you? Turning toward the source of the voice, Lin Yi was taken aback to see Professor Chen behind him, exclaiming in astonishment, his face a mixture of shock and excitement. Following closely behind him were Professor Hao Aigua, Team Leader Chen, and several armed police officers. Upon witnessing this formidable presence, Lin Yi instinctively swallowed hard. Could they possibly be here to apprehend him? This seemed excessively courteous for capturing a mere insignificant figure like himself. Had he known, he would have slipped away earlier. However, given the current circumstances, the bullets were swift and precise, akin to the legendary F.A. Xiao Tianguan. Indeed, it was Professor Chen who inquired thus. The FHO sect had originally been a fabrication conjured from Lin Yi's memories of his past life. Whether such a sect truly existed in this world remained uncertain. Yet now, with his head bowed, Lin Yi pondered for a mere 2 seconds before gently nodding. Professor Chen, I am indeed the FHO Tianguan of this generation. Lin Yi. Chapter 93. The Dragon-Seeking Technique, Dividing Gold and Determining the Grave. As for the FHO seal, I apologize, but my esteemed master is still alive and has yet to pass down that knowledge to me. However, that will come soon. With a grin, Lin Yi entered the realm of fabrication. Who cares? Let us just navigate through this for now. FHO Tianguan? Professor Chen, do not heed his nonsense. He just admitted to being a tomb raider. Regardless, we should apprehend him first. Li Qing interjected from behind. Hao Aigua, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, suggesting they capture him first and investigate later. Teacher, I too concur with Li Qing. We must detain him. As for Lin Yi being FHO Tianguan, I am not entirely convinced. It has been ages since FHO Tianguan appeared before the world. It is likely that Lin Yi is either fabricating this or knows something more. Upon finishing his statement, Hao Aigua fixed an intense gaze upon Lin Yi. Hao Aigua harbored no tolerance for tomb raiders. He recalled the tragic loss of several colleagues at the hands of such individuals over a decade ago, and a shadow of sorrow crossed his face. Once Hao Aigua finished speaking, Team Leader Chen furrowed his brows, wearing an expression of disbelief. His gaze towards Lin Yi shifted. How could such a young lad be a tomb raider? Just moments ago, he had even assisted in recovering a body. Nevertheless, Team Leader Chen maintained clarity amidst the confusion. As he prepared to advance with the armed police to apprehend Lin Yi, Professor Chen, who had been observing intently, quickly raised his hand to halt the action. He approached Lin Yi directly. To the astonishment of everyone present, Professor Chen excitedly inquired, Young Lin, could you please raise your right hand for me to see? Taken aback by the request, Lin Yi initially intended to decline. However, the armed police's presence made refusal unappealing, and the tone of Professor Chen's request seemed more like a plea than a demand. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi lifted his right hand, which had been tucked into his pocket. Adjusting his glasses, Professor Chen scrutinized the young man's hand for a considerable time, his excitement escalating. Incredible! I never imagined you truly are a descendant of the FHO lineage. Indeed, Professor Chen exclaimed, his eyes fixated on Lin Yi's middle and index fingers. The FHO finger. This is the emblem of the FHO Tianguan sect. There can be no mistake. According to what I learned from the FHO Tianguan I encountered, the FHO finger is a skill that must be cultivated from a young age. Both the FHO finger and the FHO seal are symbols of the FHO Tianguan identity, absolutely infallible. Moreover, the FHO Tianguan lineage is traditionally passed down through a single heir. With this realization, Professor Chen's gaze toward Lin Yi grew fervent. Indeed, fervent. Typically, the FHO Tianguan would not engage in tomb raiding. They represent the righteous side. Most importantly, in his youth, during a tomb exploration, he and his master had been trapped in an ancient grave until the FHO Tianguan intervened. At that time, he had conversed with the FHO Tianguan for quite some time and had learned that the individual was the 67th generation. Everything aligned perfectly in this moment, and Professor Chen's doubts evaporated. Young Lin, it is truly fortuitous to have met you. How about joining us in this archaeological endeavor? We are in dire need of your expertise. Professor Chen stepped forward to embrace Lin Yi. Faced with the unexpected turn of events, Lin Yi found himself momentarily bewildered. He had merely been boasting, never anticipating that it would actually come to fruition. What on earth was happening? Instinctively glancing at the divination mark on his right hand, he surmised that it must have played a role. Without a second thought, Lin Yi readily agreed. Professor Chen, I have no objections. Contributing to the nation's archaeological endeavors is a duty I cannot refuse. With a hearty pat on Lin Yi's shoulder, Professor Chen's face illuminated with admiration. Good, good, good. This is the spirit of our promising youth in Longhua. He instructed the soldiers to holster their weapons, for an accidental discharge would be undesirable. Professor Chen chuckled at the astonished crowd behind him. At that moment, both he and the official archaeological live stream audience were utterly astounded. It turned out that Lin Yi truly was a diviner, and he had not been exaggerating, although most were unfamiliar with the term diviner. The very sound of it suggested an impressive stature. In the live stream chat, comments erupted. What the heck? Lin Yi was telling the truth all along. Impressive. I have no idea what a diviner is, but just the name sounds astonishing, truly remarkable. I just tuned in and thought he was merely boasting. But he really is a diviner, and Professor Chen knows him. Unbelievable. We aren't the only ones shocked. Just look around. Everyone is astonished. The entire live stream audience was in disbelief. They had thought the mention of a diviner was mere jest, yet here it was, a reality. But then, a moment even more shocking unfolded. Professor Chen, smiling, placed his hand on Lin Yi's shoulder and gently patted him. Young Lin, you needn't call me Professor Chen anymore. I'm acquainted with your master. He is, in a sense, my elder. Therefore, you may call me Brother Chen. Professor Chen beamed sincerely, exuding a warmth that left no room for doubt. A collective gasp arose among the onlookers. Could this be real? They were now engaging in a brotherly bond. A level of absurdity that seemed beyond comprehension. Lin Yi was taken aback as well. Brother Chen? This seems inappropriate. He quickly waved his hands in protest. This is quite an honor, but it feels excessive. Professor Hao refers to you as teacher, and Li Qing calls you master, so having Professor Hao address me as uncle feels rather awkward. I think I should just call you Professor Chen. That feels more fitting. A slight smile graced Lin Yi's lips as he declined. The moment those words escaped him, Professor Hao's expression darkened. What was this comparison? It was one thing to regard him as a junior, but to suggest such a hierarchy was somewhat unethical. I consider you a junior, and yet you wish to be my uncle. How does that make sense? Just as Professor Hao was about to voice his thoughts, Professor Chen interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Young Lin, you are still inexperienced. Let us keep things simple. You may call me brother. And Professor Hao can address you as uncle. That works perfectly. With that, the usually stern Professor Chen looked at Professor Hao with a playful glint in his eyes. Clearly enjoying the moment, Hao was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Professor Chen, his mouth agape in astonishment. Teacher, please, do not jest. What difference could there possibly be? Ah, enough of the banter, Aigua. Let us return to serious matters, Professor Chen replied, stroking his snowy white beard before turning to Lin Yi with a grave expression. Shaolin, are you proficient in the art of divining gold and locating auspicious burial sites? The dragon-seeking technique, do you possess knowledge of it? Lin Yi paused momentarily, refraining from speech as he nodded in affirmation. The dragon-seeking technique is indeed detailed in the text on tomb rating. To seek the dragon and discern the gold, one must observe the winding mountains. Each twist signifies a barrier to be overcome. Splendid, Shaolin. We are in dire need of your expertise in this domain. Come, let us depart at once. Professor Chen exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he took Lin Yi by the arm. Chapter 94, Preparations Before Entering the Tomb. Observing the visibly agitated and anxious Professor Chen, Lin Yi found himself at a loss for words. Just then, a rumble echoed from an unknown individual's stomach. Instantly, Professor Chen, how about we grab a bite to eat first? It's nearly mealtime, and it wouldn't be prudent to let our comrades go hungry. Lin Yi remarked with a subtle chuckle. Oh, indeed. Aigua, please fetch us some food, responded Professor Chen. His expression tinged with a hint of melancholy as he glanced at Lin Yi. We mustn't allow our technical personnel to suffer from hunger. And Lin, do call me Chingo from now on. It sounds much more affectionate. With that, Professor Chen displayed an entirely pedestrian demeanor. Were it not for his title, one might easily assume he was about to clink glasses with Lin Yi and indulge in a drink. Once Lin Yi and Professor Chen exited the tent, the remaining individuals exchanged bewildered glances. Among them, Li Qing appeared particularly befuddled, initially believing that reporting the tomb raiders would be commendable. He was astonished by how events had unfolded. The tomb raider, no, Lin Yi had ascended to the status of a mentor. Who could he possibly turn to for justification? With an expression of despondency, Li Qing cast a pitiful look towards Professor Hao Aigua. Professor Hao, Lin Yi has openly admitted to being a tomb raider. Does this truly suffice? This isn't in accordance with proper protocol, he stammered, visibly trembling, his eyes clouded with confusion. Just moments had passed, and he felt as though he had been made a fool. Upon hearing this, a wave of helplessness washed over Hao Aigua. Yet, this was his mentor's decision, and he felt it inappropriate to voice any dissent. Glancing at the forlorn Li Qing, he gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, "What tomb raider? Lin Yi is your mentor. Let us not misinterpret this. I shall even refer to him as Shi Shu. Is there any objection? Now, Chun, please arrange for lunch." With that, Hao Aigua turned to Chun, who stood nearby, and spoke respectfully. Chun nodded, though he was somewhat bewildered by Lin Yi's sudden elevation in status. Nevertheless, he felt genuinely pleased for Lin Yi. After all, a tomb raider acknowledged by Professor Chen as a disciple must inherently possess good character. Moreover, he found Lin Yi to be an agreeable young man with his own ideas. "Professor Hao, I shall take my leave. You all continue your discussion," he stated, before departing. As the armed police concluded their duties, Huang Bingbing, who had been brimming with curiosity, finally seized the opportunity to inquire. Echoing the questions of some viewers in the live stream, "Professor Hao, may I ask if you are familiar with the FHO school? Additionally, what are your thoughts on Lin Yi becoming your Shirshu?" she asked, jogging towards Hao Aigua with a microphone in hand. Instantly, Hao Aigua halted, the embarrassment evident on his face. What did they mean by asking for his opinion on his Shirshu? It was a rather absurd inquiry. Gathering his thoughts, he donned a professional smile and addressed the camera. "Firstly, I have no particular opinion regarding this newly acknowledged Shirshu, and I urge everyone not to engage in baseless speculation. Furthermore, my understanding of the FHO Tianguan is rather limited. I have primarily gleaned insights from my esteemed professor, Professor Chen. The origins of the FHO Tianguan can be traced back to the position of the FHO Zhonglang Zhang held by Cao Cao. The professor, as expected, demonstrated remarkable expertise in this brief 3-minute introduction to the history of the FHO Tianguan. Upon concluding, Huang Bingbing and her companions nodded in a state of partial comprehension. However, Li Qing, standing nearby, appeared utterly perplexed, regardless of how one describes it. The FHO Tianguan is, at its core, associated with tomb robbers. Why are they not apprehended? According to Professor Hao, if we accept your assertion that the FHO Zhonglang Jiang is synonymous with tomb raiding, we must set aside the debate over whether it is indeed the foremost of the 4 major tomb robbing factions. Tomb robbing is still a crime. So, why does Professor Chen not only refrain from arresting Lin Yi, but also? Li Qing hesitated, glancing nervously at Professor Hao. He even refers to him as a brother, does he not? Professor Hao offered a faint smile. Indeed, in truth, my mentor was once saved by the FHO Tianguan during his youth, in a perilous tomb where the majority of archaeologists did not emerge unscathed. At this point, a trace of sorrow crossed Professor Hao's face. Let us not dwell on that. Simply remember, the FHO Tianguan does not engage in tomb raiding unprovoked. Like us archaeologists, their primary focus is on protective excavation. There are even rumors that the FHO Tianguan was established to safeguard certain relics, specifically to contend with some entities within tombs. Well, you will come to understand this in due course. With that, Professor Hao declined to entertain any further inquiries from Huang Bingbing and turned to exit the tent. The audience in the live stream, upon hearing this, was instantly captivated by the air of mystery. Why does Professor Hao leave his statements half finished? It's quite vexing. Your words carry a rather twisted undertone. How intriguing. The FHO Tianguan is meant to deal with certain entities within tombs? What kind of entities? Could there truly be zombies or rice dumplings in the tombs? Oh my, is this for real? Are such entities genuinely present in the tombs? Have you all watched too many movies? Or is my archaeological live broadcast experience different? Previously, it was all about digging. Now, it's shrouded in mystery. How impressive. Haha, enough of that. I'm in the midst of cutting rice dumplings. Observing these comments, Huang Bingbing felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. The imagination of the live stream audience was indeed boundless. Dear viewers, let us shift our focus to other matters. Can anyone guess whose tomb this might be? As for rice dumplings, those are merely tales from mythology. With that, Huang Bingbing directed the cameraman to capture the ambience outside the tent. At this moment, within the tent, only Professor Hao's 3 students remained, exchanging glances, unsure of what to say. They looked at one another, uncertain whether to feel elated or apprehensive. The emergence of an unexpected advisor left them in a state of confusion. Zhang Dong and Luowen, please do not gaze at me so. I am as bewildered as you are. How did things evolve into this? And what is with your knowing looks? I am certainly not a schemer. It was the steward who insisted on reporting to Professor Chen, and thus it transpired that we acquired an additional steward. I would have preferred otherwise. Li Qing wore an expression of utter helplessness, gesturing with his hands. Just moments ago, during that discourse, he incessantly labeled Lin Yi as a tomb raider, insisting on apprehending him. Upon reflection, Li Qing couldn't help but feel somewhat underhanded, a chill creeping up the back of his neck. Surely, the steward wouldn't seek revenge when descending into the tomb, would he? Alas, it seems I need not descend. My role is merely to provide technical support. Enough of this. Li Qing, do not overthink it. We harbor no ill intentions. However, in the future, refrain from being so obstinate. Your demeanor just now was quite unseemly, reminiscent of a petty schemer, akin to the eunuchs in the palace. Ha ha ha, indeed, like the eunuchs serving the emperor, utterly contemptible. You all. Ha ha. Chapter 95. The Black Donkey's Hoof, seeking an alternative entrance while the three were engaged in their playful scuffle. Lin Yi had already indulged in a sumptuous lunch acquired without cost. One must admit, the thrill of such a free meal is undeniable. It is no wonder that so many are enamored with the art of obtaining without payment. Lin Yi found himself captivated by this sensation. Seated opposite him, Professor Chen was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yi's voracious appetite. How long had it been since he last had a proper meal? Contemplating this, Professor Chen discreetly placed a piece of fish belly onto Lin Yi's plate. My dear Lin, do eat more. You likely don't have the luxury of regular meals in those remote mountains. By the way, how's your master? Is he in good health? Well enough. Lin Yi responded somewhat absent-mindedly. It seems that Elder Zhang is quite the longevity practitioner, having lived beyond 120 years. If the opportunity arises, please convey my regards to your master, Professor Chen remarked, a glimmer of nostalgia flashing across his face. It had been over 30 years since he encountered the previous generation of the Fakey to Tian Guan, and it was indeed miraculous that he was still alive. The lineage of Fakey was truly enigmatic. With this thought, Professor Chen's gaze turned to Lin Yi, a smile playing on his lips. Could it be that Lin Yi, too, was destined for a long life? Under Professor Chen's scrutinizing stare, Lin Yi felt a surge of blood rushing through him. 120 years. Oh my. It was merely a whimsical fabrication, and he never anticipated it would spiral into such an expectation. Now, he had no choice but to continue his fanciful storytelling. Cough, cough. All right, Professor Chen, should the occasion arise, I will indeed do so. Lin Yi coughed, resuming his meal. By the way, Lin, I heard you are a contestant on a certain program. To succeed in competitions, you require visibility. How goes it? Do you need my assistance? Professor Chen suddenly recalled this and inquired. Lin Yi's heart fluttered at this unexpected proposition. He hadn't anticipated Professor Chen's keen attention to detail, which bordered on being overly considerate. No, it's really not necessary, Professor. You needn't be so concerned. If there is something on your mind, please feel free to state it directly. I can help where I can, but please do not be so considerate. It unnerves me. Seeing the hopeful glint in Professor Chen's eyes, Lin Yi sincerely feared that the esteemed professor might harbor peculiar preferences. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. A distinguished professor surely would not. Cough, cough. Since you have mentioned it, I shall not be shy. We have nearly completed our exploration of this tomb, but concerning the entrance, alas, descending over 50 meters poses significant risk, and it is likely that the door may be immovable. I propose that you scout this mountain for any alternative entrances. Furthermore, for this archaeological expedition, I wish to engage you as a technical advisor. What do you think? Rest assured, there will be a consulting fee. Professor Chen emphasized this last point, seemingly anxious that Lin Yi might decline. Lin Yi paused, taken aback by Professor Chen's perception of him as someone who relished financial gain. However, this realization was not without merit. It perfectly aligned with Lin Yi's own inclinations. Who works for free? He was no saint. Even saints require tuition from their disciples. There was no flaw in that logic. Lin Yi reassured himself internally. Brother Chen, this feels a bit too formal. It's not really about the money. But, what is the rate for the consulting fee? Rubbing his hands together, Lin Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Professor Chen stared blankly, enveloped in silence. There should be around 20,000, I believe, though I'm not entirely certain. I must consult Aigua. He pondered after a moment of quiet reflection. Ahem, Chingu, please don't misunderstand. I truly meant no offense. Upon hearing this, Professor Chen quickly interjected, "All right. Just call me Professor Chen. It really won't amount to any additional funds." Uh, you truly misinterpret my intentions, Professor Chen. Let us settle on that." Lin Yi replied with a slight smile, shaking hands. For who among us isn't a seeker of wealth? Half an hour later, after a delightful meal, Lin Yi let out a satisfied burp and suddenly inquired, "By the way, Professor Chen, do you have any idea who the occupant of the tomb below might be? Are there any clues? Is there a possibility of encountering Zongzi?" Upon hearing this, Professor Chen fell into silence. Zongzi, a term from the tomb raiding industry. 30 years ago, he would have scoffed at such superstition, but following a certain experience, he had come to believe in the existence of Zongzi. However, the conditions for their formation are quite stringent, which does not imply their absence. After all, the world is replete with extraordinary phenomena. Just a few years prior, he had encountered a species of butterfly that inhabited corpses and could astonishingly manipulate them, thus rendering the supernatural plausible. After contemplating for a moment, Professor Chen earnestly analyzed. "I do not know who the tomb's owner is. After all, Shanghai was once near the ancient capital of the Six Dynasties. However, I suspect this tomb may be related to the Southern Tang Dynasty. As for Zongzi, I cannot say. I am not an expert in that field." Listening to Professor Chen's words, Lin Yi, stroking his chin, pondered for quite some time. The Southern Tang, from the Five Dynasties and Ten Kingdoms period, is ancient, and it stands to reason that Zongzi or similar entities could exist, based on the knowledge he has gleaned from tomb raiding lore. Since the Ming Dynasty's Guanshan lineage went into seclusion, the art of cultivating Zongzi within tombs has ceased. Nevertheless, the Qing possesses its own methods, zombies, indeed. If the Southern Tang's burial sites are substantial, it is plausible that Zongzi might be present. Even if they are not, one could certainly encounter peculiar artifacts. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi spoke, "Professor Chen, might you assist me in locating 2 items?" "What items?" Professor Chen instinctively asked. "A black donkey hoof and a candle," Lin Yi replied solemnly. These 2 items were utterly unattainable in this village, and were absent from his tomb raiding equipment. Regardless of whether it stemmed from the influence of novels from his previous life or not, believing is believing. After all, this was his inaugural descent into a tomb. What's the harm in having additional means of protection? Better safe than sorry. At this moment, upon hearing the names of the 2 items, Professor Chen, though unaware of their intended purpose, nodded in agreement to assist in their procurement, promising to provide them to Lin Yi before the tomb exploration. Following a brief period of rest, Lin Yi ceased idle chatter and began his search for dragon veins, seeking any potential entrances. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Lin Yi's livestream commenced for its second session of the day. Among those present were many, including Huang Bingbing, Professor Hao with his 3 students, as well as Professor Chun and a contingent of armed police personnel. Everyone was eager to witness the art of dragon vein divination. In the live broadcast room, the charming Lin Shiya is preparing to embark on a quest to discover the entrances of other tombs, and everyone is eagerly anticipating the adventure. The sweet voice of Huang Bingbing resonates simultaneously in both live streams, instantly eliciting exclamations of excitement from the viewers. "Oh, Bibing, my beloved. You have finally graced us with your presence. An hour apart feels like an eternity. Goodness, the number of novices in this archaeological live stream is astonishing. Isn't it curious? When did the host transform into a master? Can someone enlighten me? It has only been a couple of hours, and we've already escalated to the extraordinary? The brother above advises you to refrain from skipping around. Now you're left in the dark. Let me tell you. Shh, everyone. Let us not speak. The host is about to perform a divination, or rather, seek the dragon and divide the gold." Chapter 96, The Entrance of the Ancient Tree. Knowledge measured by vehicles. As I reflect on the scene, I must admit that Lin Yi possesses an air of ethereal grace. Is the term Dao here a reference to tomb raiders? The live chat is abuzz with adulation, as the audience expresses their admiration in melodious tones. In the live broadcast, Lin Yi, gripping the steering wheel, recited a few incomprehensible phrases before elegantly gesturing forward. "Everyone, we have arrived. Let us ascend the mountain." With that proclamation, Lin Yi boldly started his ascent, prompting the others to follow suit. Though they were uncertain how Lin Yi had discerned the path, his enigmatic confidence instilled a sense of trust. After all, Professor Chen had also joined him. How could they not follow? Within half an hour, under Lin Yi's guidance, the archaeological team and armed police reached a relatively flat area surrounded by towering ancient trees. The group marveled at their surroundings, unable to suppress their awe. "I can't believe such a place exists on this mountain. The trees are incredibly ancient. Just look at the rings, certainly over 1,000 years old. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Lin Yi, is there truly an entrance to an ancient tomb here? With such a flat terrain, how could there be an entrance? Little Lin, where exactly is the entrance? Listening to the chatter around him, Lin Yi remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the compass in his hand. The needle shifted as he turned, pointing with unwavering certainty. Qian to the left, Kuan to the right, Zhen above, and Qin below. All four directions of the mysterious gates pointed to the same location. After stowing the compass, Lin Yi scrutinized the magnificent ancient tree before him, lush and towering, casting an immense shadow. After a thorough examination, Lin Yi confirmed after a minute. This was indeed the spot. The entrance lay beneath the tree. The group, noticing Lin Yi's unwavering focus on the ancient tree, fell into a momentary silence. Brother Lin, the other entrance to the tomb isn't beneath this tree, is it? Huang Bingbing speculated aloud after glancing at Lin Yi. Without uttering a word, Lin Yi solemnly nodded in affirmation. The atmosphere instantly turned silent, soon followed by a fervent discussion. Professor, we cannot cut down this tree. It has stood for over 1,000 years indeed. Such an ancient tree holds immense historical and cultural value. Perhaps we should consider entering from the water instead. Hearing the student's remarks, Professor Chen stroked his beard in contemplation. He gazed at the towering tree, momentarily lost in thought. What do you think, Aigua? After a brief pause, he returned his gaze and softly remarked, I believe we should enter from here. The treasures within the tomb possess far greater value than the ancient tree. The history of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms is truly worth our investigation. Moreover, I do not favor the water route. The conditions underwater are quite complex. We are neither corpse retrieval experts nor professional divers, so pushing up his glasses, Professor Hao hesitated, and the group understood the implications of his words. Professor Chen, no longer hesitating, commanded the armed police to commence their excavation. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was also active, extracting some soil near the ancient tree with a Luoyang shovel, which drew the attention of Professor Chen and his colleagues. The distinct layering suggested the presence of a tomb. Young Lin, your dragon-seeking technique has truly opened my eyes. It is remarkable, exclaimed Professor Chen in astonishment. He was well aware of the Luoyang shovel's purpose, not only for determining whether an ancient tomb lay beneath, but also for estimating its era. Moreover, the task of digging was effortlessly manageable. As the sound of the armed police chopping trees echoed, Lin Yi shook his head and replied, Oh, no. It is all thanks to my master's teachings and your adept guidance, Professor Chen. My abilities are hardly noteworthy. The viewers in the live stream felt a pang of emotion upon witnessing this scene, realizing that Lin Yi had once again captured admiration. In Professor Chen's eyes, this generation of tomb raiders displayed a commendable humility. Although they had a penchant for wealth, it was harmless. After all, they were merely young. However, among his peers, Lin Yi's humility was perceived as excessive. Brother Lin, could you share with the viewers the techniques of the dragon-seeking method? Or perhaps teach us how to locate ancient tombs? Many viewers expressed a desire to learn. Huang Bingbing approached with a sweet smile, gently inquiring, Yes, Brother Lin. I too wish to learn the dragon-seeking technique. Mastering this skill would greatly aid our archaeological endeavors. Others echoed her sentiment, eager to gain insights into the technique. Yet, Lin Yi merely smiled faintly, glancing away from the camera with a playful expression, and remarked, You wish to learn the dragon-seeking technique? To find ancient tombs? It seems you are merely eager to tread upon a sewing machine. As demonstrated by Xiao Wu, the sewing machine is fraught with tears. The viewers were taken aback by Lin Yi's comments, feeling somewhat offended. Is that not a belittlement? Raised under the red flag. Who does not harbor a spirit of dedication to the nation? If needed, we would gladly step up to lead a city or even a province, not out of ambition, but from a genuine desire to serve the people. In an instant, the viewers were filled with indignation. Hey, Lin Yi, you cannot say that. I simply wish to see what lies within the ancient tombs. What if? It is an opportunity left by my ancestors. One viewer protested. Seriously? Are you trying to make me laugh? Is tomb raiding truly an opportunity? You are something else, another retorted. Ahem, the host should not speak so. We merely wish to learn, chimed in another. Indeed, whether learning a foreign language in bed or mastering the dragon-seeking technique, it is all education. Hee. You understand the essence of learning, but if I may say, if the dragon-seeking technique were truly so easy to master, it would be quite extraordinary. Casting a glance at the eager faces of Zhang Dong and others, Lin Yi decided to quash their hopes. Some things are inherently divided by a watershed. And the watershed of the dragon-seeking technique is akin to amniotic fluid. Thus, I need not elaborate further. The art of dragon seeking and gold dividing is not so easily grasped. It cannot be succinctly articulated in mere words. I recall having perused a staggering 30 million characters, delving into a veritable trove of ancient texts. As he spoke, a flicker of fatigue crossed Lin Yi's eyes. The thought alone is daunting. Although Lin Yi has not truly mastered it, without the systematic knowledge imparted to him, he would be utterly lost in the pursuit of dragon seeking and gold dividing, perhaps studying for an entire lifetime without any clarity. One can only say that utilizing a system feels exhilarating. 30 million characters? A cartload of ancient tomes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong and his companions, as well as the audience in the live stream, were left in astonishment, pondering the length of time required to attain such knowledge, and that they were merely scratching the surface. Indeed, the wisdom of our ancestors is shrouded in mystery and complexity. I, Lin Yi's elder brother, shall cease my studies. I wish to preserve my sanity and my hair, one exclaimed. Yes, I cannot manage the Mediterranean hairstyle. Another chimed in. To be learned is to be measured by the cartload. It is indeed a matter of accumulating knowledge one card at a time. I truly admire you. Lin Yi, Zhang Dong and his companions exclaimed, their eyes brimming with respect. Chapter 97. The Kicking of the Star God. Inscription at this moment. The live streaming room fell into a profound silence. Those eager to master the dragon-seeking technique pondered the enormity of learning 30 million characters, an endeavor that seemed to stretch into eternity. Their thoughts drifted towards immediate adventure and tomb raiding, rather than waiting until their hair turned gray to embark upon such quests. To engage in tomb raiding at the age of 70 or 80? Goodness, one might as well keep company with the tomb's occupants. Perhaps even dig a pit beside them for convenience. Subsequently, Huang Bingbing posed a few inconsequential questions. Meanwhile, Lin Yi interacted with the audience, as he had no obligation to undertake any digging himself. At that moment, the viewer count in the streaming room surged dramatically. Lin Yi felt the accumulation of his popularity points rise steadily, 80,000, 90,000, and ultimately surpassing the 100,000 mark. 100,000 popularity points. Just as two professors continued to direct the proceedings, they settled beside a grand tree, and Lin Yi silently chanted in his heart, System, 10 consecutive draws. Bestow upon me gold. Bang, bang, bang. Following the system's countdown, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Kicking of the Star God, Golden, skill. Congratulations to the host for receiving 6 awards of 10,000 yuan each. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the song, Guest, along with a half-hour experience card for divine performance and a half-hour experience card for divine singing. Rewards have been distributed. As the system's voice faded, a golden light surged into his mind, accompanied by an extraordinary power coursing through every part of his body. In the next moment, Lin Yi, with his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide and clenched his fists. He felt an increase in strength, and what thrilled him most was the realization that the golden skill, Kicking of the Star God, was truly remarkable. It not only amplified his power, but also inscribed a complete martial arts sequence in his mind. Kicking of the Star God, as a signature technique of the partridge whistle, was not merely a singular move, but an entire set of actions, such as the back kick of the purple gold crown, among others. This technique was specifically designed for dealing with sticky rice dumplings, and now, unexpectedly, it had been granted to him. A slight tremor coursed through Lin Yi's heart. Could there truly be sticky rice dumplings beneath the ancient tomb? Perhaps it was best not to dwell on such thoughts. The additional rewards were also commendable, a song titled Guest, complete with a USB drive for accompaniment, alongside 2 divine experience cards that were rather impressive. Overall, this 10 consecutive draws had proven exceedingly fruitful. The system had finally produced something worthwhile. With just this Kicking of the Star God technique, he had struck gold. A smile graced Lin Yi's lips, and he felt an irresistible urge to test his newfound abilities. Conveniently, 5 meters ahead, a nest of wasps hung from a tree, approximately 2 meters high. With a swift turn of his neck, Lin Yi dashed forward. He executed a gentle leap, performing a half-turn, and delivered a back kick akin to the purple gold crown. With a resounding crash, the wasp nest was sent flying, not merely a distance, but entirely obliterated. The wasps had collectively ascended to meet their maker. Goodness, the power was astonishing. Farewell, wasp brethren. Lin Yi was genuinely taken aback by the sheer force of his strike. His instincts informed him that not only this diminutive wasp nest, but even a tree half a meter wide could be shattered with a single kick. This was indeed the Kicking of the Star God, truly formidable. At that moment, a grin spread across Lin Yi's face, and the smile of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King blossomed fully. Aside from firearms, he possesses an unwavering confidence in his ability to defeat anyone, provided it is a one-on-one contest. Naturally, he has no qualms about taking on 10 or 20 minor adversaries. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's recent impressive kick that struck the purple golden crown was witnessed not only in the live stream but also by Huang Bingbing. In an instant, the audience erupted in excitement. Goodness gracious, the streamer is astounding. That hornet must have stood at least 2 meters tall, and yet the streamer managed to strike it effortlessly, even causing an explosion. Not only did he hit it, but he also executed a scissor kick. Incredible! Come on, what's the fuss? The streamer is a professional boxer. Do you think this is a joke? He could take you all down in a heartbeat. Being skilled is one thing, but out here, loyalty matters. We've faced our share of challenges. Upstairs, I'll give you 10,000 bucks. All right, brother. I'll report you. Wow, Huang Bingbing has come over. Looking all starry-eyed. What on earth? As the viewers engaged in lively discussions, Huang Bingbing appeared on screen, resting her chin in her hands. Her eyes filled with admiration and shock as she gazed at Lin Yi. Clearly, she was smitten. Wow, brother Lin, that move was incredibly cool. Do you practice martial arts? Could you possibly show us a demonstration? She exclaimed with sparkling eyes, brimming with excitement. At the same time, Zhang Dong and his companions approached, eager to contribute to the conversation, but they were interrupted by Lin Yi's ostentatious remarks. Ahem, I do know martial arts, but my techniques are not mere showmanship. They are lethal skills, designed to inflict serious harm, Lin Yi said, casually brushing his windswept hair back. Wow, the audience reacted with a mix of exasperation. His arrogance was palpable, and many expressed their disdain for his pretentiousness. Zhang Dong managed an awkward smile, unsure of how to respond. Nonetheless, Lin Yi's bravado proved effective with Huang Bingbing, who seemed to view him through a lens of admiration. Brother Lin, you are truly remarkable. You're right. Martial arts are indeed deadly skills. I owe you an apology for suggesting you perform for us so casually, she said, bowing her head in earnest reflection. What? Lin Yi was taken aback, realizing she genuinely believed him. He had merely intended to boast a little to boost his popularity. While some viewers felt a twinge of jealousy, they acknowledged that even negative attention could be beneficial. Just as Lin Yi contemplated continuing his charade, a shout from a nearby ancient tree caught everyone's attention. Professor Chen. Professor Hao, come quickly. There's a gravestone here, and it bears some inscriptions. Instantly, everyone's focus shifted. Soon enough, they jumped into the pit, with Professor Hao leading the way, excitedly approaching to wipe the inscriptions clean. Teacher, it seems there's a passage behind the gravestone. This must be the entrance to the ancient tomb. Hao Aigua exclaimed, his hands trembling with anticipation as he traced the characters on the stone. Don't rush, Aigua. Let us first examine what is inscribed here, Professor Chen said, hastening to catch up, his face alight with enthusiasm. The camera soon zoomed in on the gravestone. Professor Hao, while wiping, began to translate. Teacher, this is written in small regular script, Tang literature, and it records. Suddenly, Professor Hao was struck dumb. Aigua, why are you dazed? Speak up, he urged. Professor Chen, Uncle Lin, come take a look. Aigua remained unusually silent, refraining from translating on the spot. As Lin Yi approached, the audience in the live stream could finally discern the inscriptions on the monument. Despite the small script and traditional characters, many could still recognize a considerable number of them. Clearly inscribed was the following. Upon seeing this inscription, I shall cease. Should anyone dare to intrude upon my resting tomb, they will suffer a strange curse. Misfortune shall befall them. 10 meters to the west lies my buried gold. Know when to take your leave, King Yin, Li Jingda. Chapter 98. The Existence of Gold. Truly the tomb owner, upon reading the inscription, astonishment enveloped the crowd. The first to react was Zhang Dong, his face a mask of disdain. What era are we in? Are we still engaging in feudal superstitions? Can anyone truly believe this? I certainly do not. Zhang Dong scoffed, his derision palpable. Professor Hao concurred, stating, this is merely a tactic employed by the tomb owner to instill fear in grave robbers. Besides, we are archaeologists, materialists authorized to excavate. There is nothing to worry about. Indeed. How could we possibly retreat over a mere inscription? Chimed in Luo Wan and Li Qing, their voices laced with agreement. They exhibited no fear regarding the so-called curse. The sentiment in the live stream mirrored this skepticism, largely dismissing the notion as a mere scare tactic, or even a prank, by the tomb owner. Only Professors Hao Chen and Lin Yi wore expressions of concern. As Lin Yi scrutinized the small script on the tombstone, he began to apply his knowledge of feng shui. Soon realizing something peculiar about the inscription, which caused him to pause thoughtfully. A glance exchanged with Professor Chen revealed mutual understanding. With several armed police officers, they commenced digging 10 meters to the west, and moments later, a commotion erupted from the pit. "Professor, there is indeed gold within, along with numerous antique jade artifacts," one officer exclaimed. The preliminary estimate revealed over 30 pounds of gold. The revelation left everyone astounded, rushing to the pit's edge. Glimmers of gold sparkled, though slightly dulled by the earth, yet this did not diminish their yearning for the treasure. "My goodness, the tomb owner is quite generous, burying such wealth without pretense. Li Jingda, let us get to work. I indulge in the real deal. Wow, so much gold. If I were a grave robber, I would stop right here. This is enough to sustain a lifetime." Pfft. "You upstairs, do you think the archaeological team is like you? They are dedicated to the study of artifacts. I sincerely hope Professors Chen and the others do not cease their work here. Otherwise, there will be little left to behold. Professors, please do not turn back. Just this amount of gold? What kind of test is that for the team? Surely, they can withstand such trials?" As the discussions ensued in the live stream, Lin Yi was the first to leap into the pit, seizing a handful of gold jewelry with eyes aglow, utterly astonished. "Wow, this tomb owner is exceedingly generous. If they say there is gold, then indeed there is." It was his first encounter with such honesty. As he toyed with the gold, excitement surged within him. What if it were all his? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to reluctantly set the gold down. Professor Chen, observing this scene, nodded in approval and began to praise. "Young Lin, you treat wealth as mere refuse." But before he could finish, his eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Yi had picked up another piece of gold, a golden-hued porcelain artifact, gleaming brilliantly. "Oh my, this is magnificent, 24K pure gold, a rarity indeed. By the way, Professor Chen, what were you saying about refuse?" Puffed. Professor Chen pressed his hand against his chest, feeling a twinge of discomfort. He had initially perceived Lin Yi to be a certain type of person, only to discover a surprising truth. It was his youth that had led to such a decision. Truly bewildering. "It's all right, Shaolin, just take a look and don't hoard," Professor Chen remarked while shaking his head and issuing instructions. "Professor Chen, do you not trust me? Am I truly that kind of person? By the way, could you possibly gift me 1 or 2 items? Rest assured, I will cherish them dearly." Lin Yi's innocent smile emerged as he grasped another piece of golden jewelry. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream expressed their disdain, exclaiming, "And you claim you're not that sort of person? You're practically drooling. To say you would cherish them is quite the audacious claim." As more individuals gathered around, Hao Aigua, to prevent any further antics from Lin Yi, quickly intervened. "Everyone, please refrain from jumping down to take a closer look. It suffices to observe from above. And Lin Shishu, please ascend quickly. I fear you may not resist." He even called out to Lin Yi in jest. This remark instantly provoked a smile from Huang Bingbing, who found the situation amusing. "Wait, what? You truly don't believe me, do you, Shitsizi? What has happened to trust between people?" Lin Yi retorted loudly from within the pit. "Why must you judge so harshly? While you are correct, must you be so loud?" Lin Shishu responded, "I believe in you. Please come up." Lin Yi replied, "You claim to trust me yet insist I ascend. Is it too much to ask for a little more faith?" Reluctantly setting aside the half-human high golden pillow, Lin Yi stepped on his own feet and leaped out of the more than 4-meter deep pit. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished at the sight. Is this truly a person? With a ladder available, why resort to such means? And yet, you managed to emerge. With a perfect landing beside Hao Aigua, Lin Yi gently patted his shoulder, unable to suppress a sigh. "Ah, Professor Hao, you still do not trust me." "I do trust you. Could you please release me?" "My shoulder is rather sore," Hao Aigua replied. "My apologies, it's a professional habit," Lin Yi said, sheepishly withdrawing his hand from Professor Hao's shoulder. The surrounding individuals watched in awe at Lin Yi's agility, swallowing nervously. Is this the prowess of a tomb raider? Truly, one of the formidable figures of the tomb-robbing sect. After returning to the live stream and engaging with the online audience, it was noted that the pit where the gold had been buried was now cleared with considerable findings. However, the question of whether to proceed with the excavation or to remove the steel became a topic of discussion. "Professor, I suggest we do not take the next step. After all, the tomb owner has already compensated us," Luo argued. "Compensation? This is a relic. Archaeology demands perseverance. Are you truly willing to retreat at the first sign of trouble? Return and compose a 3,000-word reflection." Professor Hao shot an irritated glance at Luo. "You were the first to belittle the endeavor, yet now you hesitate to enter. Truly, wherever the flowers bloom, you wither." Observing Luo Wen's dejected demeanor, Lin Yi gently offered consolation. Brother Luo, do not be disheartened. Retreating is not a grave matter, so long as your spirit remains unyielding. If that thing shrinks, it's over. After all, it's merely a 3,000-word reflection. Write it, do so immediately. In mere moments. Hearing these rigid words, Luo Wen lifted his gaze, his expression growing even more despondent, and he felt a deeper pang of discomfort. I thank you kindly. No need for that. It's simply a joy to assist others. Lin Yi quickly waved his hand in refusal. Witnessing this scene, the audience in the live stream had grown accustomed to it. The host's methods of offering comfort remained as clumsy and unyielding as ever, even drawing parallels to impotence. Truly, there is no one quite like it. In this moment, netizens silently mourned for Luo Wen, wishing that there were no Chen Xiaofan in heaven. Oh no, Lin Yi. Chapter 99, The Rebound. The tomb passage opens. Huang Bingbing cast a glance at Lin Yi, who had a penchant for offering comfort, and with a smile, she shook her head. She then approached the inscription, scrutinizing it closely, her brow furrowing in perplexity. Professor Chen? Prince of Yin? Li Jingda? I have never heard of this person. Shouldn't the title of Prince of Yin belong to Zhu Di? And who exactly is Li Jingda? Huang Bingbing bent down, her face adorned with confusion as she examined the name of the signatory. Her inquiry immediately sparked reactions in the live stream. Indeed, Prince of Yin Li Jingda? I am unfamiliar with him. I only recognize Zhu Laosi. Exactly, the dutiful son Zhu Laosi. Professor Chen, being well-versed in history, could you elucidate this? Upon hearing Huang Bingbing's question, Professor Chen seized his gentle caress of the inscription, rising to his feet. Adjusting his glasses, he exhaled a sigh and remarked, there indeed exists a historical figure by the name of Prince of Yin Li Jingda. However, he was initially known as the Prince of Yin before later adopting the title of Prince of Qi. During the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period, he was a prince of the Southern Tang, leading a life devoid of significant political engagement, constantly entwined with the imperial throne, yet paradoxically lacking in fortune, living in a state of perpetual trepidation. You are all aware of the last emperor of the Southern Tang, Li Yu, correct? Li Jingda is his uncle. At this juncture, Professor Chen paused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he continued. Ironically, Prince of Yin Li Jingda was slain by his own nephew, while Zhu Di triumphed over his own nephew. The contrast between the two is indeed stark. Upon finishing his discourse, a fleeting expression of melancholy crossed Professor Chen's face. History often unfolds in cycles, both genuine and somewhat absurd. How could the disparity between the two princes be so vast?